How is non-vegetarian philosophy possible? To return, then, to the way in which I initially framed the question of vegetarianism and reason, are non-vegetarian philosophers, and others who claim to be able to think critically, either unintelligent, deficient in the business of thinking in some respect, or extraordinarily insensitive? Perhaps a few are each or both of these things, but this could hardly be the totality of the matter. Thus we turn, finally, to the social systemic dimensions of the animal question. b. Carnivorism is a system, principles and complexity. How could anyone, in good conscience, reject what McGinn called a one argument? Perhaps there is more than one strategy at work in such a rejection. In chess, for instance, there is what is called a one position, but the player in a one position does not automatically win. As the hallowed saying in chess goes, there is nothing so hard to win as a one position. Then the recourse is to the idea that the case is complicated. Well, yes, this could be said, this can always be said, in the sense that it seems that people take the case to be complicated even while, as a systemic. 229. 229. Matter, they do not investigate the complex workings of the carnivorous system or the capitalist system with which carnivorism in our time is co-implicated. The same might be said for co-implication in a patriarchal system, or a sex-gender system, and then it is not hard to see how fantastically complex and intertwined the systems of exploitation, oppression, domination, and cruelty are in the world today. And yet, in each case, is there not at least one simple thing that ought to be taken into account? Exploitation is wrong. Treating girls and women as lesser persons than boys and men, or as not really persons deserving of fundamental respect, is wrong. Needless cruelty toward animals that are capable of experiencing cruelty is wrong. No complexity, however real and even fantastical, should stand in the way of recognizing these simple truths. What is the relationship between the simple truths and the complexities? Marx is very helpful on the epistemological aspect of this question, and therefore on the way that either ontological or ethical issues have to come to terms with the existence of social systems that consist in relations of production and social relations more generally. In setting up ontology and ethics as being on either side of epistemology, and yet in also putting them together, as at least two sides of the same coin, I am mindful of the Kantian cast of Sartre's sense of the human being as not simply possessing freedom and responsibility, but instead as being defined all the way down by freedom and responsibility. Then the argument in Marxism has to do with either proposing that Marx simply takes this Kantian view of ontological freedom for granted, just as he may take it that it goes without saying that exploitation is morally wrong, or else he at least implicitly and, certainly it can be shown that he sometimes does this explicitly, in his rejection of ethical discourse rejects this view, and instead is working from a more Hobbesian Spinozan perspective on material forces. In the former case, it is a matter of then arguing that what is implicit needs to be made explicit and fleshed out and better taken account of. This describes the whole project of the present book. In the latter case, which certainly represents a valid interpretation of Marx, there are two main paths which have been taken in the last few decades, either the methodologically individualist form of analytical Marxism, as formulated by John Elster, John Romer, David Schweikart, among others, or the new Spinoza Marxism of Althusser, Negri, Balibar, and others. There are some interesting connections. For example, Elster was a student of Althusser. Some of these connections are helpfully pursued in Andrew Levine, A Future for Marxism. Althusser, the analytical turn, and the revival of socialist theory. In general, these new Hobbesians and new Spinozans argue that their perspective is the truly materialist one, and that not only Kantian but also German idealist, mainly Hegelian, arguments in general veer into philosophical idealism. This train of thought begins. 230. 230. With Althusser's essay, The Only Materialist Tradition, Part 1, Spinoza, in the New Spinoza, ed. Warren Montag and Ted Stahls. This is a large and difficult discussion, to be sure, but I remain guided by Lenin's assertion, better a good idealist than a bad materialist, and would argue that a materialism that does justice to consciousness, language, meaning, and interpretation, which is to say certain fundamental dimensions of what it means to be human, hence the debate over humanism, there is more to it than just the proposal of objectivity and the scientific critique of the notion that man is the measure of all things, as well as to those other places in material interaction where strict causality breaks down, domains covered by quantum mechanics, rather than making these phenomena merely epiphenomenal, has to struggle for precedence. It is a difficult and frankly strange question for materialism itself that the materialism we need is not the one that we necessarily have. Even if there are ways in which Marx's arguments are open to abuse through oversimplification and reductionism, most often in recourse to some form of one-to-one correspondence theory, there is also real explanatory force to the way that Marx sets general parameters for thinking and ideas, good or bad, right or wrong, and consciousness in terms of the mode of production, and social relations more generally, and in the contradictions found in these. Simply consider Marx's crucial argument that there is commodity fetishism because there is commodity production, example in Capital, Volume 1, in Mayer, 323, or consider Marx's arguments regarding the production of ideas in the German ideology, example Mayer, 154-55, 163, 75. There is no need for a one-to-one reduction or for the elimination of the sorts of dynamic synergies in which theory can become a material force in order to argue that there would be no movement of thought without material movement in general. However, it is also the case that only if the world is not such that everything is determined by strict causality that the group of what might be called humanistic phenomena, consciousness, language, meaning, interpretation, and our concern for justice and beauty, and I would say truth as well, but this would not be the truth of a reductivist ontology or epistemology, really count for anything other than merely epiphenomenal effluvia. If these phenomena/concepts do really count for anything, then there have to be ways in which they can work at least semi-autonomously and have, or be a part of, real effects on the material world and the material organization of life. I do not mean to claim that every new Spinozan, post-Althusserian, real materialist denies this. There are many vital contributions from this trend of thought, at any rate, but there is a tendency in this structuralism to ascribe to what Foucault calls his own happy positivism. Simply to complete the picture, and to repeat, I take Davidson's anomalous monism argument, which is based on Kant's argument concerning intention, and 231. Causality in the groundwork, to provide the basic model of this semi-autonomy. This semi-autonomy, which is at least a bit of real autonomy in a world where there are indeed causal chains, we are spirits in the material world, to quote Gordon Summers, but we are also spirits of and from the material world. This anomaly is also what Derrida calls a dangerous supplement, the element that appears marginal and purely parasitic, and it really is such, but that, when taken account of and seized upon, changes the nature of the game. Perhaps this is the pawn on the seventh rank. It is still a pawn, it is not yet a queen, but the opposing side must reconfigure significantly in order to deal with this little guy. In the conclusion I will return to the question of what this anomaly amounts to employ a locution from both Derrida and Badiou, it is a question of counting. After all, there is an argument, sometimes called nihilism but also a certain realism, that brute, causal materiality is so quantitatively vast when compared with the human phenomena, or even spirit, in some sense, that the qualities of the latter count for almost nothing, indeed, effectively nothing. But this is one of the places where there is a politics of mortality, and immortality, life against death we might say, except that death is not nothing, and where we ought to see the affinities of, at least a certain, Marxism with at least a certain lineage within Judaism and Christianity. Let's keep going, let's go toward life more abundant, let us see what we can make of humanity. That a social system like capitalism, which reduces all qualities to quantities, as Marx puts it in Capital, Maire, 311, and only values living labor that can be congealed as dead labor, that is, as a commodity with a price, arose at all is really sick and twisted. This is a social system against life and against any long-term prospects for humankind, and the problem is that there comes a day when the long-term becomes the short-term, and that day has arrived. It can be said, again, that this is also a system against life/death, to use Derrida's term from The Gift of Death, and therefore it is a system against death, even, and therefore we anomalous humans have to carry forward, in an ongoing and qualitatively transformative way, the struggle against the rendering of human death into meaninglessness. The workings of a social system. This capitalist system, having become imperialist and postmodern in the last century and decades, is sick, but it is also a social system. It is a mode of production and a consequent way of organizing life, even if it is also a way of organizing obliteration and meaninglessness. In some parts of the world, and through successive stages and qualitative leaps, capitalism arises. 232. 232. As an answer to the exhaustion of feudalism. No social order ever perishes before all of the productive forces for which there is room in it have developed, a contribution to the critique of political economy, in Maire, 5. Then capitalism goes on to take over the world. It would be ahistorical to say that capitalism is a cure for feudalism, that is worse than the disease, but again we have to recognize what Marx didn't recognize, that capitalism could destroy humanity altogether. This is sick and horrible, but it happens precisely because capitalism is a social system, based in commodity production and the private ownership of the means of production, and a ruling class that is compelled, merely in order to carry through its aims, to represent its interest as the common interest of all the members of society, that is, expressed in ideal form, it has to give its ideas the form of universality, and represent them as the only rational, universally valid ones. German. Ideology, in Maire, 174. Of course, we have come some distance from the rise of the classical bourgeois classes, in different, emergent, modern nation-states, to the point where the class system is exceedingly complex and the existence of capitalist ruling classes is obscured by a good deal more than universalist ideologies. Ethical arguments need to come to terms with historical contexts, but not to the point where they lose the ability to tell right from wrong. A simple example will illustrate, and this example has the virtue of dealing with private property in the means of production and the existence of social systems. One of Jean-Jacques Rousseau's famous claims in the Discourse on the Origin of Inequality is that the first person who put a fence around some land and claimed it as his own was engaged in a great scam. The example is also chosen because of Kant's great admiration for Rousseau. To be fair and more precise, Rousseau said, the first man who, having enclosed a piece of ground, bethought himself of saying this is mine and found people simple enough to believe him, was the real founder of civil society. 44. The scam aspect would seem to lie in the finding of simple people, people not intellectually sophisticated enough to realize that there is something fishy about the claim to own something as necessary for the collective good as is land. Why is land any different from air or water in this regard? Under imperialism, we increasingly find that there is no difference, at least in that the air and water are progressively brought under the logic of the commodity as well. Notice the connection between Rousseau's claim and what Marx called the dirty little secret of capitalist exploitation. In Marx's scenario, the capitalist is not pulling a scam, he is just innocently purchasing the inputs of production, among them, labor power. In the world of Rousseau's thinking, the laborers hired by the capitalist would either have to be simple, or else they would be saying, why would we work for you, rather than for ourselves? And who are you, in any case, to be controlling the possibilities and conditions under which? 233. 233. We toil. Why should any part of the fruits of our labor go to you, when we are the creators of this value? There have been many times and places where such questions have been asked, and it is a sign of how far this historical process has traveled that such questions are not heard very much now, so far-flung and obscured has the process of value creation become. This happens, to be sure, in the same upside-down world where Americans somehow think that the people of Vietnam had attacked the United States. The ideology of capitalism, intermixed with colonialism, ideologies of race hierarchy, ideologies of gender hierarchy, and the transition of capitalism into a fully global mode of production imperialism has become, by now, lodged very deep in people, formative of every aspect of subjectivity. Hence, the necessary role for radical cultural critique, especially down pathways opened by Adorno and Freud, and, I would say, even if seemingly in a very different register, by Husserl and Heidegger, especially in that they pursue the critique of the culture of scientism, and in that Heidegger, especially, does not take modern, urban ideology for granted. It is important to mark this role here, because otherwise these forms of cultural critique are not taken up at length in the present study. Deep presuppositions. To return to the previous line of thought, carnivorism not only runs very deep in subjectivity formation, it runs so deep that it comes close to assuming the character of an absolute presupposition, to borrow Collingwood's term again, a presupposition that runs so deep that it is very difficult to place it on the agenda of social theory and political philosophy. The idea is, instead, that this question must remain in a domain of ethics, to the extent that it can be considered at all, indeed, a very special kind of care, in the form of a very special combination of ignorance, mean-spiritedness, obfuscating, and outright silly arguments, and whatever else is necessary to get the job done must be employed in order to ensure that the animal question remains sequestered in the domain of ethics. Before there could be a scam of the fence, that first fence had to be erected. Or is it, instead, that before that first fence was erected, there already had to be people who had become simple in such a way that the claim, "This is mine," is believable? In our conversations on this question, of what I was calling the absurdity of owning things that would seem to be the common inheritance of humankind and our fellow creatures, such as land or sunlight, Bob Avakian recognized the inspiration, my word, that can come from Rousseau's claim about the origins of private property. However, on the other hand, Avakian had this criticism of my line of thought. 234. 234. The thing with Rousseau is, on one level, that's true about the normative force of his claim, but it's not exactly. It's also ahistorical. It's not exactly the way things evolved or how they have evolved, that somebody just put up a fence. In one sense it is there was a certain point at which early communal societies broke apart and other forms which began to have class differentiation and private property did emerge. But it isn't just that somebody said, "I'm going to put up a fence," because if that had been the only problem, then other people would have said, "No, you're not," and that would have been the end of it. So there was something historically evolved that was going on. Marxism and the Call of the Future, 31. Avakian is right, of course, and in Marx's thought this historical evolution has to do with what he called the cell form of what later emerged as capitalist society, namely the commodity, from the very first pages of Capital, see Mayer, 295, and the deepening of the division between mental and manual labor. If we grant that there are other systems working in tandem with the class system, even if not fully separable from the class system, or the latter from them, however, we might ask after their cell forms and their sediment presuppositions as well. Sexual and species difference. For instance, Marx and Engels maintain that the class system was itself erected upon a natural difference in humanity, that of the sexes. Sexual difference, for them, is predicated upon separate and different biological roles in reproduction. Upon this difference, which Marx and Engels take to be natural and therefore in some sense unquestionable, is erected what Engels calls the world historic defeat of women as a class and therefore the first class of enslaved persons. Engels, The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, in Mayer, c. 734-41. Engels developed this train of thought in terms of the anthropological studies of his time, especially building on the work of an American anthropologist, Lewis H. Morgan, who proposed a matrilineal theory of the origins of human society. See Tucker's introduction in Mayer, 734, a reading of ancient, primarily Greek, dramatic and mythological literature that seems to bear traces of the prehistoric overturning of mother right, for instance, in the Medusa myth, where a revered, creative goddess is turned into a hideous hater of men, and what might be called a certain amount of speculation regarding the state of nature. Whatever the problems with his methodology, or whatever the ways in which subsequent anthropological study may have altered the picture, it seems to me that Engels did something quite brilliant, and that the far greater part of it is not the essentialism that has been rightly criticized by feminist philosophers from 235. 235. Simone de Beauvoir to Judith Butler, and some who propose that Marxist feminism represents a bad marriage, but instead the demonstration that oppression and domination, in the form of patriarchy, is in fact not natural, but that there are certain material circumstances in which it arises. However, my point is that these material circumstances have to be prepared by a dialectic that affords some strong role to ideology, even if the determination in the last instance is material. Of course, we have to be careful about importing anachronistic concepts into prehistoric, communal societies, such that we see an overturning of a relatively modern notion of respect for persons. After all, Marxism itself is fairly weak on the concept of the person, even if it proceeds on the basis of assumptions about this concept. Still, a threshold had to be crossed which allowed one half of a population, male, to understand the other half of the population, female, as objects of domination. I am only trying to emphasize that this distinction male/female has its own ideological and political elements, at any stage of human development, and cannot be reduced simply to biology or nature. Indeed, this is where the hallmark of reductionism, the one-to-one correspondence, especially runs aground on the attempt to read the true gender of a person directly from the presence or absence lack, as Freud said of a particular sex organ. Even the idea that there are sex organs that exist, straightforwardly, in a kind of particularity, is ideological as demonstrated by such important works as Luce Irigary's The Sex Which Is Not One and Judith Butler's Gender Trouble. Indeed, in Irigary's argument that the subordination of women is not only a key ingredient in the emergence of commodity production, but that, in fact, women then become not only the first class of slaves, but even the first commodities, and certainly the first people to be commodified, we also see the origins of ideology itself. See this Sex, 192. Significantly, in a series of remarks from Origin of the Family, Engels repeats Marx's terminology from Capital about finding the cellular form of a social system. Of course, these remarks are very important for understanding the roots of patriarchy, but what I will argue is that they also prepare the way for considering the idea that carnivorism is a system. The passages come from a section of Origin in which Engels is describing the domestication of women in ancient Greek society. In Euripides, the wife is described as oikourma, a thing for housekeeping. The word is in the neutral gender, and apart from the business of bearing children, she was nothing more to the Athenian than the chief housemaid. The husband had his gymnastic exercises, his public affairs, from which the wife was excluded. In addition, he often had female slaves at his disposal and, in the heyday of Athens, extensive prostitution, which was viewed with favor by the state, to say the least. It was precisely on the basis of this prostitution that the 236 sole outstanding Greek women developed, who by their esprit and artistic taste towered as much above the general level of ancient womanhood as the Spartiate women did by virtue of their character. That one had first to become a hetero, literally one of the flute girls, but the connotation is whore. In French this remains one of the words for prostitute. In order to become a woman is the strongest indictment of the Athenian family. In Mayer, 738. A page further on, Engels writes, Monogamy does not by any means make its appearance in history as the reconciliation of man and woman, still less as the highest form of such a reconciliation. On the contrary, it appears as the subjection of one sex by the other, as the proclamation of a conflict between the sexes entirely unknown hitherto in prehistoric times. In an old unpublished manuscript, the work of Marx and myself in 1846, the reference is to the German ideology, I find the following. The first division of labor is that between man and woman for child breeding. And today I can add, the first class antagonism which appears in history coincides with the development of the antagonism between man and woman in monogamy and marriage, and the first class oppression with that of the female sex by the male. Monogamy was a great historical advance, but at the same time it inaugurated, along with slavery and private wealth, that epoch, lasting until today, in which every advance is likewise a relative regression, in which the well-being and development of the one group are attained by the misery and repression of the other. In Mayer, 739. Though it may seem an incidental point, it goes to the very heart of the argument advanced in the present book that monogamy was a great historical advance is true, in a classical Marxist sense, in the same way that it is true to say that slavery was a great historical advance. The reference is to slavery in the first societies based on class antagonism, not New World slavery, which Marx analyzes under the category of primitive capitalist accumulation. See, example the section in Capital, Volume 1, The Secret of Primitive Accumulation, Mayer, 431-34, and the highly amusing remark in Grundrisse, on the Free Blacks of Jamaica, in Mayer, 250. Commodity and moral logics. In either case of domination, surely the moral sensibilities, such as they are, ought to be stirred. And yet in Marx and Engels it cannot be said that the stirring of the moral sensibilities enters into the equation, and this is for two reasons. First, while moral categories have little or no standing as such in the philosophy of Marx and Engels, which is not to say that they do not employ moral rhetoric, as has been noted, it could be said that such categories especially have no standing in the analysis of social systems. 237. 237. The argument is that such categories are not helpful to the understanding of how such systems actually function. The advance/regression dialectic of societies based on antagonism is indeed a matter for an equation or calculation, not moral sensibilities. It seems to me that there are good, scientific reasons for not rejecting this approach. Ethics does indeed become an empty formalism if the normative and prescriptive has no basis in the descriptive. Perhaps, in order to sidestep the metaphysics of description and truth, at least for the moment, we could speak of the descriptive as best as it can be carried out by those who want to understand the world, but with the proviso that there is a fundamental relationship between understanding the world and changing the world. Second, however, there is inescapable normative content to the term advance. That patriarchal institutions, such as the first forms of monogamy, and slavery could be considered under this heading, of an advance, raises the question, an advance toward what? I argued in Part 1 that this rubric opens up problems of theodicy, or, at the least, flirting with a kind of teleology that appears to be quite metaphysical, to use this last term in the pejorative sense that Marx preferred, and a kind of historical division where political progress takes such precedence over moral progress that the latter can somehow go straight to hell, so to speak, even while the former is supposedly taking us closer to heaven. This dichotomy becomes especially severe when history makes what Marx and Engels take to be its greatest advance, into the capitalist epoch. Marx and Engels are almost certainly right that the material ground for this oppression is the linked developments of the division of labor, a social surplus about which decisions for its disposal must be made, the first forms of exchange economy, and therefore commodity production, and the first forms of class society. These are elements of a reconstitution of a social system. For, Marx reminds us, there is never not a social system, in that, at any stage of human development, people enter into definite relations of production, and, From these relations proceed the other three: all social relations generally, legal relations, and ideas predicated upon these relations. That there are material conditions for the crossing of an ideological threshold, however, does not mean that ideas as such, once they are in the mix, as it were, do not play a material role of their own. That anyone could do something that is racist or sexist is enabled by both the material circumstances where some are held in subordinate positions and by the ideologies that formulate this subordination or take it for granted. This is not quite a chicken or egg question, in that it seems right, as Marx and Engels have it, that humans at whatever stage, including in their initial divergence from apes, find themselves in material circumstances and indeed always already, to use a Derridian term, in forms of life that are based around the material production and reproduction of life. 238. 238. While these terms can be interrogated further, and there may be ways in which these terms have a metaphysical dimension, it does not seem as if anything especially metaphysical or reductionistic is needed to take these material circumstances as a starting place. In some sense, the difficulty comes when essentialistic constructions, such as nature, are placed on such, seemingly basic, seemingly innocent, descriptions. What has to be avoided at all costs is anything that smells of the "it worked" as it is deployed in an argument such as the one I quoted from Benford's novel, The Sunborn. The novel and the quoted passage are not arguments, but there is an embedded argument in the passage: hard labor needs solid food. Putting Engels's Origin together with Marx's Capital, specifically the preface to the first German edition, in Mayer, 294-98, it could be said that the commodity is the cell form of capital, and the subordination of women is the cell form of the commodity. One could argue that, for both Marx and Engels, part of what it means for there to be a given social system is that there is a prefiguration of the system in a cell form, and this cell form can be seen in a threshold that is crossed by humankind. Althusser's term for this, which he develops on the basis of Machiavelli and Lenin, in Machiavelli and Us, is conjuncture. For Engels, and I do not think that Marx would have disagreed with him, there was a conjuncture, in prehistory, where the seeds of patriarchy, private property, commodity production, and even the state, as the enforcer of the foregoing, through ideology, legal arrangements, and, ultimately and when necessary, violence, and eventually capitalism were planted, in a single go. This turning point does not occur everywhere at once or even everywhere period, and indeed part of Engels's investigation is to explore contemporary cultures where the patriarchal commodity turn does not seem to have occurred. These explorations, even despite certain methodological and historical anthropological issues that need to be raised, stand as a testament to Engels's willingness to resist regulative notions of human nature and deterministic schemes, and this latter, especially, is not always Engels's strong suit, as seen most of all in his account of German idealism, Ludwig Feuerbach, and the end of classical German philosophy. However, as Engels notes, this turning point occurs on a certain material ground, which Engels calls natural. Again, the first division of labor is that between man and woman for child breeding. That it is in some sense undecidable whether Engels is pointing to a natural difference, out of which a social distinction was made, or whether the making of the social distinction is at one and the same time the making of the natural difference, does not cancel two basic points that are central to historical materialism. There was a turning point, beyond which at least a part of humanity was on a different course, and there was a material basis for this turning point. This turning point, which I am presently. 239. 239. Calling the patriarchal commodity turn, had world historic consequences, as Engels said. We do not have to overlay this turn with a deterministic, teleological scheme in order to see the connection between the time of this turn and our present-day society. There are other ways to understand the turn where the connection is less clear. For Marx, part of the cell-form perspective is the idea that a line can be drawn from the first appearance of the commodity to the far-flung development of commodity production in industrial capitalism. Commodity production has developed through qualitative leaps since the time of Marx, though different trends in Marxism dispute the meaning and significance of these developments. If the cell-form thesis is right, then two consequences follow. First, we should be able to continue to draw a line from the initial appearances of commodity production to even these most far-flung developments. Second, the overcoming of commodity production must overcome not only its present forms, but also must, at least in some sense, as they say, and I realize this is also a device for waffling, restore our pre-commodified humanity. Another way to put this, to borrow from debates in French Marxism in the 1950s and after, is that the diachronic dimension cannot be dismissed in the name of the synchronic, the historical cannot be dismissed in the name of the structural. This is as far as I will go with this debate here, but again we are on the terrain of Sartre and Althusser and Kant and the new Spinoza. To go with the former terms in each of these formulations, the diachronic and historical is to pursue a redemptive Marxism. One way to understand the latter idea is in terms of Kant's prioritization of ethics over hope. Even with this prioritization, it can be argued that there is no ethics without hope, there is no good without the temporal dimension. However, to return to the main line of argument, which is intended to show what it means for there to be a system, the connection between the first commodity forms and the development of the commodity in modern times is complicated when the seemingly innocent and even innocuous term, market, is brought into the picture. From the moment that there is production for exchange and not only for direct use, at least by some collectivity of human beings, if not by each and every individual per se, this is a subsistence economy we are talking about, there is a market. People have to work out a fair exchange, which comes to be the market value of commodities traded. At a later point in this process, the market becomes the name for the place where there is trade, the village center. Although in producing products for exchange it can be said that the producers are alienated from the fruits of their own labor, it is hard to see how the forms of market exchange that involve something like the village center, and that work primarily through barter, are especially damaging to some fundamental humanists. Indeed, it can be. 240. Argued that such exchange opens up dimensions of human civility. The attempt to recover not only the market in this form, but also these dimensions of civility, informs the efforts of market socialists such as David Schweikart, see for example Against Capitalism. Insomuch as the initial stages of socialism cannot be based on some sort of immediate and absolute abolition of commodity production, and I am mindful here of Adorno's argument about the absolute change that in fact has the effect of even more forcefully inscribing one into the logic of the same, Derrida makes a similar argument in The Ends of Man. I see Schweikart's efforts as very important both for dealing with the complex mathematical and epistemological questions of the global market, raised by critics of socialism such as Friedrich Hayek and Ludwig von Mises, as well as for modeling the political economy of socialism. But I also have two fundamental differences with this work, not that I am doing any kind of justice to Schweikart's arguments here, which in fact are two sides of the same coin. First, market socialism, as a complete program, represents a capitulation to an economistic model, in which economic interests are taken as the final cause of human action. Needless to say, proponents of such a model are not simply Philistines, they hold that this conception of human motivation is the true and right conception, and they have plenty from Marx to build upon in this regard. Second, the other side of the coin, such a model also follows classical Marxism in subordinating the ethical demand to the point where it is effectively obliterated. Economism. Raymond Lotta, in his provocative and valuable afterword to the English translation of what is generally called the Shanghai Textbook on Political Economy, the main title of the translation is Maoist Economics, calls for a socialism that is visionary and viable. It is worth thinking about the dialectical relationship of these two terms. The visionary without the viable is clearly a mere utopianism in the bad sense. It is the ethical demand rendered into empty formalism. But what is the viable without the visionary? Proponents of economistic forms of Marxism would say it is just fine, it is exactly what is needed. My argument is that such a version of classical Marxism cannot begin to address the ethical gap that is opened up by imperialism, a gap that is qualitative as Lenin argued and not merely quantitative, a deep wound in humanity that in some respects can never be fully healed. Our Kantian work, our infinite work that was already well described by Rabbi Akiba in the 2nd century, and the notion of tikkun, to heal, restore, and transform the world, see Fackenheim's tikkun, is to try, and this vision of an endless work, a permanence of the revolution, is 241. 241. Itself necessary for any socialist revolution that will be viable. The Maoist argument here is in fact not only visionary, it is also deeply practical. The revolution that gets stuck in a particular stage, and that makes a principle out of getting stuck, will turn into its opposite. It will see the restoration of capitalism. This was Mao's analysis of the dynamics of the Soviet Union from the 1930s to the early 1960s. This analysis finds a significant parallel in Sartre, Critique of Dialectical Reason, Volume 2, see especially Part 1, ch. 5, Are Social Struggles Intelligible? A historical study of Soviet society, also see Dictatorship for the Proletariat, Sartre's theory of the Stalin period, in My The Radical Project, Sartrine Investigations, 15-33, Bob Avakian extends Mao's analysis, significantly and even qualitatively, in Conquer the World. Unfortunately, Mao's analysis of the dynamics of capitalist restoration was proven accurate in the case of the People's Republic of China, as well. An indispensable part of the ethical vision that must inform a viable socialism is internationalism. A very informative chapter on this question is the trajectory of the Second International after the death of Marx, especially as regards the leadership of Eduard Bernstein and Karl Koski. In Conquer the World, Avakian also provocatively analyzes Engels's role in the transition of the Second International into complete reformism, Eurocentrism, and even simply German nationalism, even if Engels did not go all the way down these roads himself. The most ironic part of this trajectory is Bernstein's turn to Kant precisely as a way of turning away from revolutionary struggle and toward reformism, the result of which was a Eurocentric pacifism that helped clear the way for the most horrendous violence of German nationalism and of imperialism more generally. This may seem more than a little harsh. The point is that pacifism can sometimes underwrite very dangerous illusions. We might also consider the supposed viability, which is intentionally the most narrow and anti-visionary viability, in the section of the anti-war movement in the United States since the Gulf War that embraces the slogan, "Support our troops." Though a simple, mechanical causality ought to be avoided here, there is a sense in which it is precisely the avoidance of an internationalist vision in the embrace of such a slogan that undermines the anti-war movement's viability. Undoubtedly, the dialectic of vision and viability, especially as something that has to guide practice and that has to address real-world contradictions and not just be an academic exercise, is an extraordinarily difficult matter. This can be seen perhaps most of all in the Stalin period, where vision was progressively, or regressively, as it were, subordinated to viability and not to what might have at least been a more visionary sense of the viability of a socialist country as a base for world revolution, but instead to a nationalist view of the viability of the Soviet Union, or even simply Russia. The practical necessities that were confronted by Stalin and the 242 Soviet leadership, however, cannot be reduced as they often are in theories of Stalinism or totalitarianism to no more than a lack of vision or even moral fiber on Stalin's part. There were such shortcomings in the case of Stalin, but there were also real contradictions in the world that had to be dealt with and that conditioned the dialectic of vision and viability and shaped the sort of leadership that rose to the top of the Bolshevik Party. We will return to these issues. My aim in this discussion of markets and economism has been twofold. First, to mark the differences between early forms of the market and historical but pre-capitalist forms of the market, on the one side, and capitalist markets, especially imperialist ones on the other. Second, to mark the process by which the world becomes no more than a set of objects. As a materialist, Marx is perhaps even more aware than Hegel of the way that the owl of Minerva only takes flight at dusk. No one could have observed the early forms of the market, the division of labor, and commodity production and predicted the dazzling global markets of the 1850s, the 1950s, or the period of globalization. Neither can it simply be said that the first elements of the market, the division of labor, commodity production, and, indeed, patriarchy and the first forms of slavery, were predestined to take over the world. It might be argued that, if there was such predestination, then this would indeed be evidence for a more hardwired conception of human nature. Still, there is with Marx's conception of the cell form the notion that the first forms of commodity production let the cat out of the bag and there is little or no chance of putting the cat back into the bag. A dialectic has been set in motion and, in Marx's social theory, this dialectic has to play itself out, ultimately in the resolution of the contradiction of socialized production and privatized accumulation. Markets and division of labor. One important element of Marx's conception that market socialism abandons, as not viable, is the idea of overcoming the division of labor. But it is this division, including the gendered elements of it that come down to the present, that links early markets to global markets. Although this theme could be developed at greater length, something else could be said about this linkage. On the one side, early forms of the market should not be idealized or romanticized. The early form of the market is not simply a sort of communitarian agrarian democracy in the Jeffersonian mold, unless perhaps it is, in the sense that involved both slavery and patriarchal domination. It is not my intention here to dismiss what can be learned from 243. 243. Jefferson's vision, especially as set out in Richard K. Matthews, The Radical Politics of Thomas Jefferson. On the other side, in the contemporary world, the division of labor has become so internationalized and globalized that the economic viability of even the imperialist powers, and even the imperialist hyperpower, the United States, is progressively undermined, in the sense that these countries have become unable to sustain themselves on the basis of their own national territory, much less on the basis of their own ecological bioregions. This same process of economic undermining, significantly, also undermines the very idea of these countries as actual places, and, again quite significantly, therefore also as places where other animals can live, and other forms of life for that matter. By live I do not include the type of existence possible in the massive feedlots that contain tens and even hundreds of thousands of cows or pigs, and that themselves are not only the scenes of terrible cruelty to our fellow, feeling creatures, but that are also a multifaceted ecological blight and challenge to basic sustainability. When I call these cows and pigs our fellow, feeling creatures, I not only intend to invoke the idea that we should empathize with them as fellow sentient beings, of course we should, but also to convey that, if we do not experience fellow feeling for cows and pigs, we are not likely to feel this for other people or our earthly habitat, either. To understand this point requires seeing certain connections to be sure, for example, that being an animal lover requires more than just loving one's cat or dog, or that the giant cattle and hog feedlots are environmentally disastrous. The imperialist market system maintains not only a dependency of the Third World on the first, ultimately in terms of propped-up comprador regimes, but also a dependency of the imperialist powers on Third World countries for energy, food, and basic materials. This means that the Third World will necessarily be dominated by the First World, with military force when things come to this, as long as we live in a world where imperialist social relations prevail. Reification. Clearly, Marx and Engels understand the emergence of commodity production as a threshold in human history. Indeed, this threshold occurs in prehistory and creates the basis for not only history but also for writing, at first as records of ownership and debts, and therefore for the writing of history, which itself might be understood as the real transition from prehistory to history. Derrida's of Grammatology still contains many insights on this point that remain to be developed in a more explicitly political language, in my opinion. We might think further about the ethical import of 244. 244. The idea of the threshold and the related notion of the conjuncture. What is the nature of the line that has been crossed, and what is the meaning of the crossing of the line? There is a sense in which, when objects, phenomena, processes, things are brought under the purview of the market and commodity production, well, this is the process through which things really become things. This is reification. That language, or at least European languages, becomes redundant here, so that we have to speak of a thing being treated as a thing, or as a mere thing, would seem itself a guide to how deeply reification runs in us, how natural it has become, at least in some forms. If we take one essential part of Marxism to be a critique of reification and the culture of commodification, which is developed in more explicitly Marxist language in the work of figures such as George Lukács, Walter Benjamin, Theodor Adorno, Ernst Bloch, and Herbert Marcuse, we ought to acknowledge that our critique is enabled in other ways, or perhaps at a deeper level, by Heidegger's arguments about the thing. As regards the threshold, this will turn out to be a very significant point in what follows. At least as regards ethical questions, once there is reification, which begins at least at the moment when there is production for exchange rather than direct use, but perhaps reification begins before this moment, there is the sense of the threshold as the point when all bets are off. If you will do this, what will you not do? If you will cross this line, which line will you not cross? For Marx, however, the crossing of the threshold into commodity production is not yet the crossing of the threshold into capitalism, and it is this latter crossing, significantly, that opens the way to a culture of commodification and reification. Another way to characterize this latter culture is that it is one in which the idea that everything is merely a thing, with a price, and where money will ultimately determine everything that goes on in society and the world, has come to seem completely natural. What is the threshold whose crossing opens up this new epoch? For Marx, this threshold is the crossing into the commodification of labor power. This is the point when it can truly be said that all bets are off, and that a line has been crossed beyond which there are no longer any limits to the oppressions and horrors that can be visited upon people and the other creatures of the earth, and even the earth itself. The extension of these horrors to space and to the moon, Mars, and further out is only inhibited in capitalism by whatever technological barriers are yet to be crossed. Recall once again the famous lines from the manifesto. The bourgeoisie, wherever it has got the upper hand, has put an end to all feudal, patriarchal, idyllic relations. It has pitilessly torn asunder the motley feudal ties that bound man to his natural superiors, and has left remaining no other nexus between man and man than naked self-interest, than callous cash pay. 245. 245. Meant. It has drowned the most heavenly ecstasies of religious fervor, of chivalrous enthusiasm, of Philistine sentimentalism, in the icy water of egotistical calculation. It has resolved personal worth into exchange value, and in place of the numberless infeasible chartered freedoms, has set up that single, unconscionable freedom: free trade. In one word, for exploitation, veiled by religious and political illusions, it has substituted naked, shameless, direct, brutal exploitation. The bourgeoisie has stripped of its halo every occupation hitherto honored and looked up to with reverent awe. It has converted the physician, the lawyer, the priest, the poet, the man of science, into its paid wage laborers. The bourgeoisie has torn away from the family its sentimental veil, and has reduced the family relation to a mere money relation. In Mayer, 475, 76. The later stages of this process can be understood as imperialism, where the social relations of capital are operative on a global scale and with increasing global integration, in a way that produces qualitative effects, and postmodern capitalism, where the culture of the mere money relation has set in so deeply that people, at least in the first world, understand themselves primarily, and, after a while, only, as consumers. Consciousness and commodification. In such a life world, so fully colonized by the commodity system, to borrow terms from Habermas, it is exceedingly difficult for any higher vision of human freedom or flourishing to gain any traction. Though it may be argued, in line with Marxist crisis theories of times past, that this state of false consciousness lasts only as long as the flow of consumer goods and services is not dramatically impeded, this fully commodified consciousness has an exceedingly powerful effect, to say the least, on what people can imagine in terms of alternatives to the present system, even in the case of a deep crisis. This is Lenin's argument about the pull of spontaneity in what is to be done, itself an extension of Marx's dominant ideology thesis, a qualitative extension, however. In postmodern capitalism, we are up against more than the spontaneous pull back toward, the entrenched ways of acting and thinking. However, postmodern capitalism is a massive, organized failure of the imagination. And yet there remains the connection to the cell form, from the first commodities to this present form of life where commodities define every feature of human life, and where this is both good and necessary for there is no alternative. This last is called the Tina thesis, and there is plenty of historical and cultural exploration to be done regarding the relationship of this thesis to the closure of the first stage of socialism, the revolutions in Russia and 246. China and their eventual defeat by capitalism. Capital is not just wealth or property, it is a social relationship and a social process whereby living labor power is rendered into a thing, quality is rendered into quantity. The pull of this process is very strong, even to the point where it can eat away at the attempt to create a post-capitalist society and bring forth new capitalists. In the case of the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China, when the time was right, these new capitalists seized political power and restored capitalism. Mao analyzed this process on one level, a very crucial level, having to do with the continuance of commodity production and class struggle in socialist society. We will turn to this analysis in due course. There is another level of analysis, however, that goes to the larger question of how the process of reification can have such a powerful pull, a process whereby that which is dynamic and qualitative and living can be rendered inert, a mere thing that corresponds to some number, some quantity of dollars and cents or whatever currency is the measure of the brutal cash nexus. In using the term inert, I am appealing to Sartre's term, practico-inert. Sartre's terms from the critique of dialectical reason are often a bit hard to pin down. Roughly speaking, the practico-inert is the overwhelming thingness of things, which continually exerts its pull on not only individual human persons, but on our social formations and institutions as well. Indeed, a social institution in Sartre's theory is that which has had the life squeezed out of it. While Sartre and other proponents of the permanence of the revolution may be weak on the question of what sort of institutions actually do need to be created and articulated in a post-capitalist society, this is where the critiques of Arendt, Habermas, and the left-Rawlsians gain their purchase. The argument is that institutions have to serve living, developing, and contradictory processes, and not the other way around. One of the themes that brings Sartre and Mao together is the idea that socialism is not a stable social form, it is riven with contradictions. However, there is obviously a great deal more to be said on the problem of the form of sovereignty that applies to the socialist state, and the meaning of the rule of law under socialism. Capitalism is a form of society where reification enters a qualitatively new phase, where there are no limits to what can be made into a mere thing. Indeed, the most dramatic truth of imperialism and postmodern capitalism is that an addition can be made to the list Marx and Engels make in the manifesto of those things and relationships that must submit to callous cash payment, the further and continuing existence of the world itself, or at least our human world. Relations and representations. Capitalists do what they do as representatives of capitalist relations of production and social relations more generally. Marx was right to argue that 247. It is these relations that should be the primary focus of analysis. If anything, the defeat of socialism in Russia and China underscores this point. Even after the old capitalist class has been expropriated, the remainders of capitalist social relations, which must remain for a time in socialist society, because commodity production and the wage system and the inherited division of labor and their ideological correlates cannot be abolished in one fell swoop, or even in a short period of time. In fact, there is a sense in which socialist revolution is what finally opens the door to radical reform, though Mao argued that there are also moments where this reform must give way to further revolution, and the preponderance of these relations globally will call forth new representatives. Mao argued, and it seems clear that history has borne this out, that these relations will especially call forth new representatives at the point where the levers of power are exercised. The existence of such levers is itself a major but unavoidable contradiction of socialist society, which is within institutions of the state, the party, and the military. All of this needs to be analyzed systematically and scientifically apart from ethical categories. And yet, at the same time, it has to be said that the imperialist classes of the world are made up of people who will put the existence of humanity and the earth on the line for the sake of their power and wealth, and this makes them the most morally reprehensible people in all history. Capitalism can regenerate itself even in the absence of particular capitalist classes, because capitalism is fundamentally a process and not first of all the essence of some particular human beings. Capitalism cannot be overthrown, however, without the overthrow of capitalist classes, and my point is that these classes, in moral terms, certainly deserve to be overthrown. Again, there is a basic connection, the same roulette wheel that the capitalists are willing to spin, which might determine whether any given worker might have a job tomorrow, is the same wheel on which the fate of the world may come to depend. Thresholds. Let us again remember to keep in mind the two thresholds under consideration here, the crossing into commodity production and the crossing into capital, the commodification of labor power. Now let us consider the possible extension of the first threshold backwards in time, and the extension of the second threshold forwards in time. In the case of the crossing into commodity production, we now have passed through many phases since the first appearances of a significant money economy and a system of wage labor. Marx wrote in a time when industrial production had become the dominant economic form in Western Europe. This economic form was greatly intertwined with and conditioned the forms of colonialism. Pruk. 248. 248. Ticed in this period, from the late 18th through the 19th century, but Marx did not concentrate very much on the political economy of this, and he certainly did not employ ethical terms as effective or substantial in any systematic way when describing the colonial plunder and exploitation of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, and even parts of Europe itself, such as Ireland, by the great powers of Western Europe. Now, it is also true that the development of industrial capitalism in Western Europe was also the development, at the same time and in the same process, of the proletarian class, and the exploitation of this class was thoroughly ugly and brutal. Let us make no mistake about that. Yet, even here, while Marx does use moralistic language in describing the conditions under which the proletarians of Europe labored, in Capital, Volume 1, there is the famous description of the woman in the weaving industry. It is primarily the contradictions of capital that he is examining, and the mechanisms by which capital will be undone and the expropriators will be expropriated. Let us mention three important aspects of the ethical and political economic dimensions of colonialism before moving forward. First, it is worth noting that arguably the three most contentious great powers of Europe at the time when industrial capital and colonial domination were becoming thoroughly intertwined, namely, England, France, and Germany, are also the lands named by Engels as the sources of Marxism as scientific socialism. In socialism, utopian and scientific, Engels names as the sources of scientific socialism German philosophy, French socialism, and English political economy. To be clear, the philosophy was German idealism, the socialism was French syndicalism and other forms of utopian experimentation, and the political economy was more Scottish than English. That this can be no coincidence is worth further reflection. Second, a greater sense of the cultural dimensions of colonialism and emergent imperialism might be gained by comparing the two great island empires, England and Japan. Of course, both countries have a good deal to do with the colonization of East and Southeast Asia, and the Pacific Islands. Lastly, any work in the political economy of colonialism has to come to terms with one basic fact as regards the rise of industrial capitalism. In the heartlands of industrial capitalism, a situation was created such that newly free laborers, in other words, peasants driven off the land, went into the marketplace seeking work. The workers had to go to the market, in other words. In colonialist ventures, the colonizers went in boats to the places where the people and resources were to be found, the colonizers took the market out into the world. Now, in both cases, the market was formed in such a way as to carry out exchange in unequal terms. However, in the emerging capitalist powers of Europe, these terms were set in a process that had at least some organic structure to it, not ignoring the role played by the brutal disenfranchisement of the peasants. 249. 249. In such episodes as the Highland Clearances, see Richards, The Highland Clearances, but the new relations of production grew and developed within the shell of the old, feudal relations. This was Marx's classic scenario of social transformation driven by contradiction in the mode of production. Again, to say that the transformation in this scenario occurs organically is not to say that it was a pleasant experience for the people who were transformed from peasants into proletarians. On the contrary. In colonialism, the capitalist mode of production arrives first of all through military domination, first of all the new machines of war rather than the new machines of production. Again, Marx tends to assimilate this domination to the category of primitive accumulation, which eventually gives way to advanced accumulation, that is, the ordinary exploitation of labor power in a capitalist economy, because the primitive form is ultimately inefficient. A world of things. In other words, the world of commodity production is topsy-turvy from start to finish, though it is unfortunately not finished, as it were. The first forms of commodity production initiate humanity into a world of things. The emergence of capitalism places the reification of humanity on a purely calculative basis, and from there all human relationships are brought under the brutal cash nexus. The people who actually engage in the creative transformation of nature through their labor are the last in line to be able to make a livelihood from this work, and the explanations for what ought to be taken to be an utterly bizarre state of affairs become second nature even to the working people themselves. Bloody great race of people, the Romans. As that one poor sod in the dungeon in Monty Python's Life of Brian put it. Often the ones toward the end of the line don't make it. Colonialism transplants a new set of social relations seemingly out of nowhere, but this is no worry in the object world. In imperialism, the disaster that had previously come across the water in boats is now dropped from the sky by aircraft, or missiles. Finally, a significant section of the working class in the imperialist countries has only the most tenuous relationship to actual production, and this is to say nothing of the many millions who are part of some nearly indefinable middle class, including philosophy professors. The world that Marx already described in the 1840s as upside down has only become more so in the interval. The cell form of a world that is upside down is the commodity. However, and now to return more directly to the animal question, it would not seem entirely necessary to identify cell forms, thresholds, or conjunctures in order to show how commodity production works in the pre. 250. 250. Cent day as a fully articulated social system, and the same can be said for carnivorism. Carnivorism would already be a system if we lived in a society in which the main way of obtaining meat were through hunting. A person would have to know how to hunt, and also why to hunt. There would have to be a sense of not only who the hunters are, but also how and why to produce new hunters. There would have to be a parallel system with cooking, and this is where the idea of the first division of labor as natural immediately looks odd. But, of course, the present food production system is a million miles away from a food system based on hunting. This present system is at least a large subsystem of the overall system of production, and the system of rendering animals into meat is at least a large subsystem of the overall food production system. However, I would maintain that carnivorism is more than a subsystem, it is a system in its own right, and furthermore, it is the heart of the present system of commodity production. System, S. On the idea that carnivorism is a system in its own right, 2 points are essential. First, to see the systematicity of the carnivorous system, one need only look at the many dimensions of food animal production, from the actual, individual animals, who have little to no individuality in the system, except perhaps as units, though this is how things work in commodity production, everything has to be understood as a quantifiable unit, to the dinner table, and even to the many health problems that are generated by the human consumption of meat, and even to the efforts expended on explaining away these issues. Even here, only some elements of production and consumption, narrowly construed, have been mentioned. Transportation is a large sector of the system of production, and the forms of transportation associated with food animal production and consumption are themselves a large part of the transportation sector. Additionally, much land is devoted to this form of production, and this is not only the land that is required for the animals to stand somewhere, but also the even greater acreage that is required for the production of crops for the sole purpose of feeding these animals. There is a great deal of water required for producing these crops. And so on. Other scholars have provided the numbers that quantify what is involved in industrial food animal production. A useful guide on this issue, with ample sources, is Fox, Deep Vegetarianism, 84-95. Fox cites some very scary figures, for example, on what he calls the hamburgerization of the forests. None of this happens by accident, all of these dimensions are part of an ever more integrated system. 251. 251. Then there is the very large ideological part of the production and consumption process, which itself has many dimensions that are related to one another, but that are also disparate, and where some are quite formal and others are quite informal, while others are somewhere in between. For instance, to repeat a formulation employed in previous parts of this book, television advertisements do not make themselves, everything about them has to be guided in a formal way. And yet, even in the most extravagantly produced advertisement there are currents flowing from the subconscious and unconscious mind. Somewhere in between are, for example, religious inducements to eat meat. We tend to only think of religious prohibitions, the thou shalt nots that dominate the sense of religion that many have, and to focus less on the ways in which religion can be a subtle system of ideological enablement. Of course, such enablement is stated in a formal and authoritarian way. Nothing could be more authoritarian than to invoke the supposed author of existence. When a challenge is posed, God has given humanity dominion over the animals. Ordinarily, without an insistent challenge, the religious inducement to eat meat simply bypasses the notion that there could ever be any question of doing otherwise. In the last 200 years, the different dimensions of the industrial food animal production system became globally integrated and took a qualitative leap. This leap occurred in the context of the overall development of industrial production and capitalism. The outcome is a vast global network and massive subsystem, the essential glue for which remains the human consumption of animals as food. If it is right to speak, as I have done, of the materialist trinity of food, shelter, and clothing, a trinity that is, after all, quite important in the Jesus movement, when I was hungry, did you feed me, and so on, then surely food is the head of this trinity. Certainly there is the temptation to once again refer to a natural distinction, the human stomach needs food, so perhaps the original division is between the eater and the eaten? Such a distinction, as somehow originary, plays nicely into analyses of power that sidestep human evaluative activity as not realistic in either a narrowly political or a larger ontological sense. Such analyses sidestep also the way in which humanity is formed through an initiation into a world of things, and here again one can see the connection with the happy positivism in some of these analyses. It is difficult to understand cruelty as simply the quantity of a bound variable. Cost accounting. On the other hand, it is not difficult to understand vast numbers of hamburgers sold as quantities of a bound variable. The language I am playing with is from Quine, where he defines existence. The famous formula is 252. 252. B is to be the quantity of a bound variable, C on what there is. After all, this is simply a matter of cost accounting in a particular sector of capitalism, but without the cost in animal suffering figuring into the accounts. Some readers may recall one of the many brilliant strips in the Calvin and Hobbes series, where a smiling Calvin asks his mom if hamburgers are made out of people from Hamburg. His mother finds that idea disgusting and tells Calvin that hamburgers are made from cows, at which point Calvin becomes physically repulsed by what he is eating. One can imagine a Seinfeld-esque bit on hamburgers, to parallel the bit on Ovaltine. What's the deal with hamburgers? They aren't made of ham, though perhaps they are meant to be served to German city dwellers. Be a dum-dum. Both economically and ideologically, and in a way where the former connects with the latter in what would seem to be a compelling example of base and superstructure, the insistent beat of the hamburger business might be taken as the organizing center of the contemporary carnivorous system. I am man/eat this meat. In this connection I want to enter the realm of popular culture, not only into the realm of television, but into the most ephemeral district of these realms, that of the television commercial. I want to take up a particular commercial, which some readers may not have seen and which others may have forgotten. I am referring to the I am man/eat this meat commercial for Burger King that was shown widely in the spring of 2006, especially during sporting events. For example, it was shown over and over again during the NBA playoffs. This commercial can stand as something like a masterpiece of what I would call a conjunction of manic carnivorism and manic patriarchy. It is a truly stunning work, achieving a level of reactionary ugliness previously unknown in this medium. The commercial's two most manic elements are, 1, that, in a space of 30 seconds, the commercial manages to depict numerous scenes, and these scenes themselves are complex and variegated. 2, that all of these scenes continually build into a triumphant and virulent mob action. There is so much going on in this commercial that an entire book could be written about it, and I am not saying this facetiously. Allow me to reconstruct some of the elements, as best I remember them. The commercial opens with a scene of individual rebellion. A strapping young buck of a man, white, perhaps late 20s in age, a 5 o'clock shadow, dressed in jeans and a colored t-shirt like a worker, is seated at an outdoor cafe, with a fashionable female companion, a plate of artfully arranged haute cuisine in front of him. The young man rejects this food, as 253. 253. I recall, the plate contained a single shrimp and some sprigs of different vegetables, and seemingly the outdoor cafe and his companion as well. He forthrightly stands up from the table and begins to sing what turns out to be a parody of Helen Reddy's feminist anthem from the early 1970s, I Am Woman. The emphasis on the male subjects of the commercial being working class continues throughout. Furthermore, in setting the initial scene as a rejection of haute cuisine, the commercial does at least three things, and this is a great example of how brilliant this commercial is in compressing so much ideology into such a small space. First, the commercial plays on standard prejudices about the French, prejudices that have been played up, expanded, and reinforced in the time since the United States has launched its post-September 2001 invasions of Afghanistan and Iraq. One of the ringleaders of this effort, the horrible Bill O'Reilly of the Fox News Channel, has called the French cheese-eating surrender monkeys, as if to again assert the manliness of eating meat. Meat eating then becomes a way of asserting Americanness. Second, there is an identification of this French, haute cuisine cafe fare not only with femininity, but also with being a pansy and a wimp, a shrimpy wimp. Lastly, and perhaps most subtly, there is the reinforcement of a proud stupidity, either as an ignorance of what the French actually eat or as a willful refusal, wrapped in some sense of what it supposedly means to be from the working class, to examine one's beliefs and prejudices. While cheese is not meat, the dairy industry is in many ways the worst part of the food animal production system. Furthermore, while a shrimp is not a cow, commercial fishing has been fantastically ruinous to aquatic habitats, now to the point of basic unsustainability. From this initial act of rebellion against what is labeled, in the song parody, as chick food, a convergence upon a Burger King store develops. Masses of men, of different colors but again coded as working class, enter the Burger King and leave with the product that the company is promoting with this commercial, the Texas Double Whopper. In the space of a few seconds there is a kind of long march to the culminating scene, with numbers growing, voices raised ever louder in the I Am Man anthem, banners unfurled from office building windows with the inspired slogan, "Eat this meat." One of the lines in the song parody is, "I will eat this meat," and guys doing various idiot guy things such as smashing cans against their foreheads. Again, I would call these Three Stooges, like bits, a reinforcement of proud stupidity, and this is not at all unconnected to the specific forms that stupidity takes in an imperialist country, where ignorance, especially of the rest of the world and what it is like to live under conditions of imperialist domination and super-exploitation, is thematized as a good thing. Of course, there is nothing subtle about the demand to eat this meat, but it does work on a number of levels, not all of them. 254. 254. Controllable by the shapers of the discourse that is this commercial. Most likely there is an inescapably homoerotic element to any male mob. Certainly there are elements of not only male bonding, but also even homoerotic male bondage in the gathering mob scene. In the final scenes of the commercial, the mob coalesces into a unilinear march, as in a political demonstration or a military seizure of territory, across a bridge. The crossing of a bridge is a symbolically charged act. In this case it is the crossing of a threshold into a brave new manhood, one that defines itself against the feminine or, one might say, the feminine understood as prissy, emasculating, and French. Halfway across the bridge, the mob appears to be confronted by a threat, one of those ubiquitous, in the white suburbs of the U.S., at any rate, forest green minivans, heading straight for them. This van is the symbol of the soccer mom. There is yet another play on gender and class going on here, as the soccer mom is a figure of the suburban middle class. At the last second, however, the van skids and turns sidelong to the mob. Lo and behold, another working class, coded, male emerges, liberated from his feminine role. He tosses away the keys to the vehicle, and joins the rest of the mob in lifting the van and pushing it over the side of the bridge. The van crashes into the back of an enormous dump truck. This truck, in turn, is being pulled by a biker dude type, who pulls the truck with a chain that is harnessed to his back. The carrot that is leading him on is the Texas Double Whopper, held in a shovel by a scantily clad blonde woman. Naturally you have to see and hear this to get the full force of it. But why discuss at all what will undoubtedly seem a relic of the distant past within a few months, given the politics and culture of speed and the jump cut aesthetic that the commercial itself employs to dazzling effect? Because the I Am Man / Eat This Meat commercial captures so perfectly so many elements of carnivorism in itself, and the interconnections between carnivorism and the other systems that are operative in contemporary society. One connection between the carnivorous system and the threshold of carnivorism that humanity crossed thousands of years ago is the way that a supposedly essential relation has to be stressed and reinforced: you are man, you will eat this meat. Carnivorism goes far beyond fast food hamburgers, and yet these hamburgers are, economically speaking, the vital core of carnivorism today. Indeed, in our McWorld, these hamburgers are the vital core of commodity production and cultural commodification. Pervasiveness. If we take two major players in the present world economy, McDonald's and Walmart, as emblematic of the way things work in the world today. 255. 255. We might draw a line between the present functioning of systems and the cell form of which Marx wrote. On the one hand, it is not hard to pick on companies such as these since we increasingly live in a world that is completely shaped by them. On the other hand, attacking such companies, as gratifying as it may be, misses the point in at least one important respect. These companies are just doing what enterprises in capitalism do. It should be noted, however, that there are qualitative transformations occurring in the very nature of the market that are associated with the huge market share in retail that is enjoyed by Walmart. These transformations have to do with the notion of monopsony, a situation where a firm captures the ability to dictate price to its suppliers, because the suppliers have no real choice other than to deal with that buyer. See Barry C. Lynn, Breaking the Chain, the antitrust case against Walmart. Indeed, the ingeniousness of the Burger King commercial is driven, in the first and last instances, not by carnivorist or patriarchal ideology, but by the need to compete with McDonald's for a share of the fast food hamburger market. We need a fully developed Ice Age Marxism, in other words, one that takes the carnivorist turn as a conjuncture in the Althusserian sense, to demonstrate at greater depth the connection between the human fall into carnivorism and its ramifications for the ethical community of the future. My aim here has been to go far enough that we might draw some conclusions as regards the possibility of an ethical Marxism. I want to conclude this section, therefore, with the following set of observations. First observation. If Marxism is ready, in a new synthesis, to accept that ethical questions are real questions, then the animal question provides a paradigm case of an ethical question that is not easily assimilated to a purely utilitarian or interest-driven framework, at least not such a framework that is anthropocentric. Second observation. For the individual, at least, part of what it means to recognize an ethical question as real is to examine one's own life and practices. I have noted with interest a certain difference in the attitudes of my non-vegetarian friends toward my vegetarianism. Some of my friends, for the most part my friends who are intellectuals, do not joke with me about trying meat, or ask questions such as "don't you think you would like it," because they know that I hold a position on this question that has, at least in my view, an ethical basis. Whereas my friends who are not intellectuals tend to side. 256. 256. Step confronting the ethical question, so that, if they start to talk about how great some meat was that they had at a recent meal, or if they start to suggest that we eat at a restaurant where there are few non-meat options, and then they remember that I am a vegetarian, they will say something along the lines of, "Oh, I forgot, you don't like meat." In some sense they transfer the ethical to the aesthetic. On another plane, it is worth noting that there are certain bastions of environmental study philosophy departments specializing in environmental ethics or institutes where ecology or sustainable agriculture is studied, where most of the people involved are not vegetarians and the treatment of animals is not a very big question. When I have engaged these folks on this question, in a generally non-confrontational way, the tendency on their part has been to say that more systematic work needs to be done to prove the case, that eating animals is wrong. Now, while I do not take the foregoing analysis as having absolutely, decisively proven that carnivorism is a system, I have gone far enough. The proof is that, if I had done the same amount and type of analysis to show that New World slavery was a system, no one would dispute it. But that is because no one reading these words is contemplating a reintroduction of the slave system. No one reading these words, I think it is safe to say, owns a slave and is in some sort of quandary about whether or not to free the slave. In other words, the argument regarding carnivorism as a system, where I have tried to show the avenues that need to be pursued further, interpenetrates the argument regarding vegetarianism and the limits of reason because, frankly, some people would rather keep talking endlessly about such issues as whether the category of rights applies to animals, and so on, than stop eating meat. Reason and philosophy just become obfuscations for an ethical question that one does not want to confront, because confronting the question would mean a change in the way one lives one's life, and that can be hard. However, having followed a vegetarian diet for over 20 years now, I do not think it is as hard as some people imagine it would be. It seems more the case that thinking of giving up meat as being monumentally hard is one of the mental barriers that some people erect, and of course there is a system out there working overtime to help them erect those barriers. Furthermore, regardless of the arguments that concern the eating of animals in the centuries and millennia leading up to the emergence of the industrial food animal production system, arguments put forward by figures from Pythagoras to Porphyry and beyond, I do not know how anyone could look at the contemporary global system of animal food production, from the gigantic feedlots to the slaughterhouses to the global distribution networks to the advertising, and not see that it is a very messed up system. But in fact I do know how this works. Just take one ELE. 257. 257. Meant in this system, the gigantic feedlots for cows and pigs that have proliferated in the last few decades, where there may be as many as 200,000 cows or pigs crammed in together, shoulder to shoulder, standing knee-deep in their own excrement, and in some cases fed ground-up carcasses of other cows and pigs. How can anyone look upon such a scene and remain insensitive to the immense suffering involved? I can think of two ways in which this insensitivity is held in place. First, I am reminded again of the scene in Claude Lanzmann's film, Show, mentioned in Part 2, where the retired train engineer reminisces happily about driving trainloads of Jews to Auschwitz. Others worked happily and contentedly in that apparatus of genocide as well. What happens in human psychology that allows people to view suffering this way, as something that is not a problem for them? A large and difficult question, but whatever is happening in human psychology in these cases, no one is going to say that it is something good. Second, the insensitivity is held in place if the alternative is confronting some central life practice and changing it. Again, there is an interesting psychological question, perhaps one that can be traced to the ethos of a postmodern capitalist society, where there is a kind of pervasive alienation from alienation itself. Some of the advertisements for meat such as the ones I mentioned might provide useful material for studying this phenomenon. Perhaps I will have to eat my words in the case of asserting that no one is going to say that it is something good that people can become so deeply insensitive to suffering. The U.S. military, especially the Army and the Marines, in the decades since the Second World War, has gone to enormous lengths to overcome what has been, historically, a strong aversion to killing people in wars. As Jeff Tietz writes, a study of American soldiers in World War II showed that 75% failed to shoot back when fired upon. The U.S. Army launched a program to free the rifleman's mind with respect to the nature of targets. The basic strategy was to draw a distinct difference between us and them, using the tools of racism and national chauvinism to define them, and the responsibility to deliver one's comrades from danger and to protect your buddy, on the us side. The value of applied psychology soon became apparent. The firing rate during the Korean War rose to nearly 60%. In Vietnam it was 90%, and in the first Gulf War it reached 98%. In Iraq, the number of soldiers who fail to fire is thought to be statistically insignificant. Quotations from Tietz, The Killing Factory, 54-55. Tietz goes on to explain in detail what it takes to turn a human being into a killing machine for the U.S. Armed Forces, a system called total control, a carefully crafted hell that hardwires kids for combat. 54. It could be argued that an even greater system of total control is in place to ensure that the minds of young people are freed from moral considerations when it comes to the nature of what is on the plate at the 258. 258. Dinner table. The animal question is not only a model for the reality of ethical questions, it is also a model for the avoidance of the reality of ethical questions. Third observation. Why not understand a system such as total control as an extreme outcome of the system of reification, a system that begins with the thingification and commodification of animals? In lands that are colonized and otherwise dominated by imperialist powers, the local populations are treated as if they are not of the same species as the personnel of the dominating powers, but instead are animals. Furthermore, the imperialist domination of countries and the mechanisms that put meat on the table also have in common elements of psychological and physical distance out of sight, out of mind. Still further, these distances shape what kinds of things appear to thought and therefore become worthy of philosophical treatment and what kinds of things do not. These considerations also bear on the ways in which ethical questions are avoided. However, We might ask whether these strategies of avoidance are the strategies whereby Marxism has tended to avoid both the animal question and ethical questions, as real, in general. With Marxism, is it not instead the other way around, that the animal question does not appear as a real ethical question, much less as the model for such questions, because ethical questions themselves do not appear as real in Marxism, but only as epiphenomenal? The ethical critique of reification, expressed well enough by the second formulation of the categorical imperative, to treat persons as ends, and never as means only, even if taken in a purely human, speciesist way, is still open to some sympathy for our non-human fellow creatures. Kant expressed this straightforwardly and powerfully: if man is not to stifle his human feelings, he must practice kindness toward animals, for he who is cruel to animals becomes hard also in his dealings with man. We can judge the heart of a man by his treatment of animals. Lectures on Ethics, 212-13. There remain problems even with this formulation, certainly, and what Kant says here is part and parcel of his view that we have only indirect duties toward animals. However, even indirect duties are at least real moral obligations. A Marxism that takes ethical questions in general to be, at most, epiphenomenal, can only see reification as a mechanism. When this mechanism is applied to animals and to the rest of nature, well, that is just what humans do, naturally. In Marx's scenario, this mechanism leads, after millennia of doing its ugly work, to the happy result of a good society. But we can no longer believe in this inevitability, and we have to begin to take stock of this positivistic strategy of avoidance of ethical. 259. 259. Questions. Such a strategy participates in a more general strategy of objectification that has set up a tremendous amount of bad karma for humankind, case in point, ruined land and water. The question is whether Marxism can be made to jump tracks and get with the program of redemption rather than the program of subordinating ethical questions into non-existence, even while hanging on to some of the important analytical tools of revolutionary Marxism. Fourth observation. The concerns I raise in this section of the book could be linked to the concerns of the book as a whole by noting that one could find one's way toward Marxism through a concern for animals, even if this path is not that well traveled. Now apparently it is hard for Marxists to see how or why to go the other way, though I am trying to show the way. If one wants to explore how it could become a normal thing to eat animals, one would look at the conditions under which human carnivorism first occurred, and the myth structure that explained this transition/transgression. At some point in this transition, there must have been a moment when a fundamental distinction between animals and humans began to be made, as regards cruelty and some sort of basic standing in the world, and here we can see the roots of reification, at least regarding sentient creatures with central nervous systems. No complex understanding of anatomy would be required to see that many animals, especially the ones that humans eat, can feel pain and experience cruelty, that they will avoid pain and death, that they are trying to continue with life. We can see the beginnings of commodity production. Far more obvious is the fact that the modern food animal production system is a vast system of commodity production. But again, the harder path is to travel the other way, and this again is a demonstration of Marxism's tendency not to understand ethical questions as real. Fifth observation. My fifth observation concerns how the good conscience problem, if it is a problem in vegetarianism and other forms of effective concern for animal welfare, might be compared to the problem of so-called humorless feminism. On the one side, it is not hard to imagine why many people, if they are concerned for the situation and welfare of women in this world, would find it hard to smile. Indeed, even in the realm of humor itself, there is so much misogyny that it kind of boggles the mind, how deep this stuff runs. In recent years, too, since the heyday of the women's movement of 260, the 1960s and after, it is enormously distressing to see how sexism and misogyny have re-entered popular culture, perhaps most concentrated in the casual way that many people will use the word bitch, which seems to me to be the gender equivalent of a racist epithet. The latter have gained a new currency, too, helped along by someone's notion of empowerment that seems more connected to the empowerment of bling and the thug life than anything that has a chance of being liberatory. On the other side, I don't know that we're going to make it in this world without a sense of humor. It could even be that, if we lose this sense, we lose everything. Good conscience seems like the other side of this humorlessness. Is there anything wrong with feeling good about helping our fellow creatures in the ways that we can? Kant tells us that there is something wrong if we are helping these creatures for the sake of feeling good. However, if one really gets involved in trying to help these creatures, especially in a way that goes to the systemic cruelties and destructions that are committed against millions of animals, there is not going to be that much about which to feel good. We have to fight the good fight without feeling smug about it or about ourselves. We have to have a sense of justice without feeling superior about it, and without announcing to others, I have a sense of justice, as if these others do not, even though in fact they may not. Why do we need to do these things? Because we will poison the good fight by making it about the wrong things. This seems to me to be an adequate interpretation of Kant's argument about the difference between the pursuit of the good and the pursuit of happiness. Sixth observation. What is the relationship between human liberation and animal liberation? Would it be possible to achieve one without the other? It is commonly argued that a communist society would be one where gender and race inequality have been overcome, and there can be no socialist, transitional, society that does not have this work of overcoming as an integral element. While Marxism has often been deficient in thematizing these questions as such, let us at least take it as given that there can no communism that maintains gender or race subordination. There is then the additional argument that neither gender nor race equality can make fundamental progress as long as capitalism defines the basic structure of society, as capitalism has intertwined these inequalities with itself and has every interest in deepening these inequalities. This is right, I think, even if it is at the same time laudable and right that people take up the questions of gender and race inequality and oppression in their own right. Indeed, communists need to do this too. 261. 261. Are there parallels to be drawn, however, with the situation of animals? While I would like to think that a liberated human society would not and could not be one where the systemic horrors of the vast food animal production system in the current imperialist world order continue to exist, it is more difficult to make the argument in a systematic, social theoretical way. What, however, is a liberated human society? We can more readily see how it could not be a society where there is domination of people because of race or gender, because people of different colors or genders are human beings. Indeed, they are the greater part of humanity. One aim of this discussion has been to downplay the differences between animals and humans with respect to the question of cruelty, and ways of short-circuiting the forms of eudaimonia that are appropriate to each species, but I am not saying that animals are people too. It is not so much a matter of minding the borders, to borrow a theme from H. Peter Steeves, as it is a matter of thinking that not everyone has to be a people in order to be pretty cool, and that cats ought to be able to be cats, rabbits ought to be able to be rabbits, spiders ought to be able to be spiders, and so on. Regardless of whether or not the term ethical community would exhaustively describe everything that might be theorized under the term communism, at least as understood in a scientific rather than utopian sense by Marx and Engels, surely communist society would be, at least in part, an ethical community. And regardless of whether human obligations to animals are direct or indirect in the sense in which Kant made this distinction, there are ethical obligations toward animals. How could something that would be deserving of the name of ethical community carry forward the food animal production system of the contemporary world, or anything at all like this present system? How could such a future society be a liberated society? There is also the sense in which, for each liberation to be what it is, there has to be a separation, and this does go to Kant's argument about indirect duties to animals. We are left with a paradox. An ethical human community cannot be one that treats animals in the way they are treated in the present society, and thus, for the sake of the possibility of an ethical community of humanity, animals must be liberated from their present state of human subjection. However, in order for the question of this subjection to truly be an ethical question, it would seem that the animal question has to be an ethical question in its own right. Furthermore, it is only in recognizing that there are autonomous, real ethical questions that liberation movements can advance toward ethical community. And yet certainly another connection between imperialism and the animal question is that we should fear for the future of many species if the imperialist system keeps going the way it is going. Some biologists argue that we are already at the beginning of a big die-off. Deep vegetarianism once again provides many. 262. 262. Sources, c. 88-95. Further philosophical work needs to be done on this paradox, or bundle of paradoxes, and yet it would already be a tremendous advance for Marxism, in the case that Marxism ought to be a philosophy of liberation. Otherwise, what good is it, to have these problems on the table, and for there to be a commitment in theory and practice to get somewhere with them? Can human liberation movements go forward without addressing animal liberation, without making animal liberation a part of their program? At least two things can be said that go to systemic concerns, even if these things are also in a sense evasive. They are evasive in that I do not think that it can be decisively argued that Marxism must advocate either vegetarianism or animal liberationism in order to make a contribution to human liberation, nor do I think it can be decisively argued that one has to be a vegetarian in order to be a real revolutionary communist. However, there are at least two arguments that run in the other direction. First, a liberatory Marxism will still be fundamentally interested in the mode of production, but one can no longer be focused, systematically and scientifically on this question without also being concerned with questions of ecology, agriculture, and place. More on this in the next section. Therefore, simply the environmental devastation that is associated with the food animal production system, and the diversion of tremendous agricultural and other resources, especially water, to the maintenance of this system has to be a central concern for anyone who hopes to see any kind of future. Second, I do not know what it would mean for someone to claim to be a revolutionary communist, and to believe that we are hoping and struggling for a future global community of mutual flourishing, and, yes, the mode of production that is appropriate to such a community, but who also takes a callous attitude toward the suffering of animals. Following what Kant said about the way that such an attitude, and participation in practices that reflect this attitude, though of course Kant knew nothing of how grotesque and vast these practices would become, leads to a hardening of a person's heart toward humanity, we are entitled to argue that systemic cruelty toward animals, and, for that matter, personal cruelty toward animals, are part of a general culture of cruelty. I argued earlier in this section that initiation and integration into carnivorism is a kind of schooling in this culture and in the acceptance of this general culture of cruelty as normal. Can a person be a revolutionary communist or otherwise be committed to a better future for humankind, and yet not be a good person? It is common for people to avoid larger political struggles precisely with the declaration, "I just want to try to be a good person." Aristotle already had it right when he said that this is not how being a good person works. A. 263. 263. Human person, living in sensuous reality, and especially in the reality of a social system based in exploitation and reification, cannot help but have contradictions. Indeed, that was one of the problems that Kant thematized. How do we make a good society out of deeply flawed people such as ourselves? Perhaps the most difficult form of the contradiction is that it is very difficult to struggle against the horrible systems that prevail in the world today without hardening one's heart at least to some extent, and humanity finds itself at times in a situation where it must devote more of its energies to struggling against the present than to struggling for the future. This can make a person sick at heart. Once the process of hardening sets in, it is difficult to contain it. The crux of the matter cannot be whether this or that person, who claims to be a part of the movement for human liberation, is a vegetarian, and this tells us something interesting. In a sense, this perspective is humanist and speciesist, because it is right to say, on the other hand, that such a person cannot be a misogynist or racist and be a true fighter for liberation. Again, I would say that we are left with a quandary, if not a paradox. However, it could be said, at the least, that it can no longer be acceptable that someone could be a fighter for human liberation who at the same time has a callous or even simply indifferent perspective on either animals or nature more generally. Perhaps it was at least understandable that for a fairly long period Marxism partook of the thoroughly entrenched Western ideologies of man against nature and conquering nature and various tooth and claw scenarios. However, as applied in practice, in the Soviet Union and China, these ideologies were environmentally ruinous, and they also tended to hold up the availability of meat on the dinner table as an important standard of material progress. Perhaps these policies were no more ruinous as applied in the Soviet Union and China than they were in the industrial revolutions of the Western countries, but surely that is not good enough even while Russia and China came to socialism with basic, indeed very deep, deficiencies in basic production, including in the production of food. Regarding the preoccupation in China with damming rivers, we might make a comparison with the United States. See the excellent book by Donald Worster, Rivers of Empire. In China, at least, there was a more developed perspective on agriculture, during the Mao period, as reflected in the Shanghai textbook on political economy. The factors that necessitated this policy, however, did not lead to a decisive break with the conquering nature mode of development. The planetary ecology as a whole can no longer take this kind of development, or will not be able to take much more of it, and the great irony today is that China may very well become the linchpin of global disaster even while, to use Maoist language, the United States remains the main force of this gathering crisis. 264. 264. Just staying with Marxism as a philosophy that still has a decisive contribution to make to creating a radically better society, albeit in a patched up, reconfigured, and updated form that will not, and should not, be especially congenial to certain orthodoxies of the past. I would say that we can no longer afford Marxisms that are not ecological, and ecology is also concerned with biodiversity, or that partake of, rather than decisively break with, the capitalist, colonialist, and imperialist culture of cruelty, which then includes the animal questions we have already discussed. Perhaps this means that Marxism can get no further than Kant did on the animal question. Ethical obligations to animals are indirect duties. Even so, indirect duties are duties all the same. If it turns out that Marx and Kant have to come to the same point, and in somewhat the same way, on a significant question, this should open up an interesting avenue for a larger comparison. Without letting go of the injunction, which, for the purposes of the present book I am more interested in directing toward Marxism, that indirect obligations are still real obligations, there is something that is critical of both Kant and Marx on this point that needs to be said, and the question is whether this criticism goes to their personal limitations and historical situations or to their frameworks. Kant and Marx, of course, did not see the industrial food production system of the 20th century. Anyone who takes an honest look at this system, especially the part that deals with animals, from the massive feedlots to the slaughterhouse to the forms of packaging, distribution, and sales, to advertising and other ways that the ethical questions involved in the food-animal system are trivialized in various media, will see, or should see, that this is a bad system. It is a system that is doing horrible things to our fellow creatures, and a person can only get around this by some combination of maintaining a willful ignorance and incorporating a certain amount of callousness in his or her worldview. On my long bike rides in the countryside of Kansas, I sometimes take roads that pass by the large cattle lots, including one near the western Kansas town of Ulysses that contains over 180,000 cows. It is the second largest such lot in the world. The smell is unreal. To use a favorite southern expression, it would gag a maggot. It makes me wish that everyone who eats these poor creatures would have to live out there with them. I would like to think that anyone with any moral sensitivity whatsoever would, upon experiencing this scene, be immediately convinced that it is a horrendous thing. I would like to think that, upon realizing this, any morally sensitive person would recognize that our obligations to the creatures who are rendered through the system go beyond indirect duty. But perhaps moral sensitivity is overcome by nasal sensitivity, and one hopes to simply get away as quickly as possible and forget about it, and have a nice steak or hamburger for dinner. This is where, again, it seems that the IGNO 265 rants and callousness to which the great majority is acculturated, and toward which the great majority does not have the wherewithal to resist, has to be a systemic thing which does not, however, cancel the responsibilities that we have toward our fellow creatures. Harking back to my fifth observation, on this matter of personal responsibility, it is not a question of having a good conscience about being a vegetarian. There isn't much to feel good about here. Whether Kant and Marx, in looking at the feedlot, would adjust their perspectives is not something that can be known. Perhaps it does not matter, but it does matter what can be done with their philosophies in light of the industrial food animal production system. The willful ignorance/callousness combination, in the case of the carnivorous system, has many parallels to the same combination that is at work in the imperialist system. These systems are intertwined and they reinforce one another. It may even be that one cannot be opposed and transcended, ultimately, without opposing and transcending the other. Seventh observation. Finally, if carnivorism is a system, are there contradictions in this system? This question can be addressed on three levels. First, we might consider Marx's use of the notion of contradiction in the largest frame that Marx gives us, in terms of the self-form and the future. The connection between the two is that the future must represent a resolution to the difficulty into which humankind fell in the distant past. The difficulty, the fall into alienation, is the emergence of the commodity form and the process of commodification. If this emergence passes through the commodification of women, then the transcendence of patriarchy is an integral part of humankind's transition into another kind of society. If the emergence of commodification is fundamentally bound up with the reification of animals, so deeply that it is difficult even for theorists of reification to grasp that there is a problem, then the transition into another kind of society, one not based on reification, entails the transcendence of this cruel, alienating, and objectifying relationship. This means that the redemptive and tikkun, healing, reparative, elements of social transformation are not sentimental, optional add-ons. Second, there are indeed structural contradictions involved with the industrial food animal production system, and even if the recognition of these returns us to the area of indirect duties, they should still be understood. Most likely the most important among these contradictions are, 1. That this system leads to and is a part of widespread environmental devastation, which undermines the basic sustainability of the global ecosystem. 266. And this occurs on numerous levels, from pollution and global warming to the qualitative disruption of biodiversity. The bee needs the flower, and the flower needs the bee. If one is undermined, so is the other. And 2. Imperialist food production, especially the food animal system, produces bad food that makes people unhealthy and sick. Fast Food Nation by Eric Schlosser, and the film Supersize Me, by Morgan Spurlock, and other popular works have helped to highlight this. Of course, literally billions of people do not need a book or a film to know that there is a lot of bad food out there, and that it is doing bad things to their bodies. I raise this in part because, when I have discussed the animal question in some Marxist circles, especially activist circles, I am often asked about the supposed case where the only thing for the basic masses to eat, with the hope of getting some protein, is meat, because a system of production, and to some extent a system of normativity, that is beyond their control has made things this way. Speaking only of the United States here, the fast food capital, it is indeed the case that it is hard to get affordable, decent, healthy food in many places. This is true in the urban centers, as well as in many less urban areas. There are financial and ideological barriers that people have to overcome, in the midst of daily lives where this question would be very hard to prioritize. And yet the question ought to be prioritized, because the junk that the basic masses are encouraged to eat is destroying them. It is no accident that the popular urban fast food chains make every use of a very low-level cultural populism, as if Mickey D and his buddies are your best and hippest friends. Behind the scenes they are fighting each other for every dollar, and the long-term health of ordinary people with low incomes is not their concern. There are activists, such as the great Richie Havens and hip-hop artist KRS-One, who have addressed this issue specifically. It is an uphill battle, but in one way it is not unlike every other big issue that confronts the world today, namely that, for the basic masses it is always an uphill battle for them to back up from the struggle just to hold body and soul together on a daily basis, and to aim their sights at the major challenges that confront the world, including the future existence of the world and humanity itself. There is an important way in which the uphill battle concerning food is different from many other uphill battles. Food is a day-to-day concern, and the fact that the best the food production system in the richest country in the world can do for millions of people is to provide choices that are literally sickening makes food both a daily and a long-term issue. This contradiction, which is a good term for food, which is supposed to sustain a person, but where it also progressively undermines a person's long-term viability, is not unrelated to the basic contradiction of capitalism, namely, the contradiction between socialized production and private accumulation. Food production is the most essential aspect of any society. 267. 267. As Engels said in his graveside eulogy, Marx's great discovery as a philosopher is that people have to eat. Somehow philosophers had missed this over the millennia up to that point, and, after Marx, most philosophers started missing it again. I often tell students in my courses on Marx that a good deal of Marx's analysis of capitalism can be unfolded simply through pursuing the question of why certain groups of people who do very essential work, such as garbage collectors, do not rule the world. Why is essential work not valued essentially, and why is it not transformed into good work? Why are we not able to care, collectively, about the quality of food and the conditions under which it is produced? The answer, in a word, is capitalism, the way that society is presently organized. On the food question alone, is it not clear that the world is upside down? Third, when Marx talked about the contradictions of the capitalist system, he did not discuss the difference between right and wrong as a contradiction. Perhaps on this point he was right to avoid this language. The language of right and wrong seems like too blunt an instrument to address the unfolding of historical and social processes. The simplest example, given no better airing than in the manifesto itself, is that capitalism is not only not wrong, but also for its time it is radically right. Capitalism only becomes wrong when capitalism itself has created the conditions for its Aufhebung, its overcoming, sublation, transcendence. Capitalism is right in its time and wrong when its time has passed. What it means, in Marx's view, for a social system's time to have passed is that it has developed all of the productive forces for which there is room in it. Marx on the history of his opinions, in Mayer, 5. For Marx, this means that any social system will reach a limit where it can no longer bring about qualitative developments in production. At least in the case of capitalism, it seems he was not exactly right about this. What we might say instead, then, is that it is not only a matter of the point at which another social system becomes necessary, in order to most effectively employ the means of production that have been created in recent years. This discussion has come to center around the role that cybernetic technology plays in production and different labor processes. On this point, see Cutting Edge, Technology, Information, Capitalism, and Social Revolution, ed. Jim Davis, et.al., but instead the point when a better system becomes possible. In either case, of Marx's necessitarian scheme, or some form of what Bob Avakian and I came to call, in our book of conversations, post-inevitablist Marxism, there is an irreducible element of normativity involved. Whether this element is truly a sufficient basis for the creation of a larger ethical discourse, which is able to talk about right and wrong in a substantive way, has been debated for many decades by now. If we are able to derive this larger discourse from a Marxist framework, it has to be understood forthrightly that this philosophical move would occur despite Marx, quite likely even against Marx. But part of 268. 268. My reason for bringing Kant into the conversation is that, if it is only possible to talk about right and wrong and good and evil by speaking in another register, then let us not shrink from speaking in this other register. We will also want to know how this other register fits with the core of Marx's arguments, because we need his language too. If being stuck in a certain register prevents us from seeing that the way animals are treated in this world of carnivorism and industrial food animal production is a hugely significant and very real ethical issue, then we had better address this problem. The cruel, horrible, grotesque way that many of our fellow creatures on this planet are treated is just wrong. To agriculture and the question of place, an appreciation of Wendell Berry and Wes Jackson in the context of Marxism. It became increasingly difficult to locate them in any particular place, they were gone, that was all. To be nowhere or not to be at all isn't very different. Simone de Beauvoir, The Mandarins. One of the things that Marx's philosophy makes clear is that all of humanity lives in a place called Earth. We all live on this planet where, first of all through broad processes that can be called economic, in shorthand, for the moment, and then through other processes that are driven by economics, we live an increasingly interconnected life together, but not together. We humans have a collective life in this place, on this planet, because capitalism, colonialism, and imperialism have organized vast collectivities, but these are not consciously collective collectivities. There are a number of reasons for this, but one reason I would like to propose is that, when capitalism makes the whole earth a place where humanity lives, it creates at the same time a fundamental placelessness. Everywhere on our planet becomes the place, while, increasingly, nowhere is a place. Among the processes by which this occurs are, the movements of peasants off the land, a process that continues today, such that now, for the first time in history, half of the world's population lives in cities, the separation of the working people from the means of production, such that only a relative handful of people can feel some sense of security in their location, their locatedness, to coin an infelicitous term. Marx and Engels spoke to this issue in saying that the 269 workers have no country, and they do not yet have a world, either. They have a world to win. In the United States, where there used to be a substantial class of family farmers, there has been what Wendell Berry calls the unsettling of America. Thanks to the rise of agribusiness, there is the destruction of what has traditionally given at least many parts of the world the character of being a place, namely the flora and fauna, biodiversity, and there are the forms of homogenization typical of imperialist globalization, which gives us the McWorld. My favorite joke about globalization goes as follows: I went into a Starbucks, and I had to use the men's room, and there was a Starbucks in there. This goes nicely with comedian Louis Black's claim that he had found the end of the world, in Houston, Texas, on a street where he had stopped in at a Starbucks. Coming out of it, he realized that there was another Starbucks directly across the street. One big place, where there are fewer and fewer actual places, is no place at all. The dynamic that drives the process of rendering the world placeless can be specified simply enough, even if there is more to be understood about what gives people a sense of place, and also what makes people feel placeless. Indeed, this dynamic goes very directly to this latter case, especially when people are rendered placeless by not having the resources to obtain at least a little bit of shelter. In other words, our old friend, the brutal cash nexus, carries forward a process of rendering places into property, into real estate. One world, many places. But, what is place, or a place, and why does this matter? To back up slightly, it was not Marx who first of all gave us the notion of the earth as a place. Certainly Kant played a fundamental role in establishing this notion, not only in being the first philosopher to systematically address the subject of international relations, but also in the fact that he lectured frequently on geography. Schelling and Hegel gave us philosophies of world history. I can only mention in passing that there is some very perceptive material on Schelling's The Ages of the World in David Farrell Krell, The Tragic Absolute, especially 104-48, and Slavoj Zizek, The Indivisible Remainder, 35-39. Certainly a greater, broadening sense of the world was helped along by those thinkers and investigators in early Western modernity who grappled with the fact that the European Christian 270 tradition is not the only religious tradition. Among these can be counted Leibniz, see Franklin Perkins, Leibniz and China, A Commerce of Light. It might be said, given fundamentalist currents in the United States and elsewhere in the world today, that these thinkers grappled with not only the fact but also the significance, something today's fundamentalists are at pains not to do. A certain parallel might be drawn, one that is indicative of the fundamentalist refusal to exist in the world that is planet Earth. In the matter of religion, we might ask, if Christianity is the only true religion, who and what were these other characters, such as Gautama the Buddha? Was he an agent of Satan? How is it that Buddha came to have thousands and millions of followers, in lands that had not even heard of Jesus of Nazareth, not that Jesus was a Christian either, until quite recently? Similarly, in the matter of science, if fundamentalist Christian creationism, creation science, intelligent design, is right, then what was Darwin all about? What was he doing that was different from any other scientist who is investigating one part or another of our material world using methods of empirical investigation and hypothesis and theory formation? Was Darwin also an agent of Satan, unlike other scientists who discovered or helped to explain things that are not seen as being in conflict with a supposedly biblical worldview? I return to these questions and their relation to ethical questions in the conclusion. What we might say in the case of Marx is that instead of introducing the idea of the earth as humanity's place, he provided a certain cement for the notion, such that it would be very difficult to go back to anything else, perhaps analogous to the way that it would be very difficult if not impossible to go back to an earth-centric notion of the cosmos. We cannot refuse to recognize that we live on planet Earth after Marx, or after the things that he recognized about the way that the capitalist mode of production was creating an increasingly interconnected world. Just to put the idea in epistemological terms, and borrowing an example from Davidson, from on the very idea of a conceptual scheme, it could very well be that the ancient Israelites were right in believing that the world was destroyed by a great flood in an earlier time. It depends on what is meant by the world. The example is relevant. Once Marx provides the cement for the idea that humanity lives in a place called Earth, there is the basis for asking one of the fundamental ethical questions of our time. That is, if the Earth is the place humanity lives, how can people in just one part of the Earth do things that will mess up the whole planet for everyone? Such a question demonstrates the positive side of Marx's contribution, and it would be silly for us to let go of it. If this planet is the home of humanity, and of countless other species, and if, without this planet, humanity will not only not have a home, but will not exist at all, then, certainly, let us not mess up the whole planet. And, if there are forces that are 271 working to mess up the planet altogether, let us do what we can to stop them, and to transform situations so that our planet is sustainable. One would think this much does not even need saying, and yet, in one of those upside-down realities that Marx excelled at analyzing, it is both a bizarre and at the same time normal and everyday fact that there are forces arrayed against the ecological sustainability of the Earth. Indeed, most of us humans participate on a daily basis and on myriad levels in processes that undermine sustainability. This also barely needs saying. However, my aim here is not to go very far with an encounter between Marxism and ecological concerns. This encounter has been pursued in detail and with great insight elsewhere, perhaps most of all in the work of James O'Connor, see Natural Causes, Essays in Ecological Marxism. O'Connor is also the co-founder and editor of Capitalism, Nature, Socialism, a journal of socialist ecology. Instead, my aim in this section is to lay the ground for offering yet another corrective to Marx and most of what calls itself Marxism, and to demonstrate that the question of place is an ethical concern that should be incorporated into Marxism. It is an extraordinary thing to even attempt to imagine what has to underlie, historically, philosophically, scientifically, the attempt to connect all the dots and to understand planet Earth as a place. Though this task is forced upon us more and more, by geopolitics, by financial institutions such as the World Bank and the World Trade Organization, by global warming, and the role that each of these phenomena plays in structuring the lives of every person and the animals and trees and rhizomes and rivers and so on the planet, it is not clear that we radically finite, mortal humans are entirely up to the task. We can certainly screw things up through hubris in this endeavor, and this is where I return to Wendell Berry's example of topsoil, that we are good at using it up, but we do not know how to make any more of it, and the future of humanity depends on topsoil, and his and Wes Jackson's argument for an ignorance-based worldview. Be that as it may, let us not abandon too quickly Marx's contribution on this point. Global consciousness is indeed forced upon us. If being determines consciousness, then global being necessitates global consciousness. Global and local. However, there is not much room in Marx for the be that as it may part, and this is the part where, if one is not able to stand somewhere, then one is not able to stand anywhere. Wendell Berry gave the famous formulation of this point when he said, "If you do not know where you are, you do not know who you are." He also offered a prohibition against giving one's 272. 272. Location as simply planet Earth with a critique of the popular 1970s slogan, "Think globally, act locally." Berry argued that the very idea of thinking globally is a problem. Indeed, the very idea that one could understand what it might mean to think globally and that one would want to do so are problems. Berry argues that the only real thinking is in place and that we only do damage to the Earth in presuming that we might think it. If Berry is onto something here, and I think he is, this does not mean that we should go so far as to accept the idea that there is no need for global thinking and global activism. There are global problems that will require global solutions. Still, according to Berry, at least some of these big problems are actually the result of thinking too big in the first place, and that they are best addressed by a climb down from this kind of thinking. While the solution may be to split the difference with Marx, there is some distance to go in understanding the value of local places, such as they exist anymore, or such as there is the possibility of returning to a sense of such places, before an equitable split may occur. In this proposal to split the difference, we can take a page from Sartre once again, though we will take Sartre's approach in a direction that did not seem a concern for him. In Search for a Method, Sartre proposes that the big, totalizing system, in this case, of Hegel and Marx, requires a reassertion of the existential particular and singular, or else the system will have an overwhelming tendency to not only totalize, but to proclaim itself the transcendental totalizer, in other words, God. A thinking of the planet Earth that is unaware of the Earth that is here, or there, or somewhere, or that subsumes the particularities of this Earth into a big concept and thereby obliterates the particularities, has the character of the sort of cosmic, theological thinking in which finite beings do not count for much. It is undeniable that Marxism has gone down this path more than a few times, in theory and practice, thus Sartre's corrective. Ignoring the likely incoherencies of the idea, because human beings would seem to have projects in a way that other animals, or trees, or rivers or mountains, do not, we might propose a kind of ecological existentialism as a corrective to overly ambitious and often hubristic global thinking. Now, Wendell Berry and Wes Jackson do not tend to talk this way, with the exception that both focus on human finitude and the problem of hubris. What interests them more directly are the problems of the land, agriculture, and community. Together they are credited with inspiring a new agrarianism, with Berry playing the role of the farmer-philosopher, poet, and novelist, and with Jackson, the scientist-philosopher, founding and leading an institute dedicated to the scientific study of sustainable agriculture. 273. 273. Marxism and agriculture. There is not only no real analysis of agriculture in Marx, there is a basic resistance to carrying out such an analysis. This resistance may seem strange in the case of the thinker who discovered that people have to eat, and it is strange, but it is also an artifact of what I call, mimicking an early work by Marx and Engels, the urban ideology. Engels wrote a book on the peasant war in Germany, of 1525, an important and interesting book that prefigures some aspects of peasant struggles in the 20th century, and, in its portrayal of Thomas Muenzer, an inspiration to liberation theology, but about agriculture per se there is nothing. Marx of course dealt with the peasants as a class, though primarily in Europe, where there was a significant peasant class or classes well into the 20th century, but agriculture itself is subsumed under very general schemes such as the human transition from gathering and hunting into forms of cultivation and animal husbandry, and later into the general scheme of the feudal mode of production. There is not anything very specific to say about agriculture, instead there is the infamous comment, from the German ideology, about the idiocy of rural life, in Mayer, 178. Apparently, knowing how to grow the food that feeds humanity is part of this idiocy, or, at least it does not count as real knowledge. Marx did not find the phenomenon of the American yeoman farmer worthy of study, either, neither he nor Engels, in studying utopian or syndicalist movements, concerned themselves much, beyond a stray comment or two, some of them derogatory, such as Marx's only known comment on the Latter-day Saints, referring to something as making about as much sense as Joseph Smith's Golden Bible, with the agrarian communitarian movements of 19th century North America, even though these movements were clearly a reaction to the imposition of money economies and the development of industrial production. But that is the point. For Marx, all you need to know about agriculture is that it represents an outmoded form of production. Even in formulating the dramatic theses, again in the German ideology, that the greatest division of material and mental labor is the separation of town and country, and the abolition of the antagonism between town and country is one of the first conditions of communal life, there is no particular attention paid to the question of where the food is going to come from. Even in the critique of the Gotha program, where Marx goes as far as he ever did in describing a future society, one gets the sense that the paradigm of work is in a factory. A very interesting book that takes Marx's town/country theses as a starting point is The Limits of the City by Murray Bookchin. Marx perpetuated an urban ideology that is so influential that, even today, the question of agriculture has no place in the work of many political philosophers or social theorists. Indeed, it would not even. 274. 274. Occur to them to consider this question, and here there is a parallel with the non-status of the animal question in Marx and in Marxism. Of course, there are direct connections between the animal question and the questions of place and agriculture, one strange connection being that the animal question is often just as much in the realm of the unthought for the latter pair as it is in other areas of social theory. Animals need places too, and indeed it would seem that biodiversity, of plants and animals, is a key part of the definition of place. Great historical irony, then, when the first countrywide socialist revolution took place in Russia in 1917, it occurred in a place where the peasants were in the vast majority, and where industrial production was relatively nascent. To this another irony can be added: the first seizure of power by the proletariat, as Marx understood it, was not in a country, but rather in a city. This is the case of the Paris Commune of 1871. The Commune only lasted a few weeks, and it was essentially starved into submission by a military blockade. And yet no analysis of food or agricultural questions by Marx issues from this experience. Mao, on the basis of a quite different experience in an even more predominantly agricultural society, finally takes up these questions as such, not in a merely and crushingly, pragmatic way as Stalin did, and in the 10 Great Relationships and elsewhere demonstrates how one basis for capitalist restoration in a country where there has been a socialist revolution is an unbalanced and inequitable relationship with the countryside. Mao also stresses the knowledge that is in the countryside, not only as regards agriculture and food, but also in other matters such as medicine. Marx had in fact been in communication, in the last years of his life, with populist revolutionaries in Russia, who were studying Marx and wondering if there was some way to go more directly from communal village to socialism, without the full-blown development of capitalism in between. Here, at least, the agrarian question is raised. The documents from this communication as well as supporting materials are presented in Late Marx and the Russian Road, Marx and the Peripheries of Capitalism, edited by Titoshinin. This is fascinating material that bears much further study, especially on the questions of land, agriculture, and place. The inquiry that Vera Zasulich wrote to Marx is interesting on many levels. Zasulich, 1849–1919, was a member of a kind of anarcho-populist group called the Black Repartition. Jonathan Sanders writes in a biographical sketch of Zasulich, in 1878 she shot the St. Petersburg governor Trepov for flogging a prisoner. In a great political trial she was acquitted, 178. Alexander Ilyich Ulyanov, the elder brother of V.I. Lenin, was a member of a similar group, of what in Russia were called Narodniki, radical populists. In 1887 he was arrested for his part in a plot to assassinate the Tsar. 275. And he was executed the same year. 3 years after shooting the Petersburg governor, Zasulich wrote to Marx. Honored citizen. You are not unaware that your capital enjoys great popularity in Russia. Although the edition has been confiscated, the few remaining copies are read and reread by the mass of more or less educated people in our country. Serious men are studying it. What you probably do not realize is the role which your capital plays in our discussions on the agrarian question in Russia and our rural commune. You know better than anyone how urgent this question is in Russia. You know what Chernyshevsky thought of it? In my view, it is a life and death question above all for our Socialist Party. In one way or another even the personal fate of our revolutionary socialists depends on your answer to the question. For there are only two possibilities. Either the rural commune, freed of exorbitant tax demands, payment to the nobility and arbitrary administration, is capable of developing in a socialist direction, that is, gradually organizing its production and distribution on a collectivist basis. In that case, the revolutionary socialist must devote all his strength to the liberation and development of the commune. If, however, the commune is destined to perish, all that remains for the socialist, as such, is more or less ill-founded calculations as to how many decades it will take for the Russian peasants' land to pass into the hands of the bourgeoisie, and how many centuries it will take for capitalism in Russia to reach something like the level of development already attained in Western Europe. Their task will then be to conduct propaganda solely among the urban workers, while these workers will be continually drowned in the peasant mass which, following the dissolution of the commune, will be thrown onto the streets of the large towns in search of a wage. Nowadays, we often hear it said that the rural commune is an archaic form condemned to perish by history, scientific socialism and, in short, everything above debate. Those who preach such a view call themselves your disciples par excellence, Marxists. This is meant as a conflation of Marxist and market. Their strongest argument is often, Marx said so. But how do you derive that from capital, others object? He does not discuss the agrarian question, and says nothing about Russia. Shinin, 98–99. As Shinin observes, Marx took this inquiry very seriously, writing 4 drafts of a response. The drafts are testimony of puzzlement but also of a growing consciousness of and the first approach to a new major problem. 14. Sense certainty and place empathy. Significantly, the first 3 drafts of a response to Zasulich are a good deal longer and more detailed than the letter that was finally sent, in the same 276 year that Marx received the original inquiry. In these drafts we see Marx grappling with the issue of land more than before, though not with the question of agriculture per se, which is also to say not with the question of food. One could imagine that, in this context, to raise the question of place would seem nonsensical or, at best, merely sentimental. Perhaps this is something of a sentimental question, but that judgment, even if right, should not be the end of it. What Marx does say is quite important, as it goes to the question of historical inevitability. In his actual reply to Zasulich, Marx claims that my so-called theory has been misunderstood by the Marxists. In analyzing the genesis of capitalist production, I said, at the heart of the capitalist system is a complete separation of the producer from the means of production. The expropriation of the agricultural producer is the basis of the whole process. Only in England has it been accomplished in a radical manner. But all the other countries of Western Europe are following the same course. Capital, French edition, 315, italics and ellipses in original. The historical inevitability of this course is therefore expressly restricted to the countries of Western Europe. The reason for this restriction is indicated in ch. XXXII, private property, founded upon personal labor, is supplanted by capitalist private property, which rests on exploitation of the labor of others, on wage labor. Shinin, 124. Now, Marx goes on to say that things could turn out quite differently in Russia, because peasant property in Russia is already collective and communal rather than private. However, we might note that Marx's response does open up a difficulty as regards the question of place. Either Marx gives us the earth as a place, which, however, will develop as Western Europe has. This is the basis on which we might know the earth, that it is not yet like Western Europe, but eventually it will be. This is the Marxist view, it could be said. Or, what Marx really gives us instead of the earth is Western Europe, and he has not really thought very much about dynamics of place and society elsewhere. Does Marx, following Hegel, lose sense certainty from his system, his so-called theory, and does Marx thereby also lose what might be called place empathy? This difficulty is well known. To oversimplify greatly, hence the modifications of Marx by Lenin and Mao. These modifications are not simply add-ons, but require qualitative breaks with certain aspects of the previous so-called theory. The important thing about these modifications is that they were forced by a dual imperative, to consider, on the one hand, specificities of particular parts of the world, and, on the other hand, to grasp better the idea that the new revolutions, the revolutions of the interna. 277. National proletariat, are part of a global process. But, there was an important shift in the time from Marx to Lenin, where qualitative developments in capitalism had bound the world more tightly under a single mode of production. Emphasis on mechanization. Lenin interpreted this development of capitalism into imperialism as meaning that the proposals of Zasulich and others, that Russia might develop a form of socialism based on the peasant village, which would allow Russia to bypass the course of capitalist development typical of Western Europe, were off the table, overtaken by events. It was not until the Bolsheviks formed a socialist government, and then of necessity had to have an agricultural policy, that they finally developed a perspective on agriculture by incorporating the policy of the Social Revolutionary Party, which had developed as a party representing the peasantry, wholesale. Although the Soviet Union was established as the democratic dictatorship of the workers and peasants, a formula to which some took exception in the name of classical Marxism, Trotsky being the most outstanding example, the former embarrassment or what should have been an embarrassment within Marxism, its failure to grapple with agriculture as such rather than to entertain fantasies of eventual food factories carried over into a crude approach to the peasants as a class. Mao, himself of peasant background, characterized this approach as, you want the cow to give milk, but you don't want to feed the cow. there was a marked tendency to focus almost exclusively on the mechanization of agriculture and, under Stalin, to squeeze the peasants on the one hand, and to buy into bogus science, that is, Lysenko, on the other. Anything to keep the idea that the future of society is industrial production, which after all was not something Stalin just dreamed up, and to never have to appreciate the land or take it seriously. This was even the case in the revolutionary slogan that brought workers, peasants, and soldiers together on the eve of the revolution: land, bread, and peace. The land part referred to land to the tiller, the expropriation of the big landlords and the sharing out of the land to the peasants. Bread was for the hungry workers, but then, where does bread come from? The issues of land, agriculture, place, and, for that matter, the city and urbanization, can be taken as analytically distinct, but in practice they are deeply interconnected. The orthodox Marxist perspective on agriculture up through the Stalin period was of a piece with the idea that there are no places that have their own integrity that ought to be attended to before they are radically remade. The projection of this view into our day would 278 hold that the corporate agribusiness setup has it right as regards agriculture, just wrong on the matter of ownership and management. This is all fine from the standpoint of the urban ideology, in which food magically appears in the grocery store, and, as for what it takes to get it there, we don't want to know about it. I do not want to go so far as to say that cities are not places too, but I would be inclined to argue that an analysis of place that does not begin with dirt and the land and the flora and fauna that are natural to an area, and topology, and the sources of water, and the interconnections of all of these elements with the possibilities for sustainable human habitation, which, first of all, is habitation that is not ruinous to these elements, is deeply misguided. We need not go so far as to say that cities are not places, but, on the other hand, no one will dispute that the cities of the McWorld, as further homogenized by the present wave of imperialist globalization, are becoming less like real places every day. This development still proceeds from the city, as it always has from city to city, and from the city to the countryside on the basis of the demands of the city, but now we see a shift from quantity to quality, such that the sense of place is being lost altogether, and agricultural and ecological sustainability are being lost at the same time, and indeed in a way that is fundamentally connected to what might be called the new and perhaps final wave of placelessness. The city in thought. Many theorists, including some whose focus is the fate of the city in this time of globalization, see, for example, Marx, Non-Places, to an anthropology of supermodernity, have thematized these issues, but it is the new agrarians, led by Berry and Jackson, who are demonstrating the connections between place, agriculture, and ecology, and, conversely, the connections between placelessness, the city, and extractive economy. It is worth mentioning that some of the harshest arguments I have had in academia have come from raising questions about the city as a social form. Indeed, even to say that there might be something to be learned from the countryside is already viewed as going too far, according to my interlocutors. To say something good about the countryside, or to point out that the countryside is where the food comes from, is already taken as a criticism of the city. Premise number one of the urban ideology is that the city must not be criticized, and it yields what I call the unthinking city. In the mix of what gets lost in this unthinking, along with the problems of where the food is going to come from and what it takes to get it, is the division of labor that makes possible being an urban intellectual. The city is not so exciting with culture and thought if one is 279. An undocumented busboy for most of one's life. What is especially interesting in the dynamics of urban unthought is that the counterattack against the criticism of the city very quickly becomes personal in nature, something about not knowing how to enjoy the city. The logic of this unthinking is something like, eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die. In the meantime, other parts of the planet are dying for the sake of the merriment, and as in the Tony Soprano household, one does not want to inquire too deeply into what is paying for all of this excitement. But the merriment will indeed come to an end, perhaps catastrophically, precisely because we are not addressing the interconnected questions of place and placelessness, sustainable agriculture and industrial/extractive economy, and the city and the countryside. Homecoming. In becoming native to this place, Jackson writes of the need for a new generation of, what he calls, homecomers. This does not necessarily mean people going back to where they came from, even if such a place exists anymore, and for many people, it does not, but instead those who will become native in doing the work necessary to fulfill the need for each community to be coherent. 100. The roots of this coherence, in Jackson's view, are in sustainable agriculture. The focus on each community means eschewing grand solutions, which are inherently anti-native because they are unable to vary across the varied mosaic of our ecosystems. 100. This work will require science, and historical learning and culture, and even a new role for what Jackson, in a passage I find especially provocative, calls accounting. An extractive economic system to a large degree is a derivative of our perceptions and values. But it also controls our behavior. We have to loosen its hard grip on us, finger by finger. I am hopeful that a new economic system can emerge from the homecomers' effort as a derivative of right livelihood rather than of purposeful design. It will result from our becoming better ecological accountants at the community level. If we must as a future necessity recycle essentially all materials and run on sunlight, note here that Jackson and Berry often discuss agriculture as the primary form of solar power, then our future will depend on accounting as the most important and interesting discipline. Because accountants are students of boundaries, we are talking about educating a generation of students who will know how to set up the books for their ecological community accounting, to use three-dimensional spreadsheets. But classroom work alone won't do. They will need a lifetime of field experience besides, and the sacrifices they must make, by our modern standards, will be huge. They won't be regarded as heroic, at least not in the short run. 280. 280. Nevertheless, that will be their real work. Despite the daily decency of the women in the Matfield Greens, Jackson is using the name of a particular farming community in southeast Kansas to refer to farming communities in general. Decency could not stand up against the economic imperialism that swiftly and ruthlessly plowed them and their communities under. 99 to 100. Notice a particular point of resonance here with an argument central to the present book. We need a systematic radical social theory that has an ethical heart, but ethics by itself does not have what it takes to be ethical, which should not give us license to eliminate this ethical heart, either. Two further points need to be made as regards the science of boundaries. Both Jackson and Berry speak often of, 1. The imperialism of extractive industrial economy. Just to be clear, an extractive economy is one that takes material out of nature such that it cannot be put back into nature except in a poisonous form. Polluted rivers and oceans, a polluted atmosphere, and landfills are emblematic of such an economy. And, 2. The city's relationship to the countryside. Neither speaks enough of imperialism in Lenin's sense of the term, and this shows both the strength and the weakness of their approach. On the one hand, they resist the grand scheme. It is the grand scheme that is the problem. That is correct, the grand scheme is the problem, but what this means is that the grand scheme has to be addressed. It cannot simply be sidestepped by making a proposal for the small scheme. The grand scheme cannot be wished away, nor will it be absent from the few small schemes that might get set up. The expanded structure of capital will not leave these experiments alone. One way or another it will reabsorb such experiments if they are indeed experiments, in other words if they are indeed in one way or another outside of or resistant to the dictatorship of MCM. This is where Berry and Jackson need to split the difference with Marx, a point to which we will return in a moment. Even so, let us not abandon what is good here. The second point, the other side of the boundary, has precisely to do with the sorts of radical accounting that might be done based on the guidelines we might still find in nature. On the level of the grand scheme, in fact, it might be getting easier to find these guidelines, but only because the extractive economic systems on our planet are crossing lines, tripwires, as it were, and the feedback, or blowback, is quite possibly on the verge of becoming utterly disastrous. This is most evident on the question of global warming, with melting ice caps, glaciers, and icebergs being the most dramatic result at present, but with rising rates of skin cancer for humans, and a qualitative diminishment of biodiversity waiting in the wings, perhaps to make their appearance quite soon. What is increasingly more difficult, precisely because of the effects of the grand scheme of environmental destruction. 281. 281. Is to find what Kirkpatrick Sale and others call the bi-origin. Significantly, Sale titled his book about the bi-original vision, Dwellers in the Land. One way to find a bi-origin is to look for a river and the area around it. This is a key to finding an area where agriculture can be practiced in a way that does not undermine sustainability. To take a negative example, a region that does not have its own source of water is one where a city should not be built, much less a large city, such as Phoenix, Arizona. This is one of Barry's favorite examples of a city with no ecological basis, or, we could say, with an anti-ecological basis. Phoenix and Las Vegas are great examples of the heroic masculinist ideology of diverting mighty rivers, and bending nature to man's will. Again, see Donald Worster, Rivers of Empire, as well as his Nature's Economy. Simple enough, to find a bi-origin, start by looking at rivers, or conversely, if it is clear that the only way to make a place habitable for a human gathering of much size is to divert a river, or build a pipeline to it, then that is not a bi-origin, at least not for humans. Leave it to the fragile ecology of the lizards and cactuses. In the German ideology, Marx did in fact remark upon the industrial pollution of rivers, to the point where all of the fish die, but he seems to be making a point about nature and essence, see Mayer, 168. Clearly, the particularities of the bi-origin do not exist in Marx's grand scheme. We might investigate more thoroughly how much this omission owes to the nature of grand schemes, and how much of it owes to a narrow conception of interest, and perhaps even to a narrow conception of humanism. Surely each plays its role. Conversation with nature. Barry also makes a proposal for a natural setting of guidelines, one that also goes to the question of place. An agriculture using nature, including human nature, as its measure would approach the world in the manner of a conversationalist. It would not impose its vision and its demands upon a world that it conceives as a stockpile of raw material, inert and indifferent to any use that may be made of it. It would not proceed directly or soon to some supposedly ideal state of things. It would proceed directly and soon to serious thought about our condition and our predicament. On all farms, farmers would undertake to know responsibly where they are MFBM and to consult the genius of the place. They would ask what nature would be doing there if no one were farming there. They would ask what nature would permit them to do there, and what they could do there with the least harm to the place and to their natural and human neighbors. And they would ask what nature would help them to do there. And, after each asking, knowing that nature will respond, they would attend carefully to her. 282. 282. Response. The use of the place would necessarily change, and the response of the place to that use would necessarily change the user. The conversation itself would thus assume a kind of creaturely life, binding the place and its inhabitants together MFBM, changing and growing to no end, no final accomplishment, that can be conceived or foreseen. What are people for? 208-9. When Barry uses the term farmer, he of course means a real farmer, not a technological industrial agent of agribusiness. Contained in this notion of a real farmer is already the responsibility of which Barry writes, a responsibility to know where she or he is, which means not only having a sense of place in general, but also engaging with a particular place. This is an appreciation that is not that of the tourist, but rather one that comes from getting one's hands into the dirt. Is there a larger model of responsibility here? After all, the urban ideologist will say, yeah, that's great, you farmers go ahead and do that, whatever. It doesn't have anything to do with me, and I don't want it to have anything to do with me. We will return to the scene in the next section, the contempt that the urban ideologist has for the farmer, in what might seem to be a rather different context, namely that of the Cultural Revolution in China. The urban ideologist in fact does not want to be entirely left out of the scenario. This person does in fact have something to do with the farmer, but purely in an instrumental way. The farmer is the source of food. But the urban ideologist hardly wants to know even that much less think about it. My proposal runs the other way, that what it means to farm responsibly tells us something about responsibility more generally. Why, or how? If we want to talk about responsibility, then we also need to talk about the question toward whom or what we are responding, or toward whom or what we ought to respond. Recall the lines I quoted from Gregory Benford's novel, The Son Born. Julia saw no contradiction between caring for the animals and later slaughtering them, but then, she was a biologist. That wasn't a lot different from being a farmer. In light of the foregoing, let us mark this one crucial difference: it is built into the very idea of the farmer that the farmer cares about the land and the plants and creatures that live on the land. Good farming, at least, is not possible without this element of care, which includes the openness necessary for being a good conversationalist. I am sure, of course, that many, probably most, who are attracted to the biological sciences feel reverence, concern, and love for the diverse life forms of our planet. These feelings, however, are not an essential part of the objectivity of biological study, and, indeed, it can be argued that scientific objectivity requires such feelings to be bracketed. Let us set aside for the moment the epistemological problems involved in such an objectivity. 283. 283. Furthermore, many of the institutional settings in which biology is practiced require a form of bracketing that fundamentally crushes and cancels ethical concern for the fauna and flora of our planet. This is what would be expected from the capitalist context of such institutions. Unfortunately, objectivistic Marxism does no better. So, at least in these contexts, there is not a fundamental contradiction between the practices of the biological sciences, which can find an understanding of life by herding life forms, dissecting them, tearing them apart, killing them, and capitalism or some other, supposedly more advanced, form of objectivism. It could be argued that this is biology, but not good biology. I think it is indeed necessary to make such an argument. However, the contradiction seems to run deeper in the case of farming. If farming pursues such a scientistic, objectivistic course, bracketing or otherwise eschewing ethical concern and conversational openness, it eventually ceases to be farming at all, and we see this in the case of the brutal transition from the traditional farm to agribusiness/industrial food production. When this transition has been completed and all ethical concern for the land and creatures who live within the natural systems of the land is set aside, then a great wrong will have been perpetrated and the nest will become increasingly spoiled, ultimately to the point of unsustainability. Significantly, the upshot of this scenario is that good, ethical, empathetic farming is objectively an integral part of a sustainable future for the human species. There is, therefore, a deep contradiction between this kind of farming, and industrial food production that is guided by what is also an objective criteria, profit, the logic of MCM, but this capitalist objectivity cares nothing for the longer-range prospects of humanity or anything else. Indeed, capitalism makes a Philistine view of these prospects a proud part of its ideology. In the long run, we're all dead. Capitalism goes further, actually, and so do other forms of objectivism. To use Sartrean language again, we might say that, for capitalism, everything and anything is always already dead, already rendered inert. The categorical imperative to farm. We might overlay the foregoing onto another distinction that could be made between the biologist and the farmer, what I would like to call the categorical imperative to farm. Of course, by farm is meant to farm in the way that Berry and Jackson advocate, in a conversational, empathetic, natural systems way. The idea of natural systems agriculture has especially been developed by Jackson. See, for example, a search for the unifying concept for sustainable agriculture. Naturally, we would hope for a world that would go on with biological investigations, good ones. 284. 284. Though, just as we hope for a world that will continue with aesthetic experimentation, humanity does not live on bread alone, and so on. Neither does humanity live, or have culture and science, without bread, and therefore what is interesting is the level of urban-centric contempt that exists on the supposedly cultured side of the supposed culture/agriculture divide. The more significant point is that there is a sense in which there is nothing else that is enough like being a farmer to replace what good farming does, hence, there is a categorical imperative to farm, at least in the sense that humanity has to ensure that good farming is given pride of place within any society. The other side of the coin is that a good deal can be told and foretold about a society that instead breeds ignorance of and even contempt for good farming. Perhaps a categorical imperative of good farming does not mean that everyone has to be a farmer, but it is also significant that, in an urban-centric culture that is contemptuous of agriculture, there are many urban-centric intellectuals for whom there could be no worse fate. Indeed, even the idea of visiting a farm seems horrifying to some. This is not an exaggeration, and it turns out to be a non-trivial point on many counts, among them the Western view and reception of views concerning the Cultural Revolution in China, which had the greatest impact in the countryside. Sometimes farming is referred to as living on the land. In giving us some good models of life on the land, good farming also provides a core perspective on what it might mean to have a sense of place. We might ask what it would mean to bring places under Berry's conversational model. Consider the alternative to the conversational model, as Berry understands it. Industrial agriculture, built according to the single standard of productivity, has dealt with nature, including human nature, in the manner of a monologist or an orator. It has not asked for anything, or waited to hear any response. It has told nature what it wanted, and in various clever ways has taken what it wanted. And since it proposed no limit on its wants, exhaustion has been its inevitable and foreseeable result. This, clearly, is a dictatorial or totalitarian form of behavior, and it is as totalitarian in its use of people as it is in its use of nature. Its connections to the world and to humans and the other creatures become more and more abstract, as its economy, its authority, and its power become more and more centralized. What are people for? 208. Here again there is an opening toward a kind of ecological existentialism, perhaps building on certain affinities between Emerson and William James, on the one side, and Kierkegaard and Sartre on the other. We would also want to engage with Hannah Arendt's theory of totalitarianism, on the one side noting her own arguments about a monological discourse being integral to totalitarianism, while on the other side noting that Arendt was 285. 285. As urban-centric as they come. She was hardly alone in this among intellectuals, but she was also a student of one of the best-known anti-urban-centric intellectuals of the 20th century, Martin Heidegger. Left and right. I only raise this at this juncture because it might be interesting to study the way that Heidegger's left-minded students tended to be the urban centrists. I'm thinking especially of Herbert Marcuse, while at least some of his students who took up the peasant and dwelling themes tend to be more right-wing. A valuable collection that deals with these issues in terms of ecological questions is Heidegger and the Earth, edited by Liddell McWhorter. Until recent decades there was at least the appearance that this is how the categories of the political spectrum fell out, with a supposed alignment between conservatism and the land. But perhaps all of these categories ought to be reconsidered, and it is also the case that the emergence of neoconservatism cancels this alignment, to the extent that it existed at all. Your typical neoconservative is someone such as Dick Cheney, who had better things to do than to go to Vietnam, but who now rides in a truck to shoot small birds and then instead shoots his fellow ruling class buddy in the face. More to the point for present purposes, if only Cheney and the like were simply comic characters instead of sinister power players in a far-ranging attempt to reforge U.S. global hegemony, we might ask how Marxism went from being the party of industrial production, though collectivized, and I mean this as a good thing, to being the party of the general technofix, and this as an unthinking solution to the problem of food. In this same basket we must place the notion of science, a Marxist science of revolution first of all, but also science generally, as somehow being omniscient, which fits well with Berry's formulation: it has not asked for anything, or waited to hear any response. The it in Berry's formulation, industrial agriculture, built according to the single standard of production, has no questions, and therefore it has no need of listening and learning, and thus it becomes very skeptical and suspicious of philosophy, and unfortunately all of this can be said of some long-standing core trends within Marxism. This has to be said in a certain shamefaced way, in that the institutions of philosophical practice are largely attached to the urban-centric perspective. Socrates and Plato are often cited as proponents of such a perspective, conveniently forgetting that the ideal city in the Republic has 5,000 people in it and a minimal division of labor. But I suppose that, if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere. 286. 286. The weight of urbanism. Certainly, however, to these ideological issues has to be added the sheer weight of actual cities and actual institutions and practices of industrial agriculture, and the deep and weighty interconnections of the two, for the former simply could not exist without the latter. Looming in the background is also the very difficult question of the human population, something that Marxism and left-wing politics in general has not wanted to touch, other than to denounce those who do raise the issue as opening the door to eugenics or Malthusian measures. That good farming is necessary to the future of humanity does not in itself mean that everyone has to be a farmer. Likewise, the fact that the human population of planet Earth hovered around 10 million for many centuries does not mean that this should be the population now. But both give us something to think about, and it would be a bad idea to simply dismiss either of these points. I could easily see a good Kantian universalist argument, and a good Marxist argument about overcoming the division of labor, that would say that everyone ought to at least participate in farming and not just take it for granted that other people will take care of one's need for food. Abundance. One definition of communism is shared abundance. The latter half of the definition captures Marx's understanding of what capitalism contributes to the historical process. As with the population question, there is a tendency in Marxism to avoid what in ecology is called the carrying capacity question, or to figure that this can also simply be the object of a technofix. Now, today, it seems one would have to be completely deluded to accept such an idea, but this is where Marxism's tendency to cul-de-sac thinking can underwrite such a delusion, aided and abetted by a failure to appreciate the particular places on Earth, the earth of Earth, and therefore a failure to appreciate the forms of ecological despoilment that are caused by and quite possibly necessary for producing abundance, at least under some definition, for 6 billion and more people. There is much to be said about the alignment of abundance and needs, as abundance is meant as a response, in communism, to the needs of each person. There is also a way in which, however, abundance is a way around ethical questions, in that Marx seems to believe in a Hobbesian world where, if the things that will meet needs are scarce, then people will fight over these things, and some people will be made subordinate to others, some will be made expendable outright. For Marx, the only way to overcome this state of affairs is to have production at a level where there is so much need meet. 287. 287. Ing stuff around, and recognizing, with Marx, that capitalism makes people rich in needs, that there is no need for any fighting. The process that gets humanity to this point is also one where we break free of capitalism's structural insatiability. My aim here is not in any way to detract from this idea as a good thing. But nowhere in all this did Marx think it important to talk about the quality of the ground that people would be standing upon as they sorted out these other things. Suppose we were to take better off working class people in the United States as the standard of abundance. Then either the earth would not have the carrying capacity to provide the standard of abundance for the world's billions, or this standard would only be possible on a techno-fixed, paved planet. If such a thing is sustainable, which is very doubtful, it would not only be a really crummy place, it would not even be a place at all. Go with beauty. Perhaps this is where ethics most of all needs an aesthetic sense. The other side of the Navajo saying, go with beauty, might be something like, do not make the earth ugly. Unfortunately, it is a little too late for this idea, but we might henceforth try to act according to this idea. Heidegger spoke of motorized food production as equaling motorized death. We all know the problematic context in which he said this, but perhaps it is time to move on from this context and look at our motorized world. In using motors to transform the earth and to move about the earth, it is very difficult to gain an appreciation for the places where we are, and in this same movement we are no longer in these places, and soon enough these places do not exist any longer. In at least certain circumstances in at least certain parts of the world, a car is a necessity, because there are certain needs that have to be met in our advanced capitalist societies. These needs can be met in other ways, and some of these needs are thoroughly and almost transparently artificial, but here again there is the weight of the existing system, right down to the existing buildings and roads and everything in what is called the built environment that will not be easily changed. Indeed, capitalism excels in pushing us deeper and deeper into problems, to the point where it just seems that this is the world and there is no other, so a person had better learn to work within these parameters. It is from this perspective that reading Berry, for example, when he says in Home Economics that it would be better to farm with horses rather than tractors, just seems unreal. Berry discusses David Klein, an Amish good farmer of the old school, who mentions in his book, Great Possessions, that, because horses don't have headlights, he and his fellow farmers don't work after the sun goes down. Now what is unreal? Somehow, reality is whipping past. 288. 288. Places at high speeds, on roads that have already gone a great distance in making a place far less a place, and after a while we have no idea what we are missing. Stewardship. Berry offers a certain defense of private property, mainly having to do with the family farm. As a result, Berry is sometimes cited as being on the side of private property. See Private Property and the Commonwealth, in Another Turn of the Crank, 46, 63. However, his notion of property is completely intertwined with the stewardship model, which has nothing in common with ownership relations in modern capitalist, imperialist societies. Instead, Berry's model shows the intertwining of the notions of good farming, care for the earth, and appreciation of place, as we see in the following passage. The idea of the family farm is conformable in every way to the idea of good farming, that is, farming that does not destroy either farmland or farm people. The two ideas may, in fact, be inseparable. If family farming and good farming are as nearly synonymous as I suspect they are, that is because of a law that is well understood, still, by most farmers, but that has been ignored in the colleges, offices, and corporations of agriculture for 35 or 40 years. The law reads something like this: land that is in human use must be lovingly used, it requires intimate knowledge, attention, and care. The practical meaning of this law, to borrow an insight from Wes Jackson, is that there is a ratio between eyes and acres, between farm size and farm hands. That is correct. We know that this law is unrelenting, that, for example, one of the meanings of our current high rates of soil erosion is that we do not have enough farmers. We have enough farmers to use the land but not enough to use it and protect it at the same time. A defense of the family farm, 163, in Home Economics. Now, certainly there are some issues here that any critic of the current systems of power would want to jump on, and jump on these issues critics have. Agriculture and patriarchy. One of the best known disputes concerned Berry's essay, Why I Am Not Going to Buy a Computer, in What Are People For? 170-77. That essay and the one entitled Feminism, the Body, and the Machine, 178-96, deal with some of the gender issues that surround a defense of the family in the family farm. Significantly, it does not seem that Berry initially intended to enter this territory. Instead, he accidentally backed into it. 289. 289. When he said, "My wife types my work on a Royal Standard typewriter bought new in 1956 and as good now as it was then." 170. One of the respondents to the essay wrote, sarcastically, "Wendell Berry provides writers enslaved by the computer with a handy alternative, wife a low-tech energy-saving device. Drop a pile of handwritten notes on wife and you get back a finished manuscript, edited while it was typed. What computer can do that?" The responses and Berry's reply are printed with the essay, 173-77. Berry's failure to mention his wife's name, Tanya Berry, in this context, much less to have her name listed on the covers of his books of essays as the editor, is, I think, a concentrated expression of the difficulties of the kind of local communitarianism Berry advocates, with its attachment to family, place, and general skepticism toward technology. It could be said that there are competing claims of justice, and that, in responding to some of these claims, Berry appears to have made things worse for other claims. Urban-centric critics of Berry and other new agrarians simply use such apparent contradictions to dismiss any of the claims Berry makes for agriculture or place, and now let us add locality to this list. But these claims do not appear in the urban-centric perspective to begin with. That is why such a perspective, which is necessarily intertwined with a fetish for technology, is a kind of road to nowhere, even when part of an emancipatory agenda, such as Marxism or feminism. Patriarchy is a big thing, it is everywhere in the world, it insinuates itself on many levels of human life, and it has been around for thousands of years. Berry has a skepticism toward big problems, for what seems like a quite legitimate reason. The big problems seem to demand big solutions, and big solutions tend to be monological, one size fits all, not sensitive to particularities, and even totalitarian. I think Berry is right about these tendencies, and yet this cannot be the end of the discussion. Patriarchy is not only a big thing, but also it is a big hurdle that humanity has to get past if we are ever to have a just and decent society. A synthesis is needed, though I say this with some trepidation. The question of place may set a standard for us, for it is certainly a small problem, or a problem of the small, so to speak, which might also be to say a problem of the appropriate unit, as defined with terms such as the I/acres ratio and the bi-origin. But it is also a big problem. Places are disappearing everywhere, the causes of this disappearance are global, and, when this disappearance is absolute, then the earth will no longer be a place, either. Sustainable agriculture as baseline. Synthesis can be a form of splitting the difference, something I recommended we look into in the case of Berry and Marx. Clearly, however, in 290. 290. Order not to make our methodology monological and totalitarian, we need also to respect at least certain differences and have a practical hesitancy about combining two into one, to use a Maoist expression. Synthesis for Marxism might simply mean having a mind big enough to learn from both Berry and Derrida, for instance. Synthesis might mean the creation of a theoretical and practical space where certain important and pressing needs can be appreciated and acted upon, without too quickly rushing to see how they connect at every instance. At the same time, Berry and Jackson give us a kind of baseline to consider, and strangely there is a kind of Marxist, and even Hegelian, logic to this baseline. First, we have to recognize that there is a sense in which ecology trumps everything, at least in the sense that humanity has to exist in places and these places have to have long-range sustainability. Perhaps there is not only one way for this to happen, and certainly all of the interconnections that are involved in sustainability are susceptible to being treated in a merely utilitarian, instrumentalist, or calculative manner. However, there are limits, there are breaking points in local ecologies and in the global ecology, and humanity has come up against many of these in the case of the former, and it is now coming up against at least one, but more likely several, of these limits in the case of the global ecology. Happily, however, and this is the Hegelian part, the inseparable notions of good farming and care for place can also ground or be understood as closely connected to other notions such as good work and therefore to some extent even justice. City dwelling. Interestingly, this scheme has a central place for basic forms of production, especially the production of food, what I have called the most important member of the materialist trinity. It also demonstrates a connection between good farming and good work. As Marxist as this seems, it is also interesting that Marx, with his urban-centrist, industrialist orientation, just does not seem interested in a scheme such as this. Marx may have some good reasons for his orientation, though it is interesting to consider the relationship between the French word bourgeois and the German word bürger. The latter is usually translated into English as city dweller, and it is not an exaggeration to say that Marx had burgerlesque hopes for the proletariat. Perhaps it has to be said again that all of these hopes were not bad, necessarily, and that there are some city values to which Marx gave little or no consideration but that we would certainly want as part of any future society, primarily those values that have recently gone under the headings of diversity and multiculturalism. To further explore the question of the city from a Marxist perspective, see especially the work of Manuel Castells, David Harvey, and Ira Katznelson. For a Feminist Poor. 291. 291. Spective that is critical of communitarianism and that defends the city, see the work of Iris Marion Young. And finally, Barry takes another look at questions of gender and sex in sex, economy, freedom and community. We worry that the countryside will not be a place for human difference, even while the life of the city, especially the metropolis, depends on monocultures and other reductions of difference. The temptation is to call these differences natural, but we do have to delve far into this question to see what is lost in the industrial food production system, in the countryside. In considering the idea of the burger, we are right to see the associations among city and citizen and civic. Murray Bookchin also wrote an interesting book on this question, Urbanization Without Cities, The Rise and Decline of Citizenship. Perhaps we can have better cities and a better countryside, something that integrates the best of both worlds, but this is not something to be blithe about, in part because the baseline for such an integration or combination is something with which urban centrists will always have difficulty until they give up their urban centrism, namely sustainable farming. In other words, how much industry and urbanization can we afford, on the assumption that we think of humanity as an ongoing project? The answer is, as much of these things as is commensurate with sustainable agriculture. If we go further than this, and explore the link between good farming and the ideal of good work, which cannot exclude, I think, notions of equitable work that provides everyone who engages in it a decent standard of living, and it can be shown, I think, that good farming sets the sort of standard, because good farming cannot base itself on the single standard of productivity, and especially not upon the productivity of a monetary profit that circulates in an economic system that is unstuck from such problems as humanity being able to feed itself, then perhaps we can afford only less industry and urbanization in the long run. In order to bring these issues to the forefront, a better sense of the interconnections among the questions of place, agriculture, and ecology, and the animal question is needed. This is where I find Barry a little wanting, and where I want to split the difference. In New Roots for Agriculture, Jackson writes, in the earliest writings we find that the prophet and scholar alike have lamented the loss of soils and have warned people of the consequences of their wasteful ways. It seems that we have forever talked about land stewardship and the need for a land ethic, and all the while soil destruction continues, in many places at an accelerated pace. Is it possible that we simply lack enough stretch in our ethical potential to evolve a set of values capable of promoting a sustainable agriculture? 13. The answer to this last question is, unfortunately, yes, but the real problem goes back to the root concerns of the present book. We need an analysis of 292. 292. Social structures and their contradictions, carried out in the general spirit of Marx, in order for the possible context in which ethics might do its work can appear. Natural neighborhoods and big ideas. Both Jackson and Berry often speak to the large, systemic issues, but then, in a recoil against large solutions, and an affirmation of E. F. Schumacher's famous slogan, "Small is beautiful," or the corollary offered by designer/design theorist Victor Papanek, "Nothing big works," tend ultimately to settle on the local level as the only locus of meaningful change, though sometimes they also advocate working on a national level and talk about our country and the United States. This dynamic can be seen in the following passages from Word and Flesh by Berry. In his essay on Kipling, George Orwell wrote, "All left-wing parties in the highly industrialized countries are at bottom a sham, because they make it their business to fight against something which they do not really wish to destroy. They have internationalist aims, and at the same time they struggle to keep up a standard of life with which those aims are incompatible. We all live by robbing Asiatic coolies, and those of us who are enlightened all maintain that those coolies ought to be set free, but our standard of living, and hence our enlightenment, demands that the robbery shall continue." This statement of Orwell's is clearly applicable to our situation now. All we need to do is change a few nouns. The religion and the environmentalism of the highly industrialized countries are at bottom a sham, because they make it their business to fight against something that they do not really wish to destroy. We all live by robbing nature, but our standard of living demands that the robbery shall continue. What are people for? 200 to 201. For a long time, then, the minds that have most influenced our town, Berry is referring to his actual hometown, Port Royal, Kentucky, have not been of the town and so have not tried even to perceive, much less to honor, the good possibilities that are there. They have not wondered on what terms a good and conversing life might be lived there. In this, my community is not unique but is like almost every other neighborhood in our country and in the developed world. The question that must be addressed, therefore, is not how to care for the planet, but how to care for each of the planet's millions of human and natural neighborhoods, each of its millions of small pieces and parcels of land, each one of which is in some precious way different from all the others. Our understandable wish to preserve the planet must somehow be reduced to the scale of our competence, that is, to the wish to preserve all of its humble households and neighborhoods. What are people for? 200. 293. 293. Berry is right, this world will not survive, or at least humanity will not, if we do not begin to care for and restore places, and there is necessarily a one-by-one aspect to this care and restoration. Furthermore, Berry is right to resist the big idea if it is only a way of avoiding the sham that follows upon the standard of living of many in the developed world. Berry asserts, "We must achieve the character and acquire the skills to live much poorer than we do. We must waste less. We must do more for ourselves and each other. It is either that or continue merely to think and talk about changes that we are inviting catastrophe to make." What are people for? 201. It would be the easiest thing in the world, and a kind of bad utopianism of the sort Marx rightly criticized, to avoid dealing with this sham by invoking a universal solution, especially one that presumes that the standard of living enjoyed by relatively well-off people in the first world can be made global. At the same time, we have to address the terms of the question, what standard of living really means in the context of gross inequality and exploitation. But this is where the big ideas are unavoidable, and where one big idea has to be opposed by another one, namely, imperialism has to be opposed by internationalism. This latter cannot be simply a lovely idea about universal love and fellowship, though I think that we need this idea, and such basic ideas as goodwill toward and fellow feeling with people, this is to say, in a Derridian vein, that we need the politics of friendship and not just a Hobbesian politics of identifying the enemy. Internationalism must manifest itself in practice to really be what it is. This means, among other things, that internationalism must manifest itself in anti-imperialism, it must confront imperialism in its global actuality, it must work to overturn imperialism. The stakes in the world today are such that this is an either/or, either internationalism will succeed in overturning imperialism, and set society on a different basis that does not involve people competing against each other to generate power and profits for a relative handful, and to the detriment of the basic sustainability of the global ecosystem, or the imperialist world system will continue down the path of this destruction and destroy the world outright. How does this either slash or stand with Barry, Jackson, or anyone who sees the need to attend to the singularity of places, the millions of small pieces and parcels of land? A typical Marxist answer, which has tended to proceed from the very notions I just set out regarding imperialism and internationalism, is that we cannot at this time afford the luxury of these particulars. In this context, Barry's refusal of the big idea would seem to yield a politics of disengagement. I suppose that we could ask whether Barry has the ecological equivalent of Marcuse's great refusal. There is a 294 structural problem here, one that Marx did not see, and neither did Lenin, Stalin, or Trotsky. It might be said that, of necessity, Mao saw the problem, though in a quite different context. The problem is that, for the sake of the universal, we have to have farms. For the sake of the long-term health of the universal, we have to have good farms. And real farms, especially good farms, cannot be manufactured in a system of industrial mass production. Barry and Jackson are operating on the basis of a structural either/or as well. To invoke William Blake, either the restoration of the green and pleasant land, or the predominance of the dark, satanic mills will completely undermine ecological sustainability, and that will be that. Different tasks and paths. If this much is right, then it would appear that humanity is faced with different, distinct tasks. These tasks may be related, and even have a common basis in confronting the destruction brought by capitalism and imperialism, but they are not related in a simple, one-to-one way. This is the sort of thing that Marxism has such a hard time with, even though the need to work on many semi-distinct levels is undeniable. Historically, this problem of one-to-one reductionism has arisen repeatedly where the role of intellectuals and artists is concerned, but perhaps this is again a reflection of urban centrism, because what I am trying to place on the table is the role of good farmers and the question of particular places, neither of which is served by a cookie-cutter logic. In the name of materialism, Marxism tends to force these distinct levels into a reductive scheme. With Hegel's reductive idealism, since certainty drops out, we cannot be sure about any particular thing, or process or phenomenon, in the world. With Marx, and this is rather bizarre when one thinks about it, the land and places and food, or where it comes from, drop out. Assuming that we still need Marxism to help us understand and change the world, we had better find a type in which this is not the case. Let us consider two examples of splitting the difference that might help us work out the methodology of such a Marxism. First, I made a reference earlier to the funny idea of a Marxism that could be in conversation with both Wendell Berry and Jacques Derrida. What makes this funny is that it is hard to imagine these two having much to say to each other. I thought of this pair because of an essay, an open letter in fact, that was published in a book about Berry as a poet, novelist, and prose stylist. The letter is from Judith Weissman, a professor of English, at Syracuse University at the time of the letter, 1991, while Berry was teaching English at the University of Kentucky. Weissman is troubled by the trends in literary criticism from new criticism to deconstruction. She writes to Berry, "The last 50 years of literary criticism have been an 295 attack on wholeness, a denial that it could possibly matter." Paul Merchant, ed., Wendell Berry, 54. In particular, Weissman is concerned with Paul de Man and Louis Althusser and their followers. Speaking of the Khmer Rouge, Weissman asks, would it be too bold to remind people that Pol Pot got his training under self-styled Marxists like Althusser in France? 55, Whoa. I'm not too sure who these other self-styled Marxists are who are like Althusser, and certainly it would be interesting to know which one of them had Pol Pot as a student. Weissman reveals how little she understands about both politics and theory with her final paragraph. It does not look as if your way supposedly wholeness will ever win, but who knows? Last year who would have believed that we would live to see Alexander Dubček return in triumph? We may never have a moral springtime, but if capitalism ever has a human face, the face will look like yours. Merchant, Wendell Berry, 58. Capitalism is indeed the product of humans, and certainly human faces are placed on it, but it is also important to show how capitalism can never have a truly human face. There are ways in which someone such as Paul de Man, in his analysis of organicism, is demonstrating, through a kind of ideology critique, how an absolutist notion of property unravels in its own terms. The stewardship model is also a critique of an absolutist conception of property, as it is fleshed out in terms of the ideal and practices of good farming. It is also a critique of capitalist notions of productivity. This latter critique is important, because it might be argued on the basis of Locke's theory of property that one is entitled to land as long as one uses it productively, but capitalism seems fine with the idea of using land and people until they are used up, and the only measures of speed and intensity of use are simply what is commensurate with the maximum rate of profit. The larger point is that both are valuable forms of critique and we need both. We need all of the good instruments of critique we can get our hands on, and this is the case even if some are better than others. We must not cease from mortal fight, to wax Blakean one more time. Second, and closer to the interests of Berry and Jackson, there is the problem of understanding what we might be defending if we are not first of all pursuing internationalism. There is perhaps a sense of our country with which one could be in sympathy without supporting patriotism, exactly, especially if the sense has most of all to do with this land that I love. But we have to be careful about this sort of thing. A lot of us have a long way to go toward understanding what this land is all about, in its diversity of terrains and places, and what it would mean to love it and care for it. One has to be skeptical about this notion, especially in the midst of a population as geographically impaired as is that of the United States. On 296. 296. The other hand, this issue is also complicated in a time when the ruling administration has little use for the constitution of the polity, and indeed where the constitution is effectively in abeyance. Perhaps things will have changed within a few years of the publication of this book, but what seems more likely is that what Dick Cheney and John Ashcroft called, soon after September 11, 2001, the new normality, will continue for some time. So, all of this is complicated, but I think the writer J.B. Priestley, 1894–1984, gives us a useful way of understanding the terms on either side of what I am calling splitting the difference, in an essay called Wrongism. We are still backing the wrongism. Almost all our money goes on the middle one, nationalism, the rotten meat between two healthy slices of bread. We need regionalism to give us roots and that very depth of feeling which nationalism unjustly and greedily claims for itself. We need internationalism to save the world and to broaden and heighten our civilization. While regional man enriches the lives that international man is already working to keep secure and healthy, national man, drunk with power, demands our loyalty, money, and applause, and poisons the very air with his dangerous nonsense. Essays of 5 Decades, 257. We might quibble with Priestley's formulation here or there. In particular, from the perspective of good farming, we also need regionalism to save the world. But the most helpful aspect of Priestley's argument is that he gives us a good sense of why we need both regionalism and internationalism, and though we may work on how these two notions interrelate and align with one another, the point is that one cannot be sacrificed to the other. Circumventing the system. From either side, regionalism, which will stand readily enough for the care of actual, singular places, even if we would want to sharpen the notion in terms of the kinds of particularities and localities to which Jackson and Berry are attentive, or internationalism, which, again, can become merely conceptual or sentimental if it is not fleshed out in terms of practical anti-imperialism. Not sacrificing either notion to the other is a vital necessity, not simply a conceptual problem. From the one side, Good farming is up against capitalism, which is to say imperialism. Good farms are disappearing, and at some point good farms will effectively disappear altogether. As Berry documents in The Unsettling of America and elsewhere, each generation sees a significant decline in the number of family farms, and the point when quantity, as in very little, will become quality, no more good farm. 297. 297. Ing, is quite likely not very far off. From the other side, even if it is the case that we will not get back to increasing the amount of good farming, and this has to happen if the question of place is also to be addressed until society has moved beyond capitalism and imperialism, there still has to be farming in the meantime. Indeed, Berry caused a bit of a controversy in 1991 with an essay praising the artistry of tobacco farmers, for it seems that tobacco growing requires an intensity of care and a refinement of skill that cannot yet be replaced by mechanization. 54. When this skill set, to use the contemporary jargon, is lost altogether, and can no longer be passed down to a new generation, Berry argues, we will be at the point of catastrophe. However, we see at the conclusion of this essay the problem of tobacco as we do with so many of Berry's essays, the proposal of the local solution, the small thing that seems to set itself against the big thing that needs to be done. The second half of the problem of tobacco is an imaginary dialogue about farming and local sources of produce. At the close of the dialogue, Berry is suggesting ways of circumventing industrial agriculture, and he describes these means as if they are the basis of a movement that could make substantial change in society. Let us join the dialogue at the end. A local food economy, in short, implies higher prices for farmers and lower costs to consumers. And you think the government doesn't see this, but the people do. Some people see it now. And more are going to see it, for it is going to become easier to see. And those who see it don't have to wait for the government to see it before they do something. But what can they do? They can start buying produce from local farmers. As individuals. As individuals, if necessary. But groups can do it, too, and can do it more effectively. Conservation organizations, consumer groups, churches, local merchants, whoever is concerned. The government's approval is not necessary. In fact, the process has already begun. Scattered across the country, there are farmers who are selling produce directly to urban consumers. There have been consumer cooperatives for this sort of dealing for a good many years. Local merchants sometimes stock local produce. If churches and conservation organizations, the two groups with most reason to be concerned, would get involved, much more could be accomplished. But everything that is done demonstrates a possibility and suggests more that might be done. That is the way it will grow. What are you talking about? Some kind of revolution? Not revolution. I'm talking about economic secession, just quietly forming the means of withdrawal, not only from the tobacco economy but from the entire economy of exploitative land use that is ruining both the countryside and the country communities. The principle of this new economy. 298. 298. Would simply be good use the possibility, often demonstrated, that land and people can be used without being destroyed. And this new economy would understand, first of all, that the ruin of farmers solves no problem and makes many. Sex, economy, freedom and community, 67-68. Now, as nice as all this sounds, surely Berry must have some sense of the limitations of this vision. In fact, I almost have to wonder if his proposal is meant to evoke in the reader a sense of unreality as regards what can be accomplished under the existing social parameters. I had a similar feeling about an earlier essay of Berry's, Property, Patriotism, and National Defense, Home Economics, 98-111. There he makes three proposals concerning national defense. 1. That there be a general term of national defense that everyone has to serve, without exception. 2. That the term be served by people who have reached the age of 30, so that the draftees will be citizens who have already experienced some years of an independent, adult life. 3. that there be no profits to be made from the production of weapons, or from war generally. These would be laudable principles to be followed by a society that would be worth defending, and perhaps that is why, even though these principles could conceivably be enacted within the parameters of the U.S. Constitution, we can be quite sure that such proposals will never be enacted in the imperialist United States. There is not a snowball's chance in hell that such principles would be enacted in the U.S., even if, in some sense, these are proposals for reform. And thus the principles call out the basic injustice of the system. There is an element of this sort of thing in Berry's proposal for cooperative circumvention of the existing food economy, but I think there is also an element of unreality in Berry's own thinking, and the problem is simply that Berry does not want to cross the line where something big has to happen for the sake of some of the small and local things to happen. If anything, Berry's notion is especially unreal in light of recent decades, where even neighborhood cafes and pubs, in cities, at least, have become units in the corporate chain. For a great history of cooperative circumvention, we might go to the religious and other communitarian movements of the first half of the 19th century in North America, which were very much a response to what Joseph Smith called the emergent society of bankers, lawyers, and businessmen. This was the period when, in the U.S. Northeast, it became possible to lose the farm because of factors having nothing to do with hard work and good farming practices, but instead with financial manipulations of the land ownership system. With one significant exception, these communitarian movements were undermined, assimilated, or crushed outright. The exception is the Latter-day Saints, who probably faced more persecution than anyone, but who also dealt with one of the big questions that Berry hopes to simply circumvent. 299. 299. Namely that of the state. In their cooperative farming ventures in Missouri and Illinois, it is hard to imagine that the Mormons were doing much different from what Thomas Jefferson envisioned as an agrarian democracy. Then and still today the basic unit of LDS organization is the ward, but in the case of both states the Saints came up against competitive economies that could not allow the success of their cooperative system. In the case of Missouri, the fact that the Mormons farmed without slave labor, the LDS opposed slavery, was a central issue. Ultimately, the LDS were driven out of Missouri, their leader was assassinated, they were driven out of their highly successful city-state, Nauvoo, Illinois, which I would argue was a kind of Paris Commune on the Mississippi 25 years before the Paris experiment that so excited Marx and Engels, and, unlike the Paris Commune, Nauvoo was set up on a specifically agrarian basis, and the majority of Saints began the rugged exodus to the Great Salt Lake Basin and points west, led by Brigham Young. An alternative economic system, if it comes up against the existing system, perhaps first of all by taking profits out of the existing system, will be dealt with by the existing system. Quiet circumvention, of course, Joseph Smith was not exactly quiet, will never get very far. It will come up against the interests of capitalism, and those interests have a state, they have state power, financial institutions, police, jails, and an army. There are many resources for further exploration of this question as regards LDS history, but I would especially recommend Kenneth S. Wynne, Exiles in a Land of Liberty, Mormons in America, 1830 to 1846, and Robert Bruce Flanders, Nauvoo, Kingdom on the Mississippi. Another way to put it is that, if the quiet circumvention of food cooperatives was a true economic secession, it would not be allowed. Historically there are plenty of examples to draw on where, again, such attempts at secession are destroyed through either assimilation or harsher measures. Marx dealt with this issue thoroughly in his analysis of Pierre-Joseph Proudhon's Labor Federation and Labor Bank, in The Poverty of Philosophy, and it was not that Marx somehow wanted these syndicalist institutions to fail just so that he could make a point. One very significant thing about Brigham Young is that he opposed the entrance of mining interests into Utah, because he advocated an agrarian basis for the economy and opposed an extractive economy. One might ask, quite innocently, why these folks could not have their territory without other people coming in and digging it up. At the time the Mormons went out to the Utah Territory, incidentally, it was technically a part of Mexico. Likewise, why can't some folks have an informal food economy that supports good farmers and provides better food than the general run of bad food out there? They can have this, community-supported agriculture, farmers' markets, and similar arrangements, within a certain margin, and until some way is 300 discovered to make more of a profit from this sector, or until it appears that this margin constitutes some sort of threat to the existing system, and then push will come to shove. Push came to shove in the case of mining rights in Utah, obviously. And, frankly, if push does not come to shove, then this means that the existing system is able to continue to operate just fine with this little boutique foods margin on the side. Agrarianism and the animal question. Significantly, too, both Barry and Jackson have a blind spot on the animal question, and this is very important for two reasons. First, a tremendous amount of the bad farming, industrial farming that is done in the world, including in the United States, is done for the sake of fattening cows, pigs, and chickens. The now standard practices of food animal production are both horribly cruel and environmentally disastrous. Jackson and Barry would not deny this. Second, if you really want an example of where economic secession, even when done quietly and cooperatively and circumventing the state, will come up against the existing food system, try advocating for vegetarianism and animal rights in general. The point, though, is not to berate these attempts to set up alternative food systems, even if they have their limitations. Such alternatives may very well foreshadow the future, as well as play a positive role in showing what we are really up against. A comparison might be made with the women's alternative healthcare movement that came out of the women's liberation movement of the 1960s and 1970s. The comparison, though, might show a parallel of both strengths and limitations. At the same time, certainly there is also a limitation of revolutionary strategy that focuses almost exclusively on the state. In Lenin's version, which I will discuss more in the next section, there is a kind of monological orientation, the notion that, if we do not aim for the jugular, we are really not aiming for anything at all. As I mentioned earlier, the problem that has often been associated with this strategic orientation is that of the role of intellectuals and artists, especially when it is recognized that one component of revolutionary change is the emergence of a lively, oppositional culture and intellectual ferment. The Leninist current, in the past, has tended to instrumentalize this culture. It is useful on the way to revolution, but after the revolution we won't need it anymore. Another manifestation of this orientation is the idea that without state power we are nothing. This was a slogan of the Communist Party of Peru, the Maoist organization often referred to as the Shining Path. Perhaps this idea even has the larger share of truth, but there are two ways in which this idea is misleading. First, the attempts of people to create alternatives that circumvent the existing structures are not. 301. Nothing. In particular, the efforts of Jackson and the other geneticists, biologists, and plant breeders at the Land Institute to study the science of sustainable, natural systems agriculture is not only not nothing, but could also become the key to everything, and this can be said without exaggeration or hyperbole. Second, there has been the tendency in practice, again after the revolution, to flip this slogan over, to go from nothing to omnipotence. With state power we are everything. The Stalin period gives us every reason to be wary of this sort of thing, and it is probably the main reason why there has to be a way of articulating the ethical with Marxism, or else it would probably be better not to have Marxism anymore. We do not need any more Marxist statism that ends up being "here comes the new boss, same as the old boss," or worse. My intent in this section has been to open up many issues that will require further investigation. Here is a series of theses that I think ought to be developed more fully. 1. If the problems of good farming, land, food, and place are to be solved, they will have to be confronted both piecemeal and in the arena of the state. If the state is an imperialist state, driven by the commodity logic of capitalism, and prepared to defend and extend this logic with all of the instruments at its disposal, then these problems cannot ultimately be solved without the overturning of the state. Quiet economic circumvention by itself will just be a way of watching the world go to hell in a handbasket. 2. This does not mean, however, that in the meantime it is not a good thing to create experiments and foreshadowings of an alternative food economy. This is not only a good thing in itself, it is part of the road to the future. 3. In this future, however, cooperatives will have to exist in a kind of grid, at least until the ethos of competitive self-destruction is transcended. This grid is something like the revolutionary state. Even so, care for the land and for actual places means that everything that can be done locally, or in a local way, ought to be done locally. Everything that cannot be done locally but that still needs to be done ought to be continually under scrutiny. For instance, if there are forms of production that cannot be carried out in a given locale, then there should be a broadly participatory way of talking about whether these forms should be carried out at all. Alternatively, if there are certain locales that are, on the whole, dependent upon non-local production, which cannot be made dependent upon sustainable local production, then a transition away from that locale must be made. 4. People cannot go without air or water or food. In some sense, people can live without land, but this is deceptive. When there is no more productive land, there will be no more people. But this question does not. 302. 302. Seem to be what Marx and Engels were addressing in saying that the workers of the world have no country. And yet it is a fact that most of the people in the world do not live on and with the land, in a caring relationship. This has made capitalism, as it has developed through successive stages, both deeply alienating and unsustainable economically and ecologically. In commodity production, in Marx's scheme, people become unstuck from the creative processes that allow them to sustain themselves and make something of themselves. Marx's thesis that all history is the history of class struggle needs to be brought more fully into contact with his parallel, alternative, thesis that history can be understood as the transition from the countryside to the city. Perhaps there can be different kinds of cities, a better kind of city that is not in conflict with good farming. Our present cities require bad farming, which is really not farming at all. Our present cities require that there be fewer and fewer places in the world. This sort of city is emblematic of a humanity that is unstuck from the world. This does not mean that everything about the great cities of the world today is bad, that isn't the point. Someday, perhaps in the not too distant future, there will be so few places that the workers of the world will have neither a country nor a world to win. We need to think about the struggle of the dispossessed as crucially involved with becoming both native to places, in their tremendous plurality and singularity, and native to this whole earth. 3. Maoism and beyond, the next synthesis. There are not only difficulties but also great dangers. The people who so viciously rule the world oppress and exploit people in the most ruthless and murderous way. These are not just words that get thrown around, those are words that hardly capture the reality of the suffering that people are put through totally unnecessarily under the domination of this system and the way it twists and distorts the relations among people and turns people either into instruments to be used for the amassing of wealth on the part of a relative handful, or else just to be thrown onto the scrap heap like so much useless material. And there is the crushing of human potential and spirit that goes along with that. None of that has lessened. The need to do away with all that and, from a strategic point, the basis that exists to do away with all that hasn't been eliminated, or even lessened, despite these setbacks and even real defeats. When I reflect on all this, I think of a conversation I had with a friend when I was a teenager. He was a little older than me, and he was going to medical school. One day I asked him what he wanted to 303 do when he got out of medical school, what kind of medicine he was going to practice. He answered that he wasn't going to practice a particular kind of medicine, he was going to go into cancer research because he wanted to help find a cure for cancer. He believed that was not only very important but was also possible, and he wanted to make whatever contribution he could to that. It has been many decades since that time, and while some advances have been made in treating cancer, it's still a scourge. It hasn't yet been eliminated. A cure, to put it that way, hasn't been found. But that person has been working in this field all these years, and I would never say that his efforts have been wasted just because cancer is still here. The need to eliminate cancer, or find a cure for it, if you will, is as great as ever. And, if you take a scientific approach to disease, you know that it is within the realm of possibility to find the means to eliminate this scourge on humanity and that it is worth persevering in that effort. The same applies to the question of uprooting, overturning, and abolishing these horrendous relations of exploitation, oppression, and plunder on which this system is based and on which it thrives. Bob Avakian, From Ike to Mao and Beyond. If, on the most important questions of human survival, humanity can only move ahead through revolution, then we need revolution. And, if this is the case, then we also need revolutionaries. It is in this light that I want to conclude this part of the book by discussing Maoism and the Maoists, the Marxist revolutionary current of recent decades. A provocative opera. Some readers may be familiar with John Adams's opera, Nixon in China, a fine and important work, with brilliant music that demonstrates that minimalism has tremendous capacity for subtlety and sophistication, and a libretto filled with fascinating historical allusions and ironies. For instance, the librettist, Alice Goodman, has the Nixon character singing lines that are famously associated with Mao, such as "Seize the day, seize the hour." While in the final stages of completing the present book, I had the enormous pleasure of witnessing an astounding performance of Nixon in China by the Chicago Opera Theater. In his pre-performance lecture, the conductor, Maestro Alexander Platt, described a number of scenes from the opera. Act 2, Scene 2 of Nixon in China actually features in a kind of inset scene a scene from another opera, namely Red Detachment of Women. This is a work that was developed during the cultural 304 Revolution, in the mode of developing in a revolutionary way the traditional form known as Peking opera, hence, revolutionary Peking opera. A series of model works were developed, under the leadership of Jiang Qing, Madame Mao, as she is known in Nixon in China and elsewhere, with the aim of bringing forward some of the aesthetic achievements of Chinese culture, but also of imbuing these forms with revolutionary content. Among the other works in this vein were The White-Haired Girl, Taking Tiger Mountain by Strategy, and The Red Lantern, see Lois Wheeler Snow, China on Stage. One very significant aspect of these works was the featuring of women in strong and rebellious roles, as well as ballet sequences featuring women, this latter as a response to the legacy of footbinding. Maestro Platt described the scene from The Red Detachment of Women where a woman is nearly beaten to death by a landlord and his lackeys. This was met by a wave of titters from the audience, not everyone, of course, and probably not the majority, but a significant part. Perhaps Platt encouraged this response to some extent in the tone of his description, which seemed to me to have an undercurrent of cynicism. More likely the response was underwritten more by the idea that these depictions of torture and oppression of women must surely be exaggerated, especially if Jiang Qing had anything to do with it. Later, Maestro Platt described a part of Act 3, where Mao and Jiang Qing are reminiscing about the good old days of the revolution when they lived in caves in the mountains. This is how Platt put it. Again titters. Those Chinese and their revolution, how funny and quaint, how crazy, we saw what it led to. As if these folks had any idea whatsoever what they were tittering about. I think the tittering was a cultural expression having to do with a more general lack of any sense of what history or struggle really is in the population of the imperialist superpower. Another issue that Maestro Platt addressed in his lecture was the aim the composer and librettist had of making this a heroic opera, and of making the principal characters each heroic in his or her own way. There are 6 principal characters: Richard Nixon, Patricia Nixon, Mao Zedong, Jiang Qing, Henry Kissinger, and Zhou Enlai. However, there is also a fascinating role for a non-singing or speaking actor, an old peasant woman, who moves through the ensemble or sometimes lurks in the margins for much of the opera. Platt said that if there was any buffo character, a buffoonish character, and Platt said that every opera needs a buffo character, in the opera, it was Henry Kissinger. During the performance of the opera itself I thought about this, and about the idea of Richard Nixon as somehow heroic, and as being in a kind of heroic symmetry with Mao Zedong. The audience for the lecture seemed quite willing to accept this, though the idea of the symmetry may not have been Adams's intention. In fact, my impression from the performance was that, if anything, Nixon was 305. 305. The buffo character. Maestro Platt pointed out that Nixon's trip to China was before we knew about Watergate, as if it is in the latter episode that we see that Nixon was actually not a good guy. As usual, the crimes committed in Vietnam and Southeast Asia are so far down the memory hole as to be effectively erased from the history that Americans know. That Nixon could be understood as being in a kind of symmetry of heroism with Mao seems bizarre, ridiculous, and stupid to me. Again, it is not clear that this was the aim of either Adams or Goodman, though certainly there were various symmetries at work. In discussing Mao and the Chinese Revolution, the primary focus should not be on the heroism of any particular leader, but instead on the heroism of the Chinese people in their many millions. The cult of the person aside, not that I am dismissing this as an issue, this is where Mao himself placed the emphasis. The idea of a comparison in terms of heroism reminds me of the sorts of symmetries that are mainly constructed by right-wingers for balance. I am thinking of the situation where a university invites a well-known left-wing figure to speak, so then a certain audience goes nuts for the idea of inviting some fascistic right-wing figure. For instance, in 2004, Utah Valley State College invited Michael Moore to speak, and the president of the school and a coterie of conservatives demanded that radio and television talking head Sean Hannity be invited for balance. An excellent documentary was made about this whole scene, this divided state. If nothing else, it can be said about this symmetry that, on the one side, regardless of what one thinks of Michael Moore's politics, he is a filmmaker who is making films, and these films have been recognized with some of the highest awards for filmmakers. On the other side, who is Sean Hannity, or Bill O'Reilly or Ann Coulter, other than a loud-mouthed reactionary? What do they really have to show for themselves? Why should anyone care what they say any more than anyone should care about the latest pre-packaged pop junk in music or movies? Perhaps more to the point, Mao was the leader of an immense revolution, indeed a revolution that was necessarily made up of several revolutions. If we care about changing the world, I think we have to ask about the basis for those revolutions, why they were needed and possible in the first place, and what Mao tried to do in leading them. My view is that the course of the Chinese Revolution, from the 1920s through the countrywide seizure of power in 1949, until the defeat of socialism and the restoration of capitalism in 1976, was a momentous struggle that accomplished many great things. Just to mention one of these things because it simply seems unreal, it was a huge struggle in China just to reach the point where all the people would have enough to eat. Indeed, there were plenty of setbacks and mistakes in this struggle, but this immense effort was finally successful by the 1960s. On the other side, just to complete the thought. 306. 306. About any possible symmetry of heroism, what was Nixon doing about hunger? Well, in taking the war in Southeast Asia into Cambodia, Nixon and Kissinger and the United States destroyed the agricultural base of that entire country, setting up the desperate situation of the Khmer Rouge, who were predominantly Khmer nationalist in their orientation, and indeed radically national chauvinist against the Vietnamese, rather than Rouge. Unfortunately, to disturb the idea of the symmetry, and to speak to the culture of tittering and cynicism, is an uphill battle in our postmodern society. In a way it is a strange battle, too, in that there seems to be no end to the anti-Mao current, even though the kind of revolutionary leadership that Mao tried to provide in China was decisively turned back decades ago. As a general cultural trend of our postmodern society, I would say this is a manifestation of the Tina thesis, there is no alternative, once again. If it is argued that the Chinese Revolution represented a momentous struggle that accomplished many great things, is it merely a form of utilitarianism to also argue that the problems, mistakes, and sometimes even momentous bad things have to be considered in this context? Is it merely utilitarianism to say that some of the limitations of the Chinese Revolution have to be considered in the context of how bad things were in China before the Revolution? Kant and violence. Kant struggled with the French Revolution. He had to make circumnavigations in his own thought to find a justification for it. He had argued that the violent overthrow of a monarch or other head of state was never justified, even in the case of unjust or illegitimate dominion, because violence instrumentalizes. To get around this argument in the case of Louis XVI, Kant argued that the monarch had not been overthrown by force but had voluntarily abdicated to extricate himself from the embarrassment of large state debts. Allen Wood, Kant, 176. The quotation from Kant is from Metaphysics of Morals. One might wonder if, at a slightly later stage of the revolution, the king's neck had voluntarily let go of the king's head, remarkably at the same moment that the guillotine's blade fell. Rather than taking Kant's circumnavigation as mere hypocrisy and falling back to the position that the second formulation of the categorical imperative, especially, means that any violent revolt of the masses is necessarily an instrumentalization of the existing regime and those who defend it, instead we might think of better ways in which Kant's enthusiasm for the French Revolution could issue from his ethical political universalism and, yes, his opposition to any ethics that is merely calculative. Surely it is universally. 307. 307. Right to rebel against and work to overturn reaction and unjust, illegitimate dominion, or at least it is surely right that such a thing can be proposed. At the same time, even if rebellion and revolution are both needed and not only justified, but also fundamentally just, this does not mean that everything that is done in the pursuit of fundamental social change is justified. If we apply a sense of ethical political universalism to the former, what we might call the revolution in general, we have to apply this sense to the latter, the particulars, as well, and we have to do this in such a way that the end result is not simply a utilitarian calculation on the question whether the good outweighs the bad. Having said this, however, I would contend that the common observation in recent years that somehow it might have been better if the Chinese Revolution, or the Soviet Revolution before that, had never happened is an artifact of tremendous ignorance regarding what those societies were like before their respective revolutions. Before moving on, it ought to be said that the relationship between these arguments, which need to be gone into deeply, and the actual performance of an orchestral conductor in a particular opera is, to say the least, tenuous. To the extent of my competence in judging such things, Alexander Platt gave a brilliant performance. Of course I mean this as an attempt at a coy comment on politics and aesthetics. In the shadow of the 60s. As a young person I was greatly affected and influenced by the 60s. As I mentioned in the preface, the combination of the upheavals of the 1960s and their aftermath and a radical sense of Christianity ultimately led me to explore Marxism and its various activist currents. Except for certain meager attempts to connect with the counterculture, bell-bottoms, long hair, Jefferson Airplane, I was too young to participate in the upheavals and, in that sense, I was not in a position to be a true 60s person. I was 14 years old in 1970, though a few years later, I did come close enough to the draft to have angry arguments with my father about it. In my last 2 years of high school I attended a remarkable church, of the United Methodist denomination, that was led by 2 ministers who advocated liberation theology and who were militant opponents of the Vietnam War. At that time I hoped to become a Methodist minister myself. Until I was about 16 I was a member of the Presbyterian Church, but that church and my aspirations came apart because of the struggle over the war. During this time I was vaguely aware of the Chinese Revolution and the Cultural Revolution. Because I grew up in Miami, Florida, what I heard about more was the Cuban Revolution and the ongoing situation in 308. 308. Cuba and its relationship to the Soviet Union. The global role of the latter in those times was a very important question, and literally millions and millions of people went around and around on it. One question that loomed large was, if the Soviet Union really was socialist and or revolutionary, why was it against China? When Mao Zedong died in 1976, it was clear to me that something heavy had happened. Time magazine eulogized Mao with a sentence that went something like, "A lifelong rebel with a fierce love for humankind," if you can imagine that, but I was very unclear on what this something was, exactly. It took some time for me to realize that there were Maoist currents in other parts of the world besides China. I think I became aware of this because of Sartre's essay, The Maoists of France. The Maoist current in France in the aftermath of May 1968 was a mixed bag. At least parts of it were not really Maoist in that they were not really Leninist, and Mao and his thought were certainly Leninist. In fact, some of the erstwhile Maoists of that period explicitly rejected Leninism, and in particular the idea of the vanguard party. In his essay, Sartre also seemed to take this line. Among three characteristics he attributed to the Maoists was the quality of spontaneity. What is a more accurate description of Maoism, as Mao understood it, is what might be called a refinement of Lenin's notion of democratic centralism, which Mao called the mass line, a systematized concentration by the party of the practices, ideas, impulses, and yearnings that come from the masses, and that have to be returned to the masses in a concentrated form such that these things can be wielded as weapons in the struggle to transform society. Certainly, however, this characterization of the mass line as spontaneity, and much in the French Maoist currents that rejected, at least some, of Lenin's contributions, has to be understood against the background of the thoroughly establishment Communist Party of France, a party that played a key role in reigning in the rebellion of 1968. This party, it is widely agreed, was the most thoroughly Stalinized and dogmatic of the Western European, Moscow-oriented communist parties. Although this party played a key role in the French resistance, it was never, in my opinion, revolutionary. In any case, it is not hard to see how, against the background of this dogmatism, rigidity, and sometimes outright political backwardness, on the question of French colonialism in Algeria, especially, Sartre would emphasize the value of spontaneity. The other two characteristics that Sartre attributed to the Maoists were, significantly, violence and morality. By violence, Sartre meant that the Maoists sought to place the question of the overthrow of the state back on the political agenda. To overthrow capitalism, the state must be overthrown, and this cannot be accomplished by peaceful means. Of course, Maoists everywhere took up Mao's slogan, "Political power flows." 309. 309. From the barrel of a gun. This slogan has been much maligned, and generally presented in a backwards way. What Mao meant first of all is that the political power of the existing, capitalist imperialist, order is ultimately backed up by guns. To defeat this power, it will be necessary for guns to be wielded by the revolutionary masses. It will take revolutionary war to defeat what amounts to a never-ending reactionary imposition of structural and more direct, military, police, violence upon the masses. The capitalist ruling classes will never surrender to a peaceful challenge. Indeed, the real problem is that they are so willing to use every possible weapon at their disposal to maintain their rule that the danger is that they will destroy the world outright rather than give up power. Unavoidable contradictions. One of Mao's contributions was to recognize that the forms of struggle that are necessary for defeating imperialism entail contradictions. First and foremost, the contradiction that our aim is a society where the basic direction of society is not determined by force. That it is necessary to struggle through rather than around this contradiction does not make it any less of a contradiction. Clearly, this is something that Stalin, and even Lenin to some extent, tended to sweep under the carpet. However, to use Freudian language, there is always a return of the repressed. This is an especially difficult problem when the imperialists are willing to up the ante in every way that is technologically possible, creating and using weapons, from napalm to nukes, that the revolutionary masses and its leadership should never use. There are other ways of using weapons than firing them off outright. One can point them, continually threaten with them, and it is for this reason that I would argue that the imperialist ruling classes of this planet, first and foremost among them the ruling class of the United States, are the most hateful scumbags in history. How can there be the slightest room for doubt that, for the sake of the present and future of humankind, and, even in a sense of the past of humankind, the very historical existence of humankind, these ruling classes have to be overthrown? And yet, if the form in which this revolution occurs comes to match or compete with the stark immorality, which also takes the form of immorality, of the imperialist ruling classes, then, to use the future anterior tense, this will not have been a revolution. So, lastly, Sartre placed in the foreground the moral impulse that drove the French Maoists, and again this can be set over against the cold political economic calculations of the Parti Communiste France, PCF, which were of course a pure capitulation to reformist economism. Components of this moral impulse that Sartre discussed were internationalism, anti. 310. Imperialism, anti-economism, and what in that time came to be called third-worldism. Economistic Marxists of the PCF or Trotskyist sort jumped on this tiers-mondialism as a deviation from an orientation toward the working class. However, on the one side, it was clear that their conception of the working class had little in common with the idea of the proletariat as a class that has nothing to lose but its chains, and, on the other, that the rejection of third-worldism was, at least in significant part, a way of not confronting the transformation of capitalism in the 20th century into an imperialist system. Certainly it could be said that the economist Marxists are faithful to the Eurocentric side of Marx, and in fact in recent years these currents often appeal to and call for a return to classical Marxism, but what issues from this orientation might be called imperialist workerism. In this orientation, and it cannot be denied that there is an affinity with one significant side of Marx here, the struggles of the Third World, or the countries that have a history of being colonized and dominated by imperialism, are at best a sideshow to the main driving force of history, which is the class struggle of the working classes in the countries where there is advanced capitalism. This last term is placed in scare quotes because the political economy of economistic Marxism uses the idea of advanced capitalism as a substitute for confronting the transformation of classical industrial capitalism into imperialism. Imperialism and the working class. My argument in the present book has been that this substitution is a way around the admittedly difficult problem of imperialism's creation of divisions in the international working class and long-standing complicities of the better-off workers in the imperialist countries with imperialism itself. Furthermore, my argument is that we need both a deeper investigation into the political economy of imperialism, which would include investigation into the networks of these complicities and, in more recent decades, the ways in which cultural postmodernism affects this political economy, as well as a primary focus on the ethical gaps, and indeed aporias, that open up with the development of capitalism, and especially with colonialism in the era of capitalism, and with imperialism. Much of the foregoing is at least implicit, and often explicit, in Sartre's understanding of Maoism, and it is the basis for his affinity with the French Maoists. There is an intermotivation of these concepts, not only spontaneity, morality, and violence, but also internationalism, anti-imperialism, and third-worldism. In addition to working with the current of French Maoism, the gauche proletariat, which also attracted the attention of Michel Foucault, Gilles Deleuze, and other leading Parisian intellectuals. 311. Sartre also examined the experience of socialism in the Soviet Union, especially during the Stalin period, and he was personally and intellectually involved in the experience of militant opposition to French colonialism. While Sartre's friends in the gauche proletariat maintained that he would have done well to have studied the writings of Mao more systematically, it could also be said that these young Maoists would have done even better to have studied the critique of dialectical reason and search for a method. However, note that the second volume of the critique, which contains all of the material on the Soviet Union and Stalin, was not finished in Sartre's lifetime and therefore was not available to the post-1968 militants. In many respects Sartre, who opened the Maoists of France by declaring "I am not a Maoist," was a better Maoist than the members of the Gauche Proletarian. I cannot do justice to the history of French Maoism here, but let me add that the other current of Maoism in France in the 1970s and 1980s was the Union des Communistes de France Marxist-Leninist, which had among its leading members and thinkers Alain Badiou. As the reader will see, this current upheld Leninism. A collection of articles on Badiou and the Cultural Revolution has been assembled in the journal Positions, East Asia Cultures Critique 13, No. 3, 2005. As a side note, it has been interesting to see how Badiou's recent reception into the circles of continental philosophy in the English-speaking world. He is of the generation of Derrida and Foucault, but only in the 1990s, and since have his works been widely translated into English has involved a certain amount of squeamishness and circumnavigation about and around his engagements with Maoism and the Cultural Revolution. As is well known, Sartre's conception of revolutionary violence is especially connected with the anti-colonial struggle and his interaction with Frantz Fanon and the revolution in Algeria. In recent years, Hannah Arendt is often cited on the question of violence. She directed her arguments especially towards Sartre. We will return to this subject. Engaging with Bob Avakian. I included in the foregoing some comments regarding my own path toward Maoism, in part to show where one might find oneself if one is attempting to assemble certain elements for the revolutionary transformation of society again: internationalism, anti-imperialism, anti-economism, a recognition of the crucial role of the ethical impulse, a recognition that the imperialist system will use every means of violence, and much else, of course, to keep itself empowered, and a recognition that there is a learning curve to radical change, which means building upon historical experience. 312. 312. My own engagement with Maoism, in a more direct way, goes back about 25 years as of this writing, to the early 1980s. This is an engagement, to be more specific, with the Revolutionary Communist Party, USA, and its chairman, Bob Avakian. This interaction led, in the spring of 2002, to a series of structured discussions with Avakian, which were published as Marxism and the Call of the Future, Conversations on Ethics, History, and Politics, Open Court, 2005. One of our mutual aims with the book was to place it in a more general intellectual political milieu. What follows draws on the introduction to that book, with significant revisions. The world needs revolution, therefore, the world needs revolutionaries. When there is a revolutionary current, one ought to support it and engage with it. In a Kantian spirit, I want to work with the people who are trying to do the things that need to be done. It isn't that the Maoists are the only people doing these things, but it does appear to me that they are the main ones who are actively and explicitly working for revolution. Whatever disagreements I may have with them over a whole range of questions, I place these disagreements in that context. Because readers of this book may worry about my attempt to associate a theory of ethical Marxism with a current of activist, vanguard Marxism that runs through the Bolshevik Revolution and the Stalin period, and the Chinese Revolution and the Cultural Revolution and the subsequent development of Maoism, I will discuss my key historical events, in particular the Stalin era and the Cultural Revolution. Marxism and Mao. Marxism, especially as interpreted and developed by Mao Zedong, offers a perspective on what it means to do philosophy, and other work of a theoretical nature, develops in the context of attempting to understand the world in order to change it. Now, such a perspective should not be construed narrowly or reductively. We have to allow for the idea that many intellectuals do not hold this perspective, and yet all the same at least some of them contribute to our understanding of the world. This is perhaps most of all the case in fields such as the natural sciences and fields where there is a good deal of abstract thinking, such as mathematics or philosophy. Perhaps a defining feature of what Sartre called engaged intellectual work is that it intends not only a system, to use Kant's language, it has an orientation toward holism and integration, but also a future. Certainly, there have been more than a few swollen-headed philosophers who believed that they had set things down once and for all. Occasionally this attitude has infected Marxism as well. And yet, as Derrida argued in Spectres of Marx, as quoted earlier on this 313 point, Marx was quite clear concerning the intrinsically irreducible historicity of his work, the need to take account of the effects of rupture and restructuration. Lenin. In this light it can be proposed that Lenin enriched our understanding of both Marxism and the world. This is the case on a number of points, but two in particular that are very important in the present context are the questions of imperialism and the Revolutionary Party. Lenin argued that the world changed in qualitative ways even in the decades between the death of Marx, 1883, and the years leading up to the First World War. The transition was from the classical period of industrialization described by Marx and Engels, to a world where class positions are replicated on a global scale, in the form of what we would now call advanced capitalist countries, which play the global role of the bourgeoisie, and the so-called developing countries, which are more in the position of the proletariat. The capitalists from the dominating countries, global imperialists who remain rooted in nation-states and who do not form a single class, as evidenced by the conflicts between them, assimilate the colonialist enterprise to these new structures, in which capitalism becomes the dominant mode of production not only in the majority of countries, and certainly in all of the most powerful countries, taken one by one, but indeed, and profoundly, in the world as a whole. Further investigation ought to be done into the extent to which this process was already advancing in Marx's day, as well as Marx's understanding of colonialism. There may have been a basis for Marx to have seen the development of imperialism if he had not been hampered by Eurocentric blinders. However, Lenin definitively took the measure of this qualitative development of capitalism. Whether it was indeed the highest stage of capitalism is another question, another 100 years on, and its implications for the class struggle, such that it is right to speak of a qualitative development of Marxism, in other words, Leninism. It is often said that Lenin's theory of the Revolutionary Party speaks to something called the organizational question. I think it is less often understood that what is to be done is arguably even more about the question of epistemology. Marx said, the workers have to emancipate themselves, no one else can do it for them. He was really speaking, in the vein, I would argue, of what Kant called autonomy, understanding that the basis of the law is within oneself, but then, oneself is constituted intersubjectively, in the matrix of social relations, of the only kind of emancipation there is, really, since freedom imposed by another would 314 be an oxymoron. One of the steps in this emancipation is for the subjects of emancipation to know themselves, to achieve a class consciousness of the reality of their own position in the world, vis-a-vis the mode of production, broadly and structurally speaking, including legal and ownership relations, channels for disseminating the ideology of these relations, the larger culture, and so on. This truth will not by itself set people free, but it is a necessary step on the road to freedom. But the workings of capitalism obscure this understanding, and capitalism has done a fine job, since the time of Marx, of getting into the consciousness business. People try, in various ways, to penetrate this false consciousness, and one of Lenin's most profound and controversial arguments, such that there are many who call themselves Marxists who have a difficult time accepting it, is that the proletariat's consciousness of itself and its historic role, as Marx put it, to liberate itself and all humankind, will mostly come to it from outside of itself. This is largely because most real proletarians, people at the bottom of society who really do have nothing to lose but their chains, do not have the leisure of the theory class, as I once heard it put, in a clever play on Thorstein Veblen's book title. Anyone from this theory class who would hope to hold a mirror up to social relations and the proletariat's situation within them, with the aim of creating critical emancipatory theory, has to become a class traitor to the bourgeoisie, given the milieu from which most intellectuals come, such an intellectual has to make a leap beyond her or himself. But Marx had already shown, in a way that ought also to be controversial, because I'm not sure that most Marxist activists or intellectuals have really come to grips with the point, that this is the case for proletarians as well. They also have to make a leap in consciousness. Perhaps Lenin saw this need even more clearly in light of the development of imperialism, where the whole question of classes and the mechanisms of exploitation and domination become vastly more complicated. One of the most difficult examples of this complexity is the complicities and even institutional ties, often through labor movements and unions themselves, that imperialism creates, especially in the imperialist countries themselves, such that the working class in a given country needs to understand itself not only in relation to the capitalist ruling class of that country, but also in terms of the way the world is organized internationally and the role played in the global economy by, what Lenin called, super-exploitation in the dominated, imperialized, countries. In order to forge this understanding, and make it available as a sharpened instrument to the proletariat, there is the need for parties of revolutionary communism. These parties must, in turn, sink roots among the masses and enable the masses to turn their understanding into activism, always with an eye toward the prize, toward the overturning of the imperialist system. 315. 315. This is simply Leninism 101, but my point here is that a new dynamic opens up with regard to philosophy and theory. With the Revolutionary Party, philosophy and theory are intimately tied to the practical issues of understanding the world in order to change it. The practical issues give a certain focus, let us say, to the theoretical work. In engaging in dialogues with Avakian, I engaged not only with him as a person and thinker, who has a history and a context, as we all do, but also with the context of a particular organization, the Revolutionary Communist Party, U.S.A, and its history. Herein lies a contradiction, in fact, two contradictions. Theory and activism. The aforementioned focus cuts two ways. There is a certain power to the way that theory is done in the context of an organization whose primary work is activism. There is a distinction in philosophy that goes back to Aristotle, between the via activa and the via contemplativa, the life of action and the life of contemplation, respectively. Much of the history of Western philosophy is concerned with getting thought away from the life of action, by sequestering the philosophical priesthood in monasteries or universities. Consider those black robes worn at convocation and commencement. There is an assumption at work in such sequestration, that good thinking will not come from the world, but instead comes from the sky, or perhaps from the inner workings of especially bright minds. Now, there is something that this methodology of thought speaks to, namely that a certain amount of peace and quiet is necessary for a person to gather some thoughts and integrate them. Think of Marx in the reading room of the British Museum. This could be said to be Lenin's point about the outside, as well. The question is whether the aim of such moments outside the buzz and hum of life is to become like the most abstract God thought thinking itself, or to, in Plato's famous scenario, go back inside the cave and tell people what you saw. Interestingly, Lenin uses this image as well, and he says that the people in the cave may not be pleased to hear what the philosopher has to say. Indeed, their first reaction may be to tear the philosopher limb from limb. Significantly, Lenin refers to the cave analogy in discussing what he calls revolutionary defeatism, the idea that, in crises and wars of imperialism, the party and the people must work for the defeat of their own ruling class. What is perhaps more significant is that such an understanding could perhaps only come through the forging of revolutionary leadership. So perhaps the issue of an orientation toward action versus an orientation toward contemplation comes down to what? 316. 316. Counts as knowledge, and what are the things that are worth knowing? For there has always been another tradition in philosophy, one that does not see itself as completely apart from the materiality of human life, one that understands that a human being is not simply a mind with a bothersome and ultimately ephemeral body attached, but that the human form of being is intrinsically a form of embodiment. Philosophical political tendencies. Now, This distinction between these two traditions does not play out as simply as some have supposed. I am especially thinking of Engels in his Feuerbach and the End of Classical German Philosophy. There it is said that there are two kinds of philosophy, idealist and materialist, and it is more or less taken for granted that the politically progressive philosophers are the materialists and vice versa. Interpreters differ, however, even over the question of whether Aristotle was ultimately oriented toward the via contemplativa or the via activa. For Marx, and this is one of a number of areas where Engels, although I resist the trend to set him aside from Marxism or to blame only him and never Marx for every instance of reductivism within Marxism, just didn't seem to get it, materialism is not first of all a matter of some, in reality, quasi-theological, allegiance to an ontology, a theory about what sorts of substances there are in or underlying the world, but instead the material of what Marx called, in the famous theses on Feuerbach, sensuous human practices. We learn from practices. Our practices ultimately take place in the context of the forms in which human life is produced, perpetuated, and reproduced. These forms, at least beyond tribal societies that are not based on class division, even here, however, there is the question of a gendered division of labor, and what might be called the mode of reproduction, which in human societies is never just biology, as well as relations with other tribes and, I would say, relations with non-human animals in so much as this relationship becomes part of production and reproduction, depend on divisions of labor, especially between mental and manual labor. And on a division between those who own and control the means of production and those who do not. Marx argued that there is a structural dependency between our future as a species and the overcoming of the basic division of labor and therefore the collectivization of production. Those who are dispossessed learn about the basic injustice of a system characterized by socialized production, on the one hand, and privatized accumulation of wealth and power, on the other, through their practices of trying to live their lives, of trying to hold body and soul together, of resisting the worst brutalities that 317 issue from this contradiction, in fighting the power, so to speak, and ultimately in taking the system on and overcoming it through revolution. In the midst of this practice, ideas about the sorts of things that philosophy has traditionally discussed, the true, the good, and the beautiful, and so on, are forged. For these ideas to become concentrated and integrated, and for these ideas to then become a part of the struggle to make a world that actually has a future, and hopefully someday a world where people can flourish together, some things have to get organized. There need to be ways that theoretical work can be carried out, and there needs to be organization itself, but organization that is oriented toward the idea that understanding the world and what to do about it comes from the practices of oppressed people in their struggle to overcome oppression. Methodology and engagement. If I were to take a neutral position, that in fact I do not hold, it would seem to me that there is much to be said for this orientation as a methodology of philosophy. There is a prima facie case for it. For one thing, it would seem clear that, in a very general way, such an orientation opens philosophy to what might be called the ordinarily observed richness of human life, experience, and practice. It could also be argued that the ideal of thought thinking itself, as indeed with some monastic and or theological orientations, not only does not open thought to this richness, but also denies that human experience, and the experience of being human, offers much of any significance. In Western philosophy as it is practiced in academia, we see this tendency in both continental. For instance, Heidegger was right to critique the chatter of everyday life, and yet there are moments when he seems to argue that all involvement with the materiality of life, and therefore with questions of economics, politics, or even survival, is merely chatter, and analytic, especially of the more scientistic or what I would call micro-problem sort, the latter mainly having to do with careers, pedigrees, and cleverness, trends. However, and here we finally arrive at the first contradiction, not only are most philosophers and social theorists, broadly speaking, working in numerous disciplines, not so cloistered these days, but it is also the case that parties of the Leninist type can themselves become insulated and insular. The trick is for those outside such organizations, but who are sympathetic with the aims of fighting imperialism, standing up for internationalism, taking the side of the oppressed, saving the world, and creating a new society, to understand that there is a good argument for the kind of focus that such an organization has, and that much can be learned through the pursuit of philosophy and theory as secondary. 318. 318. To the more basic aims of such an organization. This understanding means nothing, however, if there is not another trick at work, from within such organizations themselves, which is an openness to ideas and theoretical work that are generated in a social process, like all ideas and theories, but that do not come directly through the work of the party. I have the aforementioned sympathy, and Avakian has the aforementioned openness, and this made our conversations not only possible, but also productive. The second contradiction that hovers behind my conversations with Avakian is related to the first. I agree with the Leninist argument that there will not be a revolution without a revolutionary party. The party itself represents the contradictions in society, especially the division of labor, but there is no way around that. If there really could be a purely messianic intervention from beyond that immediately made of our planet the beautiful world that it is capable of being, I don't know how any of us could not wish for it. Lacking the basis for believing in such a thing, a road to the future must be found and forged, and revolutionary organization is an essential part of this effort. In the early 1980s, in the midst of what appeared to be a drive toward nuclear war and therefore the nuclear annihilation of humanity on the part of the two imperialist superpowers, I gravitated toward the Revolutionary Communist Party. There are many organizations out there that claim inspiration from Marx. All of them, including the RCP, are relatively small. What matters to me is not the size of the organization, however, but what it stands for. What attracted me to the RCP was their anti-imperialism and internationalism, and the fact that they did not balk at talking about and organizing for actual revolution. On the latter point, too, their aim was to build on the previous experience of revolution, especially in the Soviet Union and China. Their view, forged in the development and founding of the party in the mid-1970s, significantly, at the point when the 60s, understood in a political sense, was turning into the anti-60s, which continues to this day, was that Mao Zedong led the forging of a new phase of Marxism, and so they speak of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism, or, for short, just Maoism. I do not necessarily agree with every position ever held by the party, but that isn't the point. There have even been some relatively sharp disagreements. However, I believe that the only real solution to the basic problems confronting humankind is a revolution that will take us beyond the present way that society is organized, and therefore I want to work with the people who are doing what they can about this. The contradiction is that I believe in the need for the party, and I support it, and yet I do not belong to it. That is also part of the context of the conversations that became Marxism and the call of the future. 319. 319. Phases of revolution. We might speak of three phases of the Soviet and Chinese revolutions, the period of organization, but before the revolutionary seizure of power, the period of socialism, when the proletariat held power, with various contradictions and difficulties, of course these being a substantial topic in Marxism and the call of the future, and the loss of proletarian power and the restoration of capitalism. Significantly, we have to speak of an additional phase in the Chinese Revolution, namely the Cultural Revolution. From the first page of our conversations it is clear Avakian and I share the view that these experiences of revolution from the past are connected to the possibilities of the future. When I first entered graduate school, I had just spent 2 years reading a bunch of radical thinkers who had not been part of my undergraduate education, not only Marx, Lenin, and Mao, but also Proudhon, Bakunin, Trotsky, Goldman, Kollontai, Dubois, Malcolm X, Che, Fanon, Gramsci, Sartre, Beauvoir, Foucault, Dostoevsky, the Red Stockings Collective, and many more. Whoever presumed to critique and bang away at the capitalist system, as well as the systems of patriarchy and white supremacy, I had wanted to know what they had to say. In my first university course on Marxism, taught by a professor who considered himself a Marxist, I learned a good deal, but it blew my mind to find out that there were whole trends of Marxism in the academy, especially in philosophy and sociology, that essentially had no interest in the experience of the Soviet Union or China. It isn't that the folks who are exploring the thought of Sartre or Althusser or Adorno or even Habermas aren't coming up with some good stuff. They are, and certainly Sartre and Althusser have to be set apart from a good bit of what is called Western Marxism, because they were indeed looking at the Soviet and Chinese experiences, and at the experience of anti-colonial revolution. But I still do not know how it is anything other than Eurocentrism not to try to learn from these experiences and make them part of Marxism. There is a lot of good Marxist and otherwise radical thought that is done in the context of the academy, but there is also a sense in which purely academic Marxism is not really faithful to what Marxism is really all about. Undoubtedly there was some McCarthyism hovering over work in Marxist theory in the academy, too, resulting in at least a certain amount of self-censorship as regards thinking dangerous thoughts or at least saying anything about them, and certainly there were cases of outright repression too. Since the overturning of socialism in China, and, of course, the collapse of the Soviet Union, which is a different kind of story, we have now had 3 decades of capitalist triumphalism, one dimension. 320. Of which is the continuously repeated bleat that no alternative to capitalism is possible, and that every attempt to construct an alternative, especially in the Soviet Union and China, was a dismal failure and worse. Indeed, we are under what Slavoj Žižek calls a denkverboten, a prohibition on thought. Do not even think for a moment that there is any alternative, and there is no need to explore any of the historical experience of the attempt to construct an alternative. All you need to know is that socialism in the Soviet Union and China was an unending horror, and that Lenin and Mao were evil monsters. If anyone asks you about these things, you'll know what to say. Restoration of capitalism. The Maoist view, just to be clear, is that the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917 initiated socialism in the Soviet Union, and the ascendancy of Khrushchev signaled the decisive end of socialism and the consolidation of a new, capitalist ruling class in 1956. Obviously, there is a great deal to examine in the intervening years, especially in the Stalin period. The Maoist view is that the strategy of surrounding the cities from the countryside, and the whole strategy of People's War, as developed by Mao, led to the countrywide seizure of power in China in 1949, and that this experience constituted a fundamental contribution to Marxism. The Chinese Revolution was decisively overturned in 1976, after 10 years of struggle to create a revolution in the revolution. This great proletarian cultural revolution had as its primary objective to transform the superstructure of Chinese society. Mao argued that, with the achievement of a socialist economic base, class struggle does not end, but instead even intensifies in the political and cultural sectors of society, for instance, in the university system, which had remained very elitist. Mao argued that, under socialism, capitalist roaders will attempt to gain control of levers of power, especially within the Communist Party itself, because socialism is not a settled society, it is still filled with contradictions, especially forms of the division of labor, including the difference between leaders and led. The Cultural Revolution achieved many great things, more on this in a moment, one of which was to show graphically what it means to say that capitalism can be restored from within socialist society, and not just by external forces, or hirelings of such forces, as Stalin thought. Unfortunately, this lesson was learned the hard way when capitalists seized power in China shortly after Mao's death in 1976, and today we once again have a China that is a vast sweatshop for the advanced capitalist world. 321. Good riddance to all that. Marxism and the Call of the Future takes these experiences of revolution as background, but not dogmatically or uncritically. I don't think one has to be a Maoist or even a Marxist to appreciate the need for grappling with the experiences of revolution in the Soviet Union and China, as well as the wide variety of topics Avakian and I consider that are less directly connected to this experience. Critique of Stalin. Mao was also deeply critical of Stalin, for instance, in the critique of Soviet economics, in the discussion of Stalin's book, Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR. At one point Mao writes of one of Stalin's formulations, "With friends like these, who needs enemies?" Mao gave the famous 70-30 assessment, that Stalin's leadership was 70% good and 30% bad. Some have questioned whether this kind of formula is very critical, though I do not know that Mao meant it to be. He had a knack for compressing basic ideas into simple statements, sometimes expressed quite poetically. But, just to be provocative, suppose the figure were reversed, and everything that happened in the Soviet Union during the Stalin period was 70% bad, and only 30% good. I would think that, even if the assessment was 30-70, I would still want to try to understand what happened with the proletarian revolution in the Soviet Union, so that some lessons could be learned. Indeed, I think that has to happen, because revolution is a global process, and it has a learning curve, so to speak. One of the shared commitments of our book is that, regardless of the problems that socialism has encountered, none of them make capitalism somehow workable as the long-term future of humankind. The reader who does not share our perspective, and who has heard all kinds of things about these Marxist revolutions, is entitled to a bit more. Without presuming to give anything like a developed account, it is worth taking a moment to reflect on some aspects of the Soviet and Chinese experiences. Some of the material that follows is drawn from a project undertaken by the RCP, especially under the leadership of political economist Raymond Lotta, called Setting the Record Straight. The entire series of articles can be found in the Revolution newspaper, online at revcom.us. My aim here is not to paint a rosy picture simply to counterbalance the unendingly bleak picture painted by imperialists and even some honest critics. There were indeed many aspects of the revolutionary experience in Russia and China that were problematic or worse. But was this 322 the whole story? I do not believe so, but I also would pose this issue in stark terms, at least as a hypothesis. It may be that hitherto existing socialism will turn out to be a very primitive form of what humanity is capable. Certainly, this will be true, and it will have to be true, in some sense. My hypothesis, however, is that, if the experience of socialism in the 20th century truly had nothing good going for it, then let us say goodbye to Marxism, in whatever form or variation, but also, and this is the stark part, let us say goodbye to any future for humanity. The hypothesis comprehends the idea that these two things, a future for the radical critique of capitalism and the creation of alternatives, and the future of humankind, are that closely and dialectically related. However, the hypothesis goes even further, that, if Marxism has nothing to show for itself other than horrors and new forms of oppression, 150 years on from the Communist Manifesto, then let us move on to something else altogether. And yet, it has to be said that, for all that I do believe that the Soviet and Chinese experiences were in fact more positive than negative, it is also the case that each has important shortcomings, again, to say the least, and therefore there are significant respects in which we must move on from Marxism, and even from Leninism, and even from Maoism. The Soviet experience. The Soviet Union was created by an unprecedented mass uprising, led by Lenin and the Bolshevik Party. The initial military event of the October Revolution was the storming of the Tsar's Winter Palace in Petersburg, but the revolution spread over a very large area through 2 years and more of civil war. 17 countries, including the United States, put together an army of intervention to attempt to aid the White forces, the forces that were fighting for the restoration of the Tsar. The German army in the First World War had already devastated Russia. Despite this, or in large measure because of this, people rallied to the new system. Economic growth can be a dubious measure as presented in capitalist countries. For instance, phenomena such as home invasion and rising divorce rates contribute to economic growth, as people buy burglar alarms and move into separate domiciles, but the Soviet economy was a great achievement, despite all of its twists and turns and contradictions. Although the perspective from which some in Russia today march in demonstrations with placards of Stalin is problematic, to say the least, generally the perspective is nationalistic, not that of an internationalist communist. Still there is something to a slogan heard in recent years: Stalin took a wrecked country and made it into a superpower, Gorbachev and Yeltsin took a superpower and made it into a wrecked country. In the first years of the 323 revolution, priority was given to the overcoming of national and ethnic inequalities and to fighting the oppression of women. On this latter point, abortion was legalized, the right to divorce was recognized, and equal rights and equal pay became public policy and law. Women in the new republics of Central Asia cast off the veil after many generations. The Soviet Union eradicated illiteracy and vastly expanded educational opportunities for people from the working class and peasantry. During the Stalin period, a modern industrial base and a collectivized system of agriculture were established. The Stalin period was a time of intense contradictions. It has to be admitted forthrightly that many of these were not dealt with correctly. But this is too easy to do if one does not try to gain an appreciation for the real problems and threats that the Soviet Union faced, and the fact that the building of socialism on the scale of the USSR was absolutely unprecedented. If you study documents from the Communist Party of the Soviet Union from the late 1920s, you will see that there is an overwhelming feeling that invasion from the West could come at any moment. Stalin thought that the Soviet Union had to accomplish an industrial and military revolution of the sort that took many decades and even centuries in countries such as Germany, England, and the United States, but in 10 years. When the invasion did come, Germany threw most of its military might against the Soviet Union. 23 million people were lost in the war. To gain a perspective on the scale of the destruction, the number of Soviet civilian and military deaths during the siege of Leningrad was greater than the combined losses of the British, French, and Americans for the entire war. Despite what we learn about D-Day and the landing at Normandy, the real turning point of the Second World War was the Battle of Stalingrad, a battle that still bears study for the concentration of contradictions we see there, for the military strategies applied, and as one of the most important examples of an historical watershed. In large part, the United States used nuclear weapons not to defeat Japan, which was largely defeated already, but to send a message to the Soviet Union about who was top dog in the world. The message was sent in other ways, too, for instance, by American political and military leaders, most famously General George S. Patton, who called for the continuation of the Second World War, with the U.S. armed forces marching into the Soviet Union. Marxism in the midst of all this increasingly became a fortress and siege mentality, a process helped along by Stalin's tendencies toward dogmatism and reductivism. Significantly, Mao attributed some of this to Stalin's background as a seminary student. At the same time, I again think it is too easy to simply think that Stalin was a dullard or intellectual lightweight and that this explains his tendency to be ham-fisted about the contradictions of socialist society. Actually reading Stalin's works, the 324 remarkable thing is that, though many of his ideas and inclinations appear wrong-headed in hindsight, there is a certain logic to them that seems almost inescapable when understood from the inside. One reason for this, and what is really more significant, is that many of Stalin's dogmas were simply orthodox Marxism for the time, and the real failure was to learn from experience and to trust the masses. Many innocent people were victimized because of this failure, and throughout the Stalin period the political and cultural atmosphere of the Soviet Union grew increasingly rigid and oppressive. People became cynical and passive, such that, when Khrushchev and his cronies took over the CPSU in the mid-1950s, and used it to restore capitalism in the Soviet Union, there was only token resistance. the legacy of the cynicism and then capitalist restoration under the cover of a reformed socialism remains very much with us today. The Chinese revolutionary experience. China at the time of the Bolshevik Revolution, and for a long time before that, of course, was a country divided up by foreign interests in the urban and coastal areas, and by warlords in the interior. Politicians and capitalists in Japan, Germany, France, England, and the United States talked openly about the cheap labor and resources in China, stating their colonialist ambitions without compunction. Japan, especially, believed it had a kind of natural right to dominate and exploit China, and much of the rest of East and Southeast Asia, a right that the United States hoped to take over. Indeed, this is the origin of the war in the Pacific, not Pearl Harbor. This is why US politicians and diplomats would ask who lost China, after the 1949 revolution, as though it was theirs to lose. Undoubtedly there would have been resistance to foreign domination in China apart from the October Revolution. However, as Mao said, the ideas of Marx and Lenin became known and popular in China because of the establishment of the Soviet Union. China also had to find its own way to revolution, however. Indeed, it had to find a way to a number of revolutions, for national liberation, against colonialism, against a comprador capitalist class that facilitated the domination of China by foreign powers, for radical agrarian reform, against many centuries and even millennia of the severe subordination of women, against the subordination of minority nationalities, and even against a pervasive ideology that held that all advanced thinking came from the West. Social relations in general remained feudalistic, or at least semi-feudal. Poverty was widespread and dire. There were areas of China where people not only had no shoes, they literally had no clothes and walked around naked. China in the first part of the 20th century was light. 325 years away from the sort of society that Marx thought would be ripe for socialist revolution and socialist construction. As far away from such things as Russia was at the time of the First World War, China was much further away in the orthodox Marxist conception. Lenin had to make a leap to conceptualize the possibility of socialism in Russia. In his thesis about the weakest link in the imperialist chain, I would say that Lenin gravitated toward the view that dynamic social evolution is driven from the margins rather than the center of society. He had to break with the linear, Eurocentric view that saw socialism as emerging first of all in the most advanced capitalist countries, especially Germany, France, or England. At the same time, Lenin demonstrated an exemplary internationalism, seeing the class dynamics that were driving Russian society in global context and thereby developing his theory of conjuncture. Simply put, a conjuncture is a time in which the contradictions of capitalism on a global scale, what Lenin means by the imperialist system, are bound very tightly, cast on the scales of history for resolution, as Lenin put it. It has become commonplace to say that the Bolshevik Revolution occurred prematurely. However, revolutionary situations are rare in history, and the masses will not take advantage of these situations without the leadership of the party. Surely those who speak of the immaturity of Russia in 1917 would have to acknowledge the ripeness for revolution of Western Europe before and during the First World War. There were no Leninist parties there, however, to lead people through this window of opportunity. Indeed, most of the socialist movement in Western Europe either threw away their internationalism the moment it might have meant something, and instead joined in with their own ruling classes for the defense of their countries, or, in a few cases, slogans of pacifism were raised, helping the powers that be ensure that the masses of Europe, and even more the masses of the colonized countries, were condemned to more decades of systemic, and often openly brutal, violence. This would be one of several places where a longer discussion of the question of violence could be opened, but I do not want to bury this discussion in the midst of another discussion. But I am, of course, aware that the question of violence hovers over all of this other discussion. My aim is not to shunt this question away, but instead to give it a certain autonomy. Lenin argued that our era is that of imperialism and proletarian revolution, and he saw two great streams of revolution coming together, socialist in the advanced countries, and national liberation in the dominated countries. Mao made a further leap in understanding by arguing that only socialism could save China and other countries that were dominated by foreign powers. National liberation would never occur under the leadership of a rising bourgeoisie, he argued, because it is in the nature of capitalism not to carry liberation for the popular masses, in a country such as 326. 326. China. This would include the proletariat, the peasantry, and the relatively meager middle classes, through to actual independence, but instead to sell out to much richer and more powerful foreign capitalists at the earliest opportunity. The sorts of alliances that Mao believed were necessary to really liberate China, he even saw a role for what he called the national bourgeoisie, that part of the capitalist class that was not beholding to foreign capital, not a comprador class or positioning itself to become such, were riddled with contradictions, as were, for that matter, the alliances necessary to create the Soviet Union. It really is an idealist fantasy, however, to think that any revolution could be made without working through contradictions. Indeed, there are some contradictions involved in making a revolution in advanced capitalist countries, to say nothing of the imperialist hyperpower, that are, if anything, much deeper and far more difficult than those faced in Russia and China. Further, Mao argued that a socialist revolution must create a self-reliant economy, especially it must be able to feed, shelter, and clothe its people, because, in a country where these are real issues, there will otherwise be a tremendous temptation to cut deals with foreign powers. These deals can be inroads to renewed foreign domination. This is essentially the Maoist view of what happened in the case of Cuba, and it is significant, in that light, that Soviet patronage has now been replaced with a tourism economy, which not only undermines independence, but also brings with it such other third world problems as sex tourism. Food, shelter, clothing. This is what I like to call the trinity of materialism. But that sounds so simple and is indeed an oversimplification. Quite possibly most people in a country such as the US can hardly begin to imagine the levels of deprivation that were common in China before the revolution. Undoubtedly all kinds of mistakes were made during Mao's leadership, but why is it that we hear about the sort of thing one sees in a film such as The Red Violin? A musician is attacked because he specializes in Western music, but we do not hear that by 1970 China had solved the problem of adequately feeding its population? Does that justify attacks on Beethoven and all who admire his music? I feel like saying, get real. And I certainly admire, even revere, Beethoven. We are talking about a country that had two wars fought against it by the British, at the time, 1839 to 1842 and 1856 to 1860, the predominant military power in the world, to ensure that tens of millions of people remained opium addicts. By 1949 these addicts totaled almost 90 million. Before the revolution, China had a vast criminal underground. The situation of women was especially dire. Foot-binding, arranged marriages, child brides, prostitution, and the killing of female babies in the countryside were all very common. To say the least, the Chinese Revolution faced an extraordinary uphill struggle, and yet only a revolution could address these issues. 327. 327. In the 10 years after the 1949 seizure of power, land reform and cancellation of peasant debt was carried out on a scale never before seen in world history. In 1950 a new marriage law established marriage by mutual consent and the right of divorce. Infanticide and the sale of children were outlawed. It is true, of course, that making a law does not by itself make good things happen. There was a protracted struggle to establish gender equality in the countryside, and practices such as infanticide were largely eradicated by 1970. Significantly, this practice, as well as international adoption, has returned since the restoration of capitalism in 1976. Indeed, What we see of China's new freedom and prosperity is almost entirely concentrated in a few urban centers, and even then we see the things that glitter and not that which is on the side streets and in the shadows. Take a visit to almost any large discount store, which may as well add the words Chinese sweatshop distribution network to its sign, and imagine what kind of freedom and prosperity are enjoyed by the masses of workers who produce the products sold there. In 1949, about 15% of Chinese people were literate. In one generation this figure soared to over 80%. Maoist China did what the United States has never done: it established a system of universal health care. Unlike in the United States, the health care system was guided by principles of cooperation and egalitarianism, and Western and traditional practices were synthesized with the aim of treating the whole body and the whole person, in the context of the social and environmental factors that lead to health problems. One of my favorite chapters in the history of the Chinese Revolution is that of the barefoot doctors, the 1.3 million peasants who were trained in basic medicine, who walked from village to village, not only helping other peasants with their problems, but helping the peasants to understand and treat their problems. Since 1976 the system has been destroyed. We continually hear nowadays about the supposed endemic violence of the Chinese Revolution, but somehow we hear nothing about the fact that between 1949 and 1975 life expectancy in China went from about 32 years to 65 years. In the early 1970s, infant mortality rates in Shanghai were lower than in New York City. Does this not indicate a profound reduction in the violence of everyday life? Our perspective on these favorable statistics, which are not in themselves controversial, and the way that people focus their attention on some things and not others, is bound up with horizons of expectation and senses of entitlement. If, in the imperialist West, we can ordinarily expect to live more than 70 years, then perhaps the doubling of lifespan in remote China will not mean very much. Maybe it is a little bit like if someone told you they finally got indoor plumbing. Indeed, in the material cited above, I am simply relying on the sources used by the Setting the Record Straight. 328. 328. Project. It is instead a matter of a shift in emphasis and a shift in how the Mao era is interpreted. To hold the unending atrocity view, however, it is necessary to forget any of the achievements of the Chinese Revolution. The Cultural Revolution. The struggle of the Cultural Revolution, which was to deepen the basis of socialism and to prevent the restoration of capitalism, sometimes devolved into a certain amount of chaos, in which undoubtedly some people were treated unfairly or worse. This was a class struggle, but one in which Mao and the other revolutionaries repeatedly called on people not to resort to violence or to get into a mode of settling scores. The class of capitalist roaders, as Mao called them, especially those in the Communist Party of China who were basing themselves on the class contradictions that continue to exist in socialist society and on the possibility, as we have seen, of making deals with foreign capital, had every interest in fomenting chaos and violence, to show that socialism does not work. For instance, they had every interest in sabotaging factory committees that were breaking down the division of labor between management and workers on the shop floor, and now they have restored capitalist methods of management in the factories, and also created a new class of millionaires and even billionaires. The Cultural Revolution as it affected universities is of special interest to intellectuals. In considering this issue, it is important to attempt to gain some sense of the real context. Just as it is very difficult for people in the West to understand as a felt reality the levels of deprivation that were common in China before 1949, it may be difficult for intellectuals in the West to grasp how much the few universities that existed in China by 1949 were the provinces of the elite. This goes back to the kinds of alliances that made the revolution of 1949 possible in the first place, and also to the way that, for at least the first 10 years or more of the revolution, reforming the university system was not a major priority. In the United States, the university and college system is on the whole quite plebeian, not only compared to a place such as China before the Cultural Revolution, but even compared to countries such as Germany, France, and England before the 1960s and 70s, and still today to some extent. A large percentage of people in the US, even from the working class, attend some sort of college. In China at the time of the revolution, basic literacy and even providing grammar school for most people were the priorities. Some of the academic elite in China figured that, since their fields had not been touched very much by the revolution from 1949 until the mid-1960s, life would go on more or less in the same way. Some of them took their elite status for granted, and when their privileges and autocratic teaching methods were criticized, they 329 reacted with a sense of entitlement about the lifestyle to which they had become accustomed. The situation in the early years of the Soviet Union has some similarities. There, in some cases, aristocratic and bourgeois families that had lived in large houses with many rooms were told that they had to move into one half of the house, so that a working-class family that had previously lived in a hovel or had been homeless could move into the other half. This is the sort of situation where we see the class basis of a sense of entitlement. Couldn't those aristocratic families have said, you know, we have lived in luxury for many years, we were very lucky to have had that level of opulence, and to be able to acquire some of the things that go with great wealth, such as a sense of culture. But, after all, the basis of the wealth of any society is the actual work that people do, and these people have done that work, and we haven't, so they could at least have half of this house, which is ridiculously large for a single family in any case. But, gee, rich people rarely seem to say anything like that. No, they are outraged about what has been stolen from them and how their lives have been shattered. Granted, though, there are particularities to the intellectual milieu that are not accounted for by this analogy. And any revolutionary movement on any kind of scale, but especially a very large scale, is going to lose track of some particularities, period. A legitimate struggle will sometimes have aspects that fall short of or even go against the ideal. We all know the old discussion about after the revolution, where it is very tempting to wonder what we would do if we encountered a certain previous landlord or employer or even college professor. Of course, it would be wrong to use the revolution to simply settle scores. Imagine what the temptation would be if you never had the old professor, because the old professor's idea about you is that you should be out in the countryside your whole life growing rice and other crops for food, and you do not need even basic literacy for that, much less advanced study in the humanities or sciences. The temptation to settle scores is related to what might be called the problematic side of egalitarianism, leveling, which was severely criticized by Marx. Surely there were some, perhaps driven by resentment, though often understandable resentment, who took egalitarianism to the point of mere leveling, especially when it came to the elite university system. Being an intellectual myself, and generally having grand plans for writing projects for many years to come, I can be very protective of how my time gets organized. To really carry through with intellectual work, one has to pursue it as a calling, a vocation, a life project. To have that life project disrupted can be traumatic, perhaps in a way that would be very difficult to comprehend for someone who has never conceived of a life project in that way. And yet there is also a class dimension, generally, to who gets to even consider having life projects, and who is brought up to think he or she is entitled to. 330. Have a vocation, and the assumption of an elite educational system, which, again, is somewhat different, for the most part, from much of what is done in most colleges and universities in the United States, though not without significant exceptions, is that the masses of workers and peasants are not the sorts of people who should or ever could have life projects. Trauma comes from the Greek word for cut or break, as in a break in the skin. The traumatization of the elite academic cloister could actually have a salutary intellectual effect. Now, having said all this, the fact is that the decade of the Cultural Revolution was one in which the educational system was broadened considerably. For instance, in the countryside, middle school enrollment went from 15 million to 58 million. For this to happen, teachers were needed in the countryside. Some professors did not want to go there, but many embraced the idea of breaking down the divisions between city and countryside, schooled and unschooled, privileged and dispossessed. Many found that the peasants had a thing or two to teach them. Critique of 20th century revolutionary experience. I have tried to present an alternative to the story that is often told about the Stalin period and especially the Cultural Revolution, an alternative that needs to be set out at greater depth and in greater length. In the years since the passing of Mao, there has seemed to be an almost endless stream of attacks on the Chinese Revolution and especially the Cultural Revolution. If anything, these attacks have intensified in the last 10 years. It would be wrong, I think, to see these attacks as only based upon reactionary falsehoods. As Avakian has emphasized in recent years, not only have there been atrocities in the history of socialist revolution to the point where, as Avakian puts it, revolutionary communists ought to cringe and recoil, but we will not go forward with either Marxist theory or practice if we do not confront these atrocities. There are many episodes in the history of the revolutions in Russia and China that are problematic and deserving of critical scrutiny, but that are not atrocities. However, I use this latter term because it is claimed in many recent monographs and memoirs that these revolutions were nothing but atrocities from beginning to end. Some examples of books making such claims would include Mao, The Unknown Story by Yung Chang and John Halliday, Life and Death in Shanghai by Nian Chang, and Red Azalea by Anki Min. This is not true, even while, in fact, there have been atrocities. It is necessary to ask if there is a way of understanding revolution and atrocity, even in the case where the positive aspects of the former are not cancelled by the latter. In the real cases, of course, that is not merely utilitarian, calculative, or instrumentalizing. It is telling that. 331. 331. It is almost always the case that these condemnations are not accompanied by any attempt to understand why these revolutions occurred in the first place. Despite what I said about the real need to recognize the real shortcomings, difficulties, defeats, and even atrocities of the Russian and Chinese revolutions, it is hard not to think that the volume and prominence of the atrocity books and memoirs is connected to the need for imperialism, especially American imperialism, to promote the idea that there is no alternative to the existing social system. One might ask, too, if there is such a concern in the United States, at least in certain quarters, about atrocities committed in Asia, why we, in the US, are not being flooded with memoirs by people who were burned by napalm in Vietnam, and who saw others around them burned to death. Let us take a moment for one of the many examples that could be cited, Humanity, A Moral History of the 20th Century by Jonathan Glover. This book has been much praised, and is recommended by two prominent philosophers, Martha Nussbaum and Peter Singer. Glover is not a reactionary who can be dismissed as such. Indeed, his critique of Marxist instrumentalism is not so different from what I have offered in the present book. Humanity has many interesting references to Kant, including one that takes stock of 20th century skepticism about the existence of the moral law, and argues that those of us who hope for an international order based on something other than force must hope that there is some middle way between Kant and Hobbes, 231, and another mentioning that Kant was on a list of philosophical works drawn up at Stalin's request, so that he could pursue his supposed interest in philosophy. About this list, however, Stalin purportedly said, "Who uses all this rubbish in practice?" 310. Furthermore, Glover puts front and center many difficult facts, especially about the Stalin period, that should not be dismissed. In particular, he presents some rather damning statements from Lenin and Stalin regarding intellectuals and philosophy. We will return to this issue. At the same time, one has to wonder at Glover's own sense of philosophy when he says, "Some have seen Heidegger as a major thinker." 372. You think? Glover has a chapter of about 15 pages entitled Mao's Utopian Project that is a compendium of disasters. It has exactly one small paragraph toward the beginning that says anything positive at all, and even that in a backhanded way. Many thought a planned socialist economy might eliminate poverty. Mao and his colleagues were widely trusted. In the two-year retreat in the mid-1930s known as the Long March, the Communist Army and its leaders had shown great strength in the face of daunting obstacles and had refused to exploit the people along their route. Now the Communists were in power, they set out to raise standards of health and literacy. They improved the status of women, and 332 ing child marriages and the practice of binding women's feet. There were reasons to see the new government as both determined and idealistic. 283-84. But never mind, in the very next sentence Glover has returned to the only real theme of the chapter, Mao's utopian project as unending catastrophe and disaster. Glover says nothing in his book directly about capitalism, colonialism, or capitalist imperialism. The Soviet polity led by Stalin made many of its mistakes out of a paranoid, siege mentality, and that mentality itself was largely a mistake, but it was not a mistake that occurred outside of any global context. Because of the way that capitalist imperialist ruling classes generally administer their polities, with a certain democratic facade and with market freedom, I suppose it is less appealing to speak of the utopian project of Henry Kissinger, Milton Friedman, and Augusto Pinochet. While Glover does indeed deal with the atrocities committed by the United States in Vietnam, there is a short chapter on the My Lai massacre. It is very clear that he does not understand these atrocities as fundamentally connected to a polity, or to the utopian project of Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Kissinger, and McNamara. An alternative account. Returning to the idea that there is no alternative for the future, there is also not even an alternative account of the past, so don't look for one, don't even think about it. As one last, small attempt to counter this idea, consider this interview with a participant in the Cultural Revolution, Wang Zheng, who provides not only an alternative account, but also a perspective on why we have so few such accounts and so many of the atrocity accounts. Wang Zheng is a professor of women's studies at the University of Michigan, and an editor and contributor to a collection of memoirs titled, Some of Us, Chinese Women Growing Up in the Mao Era. Professor Wang is not a revolutionary communist or even a Marxist, she is a radical feminist who has coined the provocative and interesting term state feminism to describe the gender policies of Maoist China. In the interview, Wang says that she is sure there were, what she calls, persecution disasters, but, at the least, there are other stories to be told, too. Lastly, as regards these other stories, and the perspective from which they are told, Wang says that she would never condone any violence. This, of course, separates her from revolutionary communism, even if perhaps the word condone does not capture how communists ought to view the question of violence, either. Furthermore, though I am making a conjecture concerning Wang's position, the wholesale critique of violence is common in contemporary feminism, one aspect of the critique being that violence is a 333 fundamentally masculinist phenomenon. As the reader will see when I take up Sartre's defense of violence, and Hannah Arendt's critique of it, I do not believe this view should be dismissed out of hand, far from it. Nevertheless, Wang presents a perspective on the Chinese Revolution and Cultural Revolution that is rarely heard. I would never condone any violence. However, a revolution to achieve an egalitarian society did involve some drastic measures, like land reform to confiscate landowners' land, to redistribute among all the landless people. So, if you go to interview the landlord, their children, they would tell you that the landlord's land had been confiscated, the landlord had been executed. If you hear that story, of course, they are full of hatred. But if you go to interview the landless class and they got land from the communists, you will hear a very different story. So that's why it's important to have a fuller picture of what's going on. The relationship of the poor peasants to the communist revolution is drastically different. But those poor peasants cannot write their memoirs in English. That's why you have never heard a peasant talking. Or even those peasants' children who can write English, their writing can never be promoted in this country, the United States, because the people who control the publishing market, they will not promote these kinds of stories. We had a dream that the world can be better than today, in Revolution newspaper, number 59, September 3, 2006, online at revcom.us. Wang's further reflections on the kinds of stories that can be told present a perspective that is never heard in the mainstream media, publishing world, or even intellectual world. I quote the interviewer's questions as well. SRS, there are many memoirs being written by people who lived in China during the socialist years, or the Mao era, 1949 to 1976, especially about the Cultural Revolution decade. What compelled the writing of some of us? Wang Zheng, this book is collective memoirs by 9 authors, all from the People's Republic of China. We were all graduate students in this country, the US, and then most of us got teaching positions here. The motivation to do this is that we were amazed by many memoirs published by the Chinese diaspora, people from China. Those memoirs that were promoted or that achieved the most market success were the ones depicting Mao's era in China as the Dark Age, terrible, nothing but persecution and dictatorship and killings, all the horror stories, just a one-sided voice. Even though I cannot say they are telling lies, a lot of the stuff is fictional. Like Anki Min's Red Azalea, which was widely used here, even in universities. She claimed it's autobiographical when she was in the US. But when she went back to China, among all her friends and relatives, all the people who knew her, lived there in that setting, when people asked her about this book, she said it's fiction. So that's one point. 334. 334. That type of autobiography achieves the most market success due to the politics of publication in this country. What kind of books are they promoting in this country? You see that pattern there. They play into this Cold War mentality, still in the US, in the West, that capitalist countries are wonderful lands of freedom, socialist countries are terrible, communist China, Red China was awful, like hell. So they are telling all these horror stories to you. Those books always have the widest circulation, always receive a lot of media attention. My point is not that persecution disasters did not happen. Our point, I just want to say, is that China is so big, with a population of 1 billion. We have different social groups, and different social groups experience even the same historical period differently. As Chinese, when we read those memoirs, we don't share a lot of their experiences. Whatever their experiences, even if it's true, it's not our experience. I found out in my peer group of all these Chinese women that we shared the same sentiment towards those memoirs. So we wanted to do something. At least we can raise our voices. If they're telling their stories. What about our stories and our experiences? But our experiences didn't get told. So we feel, especially I myself as a historian, that the important thing is not to vindicate anybody, rather, it is to present a complicated picture of history. Also, if you look at who wrote all this condemnation literature, they are usually people from elite classes. You really don't hear the voices of workers, peasant class, those who are in the lower classes, the bottom of society. How did those people experience Mao's China, or Communist China? The Communist Party was very complicated, with different factions with different visions of China, different visions of socialism even. People had different visions in the Communist Party. In those years, there were all kinds of people involved in different things, and the policies proposed by different people within the party had different effects. It was an extremely complicated situation. But in this country, what you hear is just one single voice, condemnation, how the people from the elite classes suffered during those years. That's a terrible distortion of the larger picture if you believe that's the truth, the only truth. SRS, why did this condemnation literature get such play? Wang Zheng, there was a mass movement to produce victim narratives in the late 1970s and early 1980s in China, a line that was later largely transported to the West along with those Chinese who found an especially lucrative market in the capitalist land of freedom to claim the status of victims emerging in the post-Mao era. Thoroughly negate the Cultural Revolution was a scheme by Deng Xiaoping to pave the way for his dismantling of socialism while consolidating political power. It was a way to whitewash or shift attention from his and his associates' crimes. 335. 335. After Deng Xiaoping's call to thoroughly negate the Cultural Revolution, being a victim of the Cultural Revolution was a hot status symbol in China. Chinese intellectuals jumped on this bandwagon to produce narratives of victims. This was sanctioned by Deng Xiaoping, and helped him clear the ideological ground for staging neoliberalism and social Darwinism to accompany the rise of a capitalist market economy. In the process, they have retrieved their power and privileges that had been reduced in the Mao era, especially in the Cultural Revolution. Those who dare to deviate from the design of the new architect Deng Xiaoping have been excluded from the privileges enjoyed by the new elite if not punished with imprisonment. In this interview Wang expresses many rarely heard views, including this one. Many scholars think that Yung Chang's new book, Mao, The Unknown Story, co-authored with John Halliday, this is the atrocity narrative of the moment, at the time of this writing, and their story of Mao is a piece of shit. These scholars do research, study history and documents, and they know this book cannot be held against academic standards. I find Wang's words tremendously refreshing, especially given the number of books that take the opposite position. However, let us at least visit a moment in the interview that goes more to the heart of something that happened during the Cultural Revolution. SRS, I want to talk about the mass movement of urban youth like you that were sent to the countryside. That's one of the things being attacked. Wang Zheng, yes, yes. There are a lot of debates in terms of why Mao and the party did that in terms of motivations. Even today, I don't think it's wrong to ask the urban educated youth to make a contribution to the poor areas even though we may not have to use that kind of drastic measure. Still I think it is necessary for educated people to go to the poor places, to contribute their knowledge to develop those areas. Even though I was sent to the countryside, I never shed a tear all those years when I was on the farm. If you read all those memoirs talking about how terrible it was for sent down girls, like in Wild Swans for example, where Yung Chang talks about her sent down experience, her countryside experience. Oh, she felt so wronged. Because she was from this high communist cadre official family, how can she be sent to work on the farm like a peasant? She just couldn't work as a peasant. It's horrible. When I read that part, I was so offended by her sense of entitlement, her sense of being elite. How can she do that kind of work? So when her parents went through the back door and got her out of the countryside, oh, she was so elated. And even to the time when she was writing, she never reflected on that privilege. Why couldn't you be a peasant where some 90% of Chinese were peasants at the time? On what ground could you not work as a farmer? Do. 336. 336. You have a crown on your head? I just don't see it. If you read all those condemnations, they are all complaining, saying that we are urban people, we are educated, my parents are professors or high officials and I had all these talents, now I have to work as a peasant. What is wrong with that? You can contribute your talents to the peasants, to the rural community. I still don't know what is wrong with that. There is a politics and epistemology of personal experience, and a politics of this epistemology. Most often, in the kinds of victim narratives that Wang cites, this I was there, don't tell me about my own experience epistemology is used to make any alternative account of the Chinese Revolution and Cultural Revolution a non-starter. We could go a long way in discussing epistemology and the politics of knowledge as they relate to this interview with Wang, looking also at the venue of its publication, a revolutionary communist newspaper, and therefore the relationship between publication and what is out there in some public forum to be known in the first place. Intellectual life. To return briefly to the issue of intellectuals, intellectual life, and intellectual institutions, perhaps a reminder is needed that the elite universities of China, which had not been substantially challenged in their elitism from 1949 until the Cultural Revolution started in 1966, were staffed entirely by males, as professors, unless of course one considers the janitorial staff. This is one of the places where the question of violence, or force at least, hovers. Was it always, or even often, the best use of educated persons, in a society that needed education, to send them to the countryside? Was this the best way to deal with the inherited division of labor, in a society that had as a long-range goal to overcome this division but that also had the contradictory need in the short term to expand this division at least in some fields? One thing that needs to be underlined, to return to an Aristotelian Marxist spirit invoked much earlier in this text, is that the division of labor is itself a form of violence. This is especially true with the fundamental form of the division of labor, that between mental and manual labor. This division is the violent imposition of a conception, corresponding to a social formation and a mode of production, of what any given individual can be. It is not an exaggeration to say that many of the professors of the elite universities were not only comfortable with this imposition, at least as it affected them, but had indeed been formed by institutions inherited from traditional Chinese elitist educational culture. 337. 337. One of the main guiding ideas of the Cultural Revolution was to challenge these divisions and forms of entitlement, that run very deep, into what Pierre Bourdieu calls habitus. There was a mass debate during the Cultural Revolution about this question, and about the idea of the red expert. New institutions, such as the 3-in-1 combinations, in which experts, workers, and peasants, and soldiers came together to share knowledge and work on problems, arose. Sometimes drastic measures were employed, tempers flared, people who wanted to hold on to their supposed entitlements dug in or attempted to sabotage the process, some people were targeted unfairly, some people used the situation to settle scores, and so on. Let us take it for granted that the formation of a society of well-rounded people who are not divided into a few minds and many bodies is itself a laudable goal. Indeed, this could be the very definition of eudaimonia or even communism. The question becomes one of the types of counterforce that can be justifiably applied to breaking down the force of the division of labor. The opening to the justifiable forms may also open the door to some unjustifiable forms. Of course, there will be those who will say that counterforce is never justified, that it is in its very nature unethical. Proponents of this position should realize that they have to go all the way with it, to cases in which force will only be stopped by counterforce. In the given example, there was a need for the sharing of basic literacy and numerical skills, and it was thought that it was up to the urban educated students and professors to share their knowledge, especially in the rural areas of China. Some people did not want to take part in this work in the countryside and saw it as a horror not because many millions would be in poor, rural areas all of their lives, but because they, the educated elite, would have to disrupt their privileged lives for a period of time. As an aside, a tradition of scholars at the University of Beijing was to grow their fingernails very long as a sign that these were not fingers meant for manual work. An analogy might be offered that perhaps has its limitations, but that seems fundamentally apt. In the United States, in the South but not only there was a system of racially segregated schools that persisted into the 1970s. Many of the constituents of the all-white schools, students, and even more their parents, did not want their schools to be integrated, and they were willing to defend their turf with force. Should the response to this system of racist entitlement, in the case that force had to be met by at least some amount of counterforce, have been to say that it would have been better to have left things the way they were, and that either force, even the force of counterforce, is never justified, or that counterforce cannot be applied if it might lead to a more general chaos or violence. Certainly the struggle to integrate the public school systems in the United States opened up some more general chaos, and it might be. 338. 338. Argued that not only did the struggle need to go much further, but so did the chaos. Bad things. Even if it is the case that atrocity and other bad things, that do not sink to the level of outright atrocity, were not the norm of China in the Mao period, or of the Soviet Union in the Stalin period, though I would argue that there was an enormous difference between Stalin and Mao, and even if it is important to establish this, to set the record straight, over against the unending atrocity version, is it not still the case that there is something like a quantitative issue, that atrocities and bad things not only occurred, but they occurred all too often, and in a way that goes to the polity that was led by Mao and the Chinese revolutionary communists and to the conception of Marxism they had. On this latter point, too, we have to consider that, whatever the revolutionaries were trying to do, or supposedly trying to do, there are differences between ideals and reality that need to be understood. Again, there is a quantitative dimension. How big were the gaps between ideals and reality, and how often did these gaps open up? Economic growth. One of the ironies and, obviously, unintended consequences of the Cultural Revolution is that it in some ways opened the way for the economic growth and modernization of China that has occurred in the post-Mao era. Here is how China scholar Li Fegan puts it in his book, Mao, a Reinterpretation, in a chapter titled, The Cultural Revolution Revisited. Nothing has damaged Mao's image as much as his role in initiating the Cultural Revolution, yet few of Mao's actions deserve as much praise. From today's perspective, it is hard to understand why many still condemn a movement that not only battled corruption and streamlined bureaucracy but also strengthened the economy and promoted artistic and educational reform. Far from being the wasted decade, as it is usually called, the movement inaugurated a period of cultural and economic growth which set the stage for the celebrated transformation of China's financial system that has been much ballyhooed since Mao's death. The decade dominated by the Cultural Revolution left an enduring legacy of social justice, feminist ideals, and even democratic principles which today still resonate with many Chinese. 139. Perhaps this is all the more reason that the post-Mao leadership in China, the capitalist roaders who came to power and restored capitalism, want to 339. 339. Separate themselves from the Cultural Revolution and from Mao himself, other than as some sort of father of the country type monument. To state the obvious once again, the difference in the standard of economic growth during the Cultural Revolution and after it is that, in the former case this growth was considered in terms of the general welfare, while since the close of the Mao era growth is understood in neoliberal terms, as an increase in the bottom line, apart from concern for the general welfare and, in fact, generally set against this welfare. Asian and Asian American studies scholar Peter Kwong describes in detail the real-world dynamic of the market reforms. China started its economic reforms by abolishing the people's communes. Suddenly, without the collectives, the peasants had to privately purchase seed, fertilizer, and water rights, and to pay higher taxes to support a large cadre of local party officials. But the prices of farm products were kept low, forcing many to work as migrant workers in the cities. Others followed when their land was seized for urban and industrial development. Once in the cities, they were given neither residential status nor legal rights and protection, but they were nevertheless expected to be gainfully employed. Otherwise, under the custody and repatriation laws, beggars, vagrants, and those with no employment were repatriated back to their villages, held at detention centers, or even used as forced labor. The Chinese version of the English enclosure process created approximately 150 million impoverished migrants who had to sell their labor cheaply in order to survive. The secret of China's economic miracle is its browbeaten working class. The picture of China's Gilded Age of inequality is not pretty. On the average, the yearly income of a Chinese peasant in 2003 was $317. The monthly wages of factory workers ranged between $62 and $100, only marginally higher than in 1993, even as China's economy grew by almost 10% annually during the same period. On the other side of the social spectrum is the increasingly wealthy urban middle class that is emerging on the coattails of the coterie of the super-rich. In 2006, Shanghai held a millionaire fair, featuring displays of jewelry priced at $25 million, and a diamond-studded dog leash valued at $61,000. Peter Kwong, the Chinese face of neoliberalism, 1-2. So, the irony, as Zizek and others have pointed out, is that there is now underway in China an unprecedented wave of proletarianization. After Maoism. What I have said here barely scratches the surface. Readers will undoubtedly want to investigate these issues in far greater depth. Mao said, speaking of his youth, "First we were revolutionaries, and as a result we became Marxists." That captures very well what I am trying to capture with the 340 idea of ethical Marxism. First we see that there is something very wrong about the way society is set up, and as a result we look for a systematic understanding of society that will allow us to move forward and try to make things right. I will say about Maoism the same thing I said about Marxism in the conclusion of Part 1 during my discussion of Aronson's arguments for decisively placing ourselves after Marxism. As with Marxism, some of Maoism might have been wrong from the start, some of it may have been more than wrong as it was applied in practice, some of it may have become outmoded and overtaken by developments in the world, including the restoration of capitalism in China and the role that China is now playing in the world, but enough of Maoism either was or is right that it ought to be carried forward and built upon. The primary focus in this effort, however, has to be understanding the world as it is now, and asking ourselves what has to be done to make the fundamental changes that will allow humanity to have a future. And again I would underscore the dialectical, historical materialist argument that the choice in our time seems to be between a better future, a future that is on the road to the global community of mutual flourishing, and no future for humankind. There is, however, a pressing need not only to build upon the previous experience of proletarian revolution and socialism. I place the term in scare quotes because it is matter of building upon not only the positive experiences, but also the negative experiences, though building negatively, as it were, but also and even more so to surpass this experience. For, it might be argued that, regardless of whether the previous experiences of Marxist-inspired revolution were predominantly good or bad, they are in some sense a closed chapter, and it is not immediately clear anymore what they have to do with the present and future. This is indeed a difficult problem, for at least two reasons. Avakian once wrote an article entitled "The End of a Stage, the Beginning of a New Stage," Revolution magazine, fall 1990, in which he describes a stage in which there were socialist countries in the world, the period from 1917 to 1976, with a brief period in the middle when there was even a socialist camp, albeit riddled with contradictions. In Conquer the World, Avakian argues that, apart from the USSR itself, the Warsaw Pact countries were never socialist, as there were never proletarian revolutions in those countries. This goes as well for those socialist countries that emerged as Soviet client states in the period after capitalism was restored: Cuba, North Korea, Ethiopia, South Yemen, etc. We are now in a stage where our models, so to speak, are in the past. Even as the goal is not to go back to the past, we could not do that even if we wanted to, but to create a different future. The second factor that has to be struggled over concerns the new things in the world that have developed in the most recent 30 years or so. It is interesting that this coincides with the end of the first wave of 341 proletarian revolutions, and my guess is that this is not a mere coincidence. There are new factors of production, developments in cybernetics, transport, materials science, new levels of concentration and dissemination of the culture industry, new configurations of class, and the general acceleration of life. One author calls it turbo-capitalism. Because of the end of the earlier stage of socialism, and the collapse of the Soviet bloc, there is an immense grab for power and resources underway, which is a good deal of the dynamic that is driving U.S. aggression in the present period. Even if the argument is that the basic outline of the imperialist world system still underlies all of these new phenomena, There are, nevertheless, developments that are not simply quantitative add-ons to what already existed. There are transformations going on in the world that are real, even if certain underlying contradictions remain essentially the same. Again, socialized production and privatized accumulation, the division of labor, the division between imperialist and dominated countries. A Marxist orthodoxy that goes blithely past these developments will ossify into a mere belief system that has little to do with changing the world. There is yet a third reason why we might ask what the past experience of revolution has to do with the future, one that has to do with the basic idea of proletarian revolution as conceived by Marx. Above I referred without actually using the word to the unfolding of history. It might be argued that however much credence Marx would invest in this idea depends on the depth of his commitment to Hegel. There is no need for a heavy and thick, somewhat theological, sense of capital H history if the mechanism of social change in our period can better be described in terms taken from political economy, not philosophy. In such terms, what matters most is that the contradictions of capitalism call forth the grave diggers of the system, as Marx put it, and that this process is an integral part of the workings of capitalism. Other ways of coming at this question, of something law-like at work in society, range from what might be called Aristotle's teleological humanism, that there is a sense of what it would mean to flourish inherent in the human species and every other species or even non-living thing, for that matter, and that people strive toward that possibility of flourishing, to Mao's view that, where there is oppression, there is resistance. Marx, who was influenced at least a little by Aristotle on this point, held that the specific form of capitalist exploitation increasingly brings forward the agents of its ultimate overturning, a class that eventually is global in scope, as capital increasingly is, but that is also, unlike the different capitalist classes that are rooted in different nation-states, a single, international class. This is, of course, the international proletariat. The argument about past revolutionary experiences contends that the proletariat undertook these revolutions as part of a global process. The process is not necessarily continuous, or at least it contains 342 significant discontinuities. The process contains advances as well as setbacks. Mao said, "The road is tortuous, though the outlook is bright." To use a more recent metaphor, we might say that the learning curve for revolution is very steep. But why, now, believe that there is any process, or road, etc., anymore, if there ever was one? Why believe this especially now, when there are no socialist countries in the world, when capitalism is exulting in triumphalism, indeed, when we live in a strange time of monopolarism, with the United States as the hyperpower, when new factors of production and culture are reshaping society in ways that seem unprecedented and quite foreign to at least some of the economic and social phenomena that Marx analyzed. No retreat to orthodoxy. To say the least, all of these factors militate against the recreation of or retreat to a Marxist orthodoxy of any sort, including a Maoist orthodoxy. This goes as well for any call to return to classical Marxism, an easy way out in the face of the twists and turns of the 20th century. Instead, these factors call for both a recognition of what is actually unfolding in the world, and for creative thought and theorizing. One achievement of my dialogues with Avakian, in my view, was simply that a number of questions were brought to the table, such as the animal question, issues of secularism, and even the old philosophical question of the meaning of life, and issues involved in sexuality. Indeed, on this last score, I was especially pleased that Avakian and I were able to explore some problems in the way that the Revolutionary Communist Party had previously understood homosexuality, an issue that had been difficult and problematic, to say the least, for people working in and around the organization. Beyond the particularities of this specific question, the previous stand that had been taken, and that has been definitively overturned in recent years, was a good example of the kind of cul-de-sac thinking in which Marxists sometimes find themselves stuck. On some level, such thinking can be a testimony to a style of inquiry that wants primarily to do something about the awful state of the world. and yet, a thinking that erects barricades will soon enough not be engaged, other than with dogmatism and mental ossification. The give and take of the conversations shows the opposite of such ossification. We raise questions and attempt to find some answers, or at least arrive at some terms of agreement, but more than that we try to open things up and grapple with difficult issues with respect to their actual complexity. Still, the question might be raised, what is the relationship between ethical Marxism, as I have conceived it in the present book, and Maoism, and the new synthesis as conceived and practiced by Avakian and the 343. 343. Revolutionary Communist Party? I would like to think, despite some of the substantial disagreements we might have, that the aim in both cases is to find a resistance to orthodoxy that all the same retains an orientation toward radical social transformation, a Marxism that is theoretically lively and adventurous and, which ought to go without saying, not merely academic. A new synthesis. Since the publication of Marxism and the Call of the Future, people have asked me about some of the areas where there was more disagreement than agreement in the conversations. This catches me up a bit short, because I do think there is not only the question, which is fair enough, but also the perspective from which the question is raised. Some people are only interested in getting an argument going, or engaging in some sort of sectarian divisiveness. It is of course right to try to answer the question forthrightly, but there is something that I want to place front and center as the context of this answer. Avakian and the RCP have worked determinedly for many years for the radical transformation of society, and after all this time they have not given up. Furthermore, I think there is something here more than mere doggedness or stubbornness, though there is something to be said for these things, and something other than commitment, namely, a material basis for believing that there is a point to carrying on with revolutionary struggle. This may be a marginal struggle in some sense. It is marginal because it is a struggle of the marginalized. It is a struggle that has gone through twists and turns and setbacks, including some self-imposed setbacks. Indeed, I do sometimes wonder if the RCP can live down its previous but long-standing line on homosexuality, a line that hurt the organization itself in the end. I have tried to argue that the material basis for change includes the felt need for change and the commitment to work for change, and that these elements affect our understanding of historical materialism. One of the disagreements that Avakian and I have is over religion. I place the term in scare quotes because it is often unclear what people mean by the term, and often people discuss religion as if they are talking about the same thing, when they are not. Avakian says that we should stop believing in things that don't exist, and instead apply our conscious activism to changing this world. There is a sense in which I agree with that, but I would also want to point out that the future we hope to achieve also does not exist, and that our faith in the possibility of this future can never be fully underwritten by a scientific theory of society. Three other areas where we did not come to agreement concern the animal question, the value of Kant's philosophy, and the role and understanding of truth. On at least the latter pair of issues, how? 344. 344. Ever, I would say that our conversations themselves represented at least something of an agreement, in that we agreed that there is a conversation to be had, and let it be said that that is not nothing. In recent years, Avakian has been speaking of a new synthesis, going beyond Mao. This synthesis is still coming together, at least in my opinion, and it will be interesting to see how a more systematic integration of its elements develops. The new synthesis is emerging in documents such as The New Situation and the Great Challenges, which responds directly to the events of September 11, 2001 and their aftermath, Dictatorship and Democracy, and the Socialist Transition to Communism, the basis, the goals, and the methods of the Communist Revolution, a radically new kind of state, a radically different and far greater vision of freedom, on epistemology, on knowing and changing the world, a leap of faith and a leap to rational knowledge, two very different kinds of leaps, two radically different worldviews and methods, and the book, Observations on Art and Culture, Science and Philosophy. The documents, apart from the book, are online at rivcom.us. Clearly, This period of productivity and rethinking Maoism is not unrelated to September 11, 2001 and its aftermath, especially the attempt by the U.S. ruling class, or at least dominant elements within this class, to reforge American global hegemony and to implement a far-right agenda that has at least some elements of fascism. In an article titled Bob Avakian Re-envisions Socialism, Raymond Latta sets out some of the key elements of the New Synthesis, Revolution newspaper, June 4, 2006, 3 in particular: 1. The importance of intellectual ferment, 2. A re-emphasis on truth and a scientific perspective, drawing lessons from the Lysenko affair, and 3. An affirmation of the role of dissent and people's rights in socialist society. Among the other, related, themes in these recent documents from Avakian are the rethinking of questions of sovereignty even in the midst of re-emphasizing the necessity for state power, the roles of spirituality, myth, and romanticism, the reiteration and extension of Mao's idea that Marxism embraces but does not replace the knowledge that is generated in different disciplines and fields of inquiry and struggle, Observations, 113, and the idea that Marxism, at whatever stage, as a science, does not signal the end of philosophy, see Observations, 65-67. These are ideas that not only did not receive the qualitative development that was needed in the previous history of the International Communist Movement, ICM, and in the revolutions in Russia and China, but indeed these are ideas that were largely disparaged by Marx and Lenin, though, significantly, to a lesser extent by Mao. These ideas were developed in other domains of Marxism, and in what might be called radical and progressive philosophy and social theory more generally, but, for various 345 reasons, the door between the international communist movement and these domains was locked from both sides. Perhaps not all of the reasons for this mutual disappreciation were bad. There were in fact reasons for revolutionary communists to be suspicious of Western intellectuals, and there were very good reasons for progressive and radical intellectuals to be wary, to say the least, of the purity of, supposedly, Marxist theory as practiced by the leading figures of the ICM. This purity, which meant, among other things, never venturing outside of an extremely narrow canon for a theoretical anchor, is inseparable from a violent reductivism that can be, in its materialist form, even worse than that of theological fundamentalisms. Indeed, there is little difference between these fundamentalisms. At a certain stage reductivism in Marxism passes over into theology, and not in a good way, either, in other words, lacking any commitment to the ethical, or the ethical political, and therefore to the political, to the notion of the just society, as such. Obviously, I am once again thinking of Stalin, even while, also once again, not wanting to buy into the view that socialist construction in the Soviet Union during the Stalin period was nothing but endless horror, and yet again it can be said that Stalin and his period is the main impetus to the need for a theory of ethical Marxism. The possible unity of these diverse ideas, all of which I see as standing against the history of reductivism in the ICM, and all of which, let it be said, I think are moving in the right direction, in a new synthesis, is a developing and gathering sort of thing. A good deal more systematic work needs to be done to put it all together. Naturally, a philosopher and social theorist such as myself, who is not in the party, and who is a professor in a university, thinks of the big book that needs to be written like the one I have written here. But there is a tendency for intellectuals in our society, which generally means people who are connected to academic institutions in one way or another, not to really understand the specific circumstances of working in revolutionary theory in the midst of leading a revolutionary movement. I do not claim to fully understand these circumstances either. Theory in the academic context often lacks certain things that we in the theory class wish were there, even while there are also elements of this kind of revolutionary theory, which perhaps ought to be called revolutionary movement theory, so that we might better grasp the specificity of this activity, that are not much appreciated by some intellectuals who are too locked up in academia and its peculiar world. Perils of stupidification. For instance, in a gesture that is somewhat typical of this world, though, admittedly, not exactly from this world, science fiction writer Ken. 346. 346. MacLeod criticized American stupidity in his blog, saying, French Maoism gave us Sartre and Althusser, winky face, American Maoism gave us Klinsky and Avakian, the early days of a better nation, at kenmacleod.blogspot.com, entry for March 23, 2003. MacLeod was mostly responding to the American-led Iraq War, and I find it hard not to sympathize with his frustration with America and Americans. Our interpretations of the source of this stupidity are different, however. I attribute it to successive campaigns of stupidification, not unrelated to actual machinations of the ruling class, shaped in a particular, post-60s way, but also not unrelated to Neil Postman's notion of amusing ourselves to death and Mark Crispin Miller's notion of Big Brother is you, watching. On the former, see the book of that title, on the latter, see Boxed In, The Culture of TV. Returning to themes from Part 1 of the present book, perhaps most of all I attribute the success of the campaigns of stupidification to the fact that it is very difficult to face what it means to be a beneficiary of the plunder carried out in the name of America, and chief among the strategies for coping with this is a kind of moral vacuity, one that both leads to and feeds from mental vacuity in general. For instance, in right-wing Christian fundamentalism this moral vacuity expresses itself in terms of a God whose moral concerns concern activities or even comportments such as homosexuality that, even if they were somehow morally wrong and, of course, they are not would not even begin to make it onto the map of the truly grievous wrongs that are perpetrated in this world, especially by the American imperialism that is the real religion of these fundamentalists. It is hard for Americans to look upon what might be called their own moral nakedness, and so they dress themselves up in a variety of ways that do not stand up to much scrutiny. Indeed, on this score, we might simply extend what I think is a very powerful example from Avakian, one that ends with literal nakedness. If you don't believe this is an imperialist system, if you don't see how the seal of parasitism is set on this whole society by imperialism, go home to your closet and throw out every piece of clothing except those made in the United States, which, in reality, means every piece of clothing that is made under conditions of not normal but extreme exploitation, including exploitation of little children, all throughout the world. Throw all those out and keep only the ones that aren't made that way and see if you can go out your front door. See if you will have anything to wear. All you have to do is look at the labels on your clothes to see what kind of system this is, to see a reflection of the fact that it is an international system of exploitation, with the most extreme forms of exploitation, including of children, throughout the Third World. The basis, the goals, and the methods of the Communist Revolution, Revcom.us, 20-21. 347. 347. Even so, without a stitch, many Americans go boldly forth into the world as if they were dressed in the finest garments and with the intellectual finery of such brilliant minds as Bill O'Reilly, Sean Hannity, and Ann Coulter. However, MacLeod's explanation for this stupid state of affairs is something I often hear from left-wing commentators in the UK, namely the lack of a major Labour or Social Democratic Party. As MacLeod writes, this particular distribution curve has a long tail at the low end. Why? Not because Americans are more stupid than anyone else, but because there is no American party of the left. This means that the American right can indulge in lying and character assassination with almost as much impunity as if it dominated a one-party state. And it means that the American left either buries itself in the Democratic Party, where it's treated as an embarrassment, or spins its wheels with a complete lack of social tradition, in academia or in tiny irrelevant sects, and embarrasses itself. Now, it seems to me that all of the reasons that I gave for the success of stupidification apply to the UK as well, at least in general but with perhaps some significant variation, and that the existence of the Labour Party has not stood in the way of the efforts of the British ruling class to continue to carry forward an imperialist agenda, even if this agenda is now in a subordinate role to the United States. In certain sectors of the left, perhaps most of all the Trotskyist left, with which MacLeod has some sympathy in the UK, there is a good deal of emphasis on continuity, and on the authentic Marxist tradition and an affirmation, or reaffirmation, of classical Marxism. One of the reasons that Maoists reject these terms is that an affirmation of classical Marxism is a denial of the qualitative changes that occurred in the world in the 20th century, especially imperialism. But in addition to this, and partly because of these qualitative developments, which led Mao to argue for not only the possibility but also the necessity of socialist revolution in China, and again the irony is that the kind and level of capitalism that exists in China today would not have been possible within the circuit of economic and social development that existed in China up until 1949, Maoists tend to stress discontinuity and development from the margins rather than the center. This also means that Maoists attempt to be rigorously internationalist and perhaps especially non-Eurocentric, and this ought to be counterposed to social democratic parties, organizations of the economistic left, and even the U.S. Democratic Party, whose outmost leftward limit, in the end, is perhaps a different distribution formula for 348. 348. The spoils of imperialism and neocolonialism. Be that as it may, I do not want to entirely deny that there may be some significance to the fact that there is not even what might be called a loyal opposition in the United States, not anymore. If there ever was, the Democratic Party is all loyal and no real opposition. In going beyond Marx, Lenin had to not only extend some of Marx's arguments, he had to qualitatively break with some of them, and Lenin really did have to do this, because classical capitalism had changed, qualitatively. And the same with Mao and now with Avakian. Michael Klinsky was the leader of one of several parties in the United States that called themselves Maoist in the 1970s, none of which other than the RCP exist today, or at least, as with the Progressive Labor Party, they do not exist as parties that call themselves Maoist. Klinsky's group, the Communist Party, Marxist-Leninist, CPML, supported the counter-revolutionary coup in China carried out by Deng Xiaoping, and the four modernizations, which only the most hard-headed would deny was and is a program for capitalist restoration. Initially, the new regime in China gave the CPML the nod as the official Maoist group in the US, but within a few years it became clear that what the new regime needed was not these erstwhile Maoist organizations, even if they were neither revolutionary nor communist, and therefore not really Maoist either, but instead direct dealings with other capitalist ruling classes in the world. I do not know how anyone with even a passing familiarity with the writings and work of Avakian and the RCP could make a comparison with Klinsky, the CPML, or any of those other groups that either never were much oriented toward revolution. All of the other Maoist groups in the US that came out of the 1960s were very economistic and workerist, and this in fact was a trend within the RCP in the mid and late 1970s as well, a trend that was struggled over and overcome. That part of MacLeod's remark is simply intemperate and inaccurate. All right, but what about Sartre and Althusser? The situation is a bit too complicated to say that French Maoism gave us Sartre and Althusser, and, more to the point, neither Sartre nor Althusser were attempting to lead a proletarian revolutionary movement. The question might be whether we ought to add to the foregoing, which is something altogether different from writing systematic works of philosophy. The fact is that neither MacLeod, who is not a philosopher, nor myself, who am trying to be a philosopher, is attempting to lead such a movement, either, and therefore we might not have as good a feel for the role of philosophy, or theory, more broadly, in such a movement as does someone who is, whether this is Lenin, Mao, or Avakian. 349. 349. Proposed distinction, philosophical Marxism and revolutionary movement theory. Having said this, I want to once again make a proposal of the split the difference sort, or at least to look at two sides of the question, and pose this as a criticism of the ICM. One side of the difference contains another proposal that I think ought to stand in its own right. Suppose that instead of speaking of Western Marxism as a trend in philosophy that is counterposed to the post-Marx Marxism of Lenin, Stalin, and Mao, we instead speak of a tradition of philosophical Marxism, that runs from the early works of Marx and Engels, up through Trotsky, Lenin, Lukács, Adorno, Benjamin, Sartre, Marcuse, Althusser, among many, many others, and that remains an important philosophical trend today in the work of thinkers who are engaging with themes in Marx and Marxism, from Derrida and Deleuze to Slavoj Žižek, Alain Badiou, and Judith Butler. I will say without hesitation that this is a great trend. I want to separate with at least that last momentary period, I mean the grammatical dot, this declaration from what I want to say next, namely that this trend from Lukács to Badiou and beyond, despite being a great trend, has seemingly not meant a damned thing to the leaders of the ICM, unless it has meant something negative, something to be denounced, dismissed, negated. Certainly there is nothing to be learned, and the tendency has been to put a one-word label on the philosopher/philosophy in question and get him/her/it out of the conversation, most often idealism, but also bourgeois, petty bourgeois, individualism, or nihilism, and thereby to have handled the problem. Marx, the revolutionary philosopher, had already set the pattern for these dismissals, but Lenin, the philosophical revolutionary, really raised the stakes on the intellectual question. The intellectuals, the lackeys of capital, who think they're the brains of the nation. In fact, they're not its brains, they're its shit, Lenin apparently said in a Central Committee meeting. This is reported in Glover's Humanity, 278, and rather than waste time questioning the authenticity of the statement, Glover takes it from the biography of Lenin by Dmitry Fokoganov. It would be better to grant that Lenin was indeed given to saying these sorts of things, and to analyze the consequences of this perspective. I have heard it said by Alexander Coburn and others that Marx says somewhere, when the train of history goes round a bend, all of the intellectuals fall off. Yes, probably, or perhaps most of them do fall off of this train, as probably do many physicists, for example, when the train of physics goes round a bend. Among the intellectuals who sometimes fell off of the train were Marx and Engels themselves. But so what? One can easily see such a 350 formula, which is far from being entirely false, as mainly being used as a license for the most Philistine anti-intellectualism. The stakes of such a line of thought, that, unfortunately, contained a large kernel of thoughtlessness, were raised qualitatively and even immeasurably after the October Revolution, when this perspective achieved state power and effectively became the policy of a state. Let's take this thumbnail sketch of the intellectual question in the international communist movement a little further by considering Stalin. In the following, Glover quotes Stalin at length. Did philosophers question the attack on objective truth? The answer is understandable but sad. Like nearly everyone else, they did not speak out because they were afraid. They had a special problem because Stalin, in his irascible way, was interested in philosophy. He wrote a chapter on dialectical materialism in the history of the CPSU, short course. The person whose philosophical views had most influence was Stalin himself. Stalin asked his assistant to assemble a library of books for him, and he put philosophy first on the list of subjects to be included. He then appointed the philosopher Jan Sten to be his tutor. Sten must have thought that he had a chance of influence not given to any philosopher since Aristotle taught Alexander the Great. He drew up a program to teach Stalin about Kant, Hegel, Fichte, Schelling, Feuerbach, Plekhanov, Trotsky, and F. H. Bradley. In the tutorials, Stalin sometimes asked questions like, "What's all this got to do with the class struggle?" or "Who uses all this rubbish in practice?" Despite his impatience, Stalin persevered with the subject enough to think of himself as a philosopher. In 1930 he gave a philosophical lecture to an institute of philosophers, which is summarized in the minutes. We have to turn upside down and dig over the whole pile of manure that has accumulated in philosophy and the natural sciences. Everything written by the Deborin group has to be smashed. Sten and Karev can be chucked out. Sten boasts a lot, but he's just a pupil of Karev's. Sten is a desperate sluggard. All he can do is talk. Karev's got a swelled head and struts about like an inflated bladder. In my view, Deborin is a hopeless case, but he should remain as an editor of the journal so we'll have someone to beat. The editorial board will have two fronts, but we'll have the majority. After this philosophy lecture there were questions. Unsurprisingly, they were undemanding. One was, what should the institute concentrate on in the area of philosophy? Stalin replied, to beat, that is the main issue. To beat on all sides and where there hasn't been any beating before. The Deborinists regard Hegel as an icon. Plekhanov has to be unmasked. He always looked down on Lenin. Even Engels was not right about everything. There is a place in his commentary on the Erfurt program about growing into socialism. Bukharin tried to use it. It wouldn't be a bad thing if we could implicate Engels somewhere in Bukharin's writings. It would be a nightmare for any philosophy tutor to give tutorials to Stalin. And a tutor might be depressed at being described as a desperate sluggard by the most famous person he had taught. 351. 351. But things got worse. Jan Sten was later described as a lickspittle of Trotsky and executed. Humanity, 279-80. Speaking of objective truth, the foregoing seems a good example of a situation where disagreeing with the perspective from which Glover presents his case, certainly both Avakian and I would disagree with this perspective, would simply be a way of sidestepping the most important questions. It would completely miss the point to say, Glover says so and so about Stalin, but Glover is an anti-communist. That being said, it is easy to get fed up with Glover's gloss on complex events. For instance, Glover says that in the aftermath of the Great Leap Forward the new regime, with Liu Shaoqi as head of state, allowed people to wear different clothes instead of the uniform Mao suits, 287. This is another case in which it could be said that a commentator who is presuming to care about the Chinese people is instead only piling on claims that have already been proven false in order to advance an agenda that has little to do with caring about the Chinese people. People in China, including Mao himself, wore the Mao suits as a great advance over a society where many millions had only rags for their clothes, and sometimes not even that. Again, this goes to the fact that China still had, for some years after the countrywide seizure of power in 1949, hundreds of years of poverty and deprivations to address, in the most basic areas of food, shelter, and clothing. The achievements should not make us blind to the shortcomings, but neither should the shortcomings make us blind to the achievements. On this point, Glover's account promotes a slanderous ignorance. Be that as it may, this new emphasis on intellectual ferment, and on objective truth, and especially on the objective truth of how intellectuals have been treated in the societies where Marxism, or some version of Marxism, has guided state power, has to not only build on the negative experience of the past, and this seems to be one of those points on which perhaps most of the experience is negative, and where what is negative about this experience has spread to other areas of life, but also bring about a reversal of this experience. Just as the tradition of what I will now persist in calling philosophical Marxism is a great trend, the larger philosophical projects of not only the West, but also diverse cultures, should be seen as the intellectual inheritance of humankind. Plato and Aristotle were not first of all intellectual operatives of an oppressive ruling class. For Stalin, but perhaps even for Marx, Engels, and Lenin, intellectual ferment was not a good thing. An argument could be made that for Mao the opposite was true. Avakian argues that intellectual ferment is indeed a good thing, but he also argues. 352. 352. For a re-emphasis on science. What worries me is that it was especially the emphasis on science that, for Marx, was the reason that the end of classical German philosophy, to use Engels's phrase, and where end could also be understood as culmination, meant that there was little need for much more philosophy. Now, it is also the case that Avakian has proffered the formula, Marxism is a science, it is not the end of philosophy, but this idea could stand to be spelled out in a bit more detail. Let us come back to this question. However, let us not leave the discussion of intellectual life in the context of the Stalin period in particular, and of Marxism as an orthodox, state philosophy in general, without addressing the ethical question that demands a response. It is not only the case that nothing good whatsoever came out of the way philosophers were treated in the Soviet Union during the Stalin period, but the full measure of this fact needs to be taken. Furthermore, the way philosophers were treated in this instance affected the whole society, not just the relatively small sector of philosophers or other intellectuals, especially those in the humanities and the arts. The message from Stalin was clear, and not only to the hapless Jan Sten, no one can tell me anything. Beyond these things, however, the core ethical matter of this historical episode is that it is wrong to persecute and execute people for proposing ideas that are different from those of the state ideology. For almost all readers, I am sure this is not to say anything too penetrating or startling, though it remains significant that something like this has to be said at all, but the difficulty is in asking what it means to go in the opposite direction, toward what is right, in the context of socialism and state power. In the early 1980s, Avakian began to rethink the history of the ICM, especially in the aftermath of the overturning of socialism, and Maoism, in China, and one thing he argued in works from that period, including his essay on the 100th anniversary of the death of Karl Marx, For a Harvest of Dragons, 1983, was that Marxism in the Soviet Union became more and more a state religion, especially during the time when socialism had been overturned, but the USSR still claimed to be socialist in the Stalin period, too. There were significant elements of this phenomenon. The development of Avakian's thought in that period laid the ground for even more qualitative developments in the period after September 11, 2001. Moving in a new direction with regard to the intellectual question means drawing conclusions about the very idea of a state philosophy. This applies not only in the case of a new revolution, but also in the case of the party, which in important ways prefigures proletarian state power. This last point also shows, at least in part, where there are interconnections among the themes that have been put forward as central to the new synthesis. 353. 353. Engaging with Jacques Derrida. In developing these issues further, let us turn now to the other side of the question, and here I would like to frame the difference as that between philosophical Marxism, and even radical philosophy in general and even simply philosophy in general, on the one side, and, what I propose to call, revolutionary movement theory, on the other. In the Observations book, Avakian has a short chapter with the funny title, Epistemology, the Derridists and the Communists, in which he makes these comments. With regard to philosophers like Derrida, and others in other fields, unfortunately, Derrida is no longer alive, but speaking about him as representative of larger groups of people, it is not that we shouldn't struggle to win these people to communism. But two things: first, there are always going to be people, or, for a long time there will be people who are not going to be communists. That is just an objective reality. So, then, the question is, what about them? Can they contribute anything? Do we recognize that they can make contributions? Are they not going to learn important things about reality? For example, can people who are religious who study the history of the Bible teach us anything? Yes. It is not that we shouldn't struggle to win people like this to communism. And then, when we do get to communism, it will be a different dynamic. There will be different schools of thought which will all probably be post-communist schools of dialectical materialism. Observations, 107. What about them? Not just how can we use them in the practical struggle, but what about them in terms of how we are going to be able to approach and learn from and assimilate what they come up with, even while they are not, or not consistently, applying the communist outlook and methodology. It struck me, it was over a period of time that it struck me, not one day like a bolt of lightning, that you have all these people in all these spheres whom we now seek to learn from to help us understand reality. It just struck me, well, Why would you think that would stop at some point when you seize state power or something? Why would you think that would no longer be the case? It didn't make sense to me, epistemologically, that all of a sudden it would no longer be the case that these people could investigate reality and teach us something. Even though we have to apply the dialectical materialist outlook and method to really get the deepest understanding of reality, that doesn't mean that they might not teach us a great deal without applying that outlook, or without applying it consistently and systematically. There is a unity of opposites in that case, too. Observations, 108-9. And yes, under socialism, like under capitalism, there are constraints. Somebody is setting the parameters, the framework and the boundaries or limits. Here is the point: yes, there are always parameters and somebody is always setting them. And, in this connection, there are a couple of questions. 354. 354. According to what principles? And are there rules to the game in a relative sense, or is this all arbitrary? There have to be rules to the game that everybody has to adhere to, even though that may be a moving thing that changes, and not something static and forever the same. That is why you have rules and laws and constitutions, including in socialist society, so people can know what the hell the rules of the game are. How do things get decided and by whom? And through what procedures and institutions do they get decided and implemented? And what and who is accountable to what and whom? Those are things that in socialist society you will still have to have. If there are no institutions and instrumentalities like that, then it is just the party and the masses, and it can be very arbitrary. That was the problem with Lenin's thing about no laws, about dictatorship being unrestricted rule, and specifically rule unrestricted by laws. Then who is exercising this dictatorship of the proletariat, and how do the masses know what the rules are? If they don't know what the rules are, how can they be relatively at ease? How can they actually contribute to socialist society and the advance to communism? And how can you actually struggle with people in a good way and toward a good end? The old answer we would have given, 25 years ago or more, would have been, somebody is always setting the rules, somebody is setting the parameters, so don't get too upset. We're better than the bourgeoisie. End of discussion. But there is more to be said and excavated from the history of the ICM about that too. Even while it is true both things are true, somebody will be setting the rules and the parameters, and we are better than the bourgeoisie. But we won't remain better than the bourgeoisie if that is all we say, and all we think, about it. That is the trick right there. Observations, 109-11. Note that these formulations represent a reversal of Marx, Lenin, and Stalin on certain points, and a qualitative extension of positions held by Mao. I also think they represent a step in the right direction. Having said this, I want to address certain particulars here, beginning with Jacques Derrida. I realize that Avakian is more interested in the general point, essentially about intellectuals who are not communists or dialectical materialists in the senses in which Avakian understands these terms. However, it is not helpful to speak of philosophers like Derrida, any more than it would help to speak of composers like Beethoven. First, we lose the singularity of the person in formulations such as these. We had better attend to this question in the wake of Stalin, and to the factors involved with Stalin, both personal, that's the irony, and systemic political. Jonathan Glover claims that neither Stalin nor Mao had any friends. It is not hard to imagine this being the case with someone who is in a certain position of leadership in a movement that is attempting to work big changes in the world, and we have to appreciate the fact that we need such leaders. Lo and behold, however, Derrida has written a great deal on the politics of friendship. Second, a formulation such as 355. 355. Philosophers like Derrida glosses over his specific works and ideas, for instance, about the aforementioned politics of friendship or about the issue of sovereignty, another topic from Avakian's article. Lastly, By using Derrida as example, Avakian gets mixed up in a whole discourse of postmodern philosophy, or sometimes post-structuralism, that is not very helpful for understanding the work of any of the figures who are usually, and carelessly, lopped under this heading. Unlike Michel Foucault, who addressed the question of the role of the intellectual in some detail and who was specifically responding to the model, or models, presented by Sartre, Derrida did not speak very directly to this issue, though this avoidance of specific definitions of intellectual work and its role in society can itself be understood as a response to Sartre. However, in practice, both Derrida and Foucault often appeared to do what engaged intellectuals do. Perhaps the more interesting question is how we understand what the intellectual is doing when she or he is doing the more specific intellectual work of framing and studying specific questions. There are already different schools of dialectical materialism, and these differ as to what matter is and what the laws or principles or even the movements of the observed phenomena are. So while it is great that Avakian is very careful to negate the "how can we use them" idea, which is inscribed in a history that runs from Marx's view of most intellectuals as essentially useless, they fall off the train when anything significant happens in society, to Lenin's very bad, indeed execrable term, useful idiots, and it is, further, a very good step when Avakian speaks instead of learning from these intellectuals. There is in the end the assumption that the real communists have a deeper understanding of reality, or at least a better way of getting to this understanding. I think Avakian does make this assumption. We have to be very careful about this. Perhaps it would help to make a provisional distinction between two different kinds of theory: philosophical Marxism, radical philosophy and theory, systematic investigation, more generally on the one side, and revolutionary movement theory on the other. Stalin made this assumption about dialectical materialism and his mastery of it, which then was mixed up with not only state power, but also power that understood itself to be unconditionally sovereign. I won't join in the chorus that is all too ready to explain things in terms of Stalin's supposed mediocrity or intellectual dullness. Indeed, a more fruitful line of inquiry is to take a position toward theoretical questions that is fallibilistic and yet not skeptical, but where, on the other side, this fallibilism does not undercut the radical project of changing society. Perhaps this is another version of the trick that Avakian refers to at the end of the essay, or perhaps his formulation ought to be considered this way. 356. 356. In addition, the assumption of necessarily having the most penetrating version of dialectical materialism, or, it might be said, whatever is the most penetrating instrument of explanation, but, of course, this again raises the question of whether Marxism is a science for which dialectical materialism is the methodology of its description, has underwritten the tendency to limit which questions appear as such. This is a prescription for positivist reductionism, for instance, with questions of meaning and language, on which questions Derrida has a great deal to teach us. I would argue, at the very least it ought to be recognized that he put these questions on the table in a way that is resistant to positivistic reduction, which is also to say on the table for a materialist theory of language and meaning. Like Avakian, Derrida spoke in the aftermath of September 11, 2001 on the issue of sovereignty, and indeed both of them are speaking on the issue of unconditionality, or what is called unlimited sovereignty, which necessarily has as a corollary limited or conditional sovereignty for every other power other than the one that claims unconditionality. For Avakian, this occurs in the context of reconsidering Lenin's claims about unconditionality, but for both Avakian and Derrida the analysis of the idea of sovereignty occurs against the backdrop of the unprecedented claim of sovereignty and hegemony being put forward, and not just in the realm of ideas or ideology, but ultimately through the weapons of world destruction by the United States in the post-9/11 period. The ideological pillars of this claim are, on the one side, a neoconservative philosophy inspired by Leo Strauss, and a theology of the divine mission of America embraced by right-wing Christian fundamentalists, on the other. Behind or underlying them both, however, is an imperialist ruling class that is less interested in the specific ideologies for their philosophical value or coherence than in the strategic deployment of these ideologies for the purposes of reforging global hegemony. In Derrida's analysis of this interpenetration, where he examines, for example, the role of the Security Council in making the United Nations fundamentally an instrument of the great powers, first of all the United States, but also France, in Rogues, there is much to learn, so much that I want to raise the following provocative question, not only, what if the Derridists were communists, but also, what if at least some of the communists took the time to study deconstruction and ask how they might learn from it, and yes, apply it? Embrace, not replace. Significantly, Rogues, one of the last books that Derrida published in his lifetime, is subtitled Two Essays on Reason. While we are questioning the notion of unconditional sovereignty in politics and statecraft, we might 357 also question the claim of unconditional sovereignty of Marxism or dialectical materialism in science and philosophy, and especially in science and therefore philosophy. This is where Mao's formula is very important, that Marxism embraces but does not replace the results of inquiry in different disciplines, and it is significant that the next chapter in Observations is on this very formula, 112-30. To speak in Kantian terms, this embracing could be understood as intending a synthesis, and even being predicated upon a possible synthesis, at least as a kind of regulative ideal. However, if things are taken too quickly or too forcefully in this direction, the embracing aspect of the formula could overpower the does not replace part. Avakian argues that error in one direction or the other, or one and then the other, or some combination of them, is a danger. You can forget the embraces part and get lost in a particular sphere and think that our basic principles have nothing to do with this, or that this has nothing to do with our strategic objectives. You can fall into tailing spontaneity, tailing the masses, pragmatism, losing sight of the relation between the particular and the universal, that is, between a particular arena of activity or struggle and our ultimate goal of achieving communism, and between learning about one particular sphere and increasing the store of knowledge of humanity as a whole. So you can forget the embraces aspect and forget the universal in that sense. On the other hand, you can lose sight of the particular, the does not replace aspect. That's what Mao means with does not replace. He means you can't just have Marxist principles in a general or abstract sense. You have to apply them. You have to apply them in a living way, and you have to learn from others in the course of applying them. Observations, 117-18. Significantly, when Avakian speaks of the different spheres of inquiry and activity that Marxism embraces but does not replace, he expands the number of spheres significantly beyond Mao, especially into the areas of culture, art, and the humanities. In this case, however, while we might keep in mind, at least as a regulative ideal, that all of these spheres are ultimately a part of the same world that we humans are attempting to live in, there are also qualitative differences in these spheres, and we must be wary of a synthetic embrace that crushes the life out of these spheres, and here to say the life is also to say the difference, in a normative sense. Here I have some questions regarding Alain Badiou's rethinking of Platonism and set theory mathematics as ontology, in being and event, briefings on existence, and logics of worlds, questions that I would pose from the perspective of a Sartrean concern with incarnation and a Derridian concern with difference, questions that I would then turn back toward the possible methodologies of embracement and the notion of objective truth. However, this discussion must wait for another day. 358. The project of embrace but not replace might be further helped, I propose, by making a distinction such as that between philosophical Marxism and revolutionary movement theory. One way to come at this is to recognize that Avakian cannot spend all of his time reading Derrida. It may be that the distinction I am proposing is at least somewhat parasitic on the so-called scholar/theorist distinction. To paraphrase what Derrida says of Marx, inspectors of Marx, to read Derrida is also to read a few others. As someone on the theorist side of the distinction, I am not able to spend all my time reading Derrida and all of the others, which more or less turns out to be most of the Western philosophical and much of the Western literary canons, either. Of course, it doesn't help that Derrida tended, for some years, to put out work faster than anyone could read it. That is why I depend on the scholars and appreciate the work they do. We could stand a little more mutual appreciation in the intellectual world. I am not sure that Avakian appreciates the scholars enough, though I am not saying that he doesn't read widely. I am also quite sure that the scholars often do not appreciate the theorists very much. As a revolutionary movement theorist, Avakian continually sifts through the history of the ICM, studies the current state of society, which involves not only reading the work of more empirically oriented figures such as urban sociologist Mike Davis, critical race theorist David Roediger, and Jared Diamond, but also novels and memoirs that paint a vivid picture of life in the different strata of society, as well as reports that come up through the party, from activists who are in the field, so to speak, studies the works of the main figures in what might be called the ICM canon, Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, and Mao, studies work in political economy especially, and plays a leading role in the furtherance of the work of political economists in the party, such as Raymond Lotta, studies the work and activities of reactionaries who are trying to hold the existing society together and provide an ideology for it, figures such as Pat Buchanan and George Soros, and, lastly and perhaps most tangentially, engages with philosophical Marxism and political philosophy and other work in philosophy and theory more generally. Avakian ought to be taken seriously because revolution ought to be taken seriously, and the latter ought to be taken seriously if we truly recognize what a grotesque thing the capitalist imperialist organization of the world is, and what a lovely world humanity is capable of creating in its stead, and the necessity for humanity to live up to this potential if there is going to be any world at all in the future. I question how Avakian approaches the work of revolutionary movement theory in some instances though. In the case of the two canons of Marxism, I think it is a problem that he deals with issues in art and aesthetics by returning to Mao's lectures at the Yan'an Forum on literature and art again and again, even. 359. 359. Though I recognize that these lectures themselves represent a contribution to revolutionary movement theory, but does not pay any attention to the important work on aesthetics that has been done in the canon of philosophical Marxism, from Lukács and Adorno to Jameson and Badiou. It would be wrong to take this limitation as an invitation to dismiss what is important about revolutionary movement theory and what it is trying to do, as opposed to what it is not necessarily trying to do and perhaps ought not try to do. The Marxist philosophical canon. I aim to provoke. The ICM philosophical canon does not inspire or excite me very much as philosophy. I mean the works of not only Engels, Lenin, and Stalin, but also Mao and Marx, for the most part. One of the paradoxes of Marxism is that Marx by himself is not so interesting or exciting, but we can also observe that theorists who attempt to do political things with thinkers such as Derrida apart from a grounding in Marxism often end up going in superficial, naive, or just plain silly directions. On the other hand, if you want to take a subject such as ethics seriously, and attribute some substance to questions of right and wrong, good and evil, and I am aware of having elided the differences between these two pairs in this investigation, you are not going to get very far with just Marx. Furthermore, if one were to take the canon of philosophical Marxism, from Lukács's History and Class Consciousness to Derrida's Spectres of Marx and beyond, and interpolate the more directly philosophically oriented works from the ICM canon, such as Engels's Feuerbach and the End of Classical German Philosophy, Lenin's Materialism and Empirio-Criticism and the Philosophical Notebooks, Stalin's Dialectical and Historical Materialism and Marxism and Problems of Linguistics, and Mao's 5 essays on philosophy, these works of ICM philosophy do not look like much from a certain vantage point. From a perspective that is not merely academic, it is hard to argue, for example, that Stalin's essay on the philosophy of language is important work in that field. From another angle, however, This work is important because it represents a concentration of experience and an attempt to apply that experience to changing the world. Having made this distinction, I find Avakian inspirational because he is serious about leading a revolution and has applied himself for many years to the extraordinarily difficult task of making revolution in the advanced capitalist, imperialist, postmodern superpower come hyperpower, perhaps an impossible task, but, as Derrida says, that does not mean that we do not have to try to do it. Certainly there are some criticisms that ought to be made, including the ones I raised in Marxism and the Call of the Future. 360. 360. Fundamentally, however, I think the criticism comes from one of two places. One is a place where revolution is considered not impossible, but instead not desirable. This is a place where there is a good deal of illusion about the present social system and the supposed possibilities for substantial reform. These possibilities are instead, in my view, their own kind of impossibility, which does not mean that many proposed reforms should not be supported, especially if these proposals have real roots in mass discontent and are not simply the career strategies of establishment politicians. The other place is that of a bad or mere or perhaps naive utopianism, that wishes for or is somehow convinced of an easier and simpler path to a post-capitalist society, without working through the contradictions of either the party or the state. While there is a good utopianism that ought to be affirmed, what has become, in contrast to the there is no alternative thesis, the utopia of another world is possible, it might be the hallmark of bad utopianism to want a movement without contradictions that works without contradictions toward a world without contradictions. Marginal Maoism. In his memoir, From Ike to Mao and Beyond, Avakian writes, "Sports has been a big part of my life since I was very, very young, and by this he means 5 years old, CP 11. Avakian often uses sports analogies, and is a keen observer of what might be called the dialectic of sport as well as the culture of sports. A sports analogy occurs to me in the matter of the marginality and supposed irrelevance of Avakian and the RCP, namely the sports contest where one side is losing the game for most of the contest, and yet, in the end, and after a key transition, that side wins. A chess analogy is apt as well. Take the case where to all appearances one side is losing or has seemingly lost, but in the end that side wins because of two factors: an unseen weakness in the structure of the other side, and a strategy on the winning side that exploits this weakness. These phenomena cannot be taken simply as a formula for success, but they are emblematic of how revolutions actually develop. Even so, more analysis is needed of the ways in which revolutionaries are sometimes self-marginalizing and of what might be called the new factors of marginalization typical of our postmodern society. Needed, Big Book. Now, a great deal more could be said about the new synthesis, the work of Avakian and the Revolutionary Communist Party, and its relationship to the trend of philosophical Marxism and to the kinds of arguments I am. 361. 361. Putting forward in this book. I wish that the big book presenting a systematic working out of the new synthesis would be written, though there are some lengthy documents that develop the synthesis, such as a radically new kind of state, a radically different and far greater vision of freedom, henceforth radically new. In Marxism and the Call of the Future, Avakian and I discuss the problem of ethics and the philosophy of Kant at length and in some detail. Avakian has continued to speak and write on these subjects, generally in a way that is not very affirmative of Kant. One irony of this is that, in the new synthesis, Avakian affirms as part of the new vision of socialism what he calls the John Stuart Mill principle, about how people should be able to hear arguments from their ardent advocates and not only from those who are hostile to the arguments, radically new, 46. In framing this principle, Avakian writes, "In fact, Mill did not insist on and apply a principle of unrestricted liberty in some universal and absolute sense. He didn't think it applied to workers on strike, he didn't think it applied to people in backward countries who, as he saw it, were not yet ready to govern themselves, and he implemented that by being an official in the East India Company, a major instrumentality of colonial depredation and ravaging in Asia and other places. But, nonetheless, leaving those contradictions aside here, there is a point that Mill is raising. Radically new, 46. What I am interested in here is this willingness to bring forward Mill but not Kant. The problem, as I see it, is that Mill shares a certain affinity with one side of Marx, but this is the side of Marx, and indeed a side of Mill, that ought not to be affirmed. There is the utilitarian side of Marx and there is the ethical political universalist side. What many critics of Mill's utilitarianism have pointed out for a long time, even in Mill's own day, and the formulation of what is called rule utilitarianism, in contrast to act utilitarianism, is meant as a response to these critics, is that in order to work, utilitarianism needs to incorporate normative principles that look more Kantian. Case in point, Mill argues that utilitarianism can only operate in a society that already has a certain level of culture and maturity, and he excludes India and other backward countries from consideration of the greatest happiness for the greatest number on this basis. The argument parallels Locke's claim, in the second treatise of government, that people have to understand what it means to have a claim to rights. Effectively, they have to have a theory of rights, in order to be treated as if they have rights. On this basis, Locke implemented his own participation in the slave trade. The other side of this is that, for neither Mill nor Marx is there any substance to the moral conversation, it is instead a matter of utilities and interests. This affinity intersects with what is perhaps a larger affinity between Mill and Marx, namely that both claimed that their work could proceed on a purely empirical basis, as Marx put it in the German. 362. 362. Ideology and elsewhere. But then there are some troubling normativities that have to be hidden or denied. Here I am proposing a Marxism in which there is substance and reality and truth to ethical matters. It seems that Avakian is somewhat sympathetic to this idea, though it is clear that he is wary of some of the philosophical implications of this substance. Another way to put this is that the John Stuart Mill principle could easily be considered a corollary of the second formulation of the categorical imperative. Then we would be talking about ways in which we might not always be able to live up to the regulative ideals of ethical political universalism, ways in which we might have to compromise in order to achieve some greater end, but without saying that, because the principle cannot always be implemented perfectly or consistently, nor did Kant expect such in this world. That is why ethics, like revolution in Mao's perspective, sets tasks without end. So much for the principle. This leaves us in the position of being able to look upon the implementation of a purely utility or interest-driven colonialist and/or imperialist venture without being able to say that it is morally wrong in and of itself. Before finally turning to the question of violence, then, let us ask if the elements of the new synthesis could go forward not only in the context of a renewed commitment to objective truth, but also on the basis of an independent moment that is the ethical moment, where right and wrong and good and evil are real questions and not simply ancillary to some other kind of calculation. What should we do, according to a reflection on what it is right to do? We cannot always immediately enact what we understand to be the highest good, but we should be mindful of avoiding not only mere expedience but that which, philosophically, places us on the road to expedience. This includes a materialist reductivism, or a reductivist materialism, that has no substantial place for the ethical demand as real or true. The difference between materialism, I mean good materialism, and idealism in philosophy might be understood as follows. With materialist philosophy there is always more to do and more to learn, and in this sense it resists metaphysics, while idealism proceeds from the self-conception that, when it is finally done right, there will be nothing left to do. Note the parallel that can be drawn to an ethics that sets an infinite task and a finished ontology that cannot help but underwrite intellectual and social ossification. Forging ahead, but also retrieving. For the new synthesis, then, there is primarily the necessity of going forward, but there is also an element that is necessarily restorative. Taking up Mill on a particular point could be seen as a nod in this direction. Certainly I affirm the John Stuart Mill principle, that particular one at any rate. 363. 363. that addresses shortcomings and even disasters and atrocities, and that retrieves some things that were incorrectly set aside. These would be things, figures, texts, ideas, practices that are not only in the past, but that are still calling from the future as well. This combined retrieval/openness to the call of the future is necessary for a new synthesis that is visionary, and vice versa. Progress in revolutionary movement theory is primarily oriented toward theoretical work that is done in the context of a. Struggle and the attempt to give leadership to struggle, b. Context of exposure of the system, and c. The formulation of a program for revolutionary change and the revolutionary seizure and exercise of power. Revolutionary violence. Let us turn to the question of violence and its possible justification in the context of both the revolutionary seizure of power and the exercise of state power. Certainly it could be argued that, if no violence of any type or form is ethically justifiable, then revolutionary violence is also not capable of receiving ethical justification. However, I want to start at the other end of the question and ask if at least some revolutionary violence is justifiable. There are 3 points I would like to set out at the beginning of this discussion. First, even if some revolutionary violence is justifiable, this should not open the door to the idea that all of it is. Second, even if some revolutionary violence is justifiable, this should not open the door to the justification of violence more generally. If this door should not be opened, however, that may tell us something about the character of the revolutionary violence that might be justified. It is also the case that there is a category of violence that is not revolutionary, what is sometimes called violence in everyday life, some of which is not justifiable but is all the same understandable. We know why it happens, and in some cases this is because of some prior violence. If we care about diminishing violence, especially violence that cannot be justified, then we know it is not enough to just point the finger of ethical superiority at the perpetrators of this understandable violence, we have to get at the root of the violence. Third, then, the hypothesis is placed on the table that there is at least some violence in revolutionary struggle and even in the revolutionary exercise of power that, while it cannot, and should not, be justified, is of this understandable sort and, at least up to a point, this understandable violence does not completely undermine the revolutionary character of the struggle. Clearly it is absolutely necessary to respond to the question of violence without simply finessing the matter. However, it is important that we understand what the question really is, what it is really about, and the context in which it is situated. I am going to work through these issues in a 364 coldly analytical way, recognizing that in this discussion there is often more heat than light. Please keep in mind, as well, that this particular discussion of violence is meant specifically as a coda to the discussion of Maoism, and also is situated in the larger context of formulating the theory that I have called ethical Marxism. There is a tendency to think that a certain kind of pacifist perspective is a kind of ethical baseline, against which any other perspective on violence, for instance, a perspective that argues that some revolutionary violence is justifiable and at least understandable, in a special sense, must be measured. Instrumentalization. We can add to this the Kantian perspective, which sees violence as a particularly harsh and concentrated form of instrumentalization. However, the place of violence in Kant's philosophy is not so clear. It does not seem as if his perspective is simply pacifist. For one thing, when the second formulation of the categorical imperative demands that persons not be treated as means but instead as ends in themselves, this imperative includes respecting the person that I am, as well. In other words, it does not appear that Kant rules out self-defense. For another thing, we might take a lesson from Kant's defense of the French Revolution, even though he had to dance around his own philosophy in order to justify his enthusiasm. Despite this, certainly it has to be admitted that Kant did not accept the idea of a right to revolution. I do accept this idea, but there are at least a couple of ways in which Kant should have accepted it, too. This is an important point in the present context, which I defined earlier as a discussion of Maoism in the midst of a discussion of the idea of ethical Marxism, because I do take Kant's philosophy as a kind of baseline, at least in the sense that I cannot see making any major argument in philosophy in the modern period without checking in with Kant to see what he says about it, while I also reject the pacifist baseline. Perhaps most important of the general reasons for rejecting the pacifist baseline is that, providing a false perspective on the real situation as regards violence, pacifism, as a complete philosophy, not as a strategy of nonviolent resistance which is sometimes appropriate, very often has the effect of allowing, in a supposedly innocent way, the violence to increase. Sidesteps of pacifism. There are three interrelated ways in which pacifism fundamentally sidesteps the real question of violence. The important thing is that, from the 365 other side of the question, as it were, these are the problems of violence that revolutionary violence seeks to address, at least in principle, and yet in the real world of violence and not simply in the realm of thought. This difference between pacifism and revolutionary violence gets to the root of the issue, that violence may exist in some primordial, metaphysical way, as suggested by Derrida, for example, in Violence and Metaphysics, his essay on Levinas, which, however, can also be taken as simply the metaphysical correlate to the idea that peace exists in this way. I am not claiming that Derrida says this, but the violence that tears bodies and minds apart has to be dealt with in a way that is itself embodied, and which does not conceptually sidestep the forms of violence that are a felt reality for human bodies and minds. Understanding the ways that pacificism sidesteps the real questions of this felt reality will also give us a sense of the ways in which some revolutionary violence is justified. Let us consider these three ways in which pacifism sidesteps the real question. One of the achievements of the 60s, building on the experience of the civil rights movement of the period from the end of the Second World War into the mid-1960s, was to place the issue of systemic violence on the table. First and foremost, this is the idea that social structures that are based on exploitation, domination, and oppression, and these in ever-expanding ways, are inherently violent because they are inherently based on the instrumentalizing of persons. One might even say that the political economic mechanism by which capitalism functions is the express violation of the second formulation of the categorical imperative. Societies that function under this instrumentalizing imperative are necessarily rife with more obvious forms of violence, perhaps best encapsulated in the police, with their guns, and judges with their jails, and so on, that are aimed at serving and protecting, in the final analysis, this imperative. This is not only what happens in the end, as in when it really comes down to it, but also as the end, as the directing telos of the police function in a society based on exploitation. Another way to put this point about systemic violence is that reification is violence. It is a violent operation when a person, and I would say any feeling creature, any creature capable of suffering, is rendered into a mere thing. There was a reason, in other words, why people who experienced the dynamics of the 60s started referring to the injustice system. Second, and relatedly, a world that is enclosed by capitalism, an imperialist world, gives us a world that is an environment of violence, and thus it becomes a false dichotomy to speak as if the choice is simply between violence and no violence. As long as a system based on exploitation and reification exists, and is predominant in the world will be a violent environment. The terms of this dichotomy make no distinction, for instance, between the violent rebellion of the oppressed who can't take any. 366 more, on the one side, and either the violent systemic or more direct oppression of the people, or what Lenin called wars between, or among, the slaveholders. The consequences of not making this distinction are morally bad. By not addressing violence in a real as opposed to philosophically abstract way, the basis for actually changing this violent world is undercut. The real dichotomy is the one between, a, this systemic end rife, enclosing violence and, b, what it will take to stop the violence and transform the situation into one in which violence is less definitive of the basic terms of life. Pacifism does not do this, either in philosophy or in felt reality, and neither can it really claim to be so innocent. Don't blame them, they wouldn't hurt a fly, in all of this. The difficulty, instead, is that of going down the other path, of revolutionary violence, but without opening the door again, either conceptually or in felt reality, in the ways that bodies are torn apart to an even more general violence. That has been exceedingly hard. Lenin on Pacifism and Violence. Lenin wrote the pamphlet Socialism and War in the summer of 1915, in the midst of the First World War and in preparation for the Zimmerwald Conference, which was a gathering of socialist parties to address perspectives and strategies regarding the war. Here and elsewhere Lenin proposed the strategy of revolutionary defeatism, for socialists in each imperialist country to turn the aggressive imperialist war against each respective fatherland and bourgeois ruling class thereof, into revolutionary civil war with the aim of the socialist revolutionary seizure of power. Some participants at the conference, most notably the standard-bearer of Marxist orthodoxy in that period, Karl Kosky, threw out internationalism altogether and instead opted for defense of the German fatherland. Kosky was the leader of the German Social Democratic Party, which had representatives in the German parliament, and who voted for the war, so this was not merely a conceptual support being offered by a marginalized figure. Other participants in the conference called for a position of pacifism. Some of these also proposed the slogan, clearly meant as a refutation of Lenin's revolutionary defeatism, neither victory nor defeat. Some of the passages from the opening pages of this pamphlet address the issues that I am pursuing here, especially the consequences of not making certain distinctions. The epoch of 1789 to 1871 from the French Revolution to the Paris Commune left deep traces and revolutionary memories. Before feudalism. 367. 367. Absolutism and alien oppression were overthrown, the development of the proletarian struggle for socialism was out of the question. When speaking of the legitimacy of defensive war in relation to the wars of such an epoch, socialists always had in mind precisely these objects, which amounted to revolution against medievalism and serfdom. By defensive war socialists always meant a just war in this sense. Only in this sense have socialists regarded, and now regard, wars for the defense of the fatherland, or defensive wars, as legitimate, progressive, and just. For example, if tomorrow, Morocco were to declare war on France, India on England, Persia or China on Russia, and so forth, those would be just, defensive wars, irrespective of who attacked first, and every socialist would sympathize with the victory of the oppressed, dependent, unequal states against the oppressing, slave-owning, predatory great powers. But picture to yourselves a slave owner who owned 100 slaves warring against a slave owner who owned 200 slaves for a more just distribution of slaves. Clearly the application of the term defensive war, or war for the defense of the fatherland, in such a case would be historically false, and in practice would be sheer deception of the common people, of Philistines or ignorant people, by the astute slave owners. Lenin on War and Peace, 3 articles, 6-7. When Lenin uses the expression, irrespective of who attacked first, he should have placed this notion of attacked first in scare quotes as well, as the attack, and its supposed chronology, occurs in the environment of violence that is the imperialist world system. And, to the term historically false, Lenin might have added morally wrong, and it is significant, and too bad, that he did not. Let us go one further step and get a better sense of how Lenin develops this notion of the war between the slave owners for a more equitable distribution of the slaves. The following is only a few lines further on, but in a separate section of the article titled, "The Present War is an Imperialist War." Part of my intention in quoting the passage, and even the title of the section, is to return us to the point that imperialism is the moral question of our time, and that imperialism and the struggle against imperialism, the struggle to move society beyond the imperialist world order, sets the ethical terms of our time. Capitalism now finds the old national states, without the formation of which it could not have overthrown feudalism, too tight for it. Capitalism has developed concentration to such a degree that whole branches of industry have been seized by syndicates, trusts, and associations of capitalist billionaires, and almost the entire globe has been divided up among the lords of capital, either in the form of colonies, or by enmeshing other countries in thousands of threads of financial exploitation. Capitalism has developed the forces of production to such a degree that humankind is faced with the alternative of going over to socialism or of suffering years and even decades of armed struggle between the 368 great powers for the artificial preservation of capitalism by means of colonies, monopolies, privileges, and national oppression of every kind. 7-8. Everything that Lenin has described here has gone so much further in the intervening years such that the basic terms he sets out seem almost old hat, indeed, too much so. To begin with, the terms of things should be the just struggle of the oppressed against the oppressors, apart from making the question of violence or non-violence primary or central. Then the question becomes how anyone could have ever become confused on this point, and I would offer three, and, as often, intertwined, reasons for this confusion. First, imperialism has deepened its hold on the world since the time of Lenin, in every area from the economy and ideology, including ideologies of great power national chauvinism as well as more cynical ideologies that simply take the social setup as the way things are, to the creation, threat, and sometimes use of weapons of mass destruction and world destruction. Second, though there has been a period of breakout from the imperialist system, and though I have argued that there were many aspects of this breakout, in other words, socialist revolutions in Russia and China, which were good, there were also aspects that, to say the least, ought not to be carried forward into the future. Even if these revolutions and the socialist construction that proceeded from them were mostly good, it also has to be admitted that socialism has been a mixed bag, and this is confusing to people who are trying to tell the good guys from the bad guys. Add to this that imperialism has every interest in spreading this confusion and makes stuff up to add to the confusion. Third, the postmodern turn in society has given us a world where it becomes even more difficult for people to get their moral bearings or even to form the idea that it is important to find such bearings. This last point perhaps relates more to ethos than ethics. If pacifism does not address the situation that Lenin describes, because in important ways it does not really consider the situation, this also tells us something about the realistic alternative to pacifism. If the primary situation is of a world that is rife with violence, and where the slave has a right not to be a slave, and the oppressed person has a right not to be oppressed, I mean this without invoking a particular theory of rights at this point, more in the sense that it is right that the slave struggle to throw off his or her state of being a slave, then it is also right that the slave owner be rendered no longer a slave owner, and the oppressor no longer an oppressor. A number of things can be said about this, but I do not want to get too far ahead. The notion that I want to underline here is that the upshot of this perspective, if it is right, leads us to understand revolutionary violence as primarily defensive violence, where this notion and orientation must be at the core of revolutionary struggle. And, if this much is right, then we 369 also have a sense of how to approach the problem of understandable violence when it occurs in the context of revolution. Systemic violence. A link between systemic violence and the idea of a capitalist and imperialist world that is enclosed in violence can be seen by looking at a particular aspect of the injustice system, namely the prison system in the United States. This is a horrible, evil system by any measure, a severe embarrassment to industrialized countries, the problem being a culture that is unable to be embarrassed about sheer barbarism, and yet also, in the logic of imperialist society, a representation and concentration of the violence that permeates the larger system, where the racist as well as the class stratifications that permeate American society are also represented in a concentrated and intensified way. To take one example of this, not only is it the case that a person sentenced to prison in the United States will very likely be continually submitted to rape and gang rape by other prisoners, but also this occurs to such an extent that, in American society as a whole, more boys and men are raped than girls and women. But the phenomena of prison rape and other aspects of the way the prison system operates in the United States, where people are abandoned to cruel fates, represent a concentration of the social relations predominant in imperialism. Pacifists who are confronted with terms such as these, not only this prison example, but the basic model of slave/slave owner, oppressed/oppressor, do not often reject these terms, and indeed start to back off from a more absolute pacifism and to qualify their positions. For example, one might consider one artist and two philosophers who are pacifists, or at least proponents of nonviolent resistance, of a Christian persuasion, but who, when confronted with real situations of oppressive violence, show sympathy for real resistance. Bruce Cockburn, the excellent songwriter, singer, and, bloody brilliant, guitarist wrote a song about his experience in Nicaragua during the Contra War, saying he wished he had a rocket launcher. Ronald Santoni, a superb colleague in the North American Sartre Society, wrote a book on Sartre and violence, calling Sartre's position curiously ambivalent and especially criticizing Sartre's inflammatory statements on violence in his preface to Fanon's Wretched of the Earth. Yet Santoni was also in Nicaragua during the Contra War, and in a session on his book he expressed sentiments similar to Cockburn's, despite his own purported commitment to nonviolence. Meeting of the North American Sartre Society, February 2005, San Francisco. In an interview in his book of Conversations with Contemporary Continental Philosophers, Richard Carney resorts to the old chestnut, while proclaiming his calm. 370. Commitment to pacifism. He sets out the scenario of the violent intruder who comes into his home, threatening to hurt his wife or children. Debates in Continental Philosophy, 244. Floods of violence. It would be wrong to use these examples as a wedge to open the floodgates of revolutionary violence or violence more generally, but let me mention a particularity of Christian pacifism. Foremost is the role played in this version of pacifism by the afterlife and other aspects of classical Christian theology that can be interpreted to mean that nothing in this world really matters. In its worst form, this is peace without justice, and I would argue that this peace then becomes support for injustice and the violence that entails, and pacifists ought to have to give an account on this point. It is hard to view the way Jesus dealt with the money changers in the temple, namely with a whip, as an expression of pacifism. When the context is developed, it appears more to be an insurrectionary act. Then there is Buddhist pacifism, which this world doesn't really matter Christianity resembles in important ways, where self-defense is not justified because the self is an illusion. However, the workings of compassion and the bodhisattva idea in Buddhism may also lead to the conclusion that, although myself is an illusion that I ought to work to transcend, I cannot simply sit idly by and assume that yourself is an illusion, for you. This recognition leads in an important direction, not that one actually needs Buddhism for this argument, and neither am I really following Buddhism on this point. Perhaps there could be an ethical imperative that would require me to sacrifice my life rather than to forcefully resist a violent attacker. I do not actually believe this, but simply pose this as a hypothesis. I am also wary of sacrificial logics in general. Clearly such a logic was at work especially in the Stalin period, and neither was the theological element lacking. It is another thing, altogether, if I presume to make this decision for an other, and stand by while the slave is oppressed, dominated, bodily beaten down, or killed. If it is truly the case that the slave owner, the oppressor, can only be stopped by removing him from power, and meeting that power with counter-power, then don't we have a responsibility in that regard? A pacifist, but. I am a pacifist, but. If someone tries to attack my child, or some other proviso, line of thought comes up quite often, I am not raising the 371. Example merely to be critical of Carney or Santoni or anyone else, but instead to ask about the millions and millions of other children in this world, who are condemned to starvation, disease, including some such as diarrhea that would rarely if ever kill anyone in wealthy countries, abuse, super-exploitation, extreme poverty, and dead-end life, if that, by the social and production relations of imperialism. The Contras, speaking of another atrocity of imperialism that postmodern capitalism has done a good job of shoving so far down the memory hole that it is hardly retrievable, would engage in such military strategies as laying landmines on the paths leading to elementary schools. A good deal, certainly, could be said about landmines and the creation of an environment of violence, or violence as the environment. Taking a pacifist attitude toward those mines and the system that created this horrible Contra army goes beyond mere complicity with violence, it becomes a part of the network of violence itself. One version of Christian pacifism, at least, is also demonstrative of the third form of pacifist sidestepping, namely a projection of humanity onto a future without contradiction, which then underwrites the notion that the anticipation of this world requires that we adopt a strategy of mollification toward present contradictions. The Maoist view is that there is no world without contradiction, and that the road to the future will require not only the resolution of certain contradictions but even the intensification of some contradictions, regardless of whether in our heart of hearts we really want this. The resolution of contradictions, for instance that between socialized production and private accumulation, which Marx names as the central contradiction of our epoch, requires a movement through contradictions, not around them. To take a simple example, though one that is appropriate for what we are really talking about here, I wish for a world where there is more love than hate. In the world as it is today, however, it is not possible to really love the oppressed without at least hating the system that holds these people in oppression. Frankly, I think we have to hate the ruling class and the political representatives of this system, too, though perhaps not uniformly or always in an absolutely personal way, though some of these people, such as Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld, are so thoroughly hateful, that it is not at all hard to hate them. I say this as someone who does not generally find it easy to hate people, and who would prefer not to have to hate people. I recognize that hate can just eat at a person's heart, and thereby undermine the capacity for love. But what does my love for the oppressed, and even for the far greater part of humanity, and for its possibility of creating a far better society, come to, if one also, even-handedly, loves the oppressor? Let the oppressors give up their schemes of oppression and their positions in society that are dependent upon an oppressive system, then I'll try to love them. Mao discusses love and hate in similar terms in talks at the Yan'an Forum on Literature and Art. 372. 372. Likewise, we have to work for a world where society encounters better contradictions, of the sort that do not require revolutionary violence for their resolution, which also means that revolutionary violence must conform, at least broadly, to this goal. The way to this society, however, does not lie in sidestepping the contradiction between exploiter and exploited, oppressor and oppressed, dominator and dominated, or wishing them away. This is the case even if, in a world enveloped by imperialist social relations, class divisions are very complicated and there are especially many complicities available to one, in reality, formative of subjects, in the imperialist countries. One of the complicities that ought to be most resisted is the sort of innocent pacifism that helps what Lenin called the astute slave owners. It is also the case that what Adorno called the autonomous artwork, which attempts to give a glimpse of the world seen from the standpoint of redemption, as he put it in aesthetic theory, can inspire us to work toward a better world. But such work becomes merely utopian if it lacks the element of negativity, in other words if it is taken as a utopia in which we can loll around for relief from the ugliness of the existing world. Radical negativity is the central value for Adorno, and arguably for Sartre and Mao as well, though their perspectives on negativity are different. Without it, no work of art is even momentarily autonomous. The utopia of the autonomous artwork is not that of mere escape or catharsis, it cannot be simply a bit of prettification. To say that strategies for sidestepping the problem of violence are not adequate responses to our world of systemic violence is not yet to provide everything that ought to be required for a justification for some revolutionary violence. The qualifier, some, is meant as an alternative to any opening that might be seen as going in the direction of violence without limit, even in the supposed name of revolution. The argument here runs parallel to previous arguments about sovereignty and unconditionality, and indeed there is a practical intersection between the arguments on the question of state power. Let us take a moment, then, to gain more specificity on a number of questions relating to revolutionary violence and its justification. Present contradictions and a different world. In this world of systematic, generalized violence, the contradiction between violence and the absence of violence has to be understood as the contradiction between a social system that is predicated on violence and a social system that has as its ultimate goal a society that is not so predicated. At the least, the question of revolutionary violence can be divided into two segments, before the revolution and after the seizure of state power. 373. 373. Before the revolution, as a revolutionary movement builds, it is much clearer that violence is defensive. Revolutionary leaders and organizations can only channel the rebelliousness that is there. No one goes into violent revolt against the existing system simply because a revolutionary leadership calls for it. This channeling is a good thing, from the standpoint of violence, as it serves to aim the rebellion at the proper targets. Thus the leadership and organization serve to underscore the defensive nature of violent rebellion. In 1992, in the wake of the verdict in the first Rodney King trial, for those who do not remember, Rodney King was not on trial, but rather several police officers who helped to beat King to within an inch of his life, there was a spontaneous outpouring of rage by African Americans and others in Los Angeles, the epicenter of the rebellion, and elsewhere. Some Things I Learned in Berkeley discusses my own experience in the midst of the rebellion in the Bay Area. See Politics in the Impasse, 231, 43. This outpouring is a good example for the present discussion, because it contained all of the elements we need to address in a discussion of violence. The rebellion was justified. There were elements of the rebellion that went beyond a purely defensive response to the systemic violence that was encapsulated in the beating of Rodney King and the not guilty verdict in the trial of the police officers, but these elements were, in the category of what I am calling understandable. Perhaps foremost among these elements were the attacks on small businesses owned by Asians in the predominantly African American area of South Central Los Angeles. There was also the brutal beating of a white truck driver, Reginald Denny, who happened to be in the wrong intersection at the wrong time. Let us keep in mind that the violence of this rebellion pales in scale when compared to both the ordinary systemic violence that is necessary for the operation of American imperialism and the more direct violence that erupts at regular intervals from this system. Indeed, the LA Rebellion occurred in the shadow of the Gulf War. This military action by the United States was in some ways less a war and more a high-tech massacre from the sky. Estimates vary, but some argue that between 150 and 200,000 were killed by the United States in the Gulf War. For example, Beth DuPont, a demographer for the Commerce Department during the war, estimated the total at 158,000. See post-gazette.com, February 16, 2003. This does not include the hundreds of thousands, perhaps up to 1 million, who were killed by the sanctions applied in the aftermath of the war. Leaders of the American bourgeoisie such as J. Danforth Quayle openly gloated about the kill ratio in the war. Casualties on the American side were so low that American soldiers in that period were actually safer in Iraq than they would have been in the United States. In other words, the like. 374. 374. Likelihood of dying from an accident or other non-war-related incident was greater back in the U.S. than it was in the actual theater of war. How many were killed by the rebellious masses in the Los Angeles Rebellion, which spread to other cities as well? Apparently none. Some people were beat up, but most of the destruction that came from the rebellion was in the category of property crime, which of course the capitalist ruling class hates most of all because it affects what is most important to them. Reginald Denny himself, at the trial of the young men who had beaten him, expressed understanding for the rebellion and the frustrations of people living in the midst of systemic racism. The necessity of rebellion. I am setting out the context because what is perhaps most difficult for some people to understand is that the rebellion, including the violent aspects of it, was not simply justifiable and understandable, it was also necessary. Yes, there were bad things that happened in the rebellion, though in the rebellion, the other side, the establishment, was fighting, too. They did not sit idly by and watch the thing unfold, and indeed the police and National Guard carried out the largest mass arrest in the history of the United States. There were even senseless things that happened, but oppressed humanity, and therefore society or the world would have been far worse off if this rebellion had not occurred. For the non-occurrence of rebellion would have added weight to the seal of approval that the not guilty verdict had already placed on the idea that systemic racist violence can be enacted in the most brutal forms with impunity, in other words, unconditionally. The rebellion asserted some conditions that absolutely had to be asserted, and it would have been tragic if there had been no rebellion. Perhaps this is a matter of weighing tragedy in the rebellion, just as there will always be tragedy in the dynamic of resistance, rebellion, revolution, in the context of the tragedy of the non-occurrence of the rebellion and the tragedy of ongoing systemic violence. What does not figure into the discussion, except in the most abstract fantasy, is peace or pacifism, though it is significant that it was the police and the powers that be, with President George H.W. Bush in the lead, who took up slogans such as "increase the peace" and "be good in the hood." As if the Bush clan knows anything about a hood. People supporting the rebellion instead raised the slogan, "No peace without justice." This is right, and it gets at the fact that an unjust peace is one where in fact there is not peace, there is systemic violence. 375. 375. Leadership and tragedy. The additional tragedy, then, obviously I am playing on the idea that there is no avoiding tragedy, and that it would be wrong to downplay tragedy. This includes the tragic aspects of the things that have to be done in order to overcome the imperialist system, is that revolutionary leadership was not in a position to take the rebellion further. As a matter of fact, somewhat spontaneously, the LA rebellion did in fact target government buildings, but the media tended to downplay this and to instead play up the attacks on Asian-owned convenience stores and acts of looting. The way to achieve a less violent society, a society that is not predicated on the violence of exploitation, a society that is not permeated with violence, is through a rebellion that turns into revolutionary struggle. However, even without this focus, it can be said that the response to the state declaration of the non-existence of African Americans as people who count for something in the world was not only just, it carved out some space where systemic racist violence could not operate as usual, at least for a while. Let us consider 2 points by way of transition to the matter of revolutionary seizure of power and the operation of revolutionary state power. Animals and violence. First, let us return for a moment to the animal question. Rarely is violence against an animal justified. Much of the violence perpetrated against animals is in some sense understandable, because there is a connection to a real human need, namely to eat and have food nourishment. However, this comprehension occurs in a frame that radically shapes perceptions. The more it becomes abundantly clear that people do not need to eat animals for nourishment, the less understandable and comprehensible this practice becomes, though the situation is very complex for the reasons explored earlier, both the way that carnivorism is interwoven with reason and human thought more generally, and the larger parameters in which carnivorism is a system. Already it is the case that, in some circles at least, and even in certain populations, to eat animals is not merely hard to understand, it is incomprehensible. Furthermore, to close the circle on justification and comprehension, violence against animals has much in common with human, social, systemic violence, namely, the way animals are rendered into food in the industrial system, as opposed to more direct encounters between individual humans and individual animals, as in hunting. Carnivorist, systemic violence against animals lacks broad justification. At the same time, this violence is so vastly present in the understandable form that it could not even be a candidate for justification. 376. 376. The quantitative question is not the totality of the question, but it is not inconsiderable, either. Three conclusions might be drawn. First, at the level of a certain quantity, even if not strictly or absolutely quantifiable, understandable violence passes over into a violence that cannot be justified, instead it passes into the violence that should be rendered incomprehensible. Second, the foregoing argument makes it clear, or more clear, at least, that, while rebellion is most often spurred by a specific, direct outrage, revolution is in general directed against a social form organized on the basis of systemic violence, and this tells us something about the role of leadership in moving from rebellion to revolution. Third, and the other side of this last coin, as it were, a proletarian revolutionary society, unlike a bourgeois society even in its revolutionary phase, as it is rising to overcome feudal social relations, cannot be predicated upon systemic violence, of whatever sort. I contend that there is no proletarian systemic violence, nor is there any systemic violence that will serve the proletariat's mission of liberating itself and all humankind. This is important because the revolutionary proletarian state will in fact have to engage in some forms of coercion, primarily in relation to the bourgeoisie and attempts to restore capitalism. Again, however, this cannot be systemic violence, and, if this violence were to go too far out of certain bounds and quantitative parameters, to the point of assuming the character of unconditional sovereignty, this would be a strong indication that the revolutionary character of the new state has been seriously compromised, if not undermined altogether. As with many parts of the present study, the Stalin period is very much present in this discussion. Before and after the seizure of power. Second, and this is a point that needs stating even though it may be obvious, there are many ways in which it is easier for revolutionaries to hold to, even if not in a fully conscious way, an ethical Marxist perspective on the way to the revolutionary seizure of power, than it is to maintain that perspective after the revolution. This ought to tell us something about the relationship between justice and power. Perhaps Sartre's comment that Stalin shows us what Marxism means as a mere or even pure theory of power is best illustrated by Stalin's remark, made in the midst of the Second World War, "How many divisions has the Pope?" Obviously, the context in which Stalin said this was one where the question of power, and of holding on to state power, was in the forefront. Then again, perhaps this is not so obvious anymore, and it strains comprehension to imagine the circumstances of the sieges of Leningrad and Stalingrad. At the same time, Stalin's dismissal of the moral authority of the leader of the Roman 377. 377. Catholic Church was conditioned by the fact the Pope had not in fact used his moral authority to oppose fascism and Nazism. Even so, the result was to collapse justice into a mere question of power. This has had disastrous results. Significantly, this collapse is wrong in a comprehensive way, ethically, politically, epistemologically, ontologically. After the revolutionary seizure of power, the defensive character of revolutionary violence is not entirely eclipsed, but surely the situation is changed significantly. There is at least one set of issues that bridges the before and after, the revolutionary seizure of power, periods. There are revolutionary struggles that have to be fought. This is the good fight, but it stands in an ambiguous relationship to the good. The oppressed, in fighting the oppressor, faces a problem that is not a problem for the oppressor, namely the contradictory character of revolutionary violence. The contradiction is in fighting the fight that has to be fought, as a good fight, without embracing violence as good. On another level, the contradiction is that revolutionary violence is sometimes necessary and sometimes good, but not always both. On yet another level, the contradiction is that revolutionary violence is sometimes good, if it is indeed both revolutionary and necessary, but it can be an opening toward the embracing of violent solutions to problems in general. Mao made a significant step toward recognizing this contradiction on the correct handling of contradictions among the people, not only in the way that he set out the contradiction, but also in the way he emphasized that there is a contradiction that has to be worked through, something that was not part of Stalin's interpretation of Marxism, and possibly not even Lenin's or Marx's. Still, this argument needs to be taken further. This is one of the points on which we have to surpass Mao. On the most fundamental level, the contradiction is that, after the revolutionary seizure of power, there would have to be people who exercise power in a coercive and directly violent form, in particular an army and even some form of police. To take the former example, that of the need for revolutionary armed forces for the defense of the new revolutionary polity, the contradiction manifests itself in the fact that it would be very difficult to have soldiers who are not committed to their work. It is fortunate that the armies of imperialist countries, and first of all the United States, have to go to extraordinary lengths to generate the mentality that allows soldiers to shoot at actual human beings who can be seen up close. This is one reason for the heavy reliance on air power in the various interventions that have occurred since the Vietnam War. No army that has a liberatory aim can employ the racist, misogynist, and animalizing strategies that are common with imperialist armies. While it is true that a revolutionary proletarian force will fight for good things, by definition, it is also true that, once the gun is taken out, it is hard to put it away, even. 378. 378. More to the point, revolutionary soldiers cannot be taught or implored to hate their guns. Perhaps things are different in the case of police and weapons. Still, it is no accident that police and polis share a common root. If the Revolutionary Party has to be a place for grappling with contradictions and carrying forward the revolutionary struggle, we might say that the party has to foreshadow not only the overturning of the imperialist state and the creation of a proletarian state, but also the polis, and, what has not yet existed and perhaps what strains the imagination, and what should strain the imagination, the polis without police. I would call this latter communism, the global community of mutual flourishing. Perhaps it is not possible to organize an army and some form of police on the basis of a tragic necessity. It is unclear what this would even mean. Indeed, the idea is suspect in a number of ways, but perhaps the way that should be placed in the foreground here has to do with the fact that military and police forces are social institutions. In a revolutionary society, these forces would be institutionalized instruments of violence, somehow not forgetting that these forces are made up of people, and the problem would be to have an institutional instrument that is not at the same time a new form of systemic violence. There are many dimensions to this question, and it could be worked out in a number of domains. Let us consider the connection between Hannah Arendt's focus on institutions and her critique of Sartre's justification of violence in his preface to Frantz Fanon's The Wretched of the Earth. Loving one's enemies. I remarked somewhat flippantly that I would try to love the oppressors after they had stopped being oppressors. It will always be an insult to the people to try to love reactionaries on the order of Dick Cheney and the like. The point is more that the new society cannot be based upon mere vengeance, nor can it emerge from such. Yes, the new society has to be against the ancien regime, but even more it has to be for the future and future possibilities. Thus far, this orientation has involved some very difficult contradictions, even disastrous and fatal contradictions in the case of the Stalin period, though it can also be said that Stalin was against so many things, though sometimes by necessity, that there was not much left for him to be for. It could be said that the dialectic of negativity is essential, but it is also in danger of becoming purely reactive without the notion of the underdetermined, redeemed future. The latter can become either a mere utopianism that is unrelated to the real problems facing humankind and actual solutions, or, at worst, a sacrificial logic in which 379. 379. Concrete, singular human beings in the present come not to matter. The dialectic of negation and the, shall we say, necessarily open dialectic of redemption have to work together. The bridging principle is, in my view, the ethical impulse. Unfortunately, Sartre's justification of anti-colonialist violence also has a sacrificial logic to it, and it has the additional pagan element, which was also taken up into the mainstream of Christianity, of a masculinist notion of self-formation and nation formation. This is the case even if much of what Sartre says about violence is not only right, but also the sort of view that needs to be put forth in current debates. Here then is the part that still needs reiterating. Laying claim to and denying the human condition at the same time, the contradiction is explosive. For that matter, it does explode, you know as well as I do, and we are living at the moment when the match is put to the fuse. It is the moment of the boomerang, it is the third phase of violence, it comes back on us, it strikes us, and we do not realize any more than we did the other times that it is we who have launched it. The liberals are stupefied, they admit that we were not polite enough to the natives. The left at home is embarrassed, they know the true situation of the natives, the merciless oppression they are submitted to, they do not condemn their revolt, knowing full well that we have done everything to provoke it. But, all the same, they think to themselves, there are limits, these guerrillas should be bent on showing that they are chivalrous, that would be the best way of showing they are human beings. Sometimes the left scolds them. You're going too far, we won't support you anymore. The natives don't give a damn about their support, for all the good it does them they might as well stuff it up their backsides. 22-23, try to understand this at any rate. If violence began this very evening and if exploitation and oppression had never existed on the earth, perhaps the slogans of nonviolence might end the quarrel. But if the whole regime, even your nonviolent ideas, are conditioned by 1,000-year-old oppression, your passivity serves only to place you in the ranks of the oppressors. 25. Unfortunately, it is much harder to adapt these arguments to struggle within the imperialist countries, indeed, it is very hard to form a notion of the people in such countries. Revolution in advanced imperialist countries, as opposed to the Russia of Lenin's time, the weakest link in the imperialist chain, remains an uncharted course. Of course Sartre's arguments apply more clearly to a world, such as ours, and despite arguments found in the influential Empire, Antonio Negri and Michael Hart, where national liberation of the oppressed countries remains a task of the proletariat. The demand that invaders and occupiers get out of our country, Yankee go home, and so on, is not available to those of us who live. 380. 380. In the imperialist countries, despite the appeal of a slogan such as U.S. out of North America, which is at least clever and funny. Fanon, Sartre, Arendt. Arendt, in responding directly to what Sartre wrote in his preface to Fanon, seems once again to subordinate the problem of colonialism to the question of violence, if the former problem can be understood to exist at all in her work. Even so, some of what she says about Sartre's glorification of violence, which goes farther than Fanon himself, is aimed at a very important point, namely the deep associations of a sovereign subjectivity and a sovereign violence, both without ethical limit. In On Violence, Arendt insists that Sartre makes statements in the preface that Marx never could have written. In particular, Arendt is concerned with two formulations of Sartre's, both of which have to do with subject formation. Arendt argues that Sartre is unaware of his basic disagreement with Marx on the question of violence, especially when he states that irrepressible violence is man recreating himself, that it is through mad fury that the wretched of the earth can become men. 12. Similarly, Arendt argues that Sartre's claim that to shoot down a European is to kill two birds with one stone. There remains a dead man and a free man is a sentence Marx never could have written. 13. It is interesting how much Arendt relies on Marx in her critique of Sartre. Indeed, she sets Marx against any attempt to talk about the Third World as a subject for liberation or a basis for liberatory politics. She says that the Third World is not a reality but an ideology. This is tantamount to saying that colonialism and imperialism are not realities, even if there are subtleties of Arendt's argument having to do with social classes and the idea of a supposed unity of natives of all underdeveloped countries, that supplants the idea of the international proletariat, that we cannot pursue here, c. 21, and unfortunately there is a basis in classical Marxism for making this point. What might be said of Marx is that he does not take the full measure of what it means to have a world where colonialism has been fully assimilated to capitalism, and where the dominant mode of production operates on a global scale. What is more important is that Marx does not find the wherewithal to make a moral condemnation of colonialism. Apart from using Marx to criticize Sartre, Arendt mainly castigates Marx as a purveyor of illusions and delusions. However, to give Arendt her due, even as a Sartrean I have to wonder at the way that Sartre sometimes does almost seem to make anti-colonial violence a kind of royal road to the identity formation of the colonized subject. Furthermore, there is in Sartre a valorization of the cathartic ele. 381. 381. Meant in violence, and specifically in killing the enemy, that seems quite masculinist to me. Whether Arendt has in her framework the analytical tools to critique this masculinism per se is another question, for it seems that the primary form of her critique of violence is that it cannot rise to the level of the political. Although I do not accept the distinction between the social and the political as Arendt sets it out, where questions of production and economics also do not rise to the level of the political, there is a lesson to be learned here that would apply after a revolution especially. Namely, if the new state is formed primarily as a representation of this cathartic violence, then that will lead very quickly to the undermining of the revolution, for such violence will have achieved sovereignty without condition. If this was not understood very well in previous revolutions, and therefore too much violence became all too understandable, this can no longer and never again be the case. And yet this is not an easy or abstract problem, for the fact is that imperialism accepts no limit on the violence that it is willing to employ, up to and including the destruction of the world itself. A more extended analysis of Sartre and Arendt on the question of violence would also engage with Arendt's crucial category of nautility and contrast her analysis of what it means for the new to emerge with Sartre's mad fury by which men recreate themselves. On this question, see Peg Birmingham, Hannah Arendt, and Human Rights, especially ch1. Contribution of Norman Guerres. Without invoking the actual term or referring to Sartre, in his Discourses of Extremity Norman Guerres brings the mad fury question into sharp focus. Significantly, he uses as a test case the struggle against the apartheid regime in South Africa, chosen to exemplify these issues precisely because of the overwhelming justice of the revolutionary cause. 44. Guerres discusses the use of what was called the necklace, where a burning tire was placed around the torso of a supposed collaborator, and other cases where violence against supposed enemies of the struggle was especially sadistic and torturous. After presenting an especially graphic example, 44, Guerres remarks that he anticipates two types of counsel, one, of historical realism, the other, to speak not of what does not concern you. These two responses do not strictly replicate what Sartre says in the preface, but they are closely related and perhaps capture well enough what he was after. What I appreciate about Guerres's response to these two types of counsel is that they retain the sense of justification while not accepting the glorification of violence. Guerres writes. 382. 382. In any historically, or sociologically, or just humanly informed perspective, there must be an acknowledgement of some limits to the proper reach of moral discourse itself. To let an extreme case illustrate this, if a group of slaves or of prisoners in a concentration camp should, having the opportunity, suddenly get the better of a vicious overseer or guard and brutally slaughter him, it would not be apt to say they had gone too far or to reflect critically on the notion of cruel or unusual punishments. In extremis, moral judgment fails. More generally, the violence of oppressors tends to breed violence among those they oppress. Their brutalities are brutalizing. A political or social order that must be overthrown by revolution will have generated, not only amongst its defenders but also with some of its victims, impulses of moral criminality and murderousness. An altogether morally clean revolutionary struggle is probably rare, therefore, if it is conceivable. 44-45. To repeat, I think this captures everything Sartre needed to say, with perhaps one exception, namely the critique of what might be called the pacifism of the colonizer. Is it this latter element that opens the door to the element of glorification? I am thinking of the angry righteousness that arises when one tells the invader or occupier to get the hell out of my country, or my house, and take your advice about how I should struggle against your domination and shove it up your backside. Nevertheless, Guerres proposes ethical principles regarding legitimate modes of attack. 43. This last term, attack, is important for two reasons. First, while mad fury and even the roots of revolution in rebellion begin in a defensive mode, for a revolution to succeed there must be a decisive moment when the offensive is taken. Second, while the revolutionary state retains something of the self-defensive character to it, especially as it is born into an overwhelmingly hostile world, a world still dominated by imperialist social relations, any new state that has any hope of survival must be able to act as well as react. What makes the principles proposed by Guerres specifically ethical is that they propose a clearer reason for ruling out cruel methods of killing, the deliberate infliction and aggravation of pain, as in torture, than if we say these contradict the ends of liberation. What is important about this route is that going the other direction, of only talking about what will undermine the struggle, cuts us off from being able to say that some things are just wrong. Even while not invoking or discussing Kant, Guerres's arguments are an important response to the utilitarian perspective of Stephen Lux's Marxism and morality in particular, see Guerres, 31, 34. Then, of course, if we cannot say this, there is nothing that cannot under some context be justified, and this undermines the struggle. Finally, here is Guerres's outline of these principles and a little of the discussion of them. The reader will note that these principles are derived, first of all, from the tradition of just war theory. 383. 383. Just as only the combatants of the other side may be attacked, because they are the ones making war on you, so too they may be stopped, killed, because that puts an end to the threat they have been to you or their contribution to it. Extreme and purposeful cruelty, beyond what is necessarily involved in any act of killing or wounding, is wrong because it is more than their activities can justify, as it were defensively on your own part. Unless, that is, it is allowed that the ethics of socialism may embody, as a component, some fairly terrible theory of retributive punishment. I assume without argument here that they may not. A slow, painful death by burning, such as happens with the necklace, consequently, lies beyond the limits of what is morally defensible in the light of an ethic of just revolutionary struggle. Likewise, killing an old woman by forcing her to drink the bottle of detergent or cooking oil she has bought in defiance of a shop boycott. Jus ad bellum is in itself no guarantee of jus in bello. The justice of the cause does not make good, cannot transmute, moral atrocities committed in its name. 43-44. One would have to be skeptical of such principles if they were enunciated by the colonizer, or by someone who has been shaped by the life possibilities and entitlements of a colonialist, imperialist society. We do not need any two wrongs don't make a right claptrap from the perpetrators or beneficiaries of the first wrong, and it is very important that Sartre includes himself in at least the category of the beneficiaries and possibly even the perpetrators. After all, the famous formulation is, "We are all murderers." And yet the proper rejection of such claptrap will have instead achieved the opposite of this rejection if it results in the dismissal of the ethical altogether. To return to the non-pacifist comrade Jesus for a moment, it might be recalled that he is reported to have said that, if anyone would harm a child, a millstone should be tied around that person's neck and that person should be thrown into the sea. An entire social theory could be unfolded from that idea alone, on the provision that we emphasize what quickly goes past many of our students and also Richard Rorty's postmodern bourgeois liberalism, namely that there is a social system. It is the present social system that needs casting out. Unfortunately, this means fighting the people who defend the system, and many of these are people just like you and me in many respects. It should be easy, one might think, to say, people, we need a new social system, especially since it is likely that most people would agree. They know very well that something is rotten in the state of Denmark, but this turns out to be very hard. Perhaps it is the case that revolutionary leadership the party has to say this during the times when it is hard, and to stand fast upon this position even while not becoming simply dogmatic or inflexible, in order to play its role in bringing the new system into being once this becomes easy, in the sense that the need for 384. The new society becomes abundantly clear and abundantly pressing, because the ancien regime is falling apart of its own accord and has reached a tipping point. Thus the party has to be an ethical beacon, and this central activity of the party must not be eclipsed in the formation of the new state, indeed it must come to the fore. This is all the more the case precisely because there has never been the least indication that the imperialist system will go quietly. Can there be a revolution without an unleashing of the mad fury? Quite possibly not. We can study further the so-called peaceful transitions, perhaps most of all the Velvet Revolution in former Czechoslovakia, to see where the previously existing forms of systemic violence simply acquired a new shell and administrative class, for all that the Soviet-backed regimes deserved to fall. At the same time, the factors that lead to a mad fury in the first place do not come first of all from revolutionary leadership, nor does, primarily, the moment when this mad fury boils over into violence of the sort described by Guerras. To accept realistically, however, that it is not likely to be a revolution without a certain amount of the sort of violence that attempts to assert its unconditional sovereignty, is very different from accepting such violence as justified, legitimate, or normative. Indeed, it is precisely because the imperialist classes of this world do take their systemic violence as normative, and, in our postmodern world, increasingly set aside any sense of legitimacy or the ethical imagination, that revolutionary leadership and the revolution itself have to plot the opposite course, that of being an ethical beacon. The last straw. In past revolutionary experience, the contradictions of society have tended to manifest themselves indirectly, or at least such that the last straw that brings people into the streets, that is exemplary of a general crisis where people cannot live in the old way anymore and the existing system is constrained from providing any new answers, may appear to be something relatively small. The 1905 revolution in Russia, which failed, ultimately, but from which Lenin and others took many lessons, was called forth by a million oppressians, but its immediate spark was a moment in a strike by the people who set type in printing presses. Previously, they had been paid for setting letters, but not punctuation marks, and now they wanted to be paid for this. Government repression of the strike led to many other workers coming into the streets, and a general uprising spiraled from there. A revolution for the apostrophe? The fire next time may come from some equally far-fetched source, quite possibly from the effects of capitalism's war on our very planet, which is manifesting itself in rising rates of 385. Skin cancer, dead zones in oceans and seas, soil erosion, a preponderance of excrement and junk, the severity of the obesity/starvation contradiction, the pandemic of HIV/AIDS, the related writing off of much of sub-Saharan Africa from the supposed advance of global prosperity, and wars of aggression to control energy resources framed as a clash of civilizations. Indeed, this energy question is just one major point on which the system of imperialist markets cannot resolve its own difficulties except through force and oppression. Beyond this issue, which, however, along with related ecological questions, could be the tipping point of the imperialist system, undoubtedly the reader knows the list, which is far longer than the one just given, of horrors as well as I do. In the final analysis, the main assumption lying behind my conversations with Avakian, apart from interpretations of past experience, is that the horrors are systemic and therefore must be dealt with on that level. People, it's bad, we need a new society. A theory of justice. How much does ethical Marxism depend on Maoism, and vice versa? Certainly there are crucial points on the theoretical plane where the two perspectives part company or at least cannot be brought into full agreement, and yet I resist the impulse to drive a wedge. It is the most ethical thing to support the revolution, and therefore to support the revolutionaries, and join them, of course. Ethical Marxism is a philosophical theory of justice that attempts to show us clearly that we need to overturn the existing society and create new forms of society that are transitional to the global community of mutual flourishing. This theory has its utopian side, but it is not exactly utopian, because it aims to incorporate scientific and political economic investigation to help us understand where the openings are. The theory aims to subordinate strategic thinking to the ethical perspective, but not to eliminate strategic thinking, because to do so would render the ethical dimension into a mere formalism and therefore not capable of helping us do the overwhelmingly ethical things that need to be done. As regards my distinction between philosophical Marxism and revolutionary movement theory, which is also meant to be helpful in terms of communication across the very division that it sets up, my own perspective could certainly be understood as existing in limbo. In attempting to respond on many fronts and speak in different discourses, perhaps no one will be left very pleased. On the whole, revolutionary movement theory has done a better job, not that it has done a good job of learning. 386. 386. From philosophy and theory more broadly than the other way around, but perhaps that is as it should be, since this theory has the aim of the overthrow of the existing society and the achievement of revolutionary state power. A real, radical contribution to the ethical would go to the root of the unethical, instrumentalized, reified, commodified relations among people, and thus would join in with this aim. 387. 387. 388. Ongoingness, the ethics of liberation and the liberation of the ethical. Codes, conspiracies, prophecies, encryptions, in all these ways, a civilization in which everyday life seems increasingly directionless compensates for a lack of sense with an excess of it. Frenetic overinterpretation makes up for a general hemorrhage of meaning. The more crassly materialist modern life becomes, the more it gives rise to pseudo-spiritual claptrap. As social life grows increasingly two-dimensional, it grabs for some spurious sort of depth. The more ruthlessly rationalized the society, the more desperately irrational its members. Capitalism is at once far too rational, trusting in nothing that it cannot weigh and measure, and far too little as well, accumulating wealth as an end in itself. It is shot through with myth and pinned together by collective fictions. No rational animal would spend 10 minutes with a junk bond trader. Terry Eagleton, the Enlightenment is dead. Long live the Enlightenment. Capitalism robs life of any larger significance. What Marx calls the Moses and the prophets of capitalism accumulate is not foreign to capitalism's understanding of itself. And yet Marx praised the clarity that capitalism, when combined with secularism, provides. For Marx, the melting of everything solid into air is on the whole a positive thing. It is a painful thing for humanity as well, to be sure, and yet it is one of the necessary birth pangs of a new society. Meaning and mattering. We humans would like to think that our lives matter. Certainly it could be argued that such a disposition is definitive of what it means to be human, even if the recognition of this disposition, or perhaps it ought to be called this yearning, is largely absent from Marx's view. Marx certainly dealt with 389. 389. Matters of life and death, but he did not seem much attracted to mortality as a philosophical or theoretical issue. This avoidance might remain one step short of outright positivism, in that Marx did not explicitly declare mortality to be a pseudo-problem in philosophy, as had Carnap and Neurath in their manifestos of logical empiricism, nor did he have to confront the possibility that humanity could come to an abrupt end. However, it is not a far stretch to imagine Marx as sympathetic to the pseudo-problem charge, at least on this question. Here the negation of ethics in 20th century philosophy, in parts of it, that is again relevant. Significantly, Otto Neurath proposed a Hegelized Marx, in his wissenschaftliche Weltauffassung, Sozialismus und logischer Empirismus. Even while relegating ethics to the realm of non-philosophy, which, from their perspective, meant the realm of that which is qualitatively underdetermined by scientific investigation, Carnap, Neurath, and other members of the Vienna Circle affirmed the synthetic approach of Kant, filling this approach out with quantification in logic and the problems of meaning and language, or perhaps more specifically with the problem of reference. Furthermore, the Vienna positivists affirmed the strategies of disenchantment of both Marx and Nietzsche. See the conclusion of Carnap's manifesto, the elimination of metaphysics through logical analysis of language. What then remains is an empirical sociology of the workings of power, where any ethics that appeals to principles is just so much pseudo-philosophical fluff. This happy positivism that was affirmed by Foucault, and that owes an intellectual debt to Althusser's analysis of ideology, finds its theoretical precursors not only in Marx, but also in Hobbes, Spinoza, and Nietzsche. Certainly this is a clarifying mode of disenchantment. For instance, it is an important clarification to show that the activities of gangs such as the Crips, Bloods, and Latin Kings represent economic rationality in the capitalist context no less than the activities of legitimate corporations. Furthermore, this mode of disenchantment, in shorthand, the demonstration that talk of principles operates within the circuits and machinations of power, shows exactly what the formulation of an ethical Marxism is up against, namely, that if the workings of power, whether through economic relations or sexuality and the situating of bodies, Foucault's biopower, or the modes through which people are named and defined, as in Rorty's analysis, is all there is that is real, then ethics, ethical discourse, the subjects of ethics, and so on, is unreal. Quite arguably, that is what Marx thought. It is also arguable that even many of the attempts to return to ethics, in the wake of disenchantment and the acids of modernity, do not quite manage to make ethics a real subject with at least a degree of philosophical autonomy. By this last expression, at least a degree of philosophical autonomy, I mean a discourse that has to be explored in its own. 390. 390. Right, at least to some extent. There has to be an ethical moment in political discourse and struggle, or else it ought to be admitted forthrightly that there is no room for ethics in these arenas. The disenchantments of Althusser and Foucault, among others perhaps best described as the new Hobbesians and the new Spinozans, can at least be credited with this forthrightness, but I am not doing any of their arguments justice here. Certainly the workings of power and other real things have to be taken into account, and my argument in this book has been that a Kantian perspective that does not take these things into account is indeed an empty formalism. Modern disenchantments. However, the modes of disenchantment did not arise to simply clarify the situation as regards the philosophical or scientific status of ethics. That such modes did arise, generally in step with the advance of the physical sciences, and mathematics and logic, was itself a displacement of not only ethical discourse, but of much else besides, especially all that goes under the very broad heading of religion. The connection between ethics and religion has long been noted, not only in the ancient traditions, but also in light of the acids of modernity, as in Dostoevsky's famous line, "In the absence of God, everything is permitted." It can also be argued that, without an ethical grounding, or without a grounding for the metaphysics of morals, politics can only mean a set of tactical considerations concerning the machinations and mechanisms of power, and not a thinking of the polis, particularly a thinking of the just polis, as in the tradition that runs from Plato and Aristotle, through such figures as Augustine, Aquinas, Locke, Jefferson, Rousseau, and Kant, and more recently Sartre, Habermas, Rawls, and Derrida. And arguably errant, though with important provisions regarding her anti-utopianism. This is a thinking of the best possible, even of the impossible, in the sense of a summum bonum, highest good, that ought to be affirmed as a regulative ideal. One question I have attempted to raise in this book is the possibility of stitching or restitching Marx and Marxism into, or back into, this line of thinking. In some sense this is what Mao attempted to do, for which he was labeled utopian and moralistic, both in the context of a supposed Stalinism of socialism in conditions of material deprivation. Hobbesian, anti-utopian political arguments, on both the political right and the Arendtian and ostensibly Marxist left, have made much of the supposedly endless disaster that was Maoist China, in the context of which the quite palpable and enormous accomplishments of socialism there count for nothing. Indeed, one would also have to think that Mao and the communists came along. 391. 391. And wrecked what had been a wonderful society. Thus we are left with another disenchantment, one that imperialist political formations have done everything to drive home. This has been called, in the years of triumphalism following the collapse of the non-socialist Soviet Union, the TINA thesis: there is no alternative. It is worth contemplating that this is what anti-utopianism and anti-moralism has come to. If disenchantment and clarity go together, and if clarity is a good thing, and if these lead at best to a Marxism that is set against the idea of an ethical Marxism, does this mean that an ethical Marxism can be understood in the context of some form of reenchantment of the world? Perhaps this reenchantment could achieve its own form of clarity. I have aimed for clarity in this exposition, for example, especially in the discussion of what the United States did to the people of Vietnam, where the moral issue could not be clearer, but this would most likely not be a clarity of cold, dispassionate reason. It was the possibility of such a form of scientific reason, and the status of truth under such a perspective, that both Marx and positivistic philosophers formulated their theoretical agendas. In this perspective, at least as understood by Marx, it is only a happy byproduct that socialism and ultimately communism would be good for humanity, and expressions of the good that humans are capable of. Instead, these social forms are inevitable. Communism is not an idea, it is the real movement of history. These forms are simply what will occur in the objective unfolding of the material dialectic of history. Part of my argument here has been that, in the wake of inevitability, of its demise, but instead in the light of possibility, a Marxist science systematic perspective of the contradictions, fissures, and openings of the present society, using the tools of analysis developed by Marx and by others in a Marxist vein, from Lenin and Mao to Adorno and Sartre and beyond, the Kantian thesis is right: a significant part of humanity, a critical mass, has to intend to defeat the existing, evil form of society, and it has to intend to create a better form of society, in order for a better form of society to come about. A society that came about from simply riding the waves of supposed inevitability would not be a better society. Indeed, here we might apply once again Lenin's argument about the spontaneous consciousness of even the working class and the oppressed masses more generally. This consciousness will tend to remain within the ideological and political parameters set by the existing society, though sometimes with a militant or radical form, as for example with much that goes under the heading of anarchism. But this is not yet to answer the question. If we recognize some positive function for disenchantment, clarity, and what needs to be named forthrightly as secularism, and of course for the achievements of the physical sciences, all of which it would be exceedingly foolish to deny, such that the critique of scientism need not and should not become anti-scientific. 392. 392. And the proposal of a post-secular perspective should avoid the silly attempt to simply restate the pre-secular. Does an ethical Marxism all the same require that the world be enchanted? To state the question negatively, if the world truly is disenchanted, and only subject to understanding by cool reason and scientific objectivity, which will yield cold truths, which are then the only liberating truths, then would it not be the case that such a world really would have no use for a Marxism such as that proposed here, and indeed would find such a Marxism misleading as a matter of truth and reality, and a dangerous and bad diversion as a matter of practice? Facts and values. The approaches of disenchantment and positivism, and in general the acids of modernity, are to deny the significance of certain questions if, from the perspective of science and logic, there are no answers to the questions. It was indeed a clarifying move on the part of the Vienna Circle to then propose that such questions without answers are not really questions in the first place, they are pseudo-questions, examples of what Wittgenstein called language on holiday. The further proposal, stated most clearly in the manifestos of Rudolf Carnap and Moritz Schlick, the elimination of metaphysics and the turning point in philosophy, respectively, and it might be noted that, for his work in clarification and disenchantment Schlick was assassinated by a fascist student, is that it is only appropriate to assign truth values to statements of mathematics and logic, on the one side, and empirical inquiries that are subject to public confirmation, on the other. In the latter case, such confirmation may require expert knowledge, as in the case of many inquiries of advanced science, but the point is that truth cannot be a matter of irreproducible results. Statements and positions that fall outside of such forms of inquiry, which for the positivists would include all statements of value, in ethics, politics, or aesthetics, cannot be assigned truth values, which is to say that they are neither true nor false, they are not matters of truth to begin with. It may seem easy to dismiss such a claim out of hand, but surely one should take at least a moment to consider the positivist argument's contribution to philosophical, and therefore perhaps even to ethical and political, clarity. If it is true that the earth does indeed revolve around the sun, as Copernicus established through empirical observation and mathematical calculation, observations and calculations that can be and have been confirmed, then it is not true that the sun and the rest of the cosmos revolves around the earth, as supposedly understood from the revealed Word of God. Furthermore, if it is one truth that the earth revolves around the sun. 393. Then the question arises as to whether it is another truth that Shakespeare is a great writer. Surely it seems absurd to deny that Shakespeare is a great writer, though, if you don't like the example, supply your own. But can this denial of the denial legitimately take the form of a logical double negative? It is not the case that Shakespeare is not a great writer. Let us take it as given that Shakespeare is a great writer. Is this a truth that can be set beside the truth about the earth revolving around the sun? The two statements, the one about Shakespeare and the other about the earth and sun, seem to be of quite different orders, different kinds. The positivist clarification is to argue that it would be best not to confuse the issue by applying truth values to both kinds. Thus it can be said that Shakespeare's writing is beautiful, arguably, but it is not possible to establish the truth of such an assertion in the way that we can establish that the earth revolves around the sun. This conclusion sounds perfectly reasonable and quite fitting for our modern world, where we can investigate empirical issues in a scientific way, and we can apply standards of logical reasoning to find which of our beliefs harbor contradictions, and which ones are, therefore, strictly speaking, unbelievable. However, there are important consequences of this clarification, and these consequences have been worked out in the tradition of which the Vienna Circle was a part, crucially by figures such as Quine, Davidson, Putnam, and Rorty, among many others. Furthermore, the consequences of a scientistic point of view have been very significantly addressed by Husserl, Heidegger, Gadamer, and many others, and neither should the work of feminist philosophy of science and Marxist philosophy of technology be neglected. In other words, I am not saying anything very original here. My contribution lies in my attempt to develop this issue as regards the idea of a Marxism that has the ethical moment at its core. The positivist clarification, which, again, I am arguing is fundamentally accepted by Marx, cannot and should not be so easily dismissed, either, in our present context of a postmodern capitalism that is seemingly moving into fascism, in the United States, at least. More on this context in a moment. However, let us state quite clearly what is perhaps the main upshot of the positivist clarification as regards the matter of ethics, values and truth. To say that truth values apply to some kinds of statements and not to others is to valorize the former. To say it can be said of the statement "the earth revolves around the sun" that it is true, and that it cannot be said of the statement Shakespeare is a great writer that it is true, or even, in a more waffling mode, true exactly well, speaking more precisely. 394. 394. That is not exactly true, neither can the statement be said to be false, though this aspect of the issue has a way of falling along the wayside, is to confer a kind of value on the former statement. It is to assert or at least aver that the former statement has to do with reality, while the latter statement does not. And, again, this is not an unreasonable proposal, for it is not very clear to what reality an appeal can be made in adjudicating the truth value of Shakespeare's status as a writer, or exactly what methodology should be applied in approaching the reality. Would this simply be the reality of the words on the page, which is already an extraordinarily difficult reality to define, or would this investigation involve consideration of an author's intentions and psychological makeup, or the historical and political context? Now, there are such questions in science, too. There is a sense in which the earth is just as much the center of everything as is, indeed, anywhere else where some conscious being is contemplating its place in the grand scheme of things. Furthermore, it has been well established by now that there is creativity in science and that scientists bring value-laden perspectives to their work. This is not the end of the positivist clarification, however. Not only could textual analysis of the creation story found in the book of Genesis, actually, there are two stories, in the first two chapters of Genesis, never reveal the mechanisms of biological evolution, especially the mechanisms working at the microscopic level that reveal how visionary Charles Darwin truly was. The representation of this story as a scientific explanation, or as supportable by scientific explanation, stands not only against biological evolution in the sense that Darwin and his successors understood it, but also against every other branch of science as well, first of all geology, against scientific explanation, against science itself, and, here's the kicker, therefore against truth. No dogmatic fetishism of science, and no scientism, is necessary for making these claims, including the final claim about truth itself. It is not even necessary to hold that the truths of science, and mathematics and logic, are the only truths in order for it to be argued that a denial of these truths results in the denial of truth itself. The earth is not flat, it is the case that the earth revolves around the sun and not the other way around, and if these things are not true, then nothing is. Biological evolution is a more complex case, and it goes to many worries concerning our place in the grand scheme of things. Certainly this is true regarding the heliocentric model, and our own wonderful sun is itself not the center of the cosmos. Of course, indeed, it appears that there is no center, which is perhaps the largest expression of the general issue of our place, at least along one plane of inquiry, as well, hence the censoring of Galileo and the execution of Giordano Bruno. No matter who first set down the creation stories that come to us as the book of Genesis, Moses, the J-source, etc., one truth that can be 395. 395. Set down with great certainty is that the aim was not to set out the results of a scientific investigation. Was there even any language in the culture of Moses that would pertain to the idea of a scientific investigation? It can safely be argued that whatever truth there is to the Genesis story, or the stories in other religious texts, which can instead be understood as founding texts for particular cultures, which themselves are often derived from the texts and stories of cultures that came before them, this truth is not of a scientific sort, it is not the result of scientific investigation, neither can it be. The positivist clarification, however, tells us that such truth is either not real or is of some lesser order. This clarification extends to the matter of ethics. Ethics and religion. Apart from the specific topic of narrative ethics, a branch of ethics that has emerged in recent years, see, for example, Newton, narrative ethics, it can be observed that one thing that ethics and religion have in common is narrativity. Both have to do with the unfolding of individual lives, of lives together in groupings of people, and other creatures, and ultimately of an unfolding story of humanity, under some conception, often severely flawed, and life in general. This is not just a matter of ethics with or without God, or, it might be said that there is a way of understanding this question without immediately dealing with the conception of God held by any particular religious tradition. Indeed, the questions, concerns, and anxieties we have about our lives have to do with our finitude, not God's supposed omnipotence, omniscience, and infinity, notions that are truly nonsensical at any rate. In his book The American Religion, Harold Bloom argued that humans have religion because we die. Other creatures also die, of course, so it has to be added to Bloom's claim that we not only die, we think about death and live with an awareness of finitude. Heidegger argues that such a concern, what he called being towards death, is definitive of the human form of being. Two things that are common to many of the world religions, though significantly not all, and in particular to Western monotheisms, are, 1. A story that attempts to situate each of us in an unfolding drama that is larger than each individual life, or character, in the story, a story that informs, fills, and makes sense of our lives. 2. The idea that the story continues beyond the life of any particular individual who is a character in the story, going toward a point of fulfillment, redemption, and transformation. These stories go beyond us, but they are also shaped by how we live now, thus the peculiar connection between the narrative of humanity. 396. 396. And ethical political codes that one finds in narrative religious texts, especially the Bhagavad Gita and the Jewish and Christian holy books. As much as the priestly castes promote and depend on notions of theodicy, predetermination, and an omnipotent/omniscient God who is in contradiction with any meaningful sense of human agency, the actual narratives are themselves not objective. They have to do with stories that people themselves tell in the living of their lives under specific conditions, but under the twin imperatives of mortality and the possibility of redemption. This latter cannot be disassociated from the idea of a humanity that lives in a different way and that is not besieged with constant worries about the production of the necessities of life. To be brief, there is a relationship between how we live now, what we do in the world, and the ongoingness of humanity. There is a relationship between changing how we live, collectively, and the possibility of an ongoing humanity. To borrow Emmanuel Chikwiudi's phrase, it is a matter of achieving our humanity. This language is both near and far from Marx. It is near in the heritage of German idealism and in the way that the German idealists related to a Christian framework of redemption in the context of modernity. It is near in that Marx aimed for a sensuous materialism, not one that is either abstract or mechanical. Certainly Marx has a central place in his philosophy for the fact that human beings are creatures with feelings. But it might also be argued that, by the time philosophy has given way to political economy in Marx's scheme, these feelings are not understood to be very complex. Perhaps the key transitional passage is the following one, from the German ideology. People can be distinguished from animals by consciousness, by religion, or by anything else you like. They themselves begin to distinguish themselves from animals as soon as they begin to produce their means of subsistence, a step which is conditioned by their physical organization. By producing their means of subsistence, people are indirectly producing their actual material life. Mayer, 150. Thus it could be said that, for Marx, the story of humanity is first of all a story of production and forms of production, and therefore the human story has its basis in the same compulsion that affects all organisms, the struggle to survive and to propagate the species, to go on. Other species, however, do not develop consciousness, religions, language, writing, folklore, and narratives that presume to situate individuals, to the extent that this term applies in particular species, subgroups of the species altogether, and even the whole of observed reality into some sort of context that makes sense of the whole. 397. 397. Organisms and economies. It does not seem to me that Marx is wrong in his observation about what distinguishes humans from other animals. Every form of organism has to find a way to be a part of an economy, a way of acquiring the necessities for life and continuance of the particular species. Humans not only participate in economies that represent evolutionary and ecological niches, we produce our economies such as to create our own niches. Indeed, we do this in such a way as to throw the other niches out of balance, and in such a way as to create the basis for ecological disasters. Stories have been told that purport to justify this sort of behavior. Indeed, it could be argued that Marx tells one such story, of heroic humanity conquering nature. This is a story of dominion as domination rather than stewardship. One might think, again given Dostoevsky's Everything is Permitted or Nietzsche's tale of the clever people whose star burned out, that in the absence of a cosmic scorekeeper there is no larger sense in which it matters what happens to the species of the earth that have come and gone. Indeed, in the absence of such a scorekeeper, why would it matter if humanity comes and goes as the dinosaurs did? In his provocative book, Bad Marxism, Capitalism and Cultural Studies, John Hutnick emphasizes the liberating aspect of contingency. There is no reason to believe the hype that demonizes, since there can be no recognition of some ultimate authority, a God who would sit as chair of a council of evidence to sift through the files and punish us for getting things wrong. 192. At the same time, Hutnick is critical of a Marxism that rests on a moral critique, pointing out the relationship between this critique and the religious perspective. I should point out that bad Marxism is an ambiguous term in Hutnick's argot. In the following passage, however, he seems to mean bad in the sense of good. A bad Marxism that valorized critique of everything as the ethic of the anti-capitalism movement might avoid doom and impotency because it does not rest only on a moral critique. Insofar as what Hart and Negri, authors of Empire and theorists of the multitude, offer, and anthropologist James Clifford, for that matter, remains a moral critique, it retains a residue of Christian salvation, a salvation for everyone who chooses Christ, but salvation nonetheless. Some Christians were communal after all. The trouble with salvation is its reliance on a Savior who will not arrive, reliance on an outside power, an imaginary God. A communist would not suffer this morality but would devise ways to achieve what is needed, not wait for its delivery from afar. 198. Apart from the particulars of Hutnick's critique of specific figures, the larger question is well framed here: is there a necessary intertwining of religious and ethical themes? Does an ethical critique of capitalism necessarily 398 depend on something external, an outside power, a cosmic scorekeeper? Does human mattering depend on these things as well, some foundation? In the absence of such a foundation, is human mattering a non-starter? Of dinosaurs, cephalopods, and the human interlude. For some decades it was not unusual to call an outmoded way of doing something a dinosaur. The dinosaur was the symbol of inability to adapt. Of course, there were many different kinds of dinosaurs, and, as we have become more aware of the time of the dinosaurs, it has become harder to use the term pejoratively. Dinosaurs were around for millions of years, and their extinction was caused by an event that humans would, even now, have great difficulty surviving. Ironically, the mass extinction that marked the end of the Mesozoic era left us with substances that could quite likely play into a mass extinction that brings our own era, the Cenozoic, to an end, namely fossil fuels. In 2003, The Future is Wild, a book about how life on Earth may evolve over the next 200 million years, was produced by a team of international scientists, based on biological and evolutionary principles. The book was coordinated and illustrated by Dougal Dixon and John Adams. Was the book written with the intention of demonstrating the fragility of human existence on our planet? This book refers to the age of humans as the human era. Our brief existence, which begins and ends in the latter half of the Cenozoic era, covers a short period of geological time, but has a devastating impact on the planet. The human era ends a few thousand years from the present with a huge drop in temperature as the Ice Age reaches its peak. 21. Emphasis added. What is at least a little amusing, even if it is somewhat in the way of gallows humor, is that the authors give humanity a few thousand more years. Even I, something of a technology skeptic, would hope that humanity will find ways to cope with environmental changes, and to cope with the way that humanity causes the environment to change, which is at least as much a question of social relations as it is of technology. However, the seemingly innocent description of the Cenozoic era and its conclusion is interesting because it combines the flavor of Nietzsche's pithy comment about the clever animals: after nature had drawn a few breaths the star grew cold, and the clever animals had to die from untruth and lie in an extra-moral sense, with a coldly scientific even if highly speculative perspective on biological evolution. Thus the succeeding eras after the human, what the authors call future time. 399. 399. Few species survive the ice age that led to the extinction of the humans, and successive mass extinctions in the future wipe out large numbers of land and marine species, including mammals, fish, and many birds. But evolution responds in surprising ways. Fish abandon the oceans and take to the air, while octopuses and squids become the dominant species on land. 21. This last bit is quite a kicker, and surely the dinosaur ghosts are laughing at human smugness already. Looking 200 million years into the future, as the book does, we see a vastly different Earth. The last of the land vertebrates died away in the mass extinction, 100 million years after humankind. An important evolutionary niche had been vacated, and it was filled by cephalopods, octopuses, cuttlefish, and squids. To successfully colonize land, cephalopods had to improve their land-living adaptations. With such adaptations, a new group of land-living squid, called pterosquids, evolved. They branched into many forms, from small hunters to the biggest land animals of the time. The biggest of all is the megasquid. Heavy as an elephant and almost as tall. The megasquid is not terribly clever. It doesn't have to be. With plenty of food so readily available, an absence of predators and movement achieved by the simplest of processes, 8 legs, each as broad as a tree trunk, support the beast as it lumbers through the forest. The brain of a megasquid is tiny. It weighs about 1 pound, about 400 grams, a tiny fraction of its 8-ton body weight. Not all species of pterosquid are stupid, however. 149 to 50. The authors go on to describe another branch of the pterosquid family. Squib bones are the most agile of the pterosquids, having adapted their natural dexterity to a tree-dwelling existence. They swing through the branches as gibbons used to, but looping end over end in a continuous somersaulting action. Their eyes are set on muscular stalks, which stay with the body's center of gravity as they swing through the trees, always looking forward towards the next branch. With their sharp vision and large brains, they are able to navigate through the forest at speed. Squibban society displays an intelligence closer to that of humans than anything that has evolved since the human era. While the ability to operate tools and act communally reflects an intelligence ideally suited to life in the northern forest, it may be that a changing environment will encourage the development of even greater sophistication. Perhaps a reasoning type of intelligence will evolve once again. 151, emphasis added. And then, watch out. Perhaps the squib bones will then themselves only have a few thousand years. Then perhaps the megasquid won't look so stupid after all. 400. 400. My reason for bringing the future squids into all of this is that Western and non-Western philosophy has dealt with the theme of contingency for hundreds, even thousands of years, but Darwin brings the point home with a force previously unknown. Galileo and others did their part, too, but somehow the force of disenchantment could be contained better until Darwin came along. This somehow can be mapped and explained. Essentially this is the story of Western modernity. From Galileo to Darwin, humanity finds itself on a path of perpetual displacement, the Earth being displaced from the center of the universe, the human species displaced from being the crown of God's creation, and a path in front of us that may lead to the extinction of humanity without the achievement of inevitable communism. 200 million years from now, give or take a few million, perhaps intelligent squids will finally establish a global community of mutual flourishing. Good luck to them, at least in some possible world. There are at least two ironies in the few thousand years left to humanity in the future is wild. One is that, as I mentioned already, surely humanity by 2 or 3,000 years from now will have long since achieved collective control over human destiny. However, this future has come to depend on not the next few thousand years, but in fact the next 5, 10, 20, 50, and 100 years. This is the other irony. And let us hope the cephalopods make it that long too, especially the way things are going in the oceans these days thanks to the non-existence of conscious, collective human control over human destiny. Contingency and destiny. Is all talk of destiny ruled out by the recognition of contingency? Certainly Marx recognized the contingency that Darwin's perspective demonstrates as fact. And yet it might be argued that what distinguishes historical materialism from some other kinds of materialism is that it concerns creatures who wonder at the point of existence. Strangely, humans evolved with the capacity to produce their means of subsistence, while other organisms acquire what they need to live and propagate their species out of instinct. Humans do not get very far on instinct alone. The extrapolation at the other end of the spectrum might be that humans best succeed when they act with the most informed understanding of the natural and social processes that they are involved in. Indeed, this is part of the problem with Marx's formulation in the German ideology: consciousness is thoroughly intermingled with the human ability/necessity for producing the means of subsistence. We have no choice but to consciously produce our means of subsistence. We are not able to do this instinctively. This understanding would not preclude what Wes Jackson calls the ignorance-based 401 worldview, the recognition that there is a great deal that we do not know, and that, in our infinite cosmos, there will always be more that we do not know than that we do know. See Jackson, toward an ignorance-based worldview. Especially as regards the larger biosphere of which humanity is a part and which humanity did not create, the audacity of the modern, scientific approach has produced knowledge that has been exceedingly harmful and exceedingly ignorant. As Wendell Berry argues, we are very good, with our scientific methods of food production, which do not deserve the name agriculture, at destroying topsoil, and we do not know how to make more of it. Berry remarks on this point in many places, including home economics, but also see farming and the global economy. To this it can be added that language brings its own infinities, in terms of the making of meaning. And yet none of this cancels the basic Enlightenment proposition that things, generally, go better when we humans know what we are doing, even if we are swimming in a sea of cosmic contingency. Of course, we humans can wonder at the point of existence all we want, but this does not mean that our question will be answered by something larger, something outside of humanity. There is an infinite cosmos outside of humanity, which may be simply one universe within the infinite multiverse, but there is a paradox involved in any answer it gives to our queries on behalf of humanity, a paradox pointed out by existentialist philosophers. Sartre's formulation will suffice. Existentialism is not atheist in the sense that it would exhaust itself in demonstrations of the non-existence of God. It declares, rather, that even if God existed, that would make no difference from its point of view. The real problem is not that of his existence. What humanity needs is to find itself again and to understand that nothing can save humanity from itself, not even a valid proof for the existence of God. In this sense, existentialism is optimistic. Existentialism is a humanism. 11. Gendered terms modified. Sartre's conclusion may seem strange. Certainly, other philosophers, existentialist or otherwise, taking the measure of contingency, have not necessarily found reasons for optimism, but instead for either fear and trembling or a coldly scientific perspective that tells us our questions about existence are not real questions. Surely, though, it is not outside the realm of social science to recognize that people have these questions, and are caught up in them, regardless of whether or not they are real. Evolution and ethics. What Daniel Dennett calls Darwin's dangerous idea unleashed not only a scientific revolution in the understanding of the development of life on 402. This planet, which, from a Darwinian perspective, one has to hesitate to call our planet, but also a spiritual crisis. Again, we could say that Darwin qualitatively deepened a spiritual crisis that had already begun in the preceding 300 years or so, or we could say that, after Darwin, it became that much more clear that Humpty Dumpty was not going to be put back together again. In this book I have been critical of a reductionistic Marxism, and I am critical of reductionism in general, though I have not really explained what I mean by reductionism. There are those who argue, some happily, others critically, that any materialist perspective will necessarily be reductionistic. What I mean by a reductionistic materialism is one that is overly mechanical and that cannot allow for qualitative transformations and the appearance of the different, the new, and the unexpected. Clearly, Marx aimed for such a non-reductivist perspective when he argued for a dialectical materialism. Significantly, however, Marx never wrote at length about dialectical materialism as such, as a philosophy. Philosophers and revolutionary leader theoreticians, from Lenin to Lukács and from Mao to Althusser, have pondered the meaning of what the latter called this long philosophical silence. When Engels did write a short book on dialectical materialism as the outcome and Aufhebung of German idealism, Ludwig Feuerbach and the end of classical German philosophy, he gave us a mechanical, reductivistic treatment that was especially antagonistic toward Kant. But it was Kant who set up the problem of the irreducibility of vocabularies, the causal and the value-driven, in such a way that any materialism that sought to describe the human form of life either has to make room for qualitative difference, albeit materially based, or has to declare that questions of value are merely epiphenomenal. Donald Davidson developed Kant's argument along more directly materialist lines. Analytic philosophers quibble over the terms materialism and physicalism, but that need not worry us here, to show that a materialist perspective does not rule out anomalies, pockets within the material world that, though they are the product of causal interactions, do not themselves follow strict causality. Humanity itself is one such anomaly, and Marx's description of the human difference, that we make our own means of subsistence, cannot in fact be separated from other phenomena that make for the human form of being: language, meaning, valuation, consciousness and self-consciousness, a deep concern for finitude and mortality, and the attendant concern for something more, life more abundant. Dennett argues for a reductionism that is bland, not preposterous. Readers of Dennett's work are familiar with his argument for cranes rather than skyhooks. Everything in our material world, including human evolution, consciousness, culture, Beethoven and Garry Kasparov, and chess-playing computers, this is a favorite example of Dennett's, is 403. 403. Built up from material, non-miraculous sources. Here, then, is Dennett's brief for a non-preposterous reductionism, along with some comments on the use of reductionism as a term of abuse. Those who yearn for skyhooks call those who eagerly settle for cranes reductionists, and they can often make reductionism seem philistine and heartless, if not downright evil. But like most terms of abuse, reductionism has no fixed meaning. The central image is of somebody claiming that one science reduces to another, that chemistry reduces to physics, that biology reduces to chemistry, that the social sciences reduce to biology, for instance. The problem is that there are both bland readings and preposterous readings of any such claim. According to the bland readings, it is possible, and desirable, to unify chemistry and physics, biology and chemistry, and, yes, even the social sciences and biology. After all, societies are composed of human beings, who, as mammals, must fall under the principles of biology that cover all mammals. Mammals, in turn, are composed of molecules, which must obey the laws of chemistry, which in turn must answer to the regularities of the underlying physics. No sane scientist disputes this bland reading. The assembled justices of the Supreme Court are as bound by the law of gravity as is any avalanche, because they are, in the end, also a collection of physical objects. According to the preposterous readings, reductionists want to abandon the principles, theories, vocabulary, laws of the higher level sciences, in favor of the lower level terms. A reductionist dream, on this reading, might be to write a comparison of Keats and Shelley from the molecular point of view, or the role of oxygen atoms in supply-side economics, or explaining the decisions of the Rehnquist court in terms of entropy fluctuations. Probably nobody is a reductionist in the preposterous sense, and everybody should be a reductionist in the bland sense, so the charge of reductionism is too vague to merit a response. Darwin's dangerous idea, 80-81. Darwin's dangerous idea is reductionism incarnate, promising to unite and explain just about everything in one magnificent vision. Its being the idea of an algorithmic process makes it all the more powerful, since the substrate neutrality it thereby possesses permits us to consider its application to just about everything. It is no respecter of material boundaries. It applies even to itself. The most common fear about Darwin's idea is that it will not just explain but explain away the minds and purposes and meanings that we all hold dear. People fear that once this universal acid has passed through the monuments we cherish, they will cease to exist, dissolved in an unrecognizable and unlovable puddle of scientistic destruction. This cannot be a sound fear. A proper reductionistic explanation of these phenomena would leave them still standing but just demystified, unified, placed on more secure foundations. We might learn some surprising or even shocking things about these treasures, but unless our valuing these things was based all along on confusion or mistaken identity, how could increased understanding of them diminish their value in our eyes? 82. 404. 404. Even while I agree with bland reductionism to a large extent, I wonder at the tone of some of Dennett's remarks. Is it wrong to yearn for skyhooks? I mean this as something that could be a philosophical question, because it seems to be a human question about mortality and finitude, and not first of all about some complex and sometimes vexing scientific questions such as the actual pathways of biological evolution. Why is it right to eagerly settle for cranes? Is it wrong for a materialist, someone who does not believe in God in any conventional Western monotheistic or classical theological sense, to all the same wish that such a God did exist? In the dirty war in Argentina that took place from 1976 to 1983, some political prisoners were taken out over the ocean in airplanes and helicopters and dropped into the ocean from a great height. Is it wrong to wish that there was something, someone ready to catch us, should we fall? Well, yes, it might be wrong, especially if we succumb to the temptation to turn our wishes into horses. In scientific terms, the wish might be wrong if it keeps us from dealing with reality as it really is, a reality that includes a U.S.-backed regime in Argentina that did that horrible thing to those people. In Sartre's terms, the wish is wrong because it opens the road toward moral and political abdication. I take those points as cautionary, and yet I still find myself wishing for something for those people for whom there is nothing. I mean the people who had little or nothing when they were alive, and then they were gone altogether. The section title from Darwin's Dangerous Idea from which these passages were quoted is Who's Afraid of Reductionism? Even with the paradox of human meaning, that a larger scheme of meaning that undergirds human existence would thereby undermine the problem of humanity for humanity, to put it in Sartrean terms, is there no sense in which one might mourn the death of God for at least a moment before eagerly settling for cranes? For the passing of God would also seem to mean the passing of a cosmic scheme of meaning, and therefore a humanity in perpetual free fall. I am not saying that the human wish or hope for meaning is answered by something larger than humanity itself. I am only saying that there are certain schools of scientific thought, such as Dennett and Dawkins, philosophical or otherwise, that do not seem to appreciate the full scope of the cultural and spiritual crisis that attends the absence, an absence that is felt as a presence, in Derrida's memorable phrase, of the larger scheme. Is there any larger scheme of meaning in which the story of humanity, if it is a story, or even if it is many stories, is enveloped? For thousands of years, at least, a good portion of humanity, though, significantly, not all of humanity, has believed in such a narrative substratum, and this belief and the stories people have told about this substratum and the human connection to it has constituted a good deal of what has been called religion. 405. 405. Meaning and reference. Certainly, on some level, this question of existence, is there any larger than humanity scheme of meaning, does such a scheme exist, is a problem of reference in the same way that the question of whether or not my car keys are in the place where I thought I left them is a problem of referential semantics. This is how the purely scientific perspective treats the problem. Does God exist? No, we find no evidence of God's existence. We find no actual referent for the term God. Next issue, where did I leave my car keys? Now, in fact, I do not believe there is a referent for the classical, heavily Greekized notion of an omnipotent, omniscient, omnibenevolent God. Perhaps, as some theologians have argued, it is not a matter of reference, or even of existence, but instead of being or even non-being. However, at least as a matter of reference, the omnis do not make sense, and in this case the positivist clarification seems appropriate. The omnis are pseudo-concepts, and if they have some meaning that is beyond all human understanding, then, hey, what is that doing for me or my fellow, finite humans? This matter is distinct, at least analytically, from the attempt, a necessary one, I think, to press thought to the limits and to attempt to transcend existing limits, a philosophical project that characterizes much of Derrida's work and that is explained well by Drusilla Cornell in The Philosophy of the Limit. Of the classical omnis, which were quite arguably not adhered to by the ancient Hebrews or the early Christians, it is omnibenevolence that is perhaps most in need of challenge and rejection, at least as a practical matter, for it seems to be this perverted notion of the good that motivates the upside-down moral values of fundamentalists. In Kant's ethical philosophy, one sign of the universality of the categorical imperative is its publicity, the way that the reasoning process that leads us to the imperative can be explained and embraced broadly. No such publicity attends the moral values of the fundamentalists. Indeed, these are the people who are often heard to say that everything happens for a reason, almost always referring to a bad thing. However, don't ask them for the reason in any particular case. The reason is known to God, and is part of some larger plan. This is not reason for Kant, or Aristotle, for that matter. Furthermore, an actual ethical imperative that is amenable to the reasoning of finite beings would require us to struggle against many of the bad things for which God supposedly has a reason. Omnibenevolence, as interpreted by humans, is a license to justify, at least through non-opposition, the most disgusting and horrible things and to vilify things that are either arguably, to finite reasoning, good or at most trivial, in the grand, yet radically finite, scheme of human affairs. 406. 406. Meaning without foundations. This, however, is not the end of the problem. There are two broad issues, at least, that remain. First, there are other important categories of inquiry that can be challenged in the same way that the God of classical, Western theology and his omnis can be challenged. Second, the flip side of the coin as it were, there is the problem of meaning and values of a species that finds itself in free fall, without metaphysical foundations. This is also the problem of mortality. Meaning and values are problems, at least in part, because of mortality. If we had forever or eternity, certainly the nature of these problems would be radically different, and because of mortality we might wonder, and many do wonder, myself included, at any rate, even if a reasonable reductionism tells us that our fears are not sound, what the point is, who cares what we do and why we do it, what the meaning of it all is, if life is over in the proverbial blink of the eye in any case, and not just the life of any given individual, but quite possibly the life of the human species as well? What difference does any of it make? Marx never talks this way. Analytic philosophers of a scientistic bent do not talk this way. Dennett, significantly, makes a nod towards such issues, though he is often dismissive of the existentialist way of approaching them. It could be that Marx's tendency to not talk about these sorts of issues has not only its strong, I think, positivist side, but also that he did not think about, because there was no reason for him to think about, the possibility that humanity might destroy itself altogether. Neither did he think about mass extinction events such as those that occurred at the conclusions of the Paleozoic and Mesozoic eras, for the perfectly good reason that these things were not understood in his time. Gary Shapiro once related to me a chance conversation that he had with a leading member of the Black liberation movement back in the heyday of the New Left. This person argued that the world would not be destroyed by nuclear war, because communism is inevitable. It is conceivable that Marx could have thought something like this, in the case that he knew absolutely nothing of what nuclear war would be all about. Marx also did not know that the end of the dinosaurs was most likely brought about by a meteor strike. On the assumption that humanity has a good many more years still in front of it, perhaps Marx is right, that it is inevitable that humanity will get its collective act together, in the sense that this will happen one day, sooner or later. But we can no longer make this assumption, and indeed we have to take account of the possibilities for humankind's outright destruction in how we think about the possible futures for humankind. There is a certain structure to this thinking, which might be called a thinking of contingency and in light of contingency. Indeed, there are 407 different schools of what might be called contingent philosophy, which is either the same thing or very close to post-foundational philosophy, and without developing this theme at length, I think there is much to be learned from all of these schools. These schools might also learn a thing or two from each other, even if the day has not yet arrived, and perhaps never will arrive, when the whole project of thinking in light of contingency can come together. When I say this person argued, that global nuclear war could not happen because communism is inevitable, I am attempting to be generous toward what might count as an argument, but the form of the claim is interesting, a meeting of post hoc, ergo propter hoc with the future anterior sense, this will have been. Derrida argued, in an essay titled No Apocalypse, Not Now, for what might be called the nuclear theory of meaning, that the fundamental premise of all speech in our time is that a nuclear war has not yet occurred. In 1984, when Derrida wrote in the context of the nuclear competition between the United States and the Soviet Union, he discussed a speed race and its effect on the human experience of time and meaning. Whether it is the arms race or the orders given to start a war that is itself dominated by that economy of speed throughout all the zones of its technology, a gap of a few seconds may decide, irreversibly, the fate of what is still now and then called humanity plus the fate of a few other species. One assumes that Derrida was engaging in irony or sarcasm here. No single instant, no atom of our life, of our relation to the world and to being, is not marked today, directly or indirectly, by that speed race. 20. I will turn more directly to the speed race, which is characteristic of 20th century capitalism, that is, imperialism, and even more of the capitalism of recent decades, which I call postmodern, in a moment. What I would like to highlight here is what might be termed the call of the future, a radically different future, and what is involved in listening to this call. Recall William James's argument that optimism and pessimism are definitions of the world. If the radically better future world has no foundation in a scientifically discovered inevitability, as Marx had thought, or, to be provocative about it, as many generations of Jews and Christians had thought, then the epistemology of hope becomes a significant question, as do the existential questions of speed and world destruction that Derrida emphasizes. Every atom of our life is marked by the uncertain possibilities of the future, including the possibility that there will be no future, including the possibility that there will have been no call of the future in the case that there is no one to respond to this call. 408. Hope now. This epistemology of hope, inseparable from the optimism of James and Sartre, inseparable from the messianic force, albeit weak, that Benjamin and Bloch thematized and Derrida developed in Spectres of Marx, is more known to us historically from a religious perspective than a scientific one. Certainly we can say the epistemology of hope ought to be characterized as a broadly religious perspective. Marx thought he could get rid of any need for such a perspective because the utopian hopes of humankind could be given a scientific foundation. Marx was not wrong to think that trying to understand society in a systematic way, based on empirical investigation, and looking at aggregate tendencies in terms of causal mechanisms would show us the general trends of history and the possibilities that are imminent to any given social present. He was not wrong to argue that capitalism depends on at least one iron law, the iron law of wages. He was wrong, however, to claim that history has an inevitable outcome. Marx was wrong on this point both scientifically speaking, and morally speaking. For if the outcome is inevitable, then whether we are talking about God or history, humankind is just along for the ride. Perhaps Marx meant inevitability in the same way that the early Christians did, as a kind of audacious braggadocio, we will win. Nothing can stop us. That's fine, except that sometimes we are blinded to reality if we go too far with such a perspective, and then the oppressed will have a hard time formulating good strategies for struggle. Secondarily, such a perspective is not very scientific, either. Strategic confidence should not lead to strategic boneheadedness and blindness. If anything, the confidence we really need is one that, while it cannot wholly or even very often fly in the face of science, though sometimes it does hold central faith in the principles that exploitation, domination, and oppression are wrong, that we are ethically compelled to struggle against every form that these things take, and that another world is possible. Call this an ethical confidence, even an ethical faith and an undetermined faith in the ethical. But perhaps we have to call this a religious confidence as well, for two reasons. First, the connection drawn between the core faith, that exploitation, domination, and oppression are wrong, and that another world is possible, where that is a term that seems to do some work, but how, exactly, is a connection more typically found under the heading of religion, historically. It is not clear anymore, even if the matter seemed too clear to Marx, that the connection can be placed on a fully sound scientific basis. If this appraisal is correct, then surely we should revisit the passages in the early Marx where he writes of the fulfillment of religion. Second, the idea, or whatever it is, that another world is possible is itself necessarily underdetermined. Many worlds are possible, and so is no world. 409. 409. At all, at least no human world. I propose, then, that ongoingness is an indispensable conceptual bridge or bridging concept. Otherwise, we have Althusser's famous formula, history is a process without a subject, which is an accurate understanding of at least one major strain in Marx's thinking. Without being dismissive of Althusser or even this particular formula, Althusser's understanding of the subject is more complex than the formula would lead one to think. There is a sense in which, if history is a process without a subject, then what's the point? Reductionism. Earlier, I raised two objections to reductionism without exploring them. I claimed that there are categories of inquiry that can be challenged in the same way that the God of the classical omnis can be challenged. My point in raising this issue is twofold. On the one hand, if we are going to deconstruct God, let's not let something else take the place of God. On the other hand, if there truly is no God and also no God concept, in the sense of the unifying force or substrata, foundation, ground, necessity, or what have you, then an adequate account of the human condition, or at least the human condition for a significant part of humanity, and therefore an account of what people might conceivably and ought to care about is needed. Or else nihilism is true. What are these categories of inquiry? To put it categorically and simplistically, any field of scientific or systematic inquiry becomes a god, or, to use Heidegger's term, onto-theological, when it is taken to be absolutely complete and to be fully operating within the domain of necessity. It has to be added immediately that real science does not work this way, at least not when science is being true to itself, and neither could real science work this way. Scientists are trying to understand a world that exists contingently, that has many contingencies within it, not to mention lots of slippery stuff in general, and where any systematization of facts is necessarily incomplete because there is always more, infinitely more. One could imagine a mathematician saying of physics what Rutherford said of every other science, that it is all stamp collecting. And yet we do not have to go beyond 0 and 1, themselves slippery concepts, before we are troubled by infinity, just put the 1 over the 0. The problem of meaning confronts the difficulty that what we have empirically are many different languages, for the overwhelming part translatable one into the other. I accept Davidson's argument that a non-translatable language would not be recognizable as a language, as a candidate for translation, in the first place, but we do not seem to have language as such. What Walter Benjamin 410 called the Adamic language, when God said, "Let there be light," what language was he speaking, or, to use Quine's term, meant entities? Neither does it work to argue, as Marx did, that language is simply practical consciousness, German ideology. In Mayer 158, it can be argued that it is just as much the case that consciousness is an expression of the materiality of language. Other things are required, to a brain of a certain type, a material world, other people with whom to communicate, daily bread to sustain the body, and so on. The argument is that language is a necessary if not sufficient condition for consciousness. Neither human consciousness nor human languages seem to need to be complete systems or to be hooked up to the cosmic Rosetta Stone in order to do what they do. In fact, their working seems to require that they not be complete, and by complete I mean representable in a fully developed and non-contradictory algorithm. This is an important question for Dennett. As he said, the unifying power of Darwin's vision lies in the notion of evolution as an algorithmic process. I think Marx would be pleased with this conception. Darwin showed that the development of organic matter and even the development of a form of conscious organic matter that produces its own means of subsistence is a subset of material processes in general. Marx aimed to add the processes of human social and cultural development to a universal science of all material processes. The algorithms that represent, or govern, material processes that occur in the different domains of the material world, the different fields of scientific investigation, are themselves related through algorithms. This is reductionism, though perhaps it is not so bland after all. At an even less bland level, heading into the theological realm, I would say, is the algorithm that governs the algorithms of all material processes. One imagines that the speed of light, which Einstein labeled c4 constant, is in there somewhere. But we cannot stop there. The algorithm governing everything in our material world must bow down before the algorithm that allows for the possibility of our universe, which in this description seem even less like ours, to be sure, and possibly for the possibility of other universes, perhaps an infinity of universes. An algorithm of everything? Perhaps there really is a newer algorithm for all being or for the possibility of all being. It would be interesting to explore the connection between such an algorithmic conception of existence and theories of truth. Alain Badiou, one of a number of figures in recent years placing renewed emphasis on truth, recommends a return to Plato and especially to the idea that mathematics is ontology, and vice versa. Badiou also reinstates the divided 411 line, drawing a strong distinction between the eternal and the ephemeral. In the wake of quantum mechanics, it is quite commonplace for physicists to say that reality is statistical, even to the point that the multiverse, and therefore our own universe, is generated from variations in the vacuum flux, a quantum fluctuation in which some virtual particles were created out of empty space. For a layperson accessible presentation of this quantum something out of nothing theory, see Richard Morris, The Edges of Science, 167-93, quotation from 174. I believe in singing the praises of science, and even of truth, especially in the world today when both are embattled. To return to Dennett's initial comment about reductionism and those who yearn for skyhooks, it seems to me that the scientific endeavor of searching for connections within different fields, and the pursuit of an ideal unified scientific framework that demonstrates connections and interrelations among the fields, and that often leads to the emergence of new fields, such as molecular biology, is the very opposite of Philistinism. But what about the question of heart, or of heartlessness? Of course, many scientists are passionate about their work, perhaps most of all those involved in pure research. For example, in A Brief History of Time, Stephen Hawking gives an account of flared tempers regarding his proposal that black holes ain't so black that black holes have radiation signatures, c. 99, 113. Certainly the great scientific discoveries should and do inspire awe in both scientists and the rest of us, both at the discoveries themselves and at the ingenuity and creativity of the scientists. It would seem that one does not have to get too worried, initially at least, about the ethical and political implications of the marvelous fact that we humans live in a world that we can come to understand, by and with a will to do so. For this is a marvelous fact and yet not a miracle. We evolved in this world, we are suited to it. Parts of this world are even suited to us, the parts where we evolved, as opposed to the vast regions of the cosmos that are not suited to life and certainly not to the kind of life that humans have. What separates us from these less congenial regions is a very thin skin of life-supporting elements, a skin that presently we are abusing at an alarming rate. At the same time, we also abuse a good deal of the life that is contained within this skin. Parts of this earth, at least, are not foreign to us, and this is the basis on which we evolved here and therefore the material basis for our being able to understand, progressively, how the world around us works and to look ever more deeply and further out. There is a way to talk about ethics that is very abstract, and Kant excelled in this perhaps more than any other philosopher. The categorical imperative applies to rational beings, whether these are humans on planet Earth or aliens on a planet circling the dog star. Kant's argument can be made a little less cosmic by the simple proposal that we are talking about ethics when we are talking about 412. 412. Ethics, what is it right to do, what ought we to do, and when we are talking about something else, pleasure, happiness, instincts, well, then we are talking about something else. If ethics has any real substance as a discourse, then it at least has to have this kind of autonomy. Kant recognizes, however, that there is a connection between the discourse of right and wrong and the discourse of where humanity is heading, if anywhere, and the point of human life if there is a point. This does not mean that the discourses link up at every moment. On the side of ethical discourse, the anti-consequentialist argument is that we have to try to do the right thing come what may. If human life and human history are truly pointless, however, then it is hard to see why questions of right and wrong matter. Put quite differently, how does heart come into the picture? The anomaly of heart. The worry is that objectivity and the concern for truth, on the one side, and passionate commitment to a better world, heart, can find themselves at odds, even if not necessarily in contradiction. Obviously, this worry is expressed quite strongly by many opponents of evolution, who reel and freak out at the notion that the world was not created so that we humans could be the crown of creation and the center of a cosmic drama. As I've argued throughout, theodicy can and ought to be rejected on ethical grounds. It glorifies a monstrous, hateful God and absolutely denigrates humanity in a way far beyond a contingent universe's disinterest. On ethical grounds we can and must reject the idea of any caring presence that is characterized by the omnis. However, in this context, a word can also be said for truth and objectivity. If some version of creationism, such as intelligent design, is true, then one upshot that the proponents of such perspectives, which are not theories, in the scientific sense of a theory, have not dealt with is that their God is the perpetrator of an extraordinary fraud. If the species on our planet did not develop more or less the way that evolutionary theory says they did, this would be a fantastic blow to not only biology, but to the very idea of empirical investigation and even to the idea of trusting our senses at all. The God of the creationists is really what Descartes called an evil genius, and in his world we puny humans are all insane. Creationists do not want to deny that people can for the most part trust their senses, but they think that they can somehow contain distrust to one area of science. But this is where Dennett's reductionism shows its strength. Darwin's vision is no respecter of material boundaries. This can be said of the scientific perspective generally, and the creationist ought to be asked what he or she thinks Darwin was doing that is different from empirical, scientific investigation more generally. 413. 413. Trashing science. Part of what separates creationism, or other theistically driven views of how the world is the way it is, from actual scientific investigation, a big part, is a difference in modality. Supposedly in either case there is a concern for truth. An interesting onto epistemological problem, that cannot be pursued at length here, is that, even if creationism and science are working with different conceptions of truth, they are still in contradiction regarding their claims about the world. The sting of this contradiction for creationists and other theists, perhaps not all, is what Dennett called the fear that the monuments we cherish will be dissolved in an unrecognizable and unlovable puddle of scientistic destruction, Darwin's dangerous idea, 82. I do not agree entirely with Dennett that this cannot be a sound fear, more on this in a moment. Perhaps there is not destruction, but instead deconstruction, or what Derrida, in Of Grammatology, called desedimentation, an analysis that shows how something came to be and how a crucial part of its functioning is the concealment of its true workings. Almost always there is an ethical political dimension to this concealment. Still, in the present case, of biological evolution, there appears to be what can still be called a contradiction. The following is from an account of the creationism controversy in Kansas by Stan Cox, a biologist there. The account concerns state school board hearings held in May 2005 to determine if evolution ought to be presented in science textbooks as only a theory and if alternative accounts of how the species and especially the human species came to be should be presented. At this time, the Kansas State School Board was packed with neoconservatives and fundamentalists, and it appeared that the intelligent design position had carried the day. Indeed, the hearings themselves were promoted by the Intelligent Design Network, based in Shawnee Mission, Kansas. As Cox writes, intelligent design is a mutant form of creationism that attempts to mimic biological research. Kansas scientific community boycotted the Topeka hearings, but a hardy group of its representatives, led by Kansas Citizens for Science KCFS, was present outside the hearing room to rebut the weird science being presented inside. Several of the scientists were outraged at the claim by the hearings organizer that to teach evolutionary theory is to teach atheism. A significant portion of the KCFS membership is made up of theistic evolutionists. Their position is compatible with that of the almost 5,500 signers of the Clergy Letter Project, who believe that the timeless truths of the Bible and the discoveries of modern science may comfortably coexist. But what theistic evolutionists don't say, and what the creationists fear, is this: once you realize that the bewildering diversity of life on this planet has 414 evolved through natural processes, it's much easier to discard religious belief altogether. If intelligent design is responsible for life on Earth, then belief in a supreme being is mandatory. If life evolved through natural selection acting on naturally occurring variation, such a belief is entirely optional. This is why big slabs of the religious right are so obsessed with attacking evolutionary theory. Creationism in Kansas, Counterpunch, July 26, 2005 www.counterpunch.org. Many similar arguments and accounts could be presented, but this one has the significant virtue of demonstrating the issue of modality. In fact, the contradiction between evolution and whatever version of creationism is softened here. As Cox allows, there are theists who find ways to accept evolution, and there are evolutionists who find ways to accept theism. However, the key point is that biological evolution provides a complete picture of speciation. Many details remain to be worked out. Indeed, there are still new species being discovered, and, in relation to this picture, the order-giving role of God is entirely optional. One is reminded of the response of a French Enlightenment philosopher to Napoleon Bonaparte when the latter asked why there was no mention of God in a treatise by the former. Pierre-Simon Laplace said, "Sir, I have no need of that hypothesis. An optional God is an unnecessary God, and what is God if he is not necessary? Now, it is not impossible that there is a God, or group of gods, who operates at some level lower than the nonsensical omnis. It is also the case that the God concept is not so easily dispensed with, or sometimes not so easily ferreted out. A good deal of deconstruction, at least as practiced by Derrida and a man, can be understood as dealing with precisely this question. In philosophy, perhaps an analogy could be drawn to mathematics and physics, where troubling infinities are sometimes generated. Surely Anselm was onto something, with the ontological argument, even if this was only the power that certain conceptual formulations can display. In the first case, of the non-omni God, this could be the God of the possible, discussed by some recent theologians. See, for instance, Gregory A. Boyd, God of the Possible, a biblical to the open view of God. Creationists, in employing their wedge strategy, to gain a foothold in science classrooms in public schools, are willing to play fast and loose with modalities and therefore in their own way soften what I previously called a contradiction. Wedge strategy is a term used by proponents of intelligent design themselves, for instance, in materials published by the Discovery Institute, a think tank for creationism. When Stan Cox asserts that intelligent design attempts to mimic biological research, the key point is that this mimicry is almost entirely at the level of discourse. Intelligent design attempts to co-opt terminology from actual research, but 415 presents very little research itself. Indeed, its main work is philosophical, except that its philosophical position is motivated by a certain politics of truth. The main claim of creationism, presented as creation science, especially in this recent manifestation as intelligent design, is that the world is simply too complicated to be explainable by science alone. Intelligent design presumes to use science itself to demonstrate this inexplicable complexity, but it really depends for its appeal on non-scientific factors, a politics of truth in the context of the casual relativism of postmodern society, a fear of the secular and what it might mean to live in a world without foundations, which, again, I am not as willing as Dennett to call an unsound fear, a certain concomitant dumbing down of some sectors of society, and, more recently, political power. That is referencing institutions in the United States, and that is connected with the ascendancy of the Christian right within a larger tendency toward what looks like a new kind of fascism. To return to the earlier point, then, and to draw together some thoughts about all of the topics just glossed: modality, foundations, the politics of truth, postmodern capitalism, dumbing down, and the fascistic slant of post-9/11 America, let us take the argument about evolution a few steps further. It is part of the politics of truth that the creationists and fundamentalists have been able to insert the word theory into the discourse, even while demonstrating minimal if any responsibility to what it means to have or propose hypotheses and to form theories in science. Intelligent design marches forward with a banner reading, "Now we're really cooking with our own science." In the context of science, of real scientific inquiry that is responsible to protocols of investigation and hypothesis and theory formation, something can be said about intelligent design in terms of modalities, and the larger point I will drive toward is the relationship between modality and truth. Again, it is not impossible that there was some outside tinkering with the biological structures that allowed a species such as Homo sapiens to emerge. It is even not impossible that some external force set up the whole deal, all of biological evolution on our planet, or even the universe itself. It is not impossible, therefore, it is in some sense possible. There are some good science fiction novels that play with this idea, such as Calculating God by Robert Sawyer and, as mentioned above, COSM by Benford. However, to work up to this as a scientific explanation would require the hypothesis of an exceedingly inelegant universe, to play on Brian Greene's title, that is, it would require a procedure of explanation that begins with outlandish proposals. Intelligent design, as a backdoor to creationism, wants to conceal those proposals in part because the direct assumption of a supernatural force creating and structuring nature is an approach contrary to the methods of empirical investigation. Certainly this assumption responds to what I would call 416. 416. Real and not unsound reasons why people want to believe in a supernatural, metaphysical foundation for the world, for humanity, and for our individual lives, though much of modern Christianity sets its priorities in an order that is the reverse of my listing, but there is also a level at which creationist theories depend on an ignorance that is systemically generated and disseminated. Intelligent design is a sham that depends both on getting a wedge into the many issues in biological evolution that remain to be investigated or need much more investigation, and surely there will be many surprises there. One can only hope that this poor Earth will give us the time to investigate species that are being destroyed by the imperialist system that is the real God of the Christian right. In theology and philosophy of religion this is called the God of the gaps idea and on an assault on science generally. There are things in the world that are extraordinarily complicated. The genetic structure of even simple organisms is one of these things. We ought to be awed by the fact that Darwin developed the theory of natural selection without knowing about the existence of genes, and that genetic theory has, in turn, put flesh on the bones of natural selection. People can be intimidated by complexity and by scientific investigation, especially in a capitalist society that depends on and continually deepens and extends the division of labor. The argument from complexity, however, assaults all science. Gravity is an enormously complicated phenomenon, and physicists do not yet have a full picture of how it works. Why not just say then that gravity cannot possibly be a completely natural phenomenon, and go over to a theory of God waves? Perhaps the next step would be to propose a new mathematics based only on numbers that are mentioned in the Bible. However, the idea of a sham, or even a scam, perpetrated upon science and upon ordinary people does not go far enough in explaining what people in the camp of what I would label rationalist skepticism, example enthusiastic readers of magazines such as The Skeptical Inquirer and other venues for debunking pseudoscience, call the question of why people believe weird things. There are at least four analytically distinct, albeit practically intertwined, levels on which the appeal of creationism and the critique of evolution needs to be understood. 1. The modality of scientific investigation. 2. The politics of truth. 3. The problem of scientism, the idea that the only explanations of phenomena that stand a chance of being true are scientific explanations. 4. Concern about foundations and the meaning of a world without metaphysical foundations. In claiming intelligent design as a scientific proposal, creationists can only go so far toward the God of their version of Christianity. Even then, they are most concerned with bolstering the omnis, and not necessarily old Jehovah with his numerous questionable character traits. Stanley Kubrick's 2001 presents a scheme whereby evolution was helped along. 417. 417. And let us say again, as regards modalities, it is not impossible that such a thing could have happened, even if extremely unlikely. Even the most inelegant and outrageous possibility of the involvement of monoliths, or the Easter Bunny, for that matter, in human evolution does raise an issue regarding what truth is all about. Scientific truth has to do with the judicious study of discernible reality. This was actually an expression used by an aide to George W. Bush, and it goes to the politics of truth, to which we will turn in a moment. Perhaps this is not all that scientific truth has to do with, and perhaps there are other domains where it is appropriate to use the word truth, but I think it is fair to say that a conception of truth that is proper to both science and to human pursuits more generally, as finite creatures in a far-flung cosmos that is extraordinary and beautiful but that seems, on the best evidence and argumentation, not to be the result of conscious design, must necessarily be a fallibilistic conception. And that is not good enough for creationists, fundamentalists, and some others who are, shall we say, primarily motivated in a theological way. True truth for this bunch is absolute certainty, and it operates under the modality of necessity. We finite fallibilists, on the other hand, live with contingency and deal with truth under this modality. This does not mean acquiescing in relativism. Indeed, some of the relativist forms of postmodernism and fundamentalist theism actually agree on the claim that truth is not to be found in this world. Indeed, this view of truth is at the core of the intelligent design proposal, in the idea that humans cannot investigate this world and come to an understanding of it in its own terms. The strength of fallibilism. A scientific, yet fallibilistic, conception of truth may sound weak, but it is not. We might approach this issue in terms of a kind of holism and through a via negativa, as it were. The difficulties of explaining gravity aside, we might look at areas of inquiry that are more closely connected to evolution, and here we will see the force of Dennett's argument about algorithmic processes. If evolution is wrong in the way that young Earth creationists, the view that the Earth is the age given by adding up the begots in the Bible, and the lifespans of those begot, from Adam to Jesus, plus a few days before the creation of Adam, roughly 6,000 years, claim, then, among other things, carbon dating is wrong. If carbon dating is wrong, however, then physicists have been way off in their understanding of atomic structure. In other words, scientists could not be wrong about evolution, in its broad outlines, without being wrong about many other things too. Then we are back with Descartes' evil genius, who must be having a good laugh as we pitiful humans stumble about, erroneously. 418. 418. Thinking we know something. Apparently, we don't know anything. Intelligent design attempts to soften this contradiction by accepting other timelines than what the young Earth view proposes, which seems merely wimpish. Why not just bite the bullet? The monoliths from 2001 are not going to cut it, ultimately, for the intelligent design crew, because that scenario opens onto inquiry into where the monoliths came from. Even if through mimicry of science, it is just that sort of inquiry that intelligent design forestalls, at least good old young Earth creationism has the decency to make a frontal assault on science. Evolution wars. On this score, one can appreciate the sharpening of contradictions rather than their softening. The renewed evolution wars are of a piece with the renewed and far-ranging agenda of U.S. imperialism that was bubbling under the surface in the years after the collapse of the Soviet bloc, and that included the attempt to cut short the presidency of Bill Clinton, that came to a larger share of power within the administrative structure with the dubious election of George W. Bush, and that went into high gear with the trigger that was September 11, 2001. In a story on the evolution controversy, the real story is that the controversy is political, not scientific. Time magazine asked 3 scientists and a theologian if it is possible to believe in both God and evolution. 2 of the scientists argued that there is no contradiction, that evolution is the mechanism by which God brought about humanity. I prefer the responses that meet the issue head-on. The first is from Albert Mohler, president of the Southern Baptist Theological Seminary. Given the human tendency toward inconsistency, there are people who will say they hold both positions. But you cannot coherently affirm the Christian truth claim and the dominant model of evolutionary theory at the same time. Personally, I am a young Earth creationist. I believe the Bible is adequately clear about how God created the world, and its most natural reading points to a sixth-day creation that included not just the animal and plant species but the earth itself. Evangelicals must absolutely affirm the special creation of humans in God's image, with no physical evolution from any non-human species. Just as important, the Bible clearly teaches that God is involved in every aspect and moment in the life of His creation and the universe. That rules out the image of a kind of divine watchmaker. I think it's interesting that many of evolution's most ardent academic defenders have moved away from the old claim that evolution is God's means to bring life into being in its various forms. More of them are now saying that. 419. 419. A truly informed belief in evolution entails a stance that the material world is all there is and that the natural must be explained in purely natural terms. They're saying that anyone who truly feels this way must exclude God from the story. I think their self-analysis is correct. I just couldn't disagree more with their premise. Evolution Wars, Time Magazine, August 15, 2005, 35. Such refreshing clarity. The scientist who supplies equally valuable clarity on the other side is Steven Pinker, psychologist and innovative investigator into the workings of language. It's natural to think that living things must be the handiwork of a designer. But it was also natural to think that the sun went around the earth. Overcoming naive impressions to figure out how things really work is one of humanity's highest callings. Our own bodies are riddled with quirks that no competent engineer would have planned but that disclose a history of trial and error tinkering, a retina installed backward, a seminal duct that hooks over the ureter like a garden hose snagged on a tree, goosebumps that uselessly try to warm us by fluffing up long-gone fur. The moral design of nature is as bungled as its engineering design. What twisted sadist would have invented a parasite that blinds millions of people or a gene that covers babies with excruciating blisters? To adapt a Yiddish expression about God, if an intelligent designer lived on Earth, people would break his windows. The theory of natural selection explains life as we find it, with all its quirks and tragedies. We can prove mathematically that it is capable of producing adaptive life forms and track it in computer simulations, lab experiments, and real ecosystems. It doesn't pretend to solve one mystery, the origin of complex life, by slipping in another, the origin of a complex designer. Evolution Wars, 35. Let us take stock of the way a contradiction is framed by these two quotations. It seems that everything comes down to what Albert Mohler called the premise that the material world is all there is and that the natural must be explained in purely natural terms. When I speak of the contradiction, however, I do not mean a contradiction between religion and science. In fact, in a moment I am going to defend what I call a broadly religious perspective, as necessary not for grounding meaning and morality, exactly, but as necessary for seeing that meaning and ethics are real and that we would not get very far in scientific investigations without them. What I mean by the contradiction is the power of different fields of scientific inquiry to help us to not only understand the world but also to live in the world, with biological evolution as an important example in not only scientific inquiry but also the larger fabric of society, as opposed to the way that some try to describe. 420. 420. What it is we humans are doing on this planet, how we got here, and where we are going. Belief in a time of science. One of the central issues here is the problem of belief in an age of scientific inquiry. Even if one is not committed to the idea that all and only those truths grounded in scientific inquiry are real truths, and I am not, it is another thing to believe or try to believe a claim that runs contrary to what has been well established by science. To take up one of Pinker's examples, what would it even mean for me to claim in this day and age to believe that the sun goes around the earth? We see again the role of holism in this discussion, as Copernicus demonstrated, the mathematical model of the motions of heavenly bodies that would be required by an Earth-centered universe, or even just the solar system, which would be instead the Earth system in this case, would be the very opposite of elegant, and indeed would be so impossibly inelegant as to only be possible in the case where a conscious, vastly powerful being controls these motions. Science contradicted this Earth-centered scheme, and a person can believe in the Earth-centered universe only by going against science. What would it even mean to go against science in this case? Perhaps this could mean one, or both, of two things: 1, a personal, psychological state of sheer inability to reckon with the world, which does afflict some people, sadly yet understandably, or, 2, a social political agenda of power that depends on fomenting and spreading ignorance. Observation and theoretical reasoning in the case of the sun and the earth are complicated affairs, even if, after the Copernican revolution, there is no going back to the view that the sun revolves around the earth. Or, it might be said, there is no going back short of a fairly complete shattering of civilization. Evolution is an even more difficult nut to crack, and yet to deny that the species on our planet are the result of biological evolution takes us back along the very same regression as a latter-day Earth-centered perspective would toward denying that through a synthesis of observation and theoretical reasoning humanity can come to an understanding of how things work in our world. The politics of truth comes to the fore, then, in that the question is not so much how the denial of such activity is possible in terms of epistemology, the way that people come to hold beliefs, but instead what and who has an interest in promoting what really amounts to a kind of cynical skepticism or skeptical cynicism. Actually, I think it is the latter, at least for creationists, because the key to their metaphysical scheme is that this world, and humanity, really counts for nothing, it really doesn't matter. Of course, it is possible to disagree selectively with the results of scientific 421 investigations. Scientists themselves do this all the time, and this is how science itself advances. Taking an auto mechanic as a scientist of the car, he may have been wrong about the fuel injector being the problem, and it might turn out to be the electrical system. We can bemoan the hassle, but we had better also get on with getting the electrical system fixed if we want the car to run. What we don't do is reject the theory of the internal combustion engine altogether. What we don't do is say, no one really understands how cars work, as evidenced by this recent failure of my mechanic to solve the problem on the first attempt, therefore there must be some mysterious force at work that is beyond human comprehension. Too bad this mysterious force doesn't want to fix your car. There are many aspects of the evolutionary picture that remain to be filled in, and many parts that may never be filled in. The millions of species of insects, for instance, or life forms at the bottom of the oceans that have come and gone. However, if evolution as a whole is wrong, if the way the species came to be on our planet is radically different from the overall picture that evolution gives us, then radical skepticism is recommended. This hemorrhage in the larger body of scientific knowledge would not be containable. The real question then becomes why capitalism, especially in the form of a globally interwoven imperialist system, and recently guided to some extent by right-wing Christian, anti-evolution forces, has brought about this hemorrhage. What does capitalism hope to gain by this strategy? Can this strategy be carried very far without causing the widespread hemorrhaging of capitalism itself? We might pose the contradiction another way, and ask how real Christianity, something that I would identify as being closer to the better spirit of Christianity, a kind of radical Judaism that emphasizes ethical political universalism, rebellion against systems of injustice, taking the side of the poor and the outcast, the formation of egalitarian communities, and the identification of justice with the integrity of bodily existence, all ideas that do not mean much to fundamentalists, can abide. Capitalism. Let us consider 2 points by way of summary. Science and interpretation. First, let us refocus on the question of Marxism and science. Science deals in probabilities, what is most likely the case. In some areas of research, what science holds to be true is not only so well established and therefore extremely probable, such that it appears nearly impossible that the established perspective could be wrong, but it is also the case that, if the established perspective were to be found completely wrong, there would be a crisis not only in the particular field of study, for instance, evolution, not 422. Only in science generally, but even in the very nature of truth and knowledge. However, in the social sciences there is a good deal more room for probabilistic thinking. There is not only more room for interpretation, such that some speak of interpretive or hermeneutic social science. Interpretation itself is one of the problems already built into the object of analysis. The possibility that all science is in some sense social science is an important question, but not one that is essential for the line of argument I am pursuing here. This view of social science is not unusual, though it is still resisted by an academic mainstream that is hung up on positivism and quantification, the do-the-math versions of sociology and political science, for instance, and the many psychology experiments that never get into the difficult problem of what the subject understands by what she or he is told by the experimenter. Donald Davidson critiques this approach in Psychology as Philosophy. The problem of interpretation is also resisted in positivist and reductivist forms of Marxism. Now, if reductivism means showing connections, then reductivism seems like a good idea. However, among what are the connections being shown? In other words, in these last two sentences I intentionally avoided the obvious term that connections are being demonstrated as among things. It is the very hallmark of reductivism in Marxism, at any rate, and in positivist social science generally, to treat human beings, to say nothing of other animals that would appear to have their own forms of eudaimonia, and at least to have feelings about these forms, as things among all the other things among which connections can be shown. Whether Dennett has this perspective is a question that will have to be addressed elsewhere. The great irony is that Marx attempts on many levels to make the critique of reification of the thingification of human beings a matter of a science of society and not only or merely a matter of ethics or philosophy. For ethical Marxism the question then becomes whether at least some elements of Marx's critique, for instance, the notion of the domination of living labor by dead labor, or the rising organic composition of capital can be recaptured in ethical terms. The larger question in which this activity would have to be situated is a matter of showing why this reformulation ought to be carried forward, and why this reformulation is necessary for both the liberation of ethics and the liberation of humankind. Surely, if it can be shown that there is a natural process or phenomenon at work that spells the end of humankind, then even the most inevitablist Marxist would question the inevitability of communism. I am thinking of some fantastically catastrophic circumstance, such as an unstoppable meteor or some strange imbalance in the sun. Incidentally, it has become common for people to think about the meteor scenario in the case of the Earth. Bad blockbuster movies are made about the subject. 423. 423. But few have thought about the fact that, if a sufficiently large meteor were to hit the moon, the results could be equally disastrous. What is worth pondering from the perspective I am putting forward in this book is that such an outcome, of the naturally caused end of humankind, cannot be a matter of indifference for humankind. Who knows how such a scenario would actually play out, and I hope that we never have to find out, but somehow I do not see humankind going gentle into that good night. Most people care about the continued existence of humanity. Is this claim an observation, or is it simply a cliché? I would say it is a truth, possibly even the core of truth or the first truth or the beginning of truth or the way to of truth. However, there are three exceptions to this claim that bear examination. Concern for the future, exceptions to. There are people who have been convinced by what might be called anti-life religious systems that humanity as a whole is a wretched thing that is deserving of the worst that can come to it. Obviously, there is the irony that these folks identify themselves as pro-life on one particular issue, of denying reproductive rights. Furthermore, these people have at times, such as the time of this writing, found influence in social systems. They care about at least a limited future, though it seems the aim is to hasten the day of the apocalyptic destruction of humankind. Certainly, there is a difference between the leadership of this current, which, in the United States, mainly consists of right-wing Christians, who are most likely more self-conscious about propounding a hateful worldview in the service of American imperialism, and the rank and file of what really is a fascist movement. One lesson to be learned is that, when a current such as this obtains significant political power, there is a kind of discursive break in society for, to return to the example introduced at the very beginning of this book, regarding what sort of discourse is possible concerning the matter of the Nazi who rips away the child from its mother's arms, in order to murder the child. It is exceedingly difficult to see what sort of discourse is possible with people who not only believe in the biblically literal apocalypse but are also, what's more the point, thrilled at the prospect. I placed biblically literal in scare quotes because it is also a nonsensical notion, in my view. What kind of conversation is possible with someone who so hates humankind that he or she welcomes the sorts of unimaginably horrible and torturous destruction that will befall most people in this fundamentalist perspective on the end times? Next, there are people who may or may not care about the future of humankind, but what they do really care about is the future of their own. 424. 424. Narrowly defined segment of humanity. This theme can be parsed out in many ways. While it is quite common to worry about this form of narrowness under the heading of tribalism, what concerns me most is the form this narrowness takes under imperialism, in other words imperialist nationalism. The imperialist nationalist citizen takes his or her nationality to be the one that matters not only the most, but in reality the only one that matters significantly. This perspective is exemplified by all of the colonialist and imperialist powers, whether it is seen in the actions of the British in India or the French or Belgians in much of Africa or the Japanese in China and Korea. Now we are confronted by the global example of the actions and comportment of the United States in everywhere. Without entering into detailed discussion of the sense that some Americans have of being the most special of the special, so special that even other imperialist nationalisms hardly count, as well as the contradictions of this sense, for instance, the imperialist nationalisms of Japan and the greater and lesser European powers have an ethnic component that does not sit quite as easily with what can be said officially in the United States. It is not difficult to see how this perspective places whichever imperialist nationality ahead of the much greater part of humanity. The workings of political economy in an imperialist world system are such that, when the gloves come off and the capitalist scramble for labor and materials assumes a more directly military form, the imperialist nationality is not only jingoistically projected as being ahead of or above the rest of humanity, it is increasingly at odds with the rest of humanity. Indeed, we are beginning to see such an acute form of this dynamic in the world since the George W. Bush administration was put into place that America truly is at odds with the rest of the world. Lastly, and I would argue most significantly, the capitalist ruling classes do not care about the future of humankind. Neither do they care about the past or present of humankind, for that matter. Certainly, the ruling classes are made up of people, of members of our own species, and in fact it is a very bad idea to forget this, to ascribe the inhuman system and acts of the capitalists to something that is different from what human beings are doing. The system is alienating, and thereby dehumanizing, and certainly the actual people who are members of the ruling class become separated from any larger sense of humanity. For those born into the ruling class, this process of separation begins even before birth. There are strong winds that blow the rest of us away from a larger sense of humanity on the other side. As it were, we become not only alienated, but also sometimes cynical and despairing. This ideological wind is especially forceful in the imperialist countries, and the two groups I mentioned prior to turning to the ruling class are made up of people who have been blown by this wind into a basic cynicism and despair about humanity, and their ideological positions of religious or otherwise ossified imperialist nationalism are pillars. 425. 425. Of popular support for imperialism and, in the period of this writing, a global agenda of reforged imperialist domination. However, my point here is that this remains a human problem, a problem of the sorts of people humans can be, and a problem that has to be traced to social systems that work through human interaction, albeit guided by a force that is alien to any larger sense of human eudaimonia. This alien character of the capitalist social system has reached the point in our time where not having a larger sense of humanity and its ongoingness and potential for mutual flourishment is not simply an attitude problem. Instead, a systemic bifurcation has emerged whereby one is either on the side of one or another narrow agenda for a small part of humanity, some of these agendas representing a general hatred for humanity, as with much of right-wing Christian fundamentalism, or one is on the side of a future for humanity without which there will have been no past or present. The ruling classes certainly care, if that is the word, about the future of something, or rather some things, important for the continued existence of particular ruling classes. There is no single international ruling class, particular ruling classes remain profoundly rooted in particular nation-states, even if this picture is indeed complicated by the rise of corporate power and the tremendous mobility of capital that is one of the key elements of what I call postmodern capitalism. One ramification of this aspect of capitalist political economy is that any given capitalist ruling class does not even care about the future of all of the other capitalist ruling classes, except in the context of calculated alliances, and often these ruling classes have entered into deadly conflicts with each other, with disastrous consequences for the rest of humanity. But it is only things that the ruling class cares about, and only the aspects of humanity that can be rendered into things. And, in fact, care is not the word, for this refeeing orientation issues from the mechanisms of capitalist political economy. This is why, to return to themes introduced in Part 1, Marx was right to focus on the mechanisms of capital, and the social form, rather than the evil intentions of the capitalists. On the other hand, these very mechanisms undercut care about the future of humanity, and the present and past, for that matter, and it is on the matter of concern for the past where many honest conservatives are deluded about capitalism, the social form where everything solid melts into air, and indeed generate the opposite of this care, whatever name might be given to this opposite, and perhaps there are many names. Necessary but underdetermined commitment. Now, what is it we can learn from these exceptions to concern for the ongoingness of humanity? I would say again that it is something about the 426 kind of commitment that is both necessary and underdetermined, and about the particularities of this commitment as expressed in care and love. To save humanity, we have to care about and love humanity and its future possibilities of flourishing. Indeed, to love humanity, one has to love its possibility of redemption, because, without this possibility, we might as well give it up right now. This is what the exceptional cases do, even the religious apocalyptic ones, because for them it is not about the future of humanity. However, the paradox is that a love that is enforced, that has to be taken on, is not exactly love, is it? This paradox goes to the problem of the truth of love. On this point Badiou has some important things to say from the standpoint of ontology, while Derrida's arguments concerning the politics of friendship are also important here. In a Kantian spirit, more akin to Derrida than Badiou, I think, I will not go any further here than to say that, despite this paradox which is at the heart of the categorical imperative as well, because it offers a formula but, in its focus on intention, also depends on a commitment to the formula, or to ethical political universalism broadly, we have to try to love humanity and care about its future. Proletarian love of the future. We have to strive and we have to do what we can, we have to also try to do what we perhaps cannot. And now to become directly Marxist about this again, it is the proletariat, as the international class that has nothing to lose but its chains, as the class that has the least to hang on to in the way that the world is presently set up, that is the most open to being effectively seized by this commitment. It is not only the proletariat, and indeed it may not always be first of all the proletariat, but, it is because there is a proletariat, and it is because the imperialist system works in such a way as to continually generate and replenish the proletariat, a coldly analytical way of describing a very ugly process, a class of people whose material underpinnings in the system are exceedingly tenuous, a class of people who live under the constant threat of being completely discarded, that there is a material basis for the kind of love of humanity's future possibilities that we can have today. In fact, it is on this question of the kind of love that a Marxist view of the future can be distinguished from utopianisms of the pre-industrial capitalist world. And yet, even if we can demonstrate the material basis on which commitment, love, and care are generated and needed, and one might say that Lenin's epistemological argument is that the proletariat is the material basis, but the actual expression of these qualities comes first of all from outside of the proletariat, there remains the sense in which these qualities, as with 427, the ethical, have to be thematized as such, and thus have at least a kind of relative autonomy. Significantly, Pinker closes his comments for the Evolution Wars article by discussing the desire that people have for meaning and a basis for morality. In my view, this is where he runs into problems. Many people who accept evolution still feel that a belief in God is necessary to give life meaning and to justify morality. But that is exactly backward. In practice, religion has given us stonings, inquisitions, and 9/11. Morality comes from a commitment to treat others as we wish to be treated, which follows from the realization that none of us is the sole occupant of the universe. Like physical evolution, it does not require a white-coated technician in the sky. 35. In at least some religious perspectives, there is a co-implication of the problems of meaning and morality, and to this list I would also add mortality, which concept might be fleshed out in terms of the fact not only that we are animals, who, like other animals, only live for so long and then die, but also that we are capable of a radical sense of finitude and a sense of radical finitude. Let us mark one difference between scientific and religious perspectives, or at least a perspective that might be called religious, as being that a number of perspectives that think of themselves as scientific, such as scientific Marxism and various trends in analytic philosophy, with which I would associate Pinker and Dennett, are either not convinced of the connection or are not especially impressed by it. These perspectives do not take the religious perspective as demonstrating a profound insight in either seeing or asserting this connection. For instance, on the question of meaning per se, apart from its implication in other questions, Pinker is very close to Dennett and both may be said to be engaged in what have lately been called deflationary strategies as regard meaning and consciousness. These strategies are significantly different from those philosophies that concentrate on the contingency of meaning and the meaning of contingency, though there might be a way in which the more straightforwardly philosophical approaches of Sartre, Derrida, and Davidson on this point come together with approaches such as Dennett's and Pinker's, rooted more in evolutionary biology, in the work of Richard Rorty. In the latter case, though, again there is more of an effort to grapple with the meaning of contingency and the question of what it means to study the ways in which consciousness and meaning are material phenomena. Rorty was a resolute secularist, and yet, in asking about these meanings, his work is quite different from the more scientifically oriented investigations of Dennett and Pinker. But then, Rorty, following Davidson, would also not have accepted that language is either purely algorithmic or for the most part, even if not purely, instinctual. 428. 428. Rorty then makes a move, however, in a kind of fidelity, ironically, to the spirit of Carnap and logical positivism, where he separates discourse about which consensus can be built, with scientific discourse as the model of publicity, from ethical and aesthetic vision-making, the work of the ironist, which is a private matter. Algorithm of history. I bring up this debate to make the point that such a division would seem to be warranted in the case where there is no algorithm that definitively takes us to a particular future. Marx thought he had discovered such an algorithm, and it is worth noting once again that he was working from a philosophical trajectory that included not only Hegel, but also Kant. The real movement in history is the algorithm, working according to material contradiction, that takes us through the modes of production to communism. Certainly, Marx and Engels protested that the discovery of this algorithm did not amount to an historical determinism. However, given that Marx presumed to make his arguments under the heading of necessity, we need more of an explanation as to why his scheme is not deterministic. Perhaps there is only one necessity we need to swallow, or just a few at most, the fact that, at any stage of human development, people enter into particular relations of production and social relations more generally, that more efficient means of production will tend to replace less efficient means, and that the division of labor tends to follow this development, and, perhaps most important for how we might understand the contemporary world, the iron law of wages under capitalism. In other words, grant to Marx a handful of premises, which can be empirically studied and grounded, and the rest follows. The thing is, I do grant Marx these premises. The problem is, there are a few other premises that have to be granted as well, and this makes trouble for the way that the rest is supposed to follow. Contingency and the future. To grossly oversimplify, the two major premises that have to be accounted for concern contingency and the future. One of the things I find fascinating and provocative about Rorty's arguments, especially in contingency, irony, and solidarity, is that they represent an attempt to formulate a leftist alternative to Marxism, where contingency trumps necessity. Rorty does invoke Sartre here and there, as an ally in the attempt to forge a politics of contingency, even while joining the chorus that condemns Sartre's. 429. 429. Political commitments. Still, it could not be said that Rorty is the Marx of contingency. Antinecessitarianism, to use Roberto Unger's term, is taken so far with Rorty that there is no sense of there being a social system at all, or a mode of production. Not only are there no laws of history, there are not even any historical, social, or economic tendencies. Taking the cultural relativism of the later Rawls, which holds that political liberalism can only speak to societies that have a certain historical and cultural background, basically already that of liberalism, one step further, into what Rorty calls a kind of ethnocentrism, the critique of postmodern bourgeois liberal societies, the lucky North Atlantic democracies, extends only to bad policies that further greed or cruelty. The problem is that Marx does not really recognize contingency. Contingency is a marginal element, at best, in the grand sweep of things, and the grand sweep works, in Marx's view, in a law-like way. However, we should also be wary of simply flipping over into a sense of contingency that is just as overwhelming as a deterministic sense of necessity. For in neither case is there room for human possibility, for meaning, or for matters of life and death. One of the interesting aspects of Rorty's reformulated pragmatism is that it is not only at odds with Kant. Contingency, irony, and solidarity is rife with criticisms of Kant, especially for his residual Platonism and for the idea that we can read moral principles out of ourselves, out of our own human, rational constitutions, see especially 32 to 35, but it also does not have much room in it for William James. Kant looked for the relationship among knowledge, ethics, and hope. James demonstrated the relationship between commitment and knowledge. Neither looked at the future as determined, but rather as a realm of possibility where our commitments and actions would play a role in bringing about a redemption of the world. What I am proposing is an articulation of these contingent, underdetermined factors with Marx's discoveries regarding the tendencies in history and production, and in capitalism in particular. What is missing otherwise, in either Marx's secular necessitarian view, or in Rorty's secular antinecessitarian view, is a sense of a redeemed future that calls to us and that plays a real role in the possibility of its achievement. Marx does of course speak of the proletariat as necessarily taking its poetry from the future. Rorty does in fact speak constantly of social hope, especially in a mode taken from John Dewey. But I imagine that the formulation I just gave, of the call of a redeemed future, would be far too metaphysical, which, at least on this point, is also a way of saying far too Kantian for either Marx or Rorty. The problem might come down to seeing the relationship between the formulations of the categorical imperative, and, for simplicity's sake, let us say that it is a problem of seeing the relationship between the first and third formulations. The problem looks quite metaphysical, something akin to asking what the Christian God is. 430. 430. When it is taken apart from its manifestation in three persons. I won't go any further with this vexing issue, at least not here. What is the categorical imperative apart from its manifestation in the three formulations? All right, one brief digression on the blessed Trinity. Why is it always three? Why three persons of the Trinity? Why three formulations of the categorical imperative? Why three parts of the soul in Plato, three moments of the dialectic in Hegel, and so on? Augustine attempted to show the necessity of the Godhead's division into three persons, but then, it didn't bother him that he was doing metaphysics. The problem, I think, can be put in Marxist terms, and we can avoid for the moment the ontological difficulties. If there is a background against which it makes sense to strive to enact the ethical political universalism stated plainly in the first formulation, then it is in the ongoingness of the human project and in the possibilities of creating a society where people do not treat each other as mere things. Stated a little differently, if there is a background against which it makes sense for Marx, through a kind of Kantian via negativa, to rail against the society where all human relationships, and, I will say it again, despite what is clearly a large dose of normative humanism in my approach, all relationships among creatures who are capable of experiencing cruelty, are reduced to the cash nexus, it must be the background of another world that is possible. Otherwise, struggle is ultimately, merely reactive, justice is merely vengeance, and the world will not be transformed. Now, reactive struggle and justice as vengeance are not only possible as well, they are most often the more forceful reality in this world, and though there have been significant efforts to transform the world beyond the cash nexus, the fact is that the harvest is past, the summer is ended, and we are not saved. Jeremiah 8:20. There are moments when humanity raises its head above reaction and vengeance, and at least begins to bring about something new and liberated, but nowadays we seem especially stuck in the muck of a postmodern capitalist system that has as a key component the destruction of any larger scheme that would give meaning to struggle. This is, in the view I am offering here, an attack in the present against a redeemed future. Marxists and other leftists, as well as, significantly, conservatives, we could have a longer discussion about what this term means now, sometimes blame postmodernism for this assault on meaning, by which they mean certain philosophers, predominantly from France. Derrida is often singled out. But Derrida is in some ways a good Kantian philosopher in that he is simply interrogating the conditions for the possibility of meaning, and finding that meaning has an uphill battle to wage. For those scientific realists out there who do not like this finding, it might be said, like it or lump it, this is the way things are. 431. 431. Meaning and the future. One of Derrida's most famous arguments is that meaning is always deferred. This does not mean that there are not bits of contingent and fragile meaning to be found in our present, instead, what his argument means is that meaning depends on the future. This is again the point about the idea that our every utterance and set of marks in the present is accompanied by the proposition that a global nuclear war has not yet occurred. The cancellation of the future is a cancellation of present and past meaning. This can also be said for present-day trends that, if they run their course beyond a certain point, will also cancel the future. These trends render life meaningless in the present, except in the struggle against them. There are material processes that can be modeled on algorithms. Indeed, this might be taken as a modern, scientific definition of what it means for something to be a material reality or process, that it can be modeled in this way. It is not hard to imagine that Marx would accept this definition, and I imagine that Dennett would too. Dennett's appreciation of the power of the algorithm is demonstrated in pages 48 to 60 of Darwin's Dangerous Idea. Badiou is aiming for an avowedly Platonic, mathematical materialism in terms of set theory, which would be a more central topic for consideration here if I were primarily concerned with ontology. My point throughout this investigation is that I am only secondarily concerned with ontology, precisely because, contrary to certain realist forms of Marxism, which depart from Marx significantly on this point, I think that ontology is a secondary pursuit, which is not to say that it is not important. Or, to put this in the terms I have used before, of course humankind needs all the science that it can get its hands on, but it needs this in the context of trying to create a good society. Let us imagine that there are many pathways into the years to come, some of which end in the destruction of humankind, and one or a few of which lead to a transformed world that is sustainable and good. I say one or a few because I do not want to insist that there is only one way for humankind to go forward. This kind of view has had very bad consequences as one way of understanding Lenin's argument about line we got here this way, therefore we had to get there this way, and thus every aspect of what we did to get here is confirmed as true, as corresponding to reality and to material necessity. On the other hand, I say one or a few because the path may indeed be rather narrow, if not at all straight. Perhaps from the standpoint of some redeemed future it will be possible to specify the algorithm that connects our present to this future. This algorithm would then show how what appears to us as severely underdetermined now are faith that it makes sense to go on with things now, because perhaps we will get to a better future is instead just another calm. 432. 432. Ponent in the package that led to this future, a package that is also made up of the trends in history and society that Marx analyzed. This picture only makes sense, however, from the standpoint of a retroactive conferral of necessity. Let us assume that no one can believe in such a thing anymore, or at least no one who has an appreciation for scientific investigation and a fallibilistic conception of truth, no one who is not a religious fundamentalist or pre-Einsteinian mechanical materialist. So that, yes, our future sisters and brothers will be able to say that we in the present had to have had faith and commitment and love and the aim of doing the right thing, or else we in the future would not be here to say these things, but this seems qualitatively different from specifying a formula that included these things in a more or less precise mix. It seems to me that this qualitative difference remains even though the story can be told of how things got from then to now. To return to themes from Part 1, to tell this story only under the modality of necessity is to engage in theodicy, but the result of theodicy is not redeemed humanity but instead a cosmic drama in which humanity remains a mere object. Thus there has to be not only an ethics of liberation, but also a liberation of ethics itself from the algorithm or other descriptions of history as purely law-like in its motions. Dodging the bullet. We have a very good case for study on this question in the dissolution of the Soviet Union. The laws of historical necessity in this case would seem to have dictated in the 1980s that either the Soviet Union and the United States, in the pursuit of their respective imperialist agendas, would have come into open military confrontation that could have escalated into a large-scale nuclear exchange, or revolution in either or both countries would have short-circuited the imperialist agenda. The laws of historical necessity seem to dictate that capital does not back down, that of necessity it must press its advantage. Again, this is the reality of opportunity cost. If you do not win, you lose, and if this means unleashing untold destruction, then so be it. Twice in the 20th century this had happened already. But then, something else happened, something where the oft-heard quip, "Didn't see that coming, did you?" applies quite broadly. No one was predicting that the outcome of the mounting tensions between the United States and the Soviet Union would be that the latter would stand down. And so, we live on for now, with certain new difficulties that are truly monstrous, but also with possibilities that would not exist, because humanity would not exist, if things had gone where they appeared determined to go in the 1980s. And, although it is not as if we cannot say anything about 433. 433. How the state of affairs came about that has allowed us some more time on this earth, there are elements of the whole scenario that are simply vexing, especially because things could have gone otherwise. Humanity dodged a bullet. This seems to be the explanation, that does not explain anything, on some level. We lucked out. However, the world we find ourselves in now is one in which truth and meaning are under assault as never before. One side of this is the current assault on science, in the form of the attack on evolution, in the remaining imperialist superpower. Another side is an assault on the idea of a qualitatively different future, of a society not based on exploitation, domination, and oppression. Each represents an assault that has to be fought and ultimately negated. Each represents an embattled truth that, at some point, will either break through or will be destroyed altogether, and soon enough humanity as well. But what is the relation between these two truths? Again, sidestepping momentarily the metaphysics of the issue, I would say that the great human project of scientifically investigating the world and coming to understand its workings, including the workings of evolution, will at least practically have to be situated within the effort to transform the world into a global community of mutual flourishing, in a word, communism. I would propose, again given the secondary orientation on ontology, that this answers the metaphysical question, and it is the same answer that is given in terms of the first and third formulations of the categorical imperative. Morality and mortality. Let us return to Pinker's comment for a moment, so that I can insert the problem of mortality into what Pinker said about meaning and morality by making this problem a part of the problem of meaning. At least for the moment, we are concerned about the meaning of life in part because we come and we go and it is hard to see the point of it. For many of us, about the time we figure out a few things, our time is nearly over. Now, in his comments, Pinker does not stay with the question of meaning for very long, and so we would need to look at his works such as The Language Instinct to get the larger view. Let us note, too, that Dennett has chapters on meaning and morality, respectively, in Darwin's Dangerous Idea. There is nothing, however, in Dennett's book about mortality in the terms with which I am presenting it here, though there is a great deal on survival and reproduction. Without doing the least justice to what Pinker and Dennett do say on these subjects, and recognizing that Dennett has also written books on freedom and religion, however, let us take stock of the fact that they represent, at least in a certain sense, a paradigm of scientific and 434. 434. Lytic thought in that the questions of meaning, morality, and mortality are not seen as interconnected, and the more, admittedly, Kierkegaardian or Heideggerian ways of characterizing mortality, as a sense of radical finitude, are non-starters for this perspective. The more important point for our present discussion is that the same would seem to be true for most of what calls itself Marxism. But, again, for the moment let us just consider Pinker's comment about morality. Again, the approach could be called deflationary, though what is interesting is that Pinker's formulation is closer to Kant than to Hobbes, and it is often in a kind of spontaneously Hobbesian direction that quick and easy ethical prescriptions tend to go, that is, ethics as mutual back-scratching. Notice three things about what Pinker says, however, and remember that these comments are made in the context of a response to religion. First, there is at least a little Hobbesianism to the bit about the realization that none of us is the sole occupant of the universe. In other words, we have to find a modus vivendi. Second, Pinker's other formulation is a version of the Golden Rule, and we might consider the way in which Kant is both trying to capture something from this ancient idea and the way that the categorical imperative goes significantly beyond the Golden Rule, both in what it requires of us and in the metaphysical background that is assumed. In other words, why it is important to show the grounds for the metaphysics of morals. Third, there is a tone to his remarks that is worth noting. This tone is in the vein of all you really need for morality is X, you don't need this other mumbo-jumbo. The all that is needed is not very much, seemingly just some common sense. Furthermore, not only is the other mumbo-jumbo not needed, we also do not need to show any connection between morality and this other stuff, especially in the case where this other stuff involves a bad engineer with questionable morals. Basic Kant, again. A little common sense Kant is not the worst thing, I think, especially when it comes to ethical questions. Assuming that our aim is to do the right thing, it does not hurt to have little reminders in the form of questions such as, what if everyone did that? Even regarding the metaphysical framework that Kant supplies for ethical reasoning, it does not hurt to remind ourselves that we are concerned with ethics when we are concerned with ethics, and not with some other topic such as happiness, desire, or interests. More sophisticated reflections on this point are provided in Karl Emerich's A Common Sense Kant. However, the need for the framework and the connections that Kant forges reveals itself precisely on this question of not being the sole occupant of the universe. It is often assumed. 435. 435. That a distinguishing difference between Kant and utilitarian or otherwise consequentialist theories of ethics is that the categorical imperative would apply to me even in the case where I really was the last and only person in the universe. Autonomy is not a form of solipsism, however. If I was the last human being on the planet, just to narrow the field of inquiry a bit, for what could I hope? If it were truly the case that all hope for humanity had been foreclosed, and that there is no future for humanity because there is no humanity for which there can be a future, then ethics, autonomy, hope, and the kingdom of ends can once again be seen to be interconnected, except now in the negative sense that they are all together in being non-startas. Perhaps in my remaining days I can at least try to feel hope for my fellow, non-human, creatures, and that, someday, perhaps 200 million years in the future, smart squid will make a better run at living in a just and sustainable way than did humanity. But this is a rather dismal picture, obviously, at the very least a kind of hope against hope. Epistemology and a religious perspective. In the case that the third formulation, as the culmination of Kant's thinking on autonomy in the realm of ends, the ethical community is indeed the background, which, unfortunately, Kant calls certainly only an ideal, groundwork, 39, against which the first and second formulations make sense, then a certain comparison with Marx comes into the picture. In Kant, there is an essential connection between the ethical community and what he calls true religion. Marx, too, in his early work, at least seems to speak of a true religion, or a religion that can and ought to come true. Significantly, he says these things in proximity to his fourth formulation of the categorical imperative. Perhaps just as significantly, he gives his fourth formulation at the end of a paragraph that he begins by addressing the question of violence, providing the famous formula, "The arms of criticism cannot replace the criticism of arms." Material force can only be overthrown by material force, but theory itself becomes a material force when it has seized the masses. Mayer, 60. At least two other things are significant about this text: the contribution to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right. First, Marx remains in this text closer to the philosophy of history. In his later work it will appear that he has abandoned this field for political economy. Second, this text that speaks of a total redemption of humanity at the end, begins with the famous announcement that the criticism of religion is the premise of all criticism. But what is religion, exactly? Marx has some interesting things to say on the issue. Certainly for Marx religion is more than and other than simply stonings, inquisitions, terrorist acts, or even opium. Apart from 436. 436. These interesting things, such as that religion is a theory of the world, but upside down, that it is the cry of the oppressed, that it is a catalogue of humankind's suffering. However, I am not sure that Marx really grappled with the problem of the religious perspective as an epistemological question. Orthodox Marxism, if anything, has been even far less insightful on this issue. Religion would never even get on the agenda as an epistemological issue, since, as the saying goes, everything you know is wrong. That is, everything the religious person knows, at least from a religious perspective, is wrong. Difficult, vexing problem. I wish more Marxists would see it this way. In the case that a scientific perspective is committed to a correspondence epistemology, one could see how the religious perspective would be a false perspective altogether. From the standpoint of correspondence, many people who hold a religious perspective do in fact believe in things that simply are not real, and of course this is a problem. The species on our planet evolved biologically. There is no scientific basis for the theory of intelligent design. Neither will it do to make some sort of coherence of science and religion the basis for asserting claims that go against the best science that we have at any given time. Again, to put it in a formula, even if scientific truth is not all truth, and even if scientific truths are to be understood on a fallibilistic model, there is no negating at least big parts of science without negating truth in general. Allow me to add, in a way that is too quick and that also has the worrisome aspect of sounding as if I really know what I am talking about, when, to be sure, these issues demand a good deal more exploration, in the philosophy of science and elsewhere, that I do not think that scientific investigation is necessarily committed to a correspondence epistemology. I base this claim on the twin presuppositions that, 1. Correspondence theory does not really work, and, 2. Scientific investigation does work. However, The real issue that concerns me is the relationship between what can be discovered by scientific investigation, on the one side, and questions that at least have some dimension that does not appear to be a matter of scientific investigation, on the other. In this latter category are the questions of ethics and the future. Marx thought that he could deal with these issues in a purely scientific way, but he was wrong. Marx thought that a scientific, materialist political economy would either generate a kind of ethics, but as an epiphenomenon, or demonstrate the basic unreality of the field. Marx thought that the logic of the modes of production, properly studied, would yield a pathway to a communist future, at least in broad outline, an algorithm, if you will. Marx was not completely wrong about these matters, indeed, he contributed much that was right. But he missed some crucial truths, because these are not exactly or entirely scientific truths and, therefore, he was in a crucial way wrong about ethics and wrong about the future. 437. 437. Community. If one wants to study the question of community, and to be more empirical and experiential about the question, instead of being simply conceptual, as post-Rawlsian analytic political philosophers tend to be on what is called in those circles the liberalism/communitarianism debate, then one will come up against the fact that humanity's hitherto existing experience with community, for better or worse, and admittedly often enough for the worse, is bound up with religion, whatever that is. Engels once wrote in a letter that, if one wanted a sense of what the future communist society would be like, it would be like the Shaker community in America, but without the religion. But what is the religion? One place to start on this question would be to ask what the Shaker community could possibly have been without the religion. Similarly, if one wants to study humanity's hitherto existing experience with the idea that ethics and the possibility of a, just to be all fuzzy about it, good future for humankind are somehow fundamentally connected, then again one will come up against the fact that humanity's experience with this connection is bound up with religion. At least up to a point, indeed up until relatively recent times, this connection was made without considering a role for scientific investigation. Or, if something of science was included, it was from a heavily teleological perspective where science plays the role of providing evidence for the overarching design. There is a sense in which Marx is the outcome of this process, one crucial juncture of which was Augustine's modifications of Aristotle's four causes, another big topic for another day, but then the outcome was such that science replaced the two poles of the original connection, what we ought to do now and humanity's hope for an ethical community in the future. How all of these things could be integrated into a coherent picture, or a picture that is as coherent as we can make it, but where the two original poles remain substantial and not merely epiphenomenal, might very well be more a matter of a kind of religious perspective and even of what Kant called the new church. David Ray Griffin has some interesting proposals for a coherent vision, in his books The Two Great Truths and Religion Without Supernaturalism, while James L. Marsh and Anne Fairchild Pomeroy pursue the connections between process theology and Marxism in Process, Praxis, and Transcendence and Marx and Whitehead, respectively. I think that Joseph Smith and Brigham Young also had some interesting ideas about community now and in the future, and they at least attempted to cast these ideas in a materialist way. The vexing aspects of this epistemological problem, how to hold these different truths together, should not be ignored or dismissed. 438. 438. Crushing vexation. While the vexation should not sanction supernaturalism or any other kind of view that holds anything other than that humanity will have to liberate itself, neither should this vexation be dealt with by a crushing scientistic reductivism. I see this reductivism at work in formulations, which would suit most Marxists, such as the one offered by Pinker: for morality we don't need the white-coated technician in the sky, all we need is the common-sense recognition of a pair of simple ideas. The recognition of the historical connection between religion and ethics is not accompanied by an appreciation for why this connection existed in the first place. Early Christianity. In this respect, two pathways out of early Christianity are instructive, plotted roughly in terms of orthodoxy and orthopraxy. In actual practice, the difference in the paths is not always so great. Regarding orthodoxy, a more nuanced, materialist reading of the reason why the connection between ethics and religion has been long-standing would reveal that there was a turning point in the early movement, where, through the machinations of power and the sense that the movement could only go so far in achieving the ethical community on this earth, the ethical political teachings of Jesus were displaced into the nether realm, subordinating and largely betraying these teachings in the name of an otherworldly, supernatural scheme. However, there has always been an underground and or subordinate orthopraxy, even sometimes from within orthodoxy, that emphasizes what might be called the material side of taking up the cross. This orthopraxy has far more to do with the Church, which from the early days was called the body of Christ, as the messianic embodiment that continues the messianic work. This orthopraxy is itself an expression of what might be called a root impulse of Judaism. This is not merely a secularization to read the story this way. After all, the heart of Christianity is a human intervention into the order of the day, into time. The formation of the messianic embodiment which gets into the problem of institutions and all of the Sartrean critique of dialectical reason problematics of the group infusion, practico-inert, and so on is aimed toward the new earth, a time and place of the ethical community. In other words, there is a fundamental connection between the universalism of our ethics now, which can be broadened as our ethical political stance and praxis, and the future the hope for universal ethical community. This is what Kant captures in the relationship between the first and second formulations of the categorical. 439. 439. Imperative and the third formulation, even if there is a sense in which the logic of the relationship is obscure. There is a sense in which the logic will remain obscure, but we can actually specify somewhat precisely why this is the case, and this specification will tell us something not only about the relationship between the philosophies of Kant and Marx, but also about how we have to understand our ethical political praxis. To continue with the Christian scenario, it is still possible despite everything that humanity might transform this world into the global community of mutual flourishing. This possibility, and the fact that we are still here now to think about it, act upon it, and hope for it, is grace. But we have work to do, a great deal of work, perhaps even an impossible work and an infinite work. The obscurity of the logic is found in this is/ought gap, especially in the case where the ought requires of humanity the infinite and the impossible. Some of the logic is filled out by either Marx's scientific discoveries regarding the nature of capitalism or at least by his approach to problems in political economy and social theory. This approach helps us to understand not only what is, but also what is possible. This sort of methodology also helps us to understand strategically where our efforts might be best applied. We should recall the discussion in Part 3, Section 3, about the contradictions of strategic thinking, the pull toward expediency and the tendency to set aside the ethical issues involved in violence. However, there still remains an obscure part of the logic, and here again William James's argument about optimism and pessimism as definitions of the world is helpful. To use Rousseau's lovely expression, the golden age is in us. The potential to make this world a kingdom of God is in us, and so is the potential to make this world a wretched hell and to unmake the earth altogether. This last reference is to the idea of the Unmaker in Orson Scott Card's series, The Tales of Alvin Maker. We humans are constituted by the ability to respond, but, in Derrida's formulation, there is still both the decision and the work of responsibility to responsibility that remains. To my knowledge, this theme first appeared in Derrida's The Other heading. Lastly, to bring this point to a head, neither commitment, nor the future, nor communism is what they are without at least a measure of underdetermination. As overdetermined, all of these things are not what they are. Only an ideal. It is in respect of this point, too, that the question what ought we to do, takes precedence over what may we hope. If there is an equality or if the order is reversed, then the result is a kind of empty, formalistic utopianism. And yet, without hope, or too great a scarcity of hope, to borrow an 440. 440. Expression from Martin Beck-Matustik, the fiery spirit of the ethical is deprived of oxygen. This is where it was wrong of Kant to say that the ethical community is certainly only an ideal. This is not only a matter of the material possibility of such a community, but also, crucially, a question of what role this ideal plays in our present attempts to take up our responsibility to responsibility, or to form an optimistic definition of the world. The latter plays a crucial role in the former. Without this ideal, we can be sure that the ethical community is deprived of any chance of realization. Surely calling the ethical community certainly only an ideal is not very Kantian of Professor Immanuel Kant, unless perhaps I am feeling too much the sting of the only. The notion of the regulative ideal plays a central epistemological role for Kant. What James shows in his argument about optimism and pessimism is perhaps no more than what Marx was after with his well-known formulations about the ways in which, under the right circumstances, theory can grip the masses, and theory can become a material force. The difference between James and Marx is that perhaps the latter thought the theory-materiality connection runs a little more smoothly, and is hooked up a bit more tightly, than it in fact is. Certainly the matter becomes greatly more complicated at the point where capitalism goes into ideological overdrive to make war on the idea of a different future. If we have to fight not only for the different future, but also to keep the idea of such a future alive, where this latter fight is indeed an ineliminable and irreducible part of the former struggle, then we must recognize the materiality of the regulative ideal. There is the danger of going overboard with this, into not only philosophical idealism, but also the formalistic utopianism that would empty out our present responsibilities. Strategically, I do not see this as a great danger today, in the face of the blithe and sometimes brutal anti-utopianism of postmodern capitalism. Instead, I see a greater danger in the kind of political realism that completely eschews the visionary, the sense of a different future. Such realism is hopeless. As a footnote to the discussion of the regulative ideal, I would like to make a proposal concerning Daniel Dennett's terminology of cranes and skyhooks. In his view, there are only cranes, and anything that appears to be a skyhook is simply a crane with a base that is presently unseen. My proposal does not really disagree with this typology, it merely makes a little modification within Dennett's scheme. Perhaps there is something else out there, something more akin to a helicopter. From an onto epistemological point of view, I appreciated the scene in the first Superman movie, where Lois Lane falls off of the Daily Planet skyscraper and Superman catches her about halfway down the building. Superman says something along the lines of, "Don't worry, Lois, I've got you." Lois responds, "You've got me? Who's got you?" Well, the material basis for Superman's. 441. 441. Being able to catch Lois in mid-air is that he comes from the planet Krypton, and under a yellow sun he has great powers, including flight and super strength. Or, if you prefer, we could instead consider one of the advertising slogans for the film, "You'll believe a man can fly." In other words, the material basis for Christopher Reeve seemingly to be able to catch Margot Kidder in mid-air is cinematic special effects, smoke and mirrors and wires and harnesses. Do we say that the wires and harnesses are the crane, while the smoke and mirrors are more like what we find with religion? To shift narratives, is nothing left after Toto pulls back the curtain? The wizard, after all, was all about hopes and dreams and the desire to find a place in this world. If his form of inspiration was not supernatural after all, if it was indeed entirely a human construct, is this the end of the matter, or is there a kind of enchantment that remains or is even reinvented on the other side of secularism, science, and disenchantment? I will repeat something that I said in Part 1, what the displacement of philosophy by political economy obscures is that the passage beyond this pure secularization of society requires the passage to a post-secular understanding of the world, and ultimately a post-secular society. Some of what appear to be skyhooks are actually cranes. I propose that some other things that appear to be skyhooks are more like helicopters. We humans put them up there, though it may be obscure to many of us how the helicopters made their way into the sky, or many of us may have forgotten that it was humans who put them up there, but once the helicopters are up there, they can play the role of gaining our attention, drawing us out, drawing us forward. Regulative ideals are a human creation, as is an argument such as Anselm's ontological argument for the existence of God, the most pure argument in the history of philosophy, and of course we should recognize such examples of reason as existing within the sphere of materiality and the things that human brains concoct. It is in the sphere of materiality that we hope for and dream about a transformed world, a global community of mutual flourishing. We make a project of this, and this ethical community is the most significant of human projects. It is the project that informs every other human project. And yet it is also out there, like a helicopter or Superman, with seemingly nothing, or not enough, to hold it up. Perhaps unlike a helicopter or Superman, this future requires our belief and commitment and committed action, praxis, to hold it up, to even give it a ghost of a chance of existing. Zoology of religion and sacred botany. In light of the foregoing, consider how Dennett brings his inquiry in Darwin's dangerous idea to a close. 442. 442. What, then, of all the glories of our religious traditions? They should certainly be preserved, as should the languages, the art, the costumes, the rituals, the monuments. Zoos are now more and more being seen as second-class havens for endangered species, but at least they are havens, and what they preserve is irreplaceable. The same is true of complex memes and their phenotypic expressions. What may happen, one may well wonder, if religion is preserved in cultural zoos, in libraries, in concerts and demonstrations. It is happening. The tourists flock to watch Native American tribal dances, and for the onlookers it is folklore, a religious ceremony, certainly to be treated with respect, but also an example of a meme complex on the verge of extinction. At least in its strong, ambulatory phase, it has become an invalid, barely kept alive by its custodians. Does Darwin's dangerous idea give us anything in exchange for the ideas it calls into question? In Chapter 3 Universal Acid, I quoted the physicist Paul Davies proclaiming that the reflective power of human minds can be no trivial detail, no minor byproduct of mindless purposeless forces, and suggested that being a byproduct of mindless purposeless forces was no disqualification for importance. And I have argued that Darwin has shown us how, in fact, everything of importance is just such a product. Spinoza called his highest being God or nature, Deus of Natura, expressing a sort of pantheism. There have been many varieties of pantheism, but they usually lack a convincing explanation about just how God is distributed in the whole of nature. As we saw in Chapter 7, Darwin offers us one. It is in the distribution of design throughout nature, creating, in the tree of life, an utterly unique and irreplaceable creation, an actual pattern in the immeasurable reaches of design space that could never be exactly duplicated in its many details. What is design work? It is that wonderful wedding of chance and necessity, happening in a trillion places at once, at a trillion different levels. And what miracle caused it? None. It just happened to happen, in the fullness of time. You could even say, in a way, that the tree of life created itself. Not in a miraculous, instantaneous whoosh, but slowly, slowly, over billions of years. Is this tree of life a God one could worship? Pray to? Fear? Probably not. But it did make the ivy twine and the sky so blue, so perhaps the song I love, the traditional song, Tell Me Why, tells a truth after all. The tree of life is neither perfect nor infinite in space or time, but it is actual, and if it is not Anselm's being greater than which nothing can be conceived, it is surely a being that is greater than anything any of us will ever conceive of in detail worthy of its detail. Is something sacred? Yes, say I with Nietzsche. I could not pray to it, but I can stand in affirmation of its magnificence. This world is sacred. 519-20. Does the path Dennett travels in this remarkable passage amount to a kind of post-secular perspective? I would say so, even if I still do not see where Dennett, at least in Darwin's dangerous idea, appreciates the religious insight into the connection between the ethical ought and hope for the ethical community, and, in the present discussion, I am largely using 443. 443. Dennett and Pinker as exemplary of the scientific perspective on this issue. If I cannot exactly pray to the tree of life, can I at least feel a sense of grace in the possibilities that it offers to me and my species and my fellow creatures? Can I be thankful to this tree of life? Can I be thankful to the extent that, again to cite Heidegger, there is fundamental thankfulness to all of my thinking, or even to all true thinking? Denken ist Denken. Is this affirmation of the magnificence of this tree, and the possibility that it offers for humanity to find itself and to make itself at home in this world in a non-antagonistic way, a kind of religious perspective? Can and should this perspective re-envelope our attempts, our necessary and righteous scientific attempts, to conceive of the details of the tree of life in a way worthy of its detail? Philosophy of history and the trace of religion. Did Marx realize, perhaps reflecting on his earlier, more Hegelian phase, that a theoretical orientation that takes philosophy of history as its starting place or basis will always have a religious side, or at least retain a trace of the religious perspective? In light of what Dennett says about pantheism and Spinoza, see Daniel Brudney, Marx's Attempt to Leave Philosophy, 58-71, on Feuerbach's critique of Christianity as also a critique of philosophy itself. Did Marx then discover, starting with the German ideology, the place of the famous epistemological break, from the standpoint of scientific socialism, the happy fact, or strange coincidence, that everything previously found in scenarios of redemptive history, associated until this point with the Western monotheistic religions, can all be done instead with a scientific inquiry into modes of production and reactive mechanisms? Does this discovery then tell us that there is no need either for values or a vision of the future, or at least that these elements of the scenario are epiphenomenal? Despite the achievements of socialism under this reactive, scientific mold, real achievements that should not be buried under what were also the real shortcomings and failures but also the real attacks and slanders, we can also see real limitations that go directly to this purely scientific scenario, and we can also see the way in which the languages of value and vision are continually smuggled in, though without ever being given their due. This smuggling operation is philosophically illicit and incoherent. It is also absolutely necessary, because there is no transformation of the world without values and vision. The upshot is not that values and vision should be artificially attached in a purely instrumental way to a Marxist science. The result of such an operation, repeated many times in revolutionary, or ostensibly revolutionary, movements, is that values and vision become 444. 444. Themselves instrumentalized, treated as mere means, and this is a fundamental betrayal of what they really are. Significantly, the redemptive transformation of the world is betrayed in the process. Instead, the upshot is that a new synthesis is needed in Marxist theory and practice, and this synthesis requires biting the bullet in terms of recognizing the substantiality of the languages of right and wrong, good and evil, and the future. This does not mean that we should not at the same time maintain a healthy skepticism and be on guard for mere moralism, merely utopian scenarios of the future, though here I see little danger in dreaming fiercely and wildly, especially in the realm of art, and leaps to the supernatural. Following Dennett, it is clear that there is no shortage of magnificence in this world to inspire our awe, appreciation, and affirmation. Significantly, this magnificence requires science for its appreciation, and the supernaturalist creation science types who would cancel this magnificence and cancel humanity along with it in the name of some loathsome exaltation of a nonsensical supreme being can. Well, I was going to say they can go to hell directly, but I do not want to replicate their ugliness, even if dialectically. This world, in all its contingency and mind-boggling complexity, that real scientists have helped us to appreciate, has given our species a chance to make something of itself, and to make a beautiful world out of this presently ugly one. It is a chance, not a guarantee. The recent machinations of postmodern capitalism are largely oriented toward removing even the sense of a chance. Biting the bullet means accepting that a commitment to a redemptive philosophy of history, though one under the heading of contingency rather than necessity, allows us to reach a stage where humanity can thematize ethical questions and ethical political universalism as substantial. This philosophy of history allows the possibility for the achievement of the ethical, and even aesthetic, community. This much is integral to what remains of the philosophy of history in Marx. Humanity has to come to a certain point to be able to see more of what is possible, even while what is seen as possible is also dependent upon having come to a particular point. However, biting the bullet here also means that there is an irreducibly religious dimension, as a matter of epistemology, to the commitment to history as redemptive. It is not simply a happy fact or a strange coincidence that Marx's scientific scenario parallels the redemptive scenarios of Judaism and Christianity in important respects. Embracing a religious perspective? Therefore, should we not embrace this religion? Should we not even go to the point of looking for the ways in which existing religious institutions can contribute to the new church? 445. 445. There is an important and complex dialectic unfolding in the world today, centered around the question of religion. This dialectic needs to be grappled with, in a way that goes beyond a strategic consideration of the positive role that some religious people can play or are playing. It would be tempting to think of this dialectic in terms of reactionary religious people who are attempting to restore a pre-secular understanding, and progressive religious people who aim, whether they know it or not, for a post-secular understanding. There can be some truth to this, even if there is no more basis for restoring a pre-secular understanding than there is for restoring a feudal mode of production. Marx continues to help us with a question such as this, in texts such as the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, which has been taken as a seminal work for understanding the rise of fascism in the 20th century. Reactionary leaders who are really more political than religious, such as Pat Robertson and Jerry Falwell, can use the language of pre-secular religion to draw together a certain social base for aggressive action by the imperialist bourgeoisie. It remains to be seen, however, whether they can pull off the trick of breaking a big part of science without breaking all of it. It also remains to be seen whether the program of patriarchal re-entrenchment can truly succeed in chaining women once again to kinder, cookie, Kirche, children, cooking, church, a Nazi slogan on the place of women in society. Certainly this form of religion is making some serious headway. The wreckage that has been caused in the public school system, for instance, will not be easily reversed or repaired. This religion, however, is so much the mirror of the present situation of U.S. imperialism, that it is also important to see the way that it is shaped by not only a certain urgency, but even a certain desperation. This does not mean that the agendas and ploys of this religion will not succeed, unfortunately. But there is a real sense in which reactionary religion represents a kind of spasmodic last gasp of a belief system that is increasingly hard to sustain. Perhaps a concentrated example of this quality was the sad case of Terri Schiavo, a woman who had been brain dead since soon after she fell into a degenerative coma in 1990. Indeed, parts of her brain became liquefied, so she was beyond brain dead. A struggle was waged by right-wing, essentially fascistic, religious, and political forces to keep the body of Ms. Schiavo hooked up to a feeding tube. When Senator Tom DeLay visited Ms. Schiavo in 2005, after she had already been brain dead for 15 years, he reported that he had found her lucid. For these and many other details see Revolutionary Worker newspaper, Worlds in Collision, the storm over Terri Schiavo and the raving demands of the Christian right. DeLay has since resigned from the Senate, as it has become quite apparent that at least one side of him is nothing more than a common criminal and thug, and not even an honest criminal. For this sort of 446 thing, the United States is a laughingstock to the rest of the world, but also a horrible fright and danger. There are relatively harmless nuts out there, and then there are people who have insane ideas and weapons of world destruction. The religious glue that holds this insane vision of U.S. global hegemony together for some people sits alongside of another social base, a necessary one for this social formation, of young people who join the military in search of pussy and cigarettes, as it was put it to me by one fellow who hoped to join the National Guard, though it turned out that he was unable to meet the minimal literacy requirement, or a cool-looking uniform, as it was put to me by a fellow who hoped to join the Marines, who finally got in after taking the literacy test a third time with a barely passing score. This social base includes an army that pours what the soldiers jokingly call cocktail number 4 on political prisoners at Guantanamo, a concoction made of semen, blood, urine, and excrement. Lawyers argue that Lindy England, one of the low-ranked torturers at Abu Ghraib, should not be convicted, because she is not capable of understanding complex verbal instructions. At a 4th of July, 2006, church service at Wichita Megachurch Emmanuel Baptist, Pastor Terry Fox, one of the contemporary breed of Christian hate-mongers, said in his closing prayer that he and his congregation are thankful for the soldiers who are fighting in Iraq, to defend our freedom. Referring to the 2,500 American military personnel who had died in Iraq to that point in time, Fox said that many of them were Christians, and he and his congregation look forward to thanking them personally when they get to heaven. What about the many who were not Christian, Pastor Fox, which would be a large number according to your narrow definition of Christian? Are you not thankful to them, or will you go to hell to thank them? Most of his sermon to that point was an attack on gay people and those who believe that gay people ought to have basic civil rights. Church groups offered to send reading materials to soldiers in Iraq. A large number of the requests that came in were for Hustler and other pornographic magazines. And so it all comes together. How can anyone want to have anything to do with religion when the side of it making the most noise in contemporary American society is the side that is plainly and straightforwardly rendering people mean and stupid? Or does this kind of religion instead attract people who are already mean and stupid? Perhaps the most important angle on religion is the fact that so much of it, in basically every tradition, is taken up with expressing a hardened and deep and theologized patriarchy. Yes, there are important countercurrents in some traditions, though, significantly, not all. While these countercurrents can be bases for empowerment and for reconsideration and rethinking of the liberatory potential of these traditions, they should not make us blind to what have been the main currents. While the Western 447 monotheistic traditions certainly deserve much criticism and scorn on this issue, Eastern traditions should not be given a complete pass on this question. Indeed, what is disturbing is the way that religion on the other side of the dialectic, or Christianity specifically, at any rate, is so hung up on being nice and tolerant, that it keeps progressive religious people from taking things as far as they ought to go. Theoretically, what is needed is more work on the underpinnings of the post-secular perspective, in part to demonstrate that progressive and radical religious people and seemingly non-religious, secular progressives and revolutionaries share some understanding in terms of redemption and the transformation of this world and a possible future of ethical community. As mentioned in Part 3, of crucial importance here is the work of John Milbank and others in the radical orthodoxy movement who are making crucial contributions to the idea of post-secular thought. One thing that demonstrates this shared perspective is that, in light of this perspective, it is clear that fascistic fundamentalists do not really have a religious or non-secular viewpoint after all. They worship U.S. imperialism, which requires a theological justification because it cannot be legitimate in any other way. The only future in their sights is the future of U.S. imperialism, which is no future for the greater part of humanity, and perhaps for all of humanity. To be sure, it is especially difficult to press the case for a dialectic of religious perspectives in the time of this writing, a time when our postmodern capitalist society is manifesting at least some fascistic elements, because the dialectic is resulting in social polarization, which is a good thing, but that also means that the fascistic fundamentalist is not just some whacked-out Holocaust-denying professor of engineering you read about in the Chronicle of Higher Education, but quite likely some of your neighbors or the person you depend on to fix your bike. That is not a bad thing, either, in the sense that social transformation towards something better involves a period when society is ever more intensely divided against itself, but this is not an easy thing. Anomalous materialism. There is a connection made in certain religious traditions, and in Kant's philosophy, between ethical thinking in the present, whatever present one finds oneself in, and a possible ethical community of the future. To make this connection is not to go against science, and the possibility of the ethical community may be helped by science in a number of ways, but the connection itself does not depend on science, or at least not completely or entirely, at any rate. Many progressives, radicals, and revolutionaries, and 448. Many Marxists, obviously, would prefer not to deal with this issue, even while perhaps hoping to take unto themselves some element of the spiritual that is not religious. This is completely understandable. One reason that I said some harshly negative things about one part of religion in the contemporary world, the part that is more akin to Pinker's view of religion, is that it is perfectly understandable why anyone who cares about making a better world would not want to get within a million miles of that religion stuff. I disagree with this perspective on a number of levels, but I understand it. However, I do not see any way around the epistemological problem, even if I also think that it does not lead us in the direction of the supernatural. To wax Davidsonian, this problem does not require that we reject materialism, but that we have an anomaly. In discussing the religious perspective, which I am confining to this one point about ethics and the future, I have focused on Christianity. Certainly it was against the background of Christianity that Kant framed the ethics/future community connection. Christianity, of course, is a variegated set of institutions and discourses. It does not speak with a single voice any more than does its Bible. The same can be said for other religious traditions, too, and the idea that might help us to sort them all out is again the sense of a connection between the possibility of ethics and the possibility of an ethical community. In making such an investigation, we will be aided by Rawls's notions of reflective equilibrium and overlapping consensus, which are meant to be of Kantian inspiration, even if Rawls's sense of the well-ordered society is neither a community nor an association. These are all terms and expressions from the later Rawls, from political liberalism. Kant, Marx, and the future. Significantly, Alan Wood concludes his valuable introductory book, Kant, on the connection between religion and politics, demonstrating that Kant was concerned with this question to the end of his life. Kant's philosophy of religion was grounded on the historical hope that there would be a convergence between religion and enlightened reason. All our reservations about it must be attributed to the sad fact that what he hoped for has simply failed to come to pass. But Kant's hopes for religion, however much they may have been disappointed, must be seen instead as the form taken for him by a hope that many of us still share, the hope for the gradual progress of the human species in history toward a realm of ends in which the divisions between people will be overcome and humanity will be united in a cosmopolitan moral community which respects the rights of everyone and unites the happiness of each with the happiness of all as a shared end of human striving. This 449 was the hope with which Kant ended his lectures on anthropology, the last major work published under his own name, and in this sense it may be called literally Kant's last word about the human condition. In working against the evil propensity in human nature, our will is in general good, but the accomplishment of what we will is made more difficult by the fact that the attainment of the end can be expected not through the free agreement of individuals, but through the progressive organization of citizens of the earth into and toward the species as a system that is cosmopolitically combined. 186. Fellow philosopher Patricia Huntington once used the charming expression, "a world for people," which I immediately wrote down. I would say that our social future ought to be a world for people and for our fellow mortal creatures as well. Wood, in his characterization, is perhaps bending Kant a little toward Marx. And certainly it is the case that we cannot make any ethical political universalist sense of the progressive organization of citizens of the earth, which however remains a lovely expression, without confronting the ways that capitalism has so disenfranchised the great majority of these very citizens, and murdered many of them outright. And yet we also cannot make sense of why we need to transcend capitalism and work in the direction of the species as a system that is cosmopolitically combined without this vision of the ethical community. So Marx can stand to bend a bit as well. Going beyond but not negating his scientific contributions and methodology, could we consider Marx as more on the order of a prophet, as having a vision that is ultimately religious, a vision called communism? By prophet I do not mean a predictor of the future, but instead as someone who attempts to listen to the call of the future, and to make clear to people that the future is indeed calling, and to try to show, in various ways in Marx's case these would be ways that aim to be scientific and systematic, how this future is possible and how we might get there. Can Marx bend this way without breaking? Imagine Kant and Marx as prophets and, yes, philosophers and scientists also, in the new church, the new religion of ongoingness, the future and mutual flourishment. Surely any real revolutionary expresses this spirit, call it what you will. But what would be different about the revolution, and the revolutionary, if this spirit were embraced and affirmed? Perhaps a real commitment to the ethical does not require this further elaboration. I simply put forth these last thoughts as a set of hypotheses that require investigation. It would be enough if my proposal for an ethical Marxism is grappled with a Marxism that recognizes that there are real ethical questions and that, indeed, the questions that ought to be most central to it are, at their core, ethical questions.